In Limo's mind, a system notification suddenly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host! The story you narrated has successfully sparked a debate among the audience, evoking their profound emotions, earning you 100 storytelling points. Ding! The system has detected that the story you told originates from the first reincarnation, triggering a new effect integration. You will merge with the body of your first life. Shall the integration commence immediately? With each cycle of reincarnation, he would acquire a brand new identity and form. Throughout the course of his past lives, he had experienced 99 identities and exchanged 99 bodies. Moreover, he had gathered 99 deeply moving memories. Limo inquired of the system, what effects will result from merging with the body of my first life? Ding! System notification. Upon merging with the body of your first life, you will gain all the abilities of that existence. To acquire all the abilities of the first life. How formidable! If memory served him right, Limo's first incarnation was that of the Thunder Demon, who saved the sisterhood of the Thunder God. What was there to hesitate? The choice was clear: would merge. Commence integration at once. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning, thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof of the tavern and striking Limo. Countless thunder elements surged into his body as if they had found their home, wildly pouring into him. In mere seconds, his strength nearly doubled. This scene was utterly astonishing, leaving the audience below in a state of shock. Had he been struck by lightning? Was this retribution? It came far too swiftly. Storytelling carries risks. One must approach it with caution, especially when recounting tales of the Thunder General, as one could be struck without warning. However, after being struck by the powerful thunder elements, Limo appeared completely unscathed. He continued narrating the tale of the Thunder God. The youth could scarcely endure the searing flames, let alone two fragile infants. The boy, bearing his burn-scarred body, sought out sheep's milk, coconut milk, fox milk. Yet the two infants were already on the brink of death, their lives hanging by a thread, unable to consume any nourishment. In desperation, the boy approached a woman for help. The woman sighed, saying, "They are beyond saving. Their bodies have been so ravaged that their organs are irrevocably damaged, and they will surely perish in 3 days. Unless..." The boy clutched at this glimmer of hope. Unless what? The woman could not help but sigh. The first method is to locate the Sky Island and beseech the deities there for assistance. They could surely restore them to their former selves. The second method is to find the sacred artifact of the Tengu clan, the divine feather, to heal their burns. But the Sky Island is lost to time, and the Tengu possess terrifying powers. Give up. Yet the boy resolutely declared, "Wait for me for 3 days. I shall seek out the Sky Island." Before parting, the boy entrusted the barely breathing sisters, Baal and Baalzeb, to the woman, urging her, "Be sure to await my return." Limo stood on the stage, eloquently, recounting the experiences of a bygone as emotions ran deep. He occasionally lifted his gaze towards the direction of Inazuma City. It had been 3 millennia since their last meeting. The sisters had ascended to become the Raiden Shogun, fulfilling their dream of safeguarding Inazuma. Yet, one question lingered: were they faring well now? As Limo paused, the audience below began to urge him on. Storyteller, do continue. The Raiden sisters were merely a few months old back then. How did they survive such a calamity? What happened next? Did they discover the Sky Island? Or did they seize the sacred relic of the great Tengu clan? That's impossible. The Sky Island is shrouded in mystery, far beyond the reach of a mere youth. The great Tengu clan at that time was formidable, one of the mightiest deities in Inazuma. How could a frail boy possibly defeat them? There must have been an extraordinary encounter. It seems improbable. I suspect the boy must have failed, and the 2 charred infants perished. They could not be the Raiden sisters. There must be some mistake. The Raiden Shogun is invincible. Such a tragic fate is inconceivable. A multitude began speculating about the forthcoming events. In reality, the Raiden Shogun had lived on until now. It was impossible for her to have perished at that time. Surely, the tale would take a turn. They eagerly awaited the unfolding story. Qiqi, Shunha, Qiqi listened intently, their anticipation palpable. In a corner, Zhongli, the guest scholar, exhibited a slight astonishment upon hearing references to the great Tengu clan and the legendary sacred relic. Indeed, in ancient times, the great Tengu clan of Inazuma had lost a precious artifact. Could it truly be connected to the boy within the tale? Zhongli set aside his playful engagement with the birds, now captivated by the storyteller on stage, eager to learn what would transpire next. As Li Mo continued his narration, at that very moment, far from Liyue Harbor, surrounded by the ocean, lay Inazuma City. Despite the enforcement of a national isolation policy, which had brought a temporary stability to Inazuma, it also introduced a plethora of new challenges. As the ruler of Inazuma City, the Raiden Shogun was perpetually burdened with an overwhelming amount of administrative duties. Even with the assistance of the 3 shogunate officials, she found herself utterly exhausted, eventually succumbing to slumber, her head resting on the desk. It seemed she had slept for quite a while. The Raiden Shogun finally opened her hazy eyes, a crystalline tear escaping the corner of her eye. Where am I, Inazuma City shogunate? She gazed around the shogunate in confusion, only to realize, after a moment, she had entered another dream. As the vessel of the Raiden deity Baal, she had once again become ensnared in the memories of the true Raiden Shogun. How peculiar. I merely slept for an hour, yet within the memory, I experienced over a decade, as if I had lived it myself. It seems the time has come to inquire of the true Baal regarding the events of ancient times. That's the perfect substitute for the god of thunder, Baal Zebul. The Raiden Shogun often reminisces about the events of ancient times through the bond shared between the two, manifesting in dreams. For instance, the dream she just had. In her dream, she envisioned the experiences of Baal Zebul during ancient times. She dreamt that the god of thunder, Baal Zebul, not only had a sister named Baal, but also an elder brother named Li Mo. It was the brother who rescued the sisters from the raging flames, sacrificing his own power in the process. It was the brother who taught them the art of swordplay, enabling them to hone their martial skills. It was the knowledge imparted by the brother that established the triad of governance in Inazuma, propelling the city towards greatness. As the substitute for Baal Zebul, the Raiden Shogun shares the same emotions, and as she recalls those moments, a single tear escapes her eye. It was the brother who fulfilled the dreams of the 2 sisters. But where is that formidable elder brotherly Mo now? Why is she oblivious to these matters? As the Raiden Shogun, reflecting on that experience brings an ache to her heart. These are the emotions of the god of thunder, and, as her substitute, the Raiden Shogun feels them deeply. After a moment of hesitation, she resolves to seek out the god of thunder once more. Perhaps Baal Zebul still remembers everything. At this moment, in Liyue Harbor, at the Wangshu Inn, as Li Mo slowly recounts his tale, the ethereal image above the inn, formed by elemental forces, begins to shift. In the vision, the youth, bearing severe burns, searches desperately for the whereabouts of the Sky Island that he approaches passers-by, asking, "Excuse me, do you know where the Sky Island is located? Even if I implore you, could you provide me with any information about the Sky Island?" After entrusting the Raiden sisters to a woman, the youth hurriedly arrives at the marketplace, inquiring of everyone he encounters about the location of the Sky Island. Yet he finds nothing. As the woman had said, the Sky Island is a realm inhabited by deities, forever out of reach for mortals. Hope seems utterly futile. Moreover, some pedestrians, upon hearing the youth mention the Sky Island, treat it as a forbidden topic, choosing to avoid him altogether. No one can offer him assistance. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Hope grows increasingly dim. The youth has not only failed to uncover the location of the Sky Island, but has also become a shadow of his former self. 2 days without food, 2 days without water, 2 days without sleep. Coupled with his burned body, the youth is on the verge of collapse, clinging to consciousness solely through sheer willpower. He teeters on the brink of fainting. Finally, the 3rd day arrives. The final moments that, if making a fateful decision, the youth forces himself to rise amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Dragging his battered body to scale the summit, he pointed to the heavens and cursed the deities. "Thieving heavens, hypocritical gods. You created this world, why do you allow them to slaughter one another? You could easily protect every living soul, yet you permit the fiends to wreak havoc upon humanity? You refuse to save even a single infant. I doubt your integrity. I shall no longer be your follower. You are unworthy." As the youth raged against the divine, suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning, laden with boundless elements of thunder, struck beside him with a resounding crash, nearly claiming his life. "Damn it! You would even slay your own followers? Merciless gods! Hypocritical gods, a cadre of lofty, pretentious wastrels. Damn you all, I in the Wan Shuin. Li Mo was utterly immersed in the scene, donning a wide-brimmed hat, passionately denouncing the gods. He terrified the listeners below. Has his storyteller gone mad? How dare he curse the deities of the Sky Island in Liyue Harbor? He's lost his mind, a mere storyteller daring to disrespect the gods. If the Lord of the Empire sees this, his head may well roll. Surely not, it's just storytelling. He doesn't truly curse the divine. It's not the storyteller cursing, but rather the boy in the tale. This man is captivated by his own narrative. Sigh. I've long said those two infants sharing the name of the Raiden Shogun are doomed. How could an ordinary mortal ever reach the Sky Island? Even if he did, would the noble gods heed his call? The era of the War of the Fiends was ruthlessly brutal. What a pity the boy sacrifices so much yet fails to save the poor infants. Don't be too hasty, it's only the next day. There's still time before the infants meet their fate. And what of that? Even if given a year, he could never find the Sky Island, let alone command the noble deities that at this moment within the Wan Shu Inn. The audience, moved by Li Mo's fervor, began to pray for the sisters, Baal and Baalzebub, seeking the mercy of the deities of the Sky Island to rescue these innocent infants. Even Qiqi could not resist saying, I truly hope he finds the Sky Island and receives the god's aid. Yet Shenhe remarked, impossible. How could an ordinary boy ever tread upon divine ground? And moreover, during that time, the Sky Island did not possess the 7 gods of today. The only path to save the 2 infants lies in confronting the formidable Daikokutin clan. This was a despairing conclusion. At the mention of the Daikokutin clan, Shenhe's expression subtly shifted. She was acutely aware that in the ancient era of Inazuma, the Daikokutin were among the most fearsome fiends. To seize the sacred relic from the Tengu clan is akin to offering one's head on a platter. Beside Qiqi and Shenhe, Qiqi gazed curiously at the storyteller on stage. Suddenly, she dashed onto the platform, a sprightly expression gracing her innocent visage as she approached Li Mo, clutching a sprig of Qixing grass. She extended the Qixing grass to Li Mo, saying, it's time for your medicine. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Li Mo did not decline the offering. Instead, he accepted the Qixing grass and, without hesitation, brought it to his lips. It's quite delectable. Thank you, Qiqi. Just as in a previous life, the Qixing grass that Qiqi had gathered possessed a sweet flavor. Mo cast a complex glance at Qiqi, vigorously shaking his head to momentarily cast aside feelings of guilt towards her. He resumed recounting the tale of the Raiden Shogun. In the grip of despair, the youth ascended the mountain's peak, cursing the heavens. The wrath of the heavens was unleashed. A bolt of lightning struck down, nearly obliterating the impudent boy. It wounded his body, yet could not silence his defiance. Curse you, heaven's XXX's deity, I am your father. The skies rained down fury. The second bolt, the third bolt, the 20th bolt, the terrifying lightning shattered the mountaintop's rocks, illuminating the evening sky. The youth lay on the brink of death, battered and bruised. As long as the deity did not make an appearance, he would not yield. With each bolt, the lightning grew more ferocious, the chaotic storm of electrical energy intensifying. Just as the 100th bolt descended, the youth teetered on the edge of demise. Then, something even more horrifying transpired. The precipice, struck by lightning countless times, suddenly erupted with a dark, electric light. As the 100th bolt descended, a terrifying surge of black lightning erupted, engulfing the entire canyon and sky. Even the lightning from above was consumed one by one. In that moment, a multitude of black lightning elements surged madly into the youth's body, ravaging, devouring, and growing within him. They destroyed his internal organs, pierced his beating heart, and the excruciating pain drove him to strike his head against the ground, wishing for an end. Yet the youth could not perish. Baal, Beelzebub. Those sisters awaited his return. Li Mo continued his narrative. A terrifying figure materialized within the ethereal illusion formed by countless elemental forces above the inn. In the guise of a youthful form, it bore the torment of endless dark lightning, crowned with the title of the Thunder Demon. A mere glance at it sent tremors through all those gathered below. The audience remained perplexed. Wasn't the Shogun of Inazuma the Raiden sister? Why, as the Raiden sisters near their end, did a Thunder Demon emerge instead? Did this terrifying thunder demon truly exist? What connection exists between the thunder demon and the thunder goddess sisters? Though the listeners found themselves perplexed, a vague intuition stirred within them, hinting at an understanding. Silence enveloped the gathering. Every audience member chose to lean in, eager to uncover the unfolding tale. IMO paused briefly, savoring a sip of tea, before continuing to recollect the experiences of that past life. As he narrated, a virtual spectacle, woven from elemental forces, transformed above the inn, reminiscent of a cinematic display flashing through myriad scenes. Among these images, a young boy, his frail body ensnared by the malevolent, mutated elements of dark lightning, emitted a cacophony of thunderous roars from within. The ravaging darkness wreaked havoc upon his internal organs, searing every ounce of flesh within. The boy gritted his teeth, writhing in agony upon the ground, no longer capable of cursing the deities. In this moment, he tasted the essence of death prematurely. The dark lightning elements rampaged within him. His flesh endured relentless devastation, particularly the heart. The once vibrant organ had vanished, supplanted by a tightly coiled mass of dark lightning elements. For an ordinary person, confronted with such torment, such despair, the result would have long been a lifeless corpse. Yet, in a miraculous turn of events, at the precipice of death, within the boy's frail form, an intense yearning for survival erupted, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for formidable power. He yearned to acquire immense strength to safeguard those two sisters, Baalzebub, the future thunder god, the hope of Inazuma, the brink of demise. Driven by fervent obsession, it seemed as though a pair of enigmatic eyes cast their gaze upon him. Witnessing this tragic tableau, the scrutiny of the divine, a sigh followed. Then a miracle finally unfolded. The previously rampant dark lightning elements, as if guided by a mysterious force, began to stabilize and cease their destruction. Rather than continue their onslaught, they resonated with the boy. All the restless dark lightning elements coalesced around the shattered heart, replacing it. Transformed into a gemstone pulsating with dark lightning, it took the place of the heart, thriving with vitality. The boy, he was not yet dead. At this moment, in Liyue Harbor, within the Wangshu INNLIMO, lost in recollection, narrated fervently. Every detail of his tale was manifested through the virtual illusion above the inn, presented before the eyes of each individual. The audience, witnessing this scene, particularly the flickering radiance of lightning within the boy, was utterly astonished. An endless yearning has emerged, a powerful obsession, drawing the gaze of the divine. The vision of God has been born indeed, is the eye of God. But why does it possess the attribute of mutated lightning? And why has it manifested in the heart? The youth, having reached a dead end, resonates with the mutated lightning element within him in a bid to save Baal and Beelzebub. Goodness, this boy is extraordinary. He has obtained the eye of God under such circumstances. What effects will the eye of God, forged from the mutated dark lightning element, produce? For an ordinary person, even if they acquire the eye of God, mastering its power would be exceedingly difficult. I surmise that the youth will undoubtedly seek out the great Tengu clan. This is the only path to rescue the Thunder Goddess sisters that time. The great Tengu will be formidable. It will be a tremendous challenge for the youth to prevail. Despair. Chapter 5. Confrontation with the great Tengu. At the Wangshu Inn, upon the high platform, Liamo heard the murmurs of the crowd below and the sighs of the audience. In this moment, almost all spectators were profoundly moved by the youth's indomitable spirit. They believed that the boy would indeed save his dying sisters. A tale both kitsch and intriguing. Liamo remained unaffected by the audience's sentiments. Instead, he spoke with a heavy heart, continuing to narrate his past experiences. Above the inn, the virtual images created by the lightning elements transformed rapidly. Within the imagery, the boy, having undergone purification by dark lightning and awakened the eye of God, had gained immense power. He disregarded his injuries. Barely awake, he surged forth with the speed of lightning, racing towards the distant great Tengu clan. What awaited him were the formidable Tengu warriors, instilling fear. However, the youth had no time for hesitation. He must acquire the sacred artifact of the great Tengu clan without delay. The towering figure, the mightiest of the great Tengu, stood before him. The Tengu leader spoke with a hint of disdain. "Why have you trespassed into our sacred domain?" The youth declared resolutely, "I seek the sacred artifact, the divine feather." The Tengu leader smiled condescendingly. "The divine feather is the most vital, sacred artifact of our clan. To obtain the divine feather, you must defeat me. As one of the strongest archons of Inazuma." The Tengu leader had lived for countless ages, engaging in innumerable battles, and it had been a long, long time since he had tasted the bitterness of defeat. Without waiting for the youth's response, the Tengu leader spread his immense wings and ascended into the sky. The next moment, a terrifying force erupted, causing all surrounding elements to boil as if heated to a tempest. Multiple blades of wind sliced through the air, instantaneously reaching the youth. The ferocity of the assault left no room for evasion. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion shook the very earth, engulfing the youth in a cloud of dust. A faint smile graced the Tengu leader's face. Yet in the next instant that a powerful surge of lightning erupted, dispersing the swirling dust to reveal a figure enveloped in dark electricity. The Thunder Demon had made its entrance. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Thunder Demon for the first time, the great Tengu were left in a state of shock. An aberrant manifestation of the Eye of the Thunder element. No wonder it dares to provoke the great Tengu clan. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. The clan leader of the great Tengu felt a surge of excitement. He unleashed his full might, sending countless blades of wind hurtling toward the young warrior. The youth, however, was undeterred. He understood that only by vanquishing this formidable opponent could he obtain the sacred relic of the great Tengu clan, the divine feather. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. The tremendous power summoned the attention of all the deities in Inazuma. Countless demons paused to observe, eager for the conflict to conclude so they might feast upon the fallen. The clash was cataclysmic. That it shattered the mountains where the great Tengu clan resided and severed the largest river in Inazuma. Even the very heavens seemed to change hue. Hours later, the confrontation neared its climax. The leader of the great Tengu, bloodied and battered, stood with great difficulty, his wings marred with wounds. He flapped his tattered wings, but could not ascend. Instead, he stumbled and fell to the ground once more, for the first time in centuries. The great Tengu leader had sustained such grievous injuries. In contrast to the severely wounded leader, the young warrior bore even more grievous wounds. One of his arms had been severed by the slicing winds. Yet, enveloped in the dark lightning, the youth rose, declaring, "You have lost. Now grant me the divine feather." Upon witnessing this scene, the distant Tengu warriors seethed with fury. A mere human boy dared to claim victory over the great Tengu leader. However, the great Tengu leader, upon hearing these words, did not react with anger. Instead, he lay on the ground, weakly uttering, "I have grown old a millennium ago. I could have easily bested you. I am curious. What compels you to risk your life to seize the divine feather from the great Tengu clan?" The youth replied, "To save 2 human infants, named Baal Zebul." Upon hearing this response, the great Tengu leader was momentarily taken aback. 2 human infants? For this, to rescue 2 ordinary human infants, one would dare to intrude upon the great Tengu's domain and challenge one of Inazuma's mightiest deities? What a fool! Yet in that instant, the great Tengu leader perceived within the youth a glimmer of compassion, a quality alien to the demons in the millennia of conflict among deities. What was sorely lacking in Inazuma, and within the great Tengu clan, was precisely this radiance of benevolence. Having been defeated by a mere human boy, the great Tengu leader seemed to awaken to a profound realization, slowly articulating, "I comprehend. It is you who has triumphed. In terms of both combat and the understanding of life, this human youth has emerged victorious." Moreover, within this young boy, the leader of the great Tengu tribe glimpsed the hope for Inazuma, a glimmer of optimism for the conclusion of the Archon War. He spoke slowly, "The god's feather can be bestowed upon you, but I have one condition." The boy gazed into the hazy night, the impending dawn igniting his urgency. "Speak quickly, do not squander time. I desire the god's feather." The great Tengu leader declared, "If one day you bring an end to the Archon War, please treat the great Tengu tribe kindly." The boy furrowed his brow. "I promise you." Upon hearing this response, The great Tengu leader suddenly smiled. He was willing to wager a god's feather on this gamble regarding the fate of his tribe. He bet that this awakened boy, endowed with a mutated electro-vision, could conclude the Archon War and rise to the pinnacle of Inazuma. The boy acquired the god's feather. In the fleeting moment of contact with the god's feather, he instantly felt a surge of healing power. By absorbing it now, he would not only instantaneously heal all wounds, but also attain greater strength, becoming the mightiest being in Inazuma. Yet the boy turned his gaze skyward. He beheld the nebulous night. The dawn was approaching. Balzabul, wait for me to return. At the Wangshu, Limo continued to narrate slowly upon the stage. Beneath his hat, though his expression remained placid, tears had already moistened his eyes. Below the stage, the audience listened to Limo's tale while observing the scenes unfolding above the inn. When they witnessed the boy transformed into the electro-demon, battling fiercely against the great Tengu leader, they cheered him on. When they saw the boy emerge victorious, albeit with great cost, claiming the sacred relic, the god's feather, they rejoiced alongside him. What a remarkable feat! Having just awakened the vision, he has defeated one of Inazuma's strongest, the great Tengu leader. This is truly astounding. This boy is the chosen one of the deities barring unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to grow into one of the 7 gods. I am eager to learn what transpired next. Why is it that the god of eternity of Inazuma is not this boy, but rather Baal and her sister Balzabul? Please update us faster. I have already tipped you. Can you hasten your storytelling? Having seized the god's feather, the sisters of the Electro Archon are saved. Do you think if these tales reach Inazuma City and the Raiden Shogun hears them, she would become angered? What if it stirs conflict between the 2 nations that would be troublesome? What's there to be angry about? It's merely a story. The Raiden Shogun is not so petty. Is it possible that the storyteller's words are not mere fiction, but rather true history? I have heard that someone has recorded stories and sent them to Inazuma City, selling them to the A publishing house of Inazuma. This is quite intriguing. The Raiden Shogun expressed her admiration after reading them. Chapter 6. The Memories of Raiden Balzef. At this moment, while Limo was narrating tales in Liyue Harbor, events were unfolding in the land of Inazuma. In the realm of the One Mind, the Electro Archon, after many years, once again stepped into this secret domain. As she entered, an explosion of boundless electro energy materialized into the form of a young girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Raiden Shogun herself. You have arrived. Speak of your intentions. This girl was none other than the current embodiment of the Electro Archon, Balzef. Upon seeing Balzef, the Raiden Shogun's expression subtly shifted. Today, I dreamed of that person once more. I seek to understand who Limo truly is and where he has vanished to. After being conjured by Balzef, she revealed to the Raiden Shogun all there was to know about the land of Inazuma. Yet curiously, the early memories remained elusive. Who was this brother named Limo? Before the Raiden Shogun, Raiden Balzef's countenance changed ever so slightly upon hearing the name Limo, though she feigned composure. You did not awaken me from my eternal contemplation merely to inquire about this, did you? The Raiden Shogun pressed on. I wish to know what transpired in the ancient times. Having dreamt of the same individual repeatedly, as the successor to Raiden Balzef, she could distinctly perceive the emotions Balzef harbored for Limo, akin to her feelings for her sister Baal. It was nostalgia. Gazing into the steadfast eyes of the Raiden Shogun, Balzef was once again ensnared in reverie. With a sigh, she stated, since you seek knowledge, I shall share it with you. Should you find it uninteresting, consider it merely a cliché detail. In truth, Limo is not our biological brother, but rather our benefactor and mentor, the one who laid the formidable foundation of Inazuma. Within the realm of the One Mind, the true form of the Electro Archon, Balzef, concluded her meditation, risking further wear upon herself as she delved into ancient recollections, slowly recounting. It was Limo who valiantly seized the sacred artifact, the goddess feather, from the grasp of the Tengu clan to restore life to us sisters. It was he who imparted the art of the blade to us, cultivating our martial prowess. He proposed the 3 principles, designing the blueprint for the future of Inazuma City. Truly, without Limo, there would be no powerful Inazuma we know today. Upon hearing this tale, the Raiden Shogun remained unsatisfied. Still yearning for the answer to her inquiry, I wish to know, where is he now? Balzef pondered for a moment, her expression tinged with uncertainty. I do not know. Once, my sister and I faced a terrifying demon, and upon awakening, we simultaneously acquired the power of the electrovision. Liamo vanished, as if he had never existed at all. Regardless of how Baal and Balzef searched, they could not find any trace of brother Liamo. Even before the events of Canria unfolded, their quest remained unyielding. However, nothing was found. Upon hearing these tales, Raiden Shogun suddenly remarked, I sense the presence of my brother Liamo. Do you believe me? Baal's expression shifted slightly, yet she swiftly regained her composure. You need not test my unwavering pursuit of eternity. It remained steadfast. She had never ceased her quest for Liamo. Yet, throughout the lengthy passage of time, she had endured the tragic demise of her sister and the loss of friends, causing her to lose her sense of direction in the search. Having spoken, Baal once again transformed into consciousness, retreating into the dream of her beloved blade, embarking on an endless meditation. Raiden Shogun chose not to speak further and departed from the sanctum of her thoughts. Just as she emerged from this tranquil refuge, she beheld Yae Miko, hurriedly approaching with a stack of papers in her arms. Upon noticing Raiden Shogun, Yae Miko exclaimed, Good morning, General. Raiden Shogun replied with a stern expression, Yae Miko, why the haste? Yae Miko, clutching her bundle of papers, grinned with delight, saying, Qiqi, I just acquired some intriguing stories from the Liyue Traveler. Look, someone has been recounting your tales in Liyue, and the Traveler has recorded them. Perfect material for light novels. Although Yae Miko had yet to peruse them, she was naturally intrigued by any story involving Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun paused, taken aback. On Morix's territory, someone dared to narrate her tales? Did they not fear his retribution? With utmost seriousness, Raiden Shogun commanded, I want a copy. Yae Miko hesitated, but ultimately presented the finest light novel material to Raiden Shogun. Please ensure you return it after reading, General. These stories cost me a fortune and considerable effort to obtain. Raiden Shogun replied earnestly, You need not worry. I shall do so. Curiously, she examined the papers in her hand, absorbing the story within. The narrative was simple, a tale of a boy transformed into a thunder demon, risking his life to challenge the leader of the Tengu clan and rescue two infant girls. The names of the girls were revealed. The elder was named Baal, and the younger, Baal. Upon reading this story and recognizing the names, Raiden Shogun stood frozen in place. Indeed, the tale on the paper mirrored the scenes from her dreams perfectly. Brother Liamo may have returned. Suddenly, the elemental forces around Raiden Shogun erupted. Lightning flashed, consuming everything in its vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, Yae Miko, preoccupied with her light novel material, gasped, General, what has provoked your ire? Be careful not to destroy these precious light novel materials. Moments later, as the lightning subsided, Raiden Shogun's figure re-emerged. The pages filled with tales of youth and the thunder god have long since crumbled into fragments, scattered across the ground. The lingering memory of Liamo, who often graces my dreams, has indeed materialized. A glimmer of tears appeared in the corner of Raiden Shogun's eye. Yae Miko, accompany me to Liyue. Yae Miko, taken aback, questioned, What did you say, General? Raiden Shogun's expression turned frigid as she enunciated each word clearly. I said, to Liyue now. Yae Miko raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Having accompanied Raiden Shogun for many years, she understood that the general was a rational and serious individual. This was the first instance she had witnessed Raiden Shogun lose her composure. Yet, there were still numerous unresolved issues in Inazuma. What if a crisis arose should they leave at this moment? Yae Miko was intrigued by the narrative inscribed upon the story paper from Liyue Harbor that could provoke such a reaction from Raiden Shogun. However, upon meeting the general's icy gaze and resolute eyes, she realized further persuasion was futile. Very well, if you wish to go to Liyue, I shall accompany you. However, please ensure that Inazuma's affairs are in order before we depart. I truly cannot argue with you. Chapter 7. The Gifted Sisters of the Thunder God. As Raiden Shogun prepared to embark for Liyue upon hearing the storyteller's tales. It was already the second day at Wangshu Inn in Liyue Harbor. Much like the previous day, the inn was teeming with patrons before Li Mo's arrival. Some were sipping tea, while others amused themselves with birds in cages, eagerly awaiting the storyteller to continue recounting the saga of Raiden Shogun from Inazuma. Qiqi, sword in hand, suddenly turned to see a familiar figure. That lazy fellow has come to listen as well. How leisurely he is. Shinha, puzzled, inquired that fellow. Qiqi pointed delicately to another corner of the inn. that newly appointed guest from the Yuhing Tower. A slothful individual who spends his days either sipping tea or strolling with birds, contributing nothing. I cannot fathom how he is not starved. Shenhe remarked coolly. Perhaps it is Hu Tao's kindness that has led her to take him in as a guest. At the mention of Hu Tao, Qiqi grew anxious. Hu Tao is not kind at all. She chases me around with a shovel every day. Were it not for my swift legs, I would have been buried long ago. Speaking of which, it seemed Hu Tao had not been seen in recent days. Qiqi hurriedly rose from her chair, engaging in childish stretches. 1, 2, Qiqi, 2, 2, Qiqi. Exercise makes the body supple, allowing one to evade Hu Tao's relentless pursuit with greater ease. Meanwhile, atop the inn's high platform, after a chorus of cheers, the long-awaited storyteller, Li Mo, finally made his appearance once more. He paused for a moment, then resumed narrating the tale of the Raiden Shogun in his slightly magnetic voice. Previously, it was recounted that the land of Inazuma was plagued by chaos and demons. The young boy, transformed into a thunder demon, challenged the great Tengu leader to save his severely burned sister, the Raiden Shogun, and emerged victorious. However, after vanquishing the great Tengu, the boy found himself gravely wounded, on the brink of exhaustion. He endured excruciating pain, clutching the divine feather in his hand, each step forward sending waves of agony coursing through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Outside the territory of the great Tengu, countless demons fixated on the injured thunder demon boy. Should he falter, they would swiftly descend upon him, eager to consume him whole. The boy, persevering through his torment, summoned the last vestiges of elemental power and advanced step by step. 2 hours passed, then 1 hour, then 30 minutes. As dawn approached, the first rays of sunlight were poised to illuminate the chaotic land. The boy, dragging his battered body, calculated the fleeting moments while spitting blood and murmuring, "I will make it, I must make it. Baal, Zebul, wait for me." When the first light graced the earth, the boy finally returned to the village where the woman awaited. With his last ounce of strength, he handed the sacred divine feather to her. The divine feather. "Save them," he uttered, but before he could finish, he collapsed, succumbing to exhaustion and falling heavily to the ground. He had fainted. Having completed this narrative, Li Mo on stage felt a weight lift from his shoulders and took a deep breath. Throughout the long years of 99 lifetimes, he had endured countless sorrowful tales, all buried deep within his heart, suffocating him. Now, sharing these stories with the people of Liyue alleviated much of his burden. After regaining his composure, Li Mo continued his storytelling. As he spoke, powerful lightning elements coalesced above the inn, forming images from the ancient land of Inazuma. In the vision, at the moment the boy handed the divine feather to the woman, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Time passed in darkness, as the flowing black electric elements gradually healed the boy's wounds. He wished to open his eyes, to know whether Baal and Zebul, the two infant girls, had been saved. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the world again. This state persisted for several days, until at last he awoke. The woman, witnessing the boy's revival, expressed her astonishment. "You have finally awakened. What a miracle! Your injuries were so severe that even I was at a loss. Yet you have healed on your own." The youth gradually awakened, striving to open his eyes, and with a sense of urgency inquired, "How are they?" The woman smiled gently and replied, "Just in time. The divine feather you brought back has saved them." She gestured toward a nearby small bed, where two sleeping infants lay side by side, their cherubic faces utterly enchanting. They were Sister Baal and her younger sibling, Balzeph. Their once charred skin had transformed into a delicate, snow-white complexion under the influence of the sacred divine feather. At that moment, the two infants seemed to sense the youth's gaze and simultaneously opened their eyes, looking up at him. To the youth's astonishment, they cooed in unison, "Brother, we want a hug." Tears welled up in his eyes. In that instant, he felt that everything he had endured was worth it. Witnessing this touching scene, the woman's face broke into a smile of contentment. What clever little ones. In just a few days, they have already learned to speak. At the Wangshu Inn, Li Mo narrated stories from the stage while the audience listened intently below. Through the images coalescing above, infused with the power of thunder, the audience could vividly witness the events transpiring in Inazuma. When they observed the two infants learning to speak and asking the youth for a hug, tears could not be contained. The storyteller was magnificent. Regardless of whether Baal and Balzeph were indeed the thunder goddess, all hoped for their safety. The storyteller had already proclaimed that this was the tale of the thunder goddess. Why, then, did doubts still linger? Wait a moment, someone interjected, Baal and Baalzeph. Why have they not yet acquired the power of the thunder element? Aren't they the thunder goddess? A sense of unease crept in, as many felt that something sinister was afoot. While Liamo took a moment to sip his tea, the audience engaged in spirited discussions about the unfolding narrative. Many sensed discrepancies. This was supposedly the tale of the thunder goddess, yet the focus remained on the thunder demon youth. Moreover, how did such formidable sisters acquire their immense power? On the high platform, Liamo set down his teacup, calming his emotions before continuing the tale of that era. Although the youth had gained the terrifying power of the thunder demon, following his battle with the great Tengu, his vitality had been severely depleted, and the dark thunder element seemed to vanish without a trace. To protect the two infants, he chose to raise them as the future hope of Inazuma, retreating to a secluded mountain village. As the two infants grew, they revealed astonishing talents. Sister Baal excelled in theoretical knowledge, while Sister Baalzeph became engrossed in the mastery of exquisite swordsmanship. Chapter 8. Sisters Named for Thunder. In the chaotic era of the Archon War, time passed swiftly. 14 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Two young infants have blossomed into graceful young maidens. The elder sister, Baal, excels in the pursuit of theoretical knowledge, often sneaking into the boy's study to surreptitiously peruse his notes, thereby acquiring a wealth of governance philosophies, such as the 3 principles of governance and methods of statecraft, not to mention the shogunate system. The younger sister, Baalzeph, is more inclined towards combat, fervently pursuing the pinnacle of martial prowess and frequently clinging to the boy, imploring him to teach her the art of the sword, such as the ultimate strike or the unparalleled and unfettered blow. Although still tender in years, Baalzeph diligently commits these techniques to memory, despite her lack of comprehension. As the sisters mature, they witness the turmoil in Inazuma, the carnage wrought by the Archons, and the suffering of humanity. Gradually, within the kind hearts of the sisters, a dream begins to blossom. They aspire to bring an end to the chaotic war against the Archons, yearning to rescue the people of Inazuma and vanquish all malevolent deities. When such dreams take root, nothing can suppress them. Although they possess neither the vision nor elemental powers, they are determined to confront the Archons with their knowledge and exceptional martial skills. To signify their resolve, the sisters adopt names inspired by the boy's thunderous powers. The elder sister, Baal, becomes known as Raiden Truth, while the younger sister, Baalzeph, takes the name Raiden Shadow. At the Wangshu Inn, upon the boy uttering the names Raiden Truth and Raiden Shadow, a sigh of relief escapes him. It is from this moment that the sisters embark on their path toward becoming the goddess of thunder. In the audience below, upon hearing the names Raiden Truth and Raiden Shadow, a wave of excitement surges through the crowd, igniting the dreams within their hearts. It becomes evident why Inazuma established the shogunate. It is a testament to the boy's teachings. No wonder the goddess of thunder possesses such formidable martial skills, for they were imparted by the boy. The sisters of the thunder are poised for flight. Yet, at this moment, Baal and Baalzeph lack visions and cannot wield elemental powers. Can they truly triumph over the Archons? In a corner of the Wangshu Inn, Qiqi dabs the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, moved by the tale. Shinha, she murmurs, the story he tells is profoundly touching. Do you think the accounts of the Raiden Shogun are true? As the luminary of Liyue, Qiqi has always been a paragon of strength. Yet, upon hearing these poignant narratives, she finds her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who could possibly resist a tale that is both sharp and sweet? Yet, Shinha's expression remained as cold as ever, not because she was unmoved by the story of the Raiden Shogun, but rather due to her own tragic past. Whether true or false, such narratives would inevitably be buried in history, destined to be forgotten by all in due time. However, when Liamo spun his tale, Shinha listened intently, fearing the loss of even the smallest detail. For within the story, she perceived the silhouette of a once familiar companion in the youth's character. Meanwhile, upon the vast sea between Liyue and Inazuma, a colossal ship emblazoned with the insignia of the Raiden Shogun sailed at full speed, soon to reach Liyue harbor. The Raiden Shogun stood at the pinnacle of the vessel, her hand gripping her sword, gazing longingly towards Inazuma. How much longer, son of God? Until we arrive at Liyue harbor? Ye Miko, glancing at the map, replied, It will take us another 2 hours. The Raiden Shogun commanded, Send the order to proceed at full speed. To which Ye Miko, filled with curiosity, pondered what could compel the Raiden Shogun to abandon everything and journey to Liyue. At this moment, in the Wangshu Inn, Li Imo sat steadily atop a high platform. He paused briefly when speaking of thirst, took a sip of tea, and then resumed recounting the tale of the Shogun sisters. As he spoke, potent electro-energy coalesced above the inn, conjuring a virtual depiction of Inazuma. Within this vision, the sisters referred to the young man as their brother. The elder sister, Baal, possessed beauty and kindness, diligently learning a wealth of theoretical knowledge under her brother's tutelage. The younger sister, Baal, was captivated by swordsmanship, eager to master combat techniques alongside her brother. As the days passed, their fervor for their dreams intensified. Baal often implored her sister, Baal, I have perfected my sword technique. Let us challenge the Archon and protect Inazuma. The elder sister, Baal, remained composed, responding, It is not enough. We must seek greater strength. They yearned for power akin to that which their brother had demonstrated in his battles with the mighty Tengu. Yet, in these chaotic times, they had little opportunity for growth. The war against the Archons had reached a tumultuous peak, engulfing every inch of Inazuma's land and every life within it. One fateful day, before they could confront the Archon, a terrifying giant Archon arrived at their doorstep. Upon witnessing the fertile lands and abundant resources, devoid of formidable guardians, the monstrous being showed no mercy. A ferocious assault was unleashed upon the tranquil and serene mountain village. Reminiscent of the slaughter that transpired 14 years prior, the colossal demon, accompanied by its minions, wreaked havoc upon the humble abodes and mercilessly slaughtered the villagers, as if they were mere ants beneath its feet. Amidst the carnage, desperate cries echoed from the villagers. Baal, the malevolent demon Baal has arrived. We must stand against the demon. Quickly, flee with the children. Do not linger. Take the children and escape. They are the hope of Inazuma. The villagers, sacrificing themselves, endeavored to use their frail human forms to stave off the overwhelming terror of the demon, buying precious time for the children to escape. However, their strength proved woefully inadequate. With a single strike, the immense demon ignited a conflagration that engulfed the entire village in flames, extinguishing all resistance. Kill! The great demon bellowed, its voice resounding like thunder. In an instant, the once peaceful village transformed into a hellish battleground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Sisters Baal and Baal were reminded of the tragic events from over a decade ago, their hearts aching with despair. They drew their blades against the terrifying demon. Chapter 9. The Return of the Thunder Demon in Liyue Harbor. At the Wangshu Inn, Li Mo was narrating a tale. Above the inn, the elements of thunder coalesced, projecting the story into a virtual display. Below, the audience gasped as they watched the sisters draw their weapons against the colossal demon, sensing impending doom. Whispers of concern filled the air. No, you cannot possibly defeat the great demon now. Flee. Grow stronger, and do not be reckless. Baal, you lack elemental power. Victory is unattainable. This is disastrous. If you let the thunder god perish, I shall deliver you a blade. Rest assured, the Raiden Shogun cannot die. I worry more for the boy burdened by the thunder demon. The spectators, witnessing this unfolding drama, not only speculated on the plot's trajectory, but began to bicker amongst themselves. The atmosphere thick with tension. Just then, Qiqi's expression hardened, and she rose once more from her seat, unsheathing her sword. A glint of cold light sliced through the air, shattering a table. If you wish to hear the story, silence yourselves. If you do not wish to listen, you may leave. In the name of the Liyue Harbor's Yuhing Star, I declare that whoever utters another word shall face my blade. Truly, she was the Yuhing Star of Liyue. The flash of her sword brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Mo, undeterred by the audience's commotion, resumed his narration. In the name of the Raiden Shogun, Baal, and in the name of the Electro Archon, Baal, they drew their blades against the terrifying demon. At this moment, the two sisters resolutely made their decision. They were determined to fulfill their dream of safeguarding Inazuma and to vanquish all the malevolent deities, bringing peace to their homeland. The elder sister, Baal, inquired, "Are you prepared for battle?" The younger sister, Baal, firmly replied, "I have been training for over a decade for this moment, to slay the wicked gods and protect Inazuma." Together, the sisters unsheathed their blades, confronting the terrifying colossal deity, and charged forward. To the immense god, the sisters appeared as diminutive ants, so feeble that it need not lift a finger. Its minions could easily dispatch them. However, the deity underestimated Baal and Baal-zebul, as well as the fervor of their aspirations. Though devoid of elemental power, their exquisite swordsmanship and unwavering fighting spirit emboldened them, making them stronger with each clash. With their fierce techniques, they felled the minions of the god and pressed onward toward the towering figure. One strike pierced the god's skin. For the first time in millennia, this undefeated giant deity, invincible against all foes, bled. Though it was but a trickle, it ignited its fury. It extended its massive claws toward the sisters, revealing its fangs and unleashing a torrent of flames. The relentless inferno engulfed the village, devouring the very earth beneath. The wrathful deity was overwhelmingly powerful, assaulting the sisters with a crushing force befitting its divine nature. Its claws severed their blades, consuming their very beings, reminiscent of events from over a decade prior. The horrifying god, with a merciless stance, unleashed slaughter upon the frail humans. Baal and Baal-zebul had not anticipated that their years of rigorous training and scholarly pursuits would render them so vulnerable before this terrifying giant. It was over. In a daze, the sisters once again felt the agony of their infancy. In the fleeting moments before consciousness slipped away, they fervently wished for their brother to transform into a hero and descend upon them upon clouds of vibrant colors. Above the inn of Wangshu, Liamo was wholly immersed in the recollections of that life, recounting the tale quietly. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to well in his eyes. As the Raiden sisters were engulfed by flames, the virtual imagery crafted from lightning above the inn abruptly ceased. The audience, discontent, clamored, "Storyteller, why have you stopped? Continue." They are Baal and Baal-zebul. Even without the vision, even devoid of elemental power, they cannot perish at the hands of a deity. Do not let them fall, oh, wretched sisters. They have already endured the searing flames of their infancy. Why must they suffer again? Where's the boy? Where's their brother? He must come forth and save them. The audience's discussions grew fervent. Many began to express their ire towards the boy, demanding he aid the sisters in their fight. Yet he was nowhere to be found. Confronted by the audience's inquiries and accusations, Liamo remained silent. For the spectators below, it was merely an intriguing tale. Yet for Liamo, it was a poignant memory passed down through his 99 lifetimes, a harsh reality he had personally endured. After sipping a cup of clear tea and collecting his emotions, he resumed his narration. As he spoke, the virtual imagery above the inn, conjured by the power of thunder and lightning, began to shift once more. In the vision, two sisters, known by the name of Thunder, were ensnared by the flames of a colossal demon, teetering on the brink of consciousness. In a moment of desperate urgency, the young hunter returned to the village. Upon witnessing the conflagration engulfing his home and seeing Baal and Baal-zebul captured in the demon's grip, he succumbed to madness once again. Why? Despite having lost his elemental powers and sought refuge in the village, did the demon still pursue him? With a resounding cry, the once silent heart, now replaced by the eye of the mutated thunder elemental god, began to throb with renewed vigor. The incessant gathering of thunder elements enveloped him in a shroud of black lightning, transforming the young boy, once of mere human stature, into a towering terror, a thunder demon reborn. Clutching a blade forged from black lightning, he struck at the colossal demon. With a thunderous crash, the black lightning blade severed one of the demon's arms. This battle was earth-shattering, exhibiting a might surpassing that of his clash with the great Tengu over a decade prior, sending tremors through all of Inazuma's demons. In that moment, every demon in Inazuma recognized the resurgence of the fearsome thunder demon, who had once bested the leader of the great Tengu. The battle concluded swiftly. The terrifying thunder demon, embodying the boy, decimated the massive demon with an overwhelming force, rescuing Baal and Baal-zebul from its clutches once more. However, the sisters, much like years ago, bore the scars of flames, their lives hanging by a thread, their remaining consciousness fading gradually. Chapter 10. I declare her a thunder god. She is indeed a thunder god. No, Baal-zebul, you cannot perish. For the thunder demon's power had awakened once more. The boy, ill-versed in wielding elemental forces, suffered immense physical strain, his vitality severely depleted. Blood spilled from his lips as he struggled to rise, cradling his dying sisters, seeking out the same woman he had approached years prior. Please, save them. They are on the brink. This scene mirrored that of a decade past. The sisters, charred beyond recognition, lay on the brink of death, while the wounded youth, dragging his battered body, implored desperately, Years ago, the sacred artifact of the great Tengu clan, the Feather of the Divine, possessed miraculous healing powers. Yet now, the only recourse left to save the two sisters was to seek the Sky Island and beseech the deities residing there. The woman gazed at the scorched forms of the young girls, utterly powerless. Just as it had been 14 years prior, there was no hope for them now. You must relinquish this quest. With your current strength, it is impossible to reach the Sky Island, let alone command the gods, she stated. Her words rang true. Despite the youth having acquired the mutated thunder attribute Divine Eye, transforming him into a formidable demonic entity, he remained unable to rescue the ailing Baal and Baal Zeph. Yet, defiance surged within him. 14 years ago, I battled the great Tengu clan leader, my body shattered and my life force nearly extinguished, yet I was revived. Why can I not save them now? I beseech you to grant them life once more. The woman, filled with resignation, replied, because you possess the Divine Eye. And they do not. You wield the power of thunder, but they lack it. The deity has chosen you as the god of thunder. They are merely ordinary humans. As the god of thunder, the youth was shielded by boundless electrical energy. Even the gravest injuries could be mended as long as his spirit endured. However, Baal and Baal Zeph, lying on the brink of death, were merely two mortal practitioners. Why should they bear such suffering? Despair enveloped the youth. In that moment of hopelessness, an idea struck him. If the sisters could harness the power of thunder, could they be saved? The woman pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, this level of injury would be fatal to a human body. Yet, for the resilient god of thunder, it would be insignificant. Regrettably, they are human, not demigods. At that moment, Baal and Baal Zeph were not the unparalleled thunder gods, nor had they perfected their martial prowess. They were merely two girls with dreams, yearning to protect Inazuma. The youth, upon hearing this, placed a hand over his heart, feeling the divine eye pulsating within, a powerful surge of lightning coursing through him. It was this heart, transformed by the divine eye, that bestowed upon him the might of the thunder demon. Casting a determined glance at the dying sisters, he declared resolutely, "No, I proclaim that they are demigods. They are the most powerful twin thunder gods of all Inazuma." His gaze unwavering, he spoke each word with conviction. At the Wanshu Inn, upon the high platform, Liemo, as if transported to another realm, recounted the tale with fervor, his hand pressed against his chest. 3 millennia had elapsed, yet the heart remained ensnared in anguish. Below the stage, the audience was struck with astonishment. In each mind, a horrifying and absurd thought was conceived. O storyteller, spare us the blade. I shall offer you a razor instead. A premonition of the unfolding narrative dawned upon them. Could it be that the thunder demon would sacrifice himself to revive the Thunder Sisters? Goodness, not like this. Sand had entered their eyes, and tears welled forth. Bricks had lodged in their gaze, and still, tears fell. The audience murmured amongst themselves, some wishing Liemo would take a different path, crafting a heartwarming conclusion instead. Yet, none comprehended that Liemo was not merely narrating a story, but recounting the cycles he had endured. The thunder demon was real, the sisters were genuine. In a secluded corner of the hall, Qiqi of Liyue Harbor, with her jade-like demeanor, shed a single tear. What a splendid tale. If only it could culminate in perfection. I would surely reward him. However, Shinha interjected, some stories are not mere fabrications. From the moment he began to narrate, the ending was already sealed. As the inn was thronged with listeners captivated by Liemo's recounting of the Raiden Shogun saga, 2 uniquely adorned guests entered the Wangshu Inn. One, with cascading dark purple hair and clad in a violet kimono, wielded a matching purple blade named Dream of One's Heart. The other, with her pink hair styled high and fox ears adorning her head, donned the classic attire of a shrine maiden. They swept through the inn, and upon spotting the animated Zhongli, approached without hesitation, seating themselves directly across from him. Zhongli, upon their arrival, set aside his songbird, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise. You have graced Liyue with your presence? What a rare visitor. Now I am curious. Did the tale the storyteller weaves truly transpire? Opposite him, the general, gripping the dream of one's heart, offered no reply, but remained transfixed on Liemo, absorbing the saga that unfolded a millennium ago. On stage, Liemo exhaled deeply, steadying his emotions before continuing. In the age of the Archon War, who would forsake the chance to ascend to divinity to rescue 2 sisters bound not by blood? Who would endure the agony of a shattered heart, relinquishing the opportunity to become a god to another? The youth chose this path. He straightened his posture, the dark electric energy coalescing in his hand, transforming into a gleaming, dark purple blade. With a swift motion, he pierced his own chest. A grotesque wound, deep enough to reveal bone, gushed forth with crimson blood. The excruciating pain, a torment that threatened to render him unconscious, was endured in silence, his teeth clenched, refusing to utter a sound. His expression was cold and resolute as he extracted a gem, shimmering with lightning, from a wound filled with bones. It was his eye of God, and also his heart. The pain multiplied 1,000-fold, the torment 10,000-fold, as the gem flickering with black lightning almost slipped from his grasp, nearly causing the young man to faint. Yet, before he could succumb to death, he had to save his 2 younger sisters. With what remained of his strength and the last vestiges of his lightning magic, he severed the heart of the thunder demon and the eye of God in twain. In that instant, as the heart of the thunder demon shattered, the entire sky, the earth, and the land of Inazuma were enveloped in a terrifying surge of lightning power, akin to the wrath of deities, poised to annihilate the very ground beneath. At that moment, the thunder demon, which instilled fear in the hearts of the gods of Inazuma, was on the brink of demise. Chapter 11. Why not sit and listen to the tale of the young man's second life as Li Imo narrated? Horrifying scenes unfolded above the Wanshu Inn, leaving all listeners in shock. Li Imo did not pause. He continued his tale. The young man, as the thunder demon, was about to fall. Drawing upon his last ounce of strength, he picked up the severed heart of the thunder demon. One half was placed upon the chest of his sister Baal, and the other upon that of his sister Baalzeb. The moment the damaged heart touched their bodies, it instantaneously restored the vitality they had lost. The young man, having exhausted his final strength, tilted and collapsed beside his sisters. From a fearsome thunder demon, he had transformed into a dying figure. Clinging to the last remnants of his consciousness, he whispered a tale of a legendary twin thunder god, valiant and invincible, who unified Inazuma. As the story concluded, the young man smiled and closed his eyes. In the Wanshu Inn, Li Imo slowly recounted the narrative. Below, the audience, upon hearing of the demise of the young man who had turned into the thunder demon, could no longer contain their emotions. They wept profusely. No wonder the sisters could embark on the invincible path of the thunder god as mere mortals. No wonder they emerged, sweeping across Inazuma with an aura of invincibility. So it was. The path they tread was woven by the thunder demon youth before his demise. I'm a grown man. I cannot cry. I must have something in my eye. Could someone please blow it out for me? Is this the end? What happens next? After the thunder god sisters revive, will they bring the young man back to life? The thunder god sisters save the young man. The young man saves the thunder demon sisters. The thunder demon sisters save the young man again. Are you just here to gather data? As the audience learned of the young man's death, who had transformed into the thunder demon, they were left in a state of shock. However, they were dissatisfied with this tragic ending. Some even drew their swords, intent on rushing the stage to let the storyteller Li Imo taste the edge of their blades. Faced with the restless crowd, Li Imo took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. With a voice laced with magnetism, the tale of the thunder god's sisters continues. Time passed. Though its measure was unclear, days, months, or perhaps even years. At long last, the life-threatening plight of the thunder god sisters came to an end as they awakened, infused with the power of the storm. Overjoyed, they set forth to seek their brother, eager to share the joyous news that they could now wield the elemental might to protect him. Yet, despite their exhaustive search, their brother remained elusive. In that moment, a woman approached the sisters, presenting them with a dark purple blade left by the young man. She spoke. He was a foolish child, venturing far and wide to safeguard you. The sisters inquired in unison, when will our brother return? The woman replied, perhaps in a year or 2, or even 3,000 years. Undeterred, the sisters continued their quest. As they sought their brother, they wielded the blade he had left behind, slaying demons and bestowing upon the weapon the name Dreams of the Heart. Years passed, and suddenly, the sisters realized they had vanquished all the demons, conquering the entirety of Inazuma, emerging as the Electro Archon, one of the 7 gods of Teyvat. The storyteller recounted this saga for 2 days, bringing the tale of the twin thunder gods to a close. At Wanshu Inn, silence enveloped the audience. Many believed it to be mere fabrication, a ruse by the storyteller to elicit tears. Cursed storyteller, they thought. Yet, unlike ordinary tales, this one bore a semblance of truth. The sacrifice made for the Thunder God sisters and their gradual evolution felt profoundly real. Some audience members began to question whether the storyteller was recounting mere fiction or a genuine historical account. Did the formidable twin Thunder Gods of Inazuma truly endure such trials? Did the mighty Raiden Shogun truly exist? If only the Raiden Shogun could hear these tales, perhaps the authenticity of the story could be confirmed. Yet, how could the exalted Raiden Shogun ever leave Inazuma to grace an inn in Liyue Harbor? At that moment, in the dim corner of the venue, a woman with cascading dark purple hair, clad in a purple kimono and holding a matching blade, shed a solitary tear. For many years, as the proxy for Raiden Shogun Baal, the Electro Archon had remained steadfast, never allowing herself to weep so freely. Yet now, upon hearing the conclusion of the young man's tale, she found herself utterly undone. The truth emerged. Her brother had not abandoned Inazuma. Instead, he had sacrificed his own heart of lightning to save the Thunder God sisters, influenced by the legacy of Raiden Baal. The Raiden Shogun clutched her blade tightly, her heart filled with dreams, unable to contain her tears. Meanwhile, on the stage, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Mo's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully moved the Raiden Shogun to tears. System reward, 1,000 storytelling points. In this life, Li Mo's identity was that of a storyteller, having amassed over 1,000 storytelling points. However, the system shop had yet to open, rendering his points temporarily unusable. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding. System detects the surrounding environment, triggering a system task. Tell the story of Qiqi. To save Qiqi, who has turned into a zombie. If the host accepts the task, the system shop will be unlocked. If the host declines the task, the system task cannot be re-triggered for 30 days. Seeing that accepting the task would unlock the system shop, Li Mo did not hesitate for a moment and made his choice. Accept the task. Originally, according to Li Mo's plan, he did not wish to tell Qiqi's story so soon. Each recollection of that past life would bring tears to his eyes and pain to his heart. However, it was a tale that had to be told sooner or later. Since the system had triggered the task, he might as well bring forth Qiqi's story ahead of time. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task acceptance successful. Congratulations, host. The system shop is now open. Within the system shop lay an array of countless goods. Powerful 5-star weapons, formidable explosive skills, rare divine eyes. Virtually any item that had ever existed in the land of Teyvat could be exchanged. Even the power of wishes could be redeemed, though it required a staggering 1 million storytelling points to do so. Just as Li Mo was examining the system shop, the Raiden Shogun, seated across from Zhongli, suddenly stood up. In a cold tone, she inquired, Storyteller, may I ask you a question? Did that young man truly perish? At the moment the Raiden Shogun spoke, all the listeners in the Wangshu turned their attention toward her. They beheld the imposing figure of the Raiden Shogun as well as the presence of Zhongli seated opposite her, and began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this woman? Her aura is so commanding. The attire she wears does not seem to belong to Liyue. It resembles the kimonos of Inazuma. Could she be from Inazuma? Is it possible that the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma is aware of the storytelling and has sent someone to eliminate the storyteller? Quick, protect the storyteller. Look, there's another woman with fox ears atop her head, dressed in Miko attire. She is truly enchanting. Almost all the audience members had noticed the standing Raiden Shogun, yet they were predominantly residents of Liyue Harbor and had seldom ventured beyond its borders. With but a fleeting understanding of Inazuma, even upon encountering the Raiden Shogun, Li Mo failed to recognize her true identity. At this moment, as the Raiden Shogun gazed upon him, he too scrutinized her. A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Was this Raiden Shogun the elder sister, Baal, or the younger sister, Ei? No, neither. Though the Raiden Shogun bore an uncanny resemblance to the Divine Sisters, her aura and demeanor markedly differed from theirs. Compared to the Divine Sisters, the Raiden Shogun before him appeared more akin to an emotionless automaton. Despite his bewilderment, Li Mo gradually responded. The boy who perished in that lifetime, having sacrificed himself to save the Divine Sisters, is utterly gone. Yet his soul has embarked upon another cycle of reincarnation. No sooner had he spoken than he inquired, without awaiting the Raiden Shogun's reaction, for 3 millennia. The Divine Sisters have been valiant and invincible, unifying the land of Inazuma and ascending to the exalted position of Shogun. Are they faring well now? Throughout the span of 3,000 years, Though Li Mo had undergone 99 reincarnations and forged countless bonds, the first incarnation of the Raiden sisters remained etched in his memory. If only he could hasten the moment to reunite with the Divine Sisters and once again hear their voices. Before the Raiden Shogun could respond, the audience below, engrossed in the tale, interjected. They have ascended to become the gods of Inazuma, revered by all its citizens, so naturally, they are thriving. However, it is lamentable that Baal, the elder sister, perished during the cataclysm of Kenria. Alas, what a sorrowful tale. If only the Raiden Baal were still alive, perhaps they could reunite with the boy. Though the audience hailed from Liyue, they had heard whispers of the legends surrounding Inazuma. And the fate of Raiden Baal's demise during the Kenria disaster was not lost on them. On the stage, upon learning this disheartening truth, Li Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. The teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering upon impact. "You say the Raiden Baal is dead?" he uttered, unwilling to accept the reality that, after enduring 99 lifetimes and regaining the memories of his past, he was so eager to reunite with the Divine Sisters, only to be met with this devastating news. With a heavy heart, he sought confirmation from the Raiden Shogun. Is it truly so? The Raiden Shogun maintained her icy demeanor, affirming, indeed. Baal perished long ago during the fall of Kenria. As she spoke of Baal, perhaps influenced by Baal's essence, a flicker of emotion crossed the Raiden Shogun's countenance. Hearing this revelation, Li Mo exhaled a deep sigh, lingering in a state of discontent. He contemplated the omnipotent system and immediately established a connection with it. System. Is there any way to resurrect Baal? Ding, system notification. There are 2 methods to resurrect the god of thunder, Baal. First method, complete 100 tasks, and you will receive 10 wishes, which can be used to resurrect the god of thunder, Baal. Second method, consume 1 million storytelling points to obtain a single wish, which can also resurrect the god of thunder, Baal. It can truly be done. Li Mo let out a sigh of relief. Although he had not yet completed the task, and had only a few thousand storytelling points, which rendered him incapable of obtaining the power of a wish, he had already made up his mind to complete the 100th storytelling task. He would make the tales of Hu Tao weep, the stories of Qiqi grieve, the narratives of Shun He sorrowful, and the saga of the Ice Queen mournful, gathering the power of wishes to bring the god of thunder, Baal, back to life. Li Mo gazed at the Raiden Shogun, suppressing the profound emotions within him, and continued to inquire. Is the current god of thunder, Baal, the sister of the deceased? Where is the reigning god of thunder at this moment? Slowly lifting his head, he caught a glimpse of the sword, Muzu Ishin, held by the Raiden Shogun, the sole relic left from his past life. Below the stage, as the ruler of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun held a lofty status, entirely dismissing the existence of an ordinary storyteller from Liyue. However, after a brief moment of silence, she instinctively returned to Li Mo's question. Baalzabul is in pursuit of eternity. No sooner had she finished speaking than she posed another question. Is it true that the deceased boy is trapped in reincarnation? Li Mo answered without hesitation. It is true. He is the boy who has reincarnated for 99 lifetimes. How could it be false? The Raiden Shogun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After countless years, she had finally found a lead on her brother. Do you know where he is in this life? The former god of thunder, Baalzabul, had tirelessly sought her brother and had never given up. Regardless of how many reincarnations occurred or how much time had passed, she was determined to find him. As the substitute for the god of thunder, the Raiden Shogun had naturally inherited the obsession of seeking her brother. Li Mo, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. He could not possibly reveal that he was the brother of the god of thunder sisters from 3,000 years ago, the boy who had undergone 99 lifetimes of reincarnation. Such a confession would expose his identity and severely impact his storytelling mission in this life. Even his desire to resurrect Baal would be jeopardized. Li Mo dared not take that risk. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would never disclose his identity. The Raiden Shogun fixed her gaze intently on Li Mo, and upon noticing his silence, assumed he was merely a fabricator of tales. With a cold sneer, she gripped her sword, Muzu Ishin, and prepared to leave with Yae Miko. As she approached the threshold, the Raiden Shogun's blade, Dreams of One Heart, began to tremble violently, enveloped in flickering black lightning elements. It seemed as though, in the next moment, the consciousness of Baalzabul, hidden within the sword, would burst forth. The Raiden Shogun murmured, Baalzabul, do you wish to hear him continue the tale? No sooner had her words left her lips than a miraculous occurrence transpired. the blade ceased its quaking. Just as the Raiden Shogun hesitated, within the inn, Liemo sat confidently upon a platform, addressing her at the entrance. Since you are intrigued by the young man, why not enter and take a seat to hear the story of his second reincarnation? If you find it satisfactory, I kindly request a 5-star review. Chapter 12. In his second life, he reincarnated in Liyue. In his first life, Liemo, as the Thunder Demon, had excavated his own Thunder Demon heart to rescue the Raiden sisters. According to the laws of Teyvat, departed souls should enter the underworld. However, Liemo's soul did not traverse that path. Instead, with the aid of the system, he immediately embarked on the cycle of his next life, commencing the tasks of his second existence. Below, the audience remained in somber silence for the fallen youth. Upon learning of his reincarnation, their interest was piqued. In ancient times, tales of reincarnation were indeed prevalent. It was said that although the soul remained unchanged, all memories would be lost. Could it be that the young man truly entered the cycle? The storyteller, where did the young man's second life lead him? One could hazard a guess that his second life would still be intertwined with the young man of Inazuma and the Raiden sisters, along with unfinished bonds. Do you think his second life might reincarnate in our Liyue? That would indeed be intriguing, for ancient Liyue Harbor was even more tumultuous than Inazuma. Should he arrive in Liyue, he may very well become a companion of the esteemed Rex Lapis. I hope his second life unfolds in Mondstadt. I long to learn the stories of ancient Mondstadt. It is said that the governing deity of Mondstadt is a most enigmatic figure. In truth, during antiquity, whether in Inazuma, Liyue Harbor, Mondstadt, or other realms, the circumstances were quite similar. They were all embroiled in chaotic battles akin to a survival game among a host of archons, where the one who claimed victory would ascend as the sovereign of the mortal realm. These are the so-called 7 archons. Not only were the listeners captivated, but even the Raiden Shogun began to feel a sense of curiosity. What might her brother's second life be like? Would he still remember the Raiden sisters, or venture to Inazuma in search of them? At that moment, the Raiden Shogun paused at the door, glancing at her blade. Dreams of one heart. She sensed that the consciousness of Baal Zebul within the sword was reluctant to leave the inn. Thus, the Raiden Shogun, accompanied by Yae Miko, once again took her seat across from Zhongli. With a cold expression, she remarked, "Morix, I heard about your demise in Inazuma, yet I never anticipated that you deceived everyone." Upon hearing this, Zhongli's expression remained unchanged. While playfully engaging with a bird, he leisurely replied, "Morix's death has nothing to do with me, Zhongli." Beside them, Yae Miko appeared to comprehend the situation. The young man before her, possessing a somewhat handsome visage, was none other than the Geo Archon of Liyue Harbor, the esteemed ruler of Liyue. It was utterly absurd that he chose to feign death, neglecting the affairs of Liyue, to instead indulge in leisurely pursuits. Yae Miko softly mused. How intriguing, to choose a false death for the sake of leisure. It would make an excellent light novel premise. Perhaps it should be published in the latest issue. I am certain many would be eager to read it. Zhongli maintained his stoic demeanor, asserting, "Do not expose my identity." Yae Miko chuckled lightly. "I am aware." Raiden Shogun, as the Shogun of Inazuma, had previously interacted with Zhongli and understood his character. It was not surprising that he would orchestrate a false death and hold a funeral for himself. She had little desire to engage further with him. Raiden Shogun turned her gaze back to the stage, awaiting the storyteller to recount the tale of her brother's second life. Meanwhile, on the stage, Liemo communicated with the system for a brief moment before preparing to continue his narration. This time, he chose to share the experiences of his second life reincarnation task. In this life, he would become a mentor to Qiqi, imparting knowledge of pharmacology and healing. The story picks up where it left off. The youth, willing to sacrifice his life to save the Raiden sisters, split the heart of Thunder in two and offered it to them. The deceased youth did not enter the realm of the dead, but instead reincarnated into the ancient era of Liyue Harbor. At that time, Liyue was embroiled in a conflict between celestial beings and demons. The populace suffered greatly, their lives in turmoil. The flames of war ignited by this celestial demon conflict ravaged villages and incinerated crops. People continuously fled in search of safety. The reincarnated youth found himself among the throngs of those escaping. Yet in this life, he was no longer a youth but an elderly man with white hair. According to the conventional rules of reincarnation, anyone reborn would typically start as an infant, gradually growing up in this world. However, under the influence of the system's power, the laws of this world had been altered. In this second life, as soon as his soul was reborn, Limo's consciousness entered the frail body of an elderly man, one on the brink of death. How could he possibly fulfill his task in such a state? Discontent with this body, Limo argued with the system for an entire day and night, until ultimately the system compensated him with an array of items, including numerous cultivation manuals and medicinal secrets, allowing him to reluctantly accept his new form. Upon the high platform, as Limo narrated, a powerful elemental force gathered above the Wangshu Inn, conjuring exquisite virtual images. These vivid scenes depicted the ancient era of Liyue, where celestial beings soared through the skies, battling to protect Liyue, while demons wielded their blades, shattering the land. The chaos of war raged on. Witnessing these images, the audience from Liyue reminisced about their harrowing history. It was during the most challenging times that the indomitable Geo Archon valiantly led the celestial beings to vanquish the demons. Indeed, the demons were despicable, and the Archon was formidable. A young boy, having undergone reincarnation, should have emerged as an infant, yet here he was, transformed into an old man. An elderly refugee could hardly alter the course of the celestial demon conflict. Alas, had he retained the form of his first life's thunder demon, he might have aided the Archon in swiftly defeating those vile demons. Though a millennium had passed, every mention of the demons provoked the Liyue populace to grit their teeth in fury, yearning to be reborn in that era, fighting alongside the celestial beings against the detestable demons. At this moment, through Limo's storytelling, the audience was elated to gain deeper insights into the celestial demon war from 1,000 years ago. In a corner of the inn, Qiqi perked up at the mention of tales from the celestial demon conflict. She recalled that Baiju had remarked that although Qiqi appeared diminutive, she had lived for over 1,000 years, having been transformed into her current zombie form during the war. Glancing at Qiqi, Qiqi mused on the irony of this seemingly delicate, adorable girl being a figure from such a tumultuous time. She wondered if the storyteller would mention Qiqi in his narrative. Shunhe, upon hearing this, calmly remarked, "I believe the one who transformed Qiqi into a zombie may not necessarily be a villain." Qiqi frowned. Is there truly a good person capable of turning Qiqi into such a state? Shunhe remained silent. The truth of history is often buried, rarely seen by the eyes of many. At this moment, no one noticed that as Limo began recounting stories from the second life, the most attentive listener in the entire inn was not the citizens of Liyue, nor Qiqi, Shunhe, or Zhongli, but rather Qiqi. With her head tilted, she gazed at the storyteller with curiosity, finding him increasingly endearing. Chapter 13. The Boastful Elder. The first use of the command at this moment, Qiqi, still tilting her head to listen, suddenly produced a sprig of Qixing grass, presenting it to Qiqi. Qiqi, eat the Qixing grass to heal. Poor Qiqi inadvertently triggered a peculiar command once again. Qiqi gazed at the Qixing grass with a look of disdain. Ever since she became friends with Qiqi, she had been coerced into consuming the Qixing grass daily, to the point of nearly feeling nauseous. She found it incomprehensible how this adorable little zombie could possess such an abundance of Qixing grass. Did she really uproot every single blade from the cliffs? Moreover, Qiqi simply could not fathom why Qiqi insisted on gathering so much of it to feed to others. She speculated whether it was related to Qiqi's past experiences. With a hint of exasperation, Qiqi remarked, "I understand that Qixing grass is an excellent medicinal herb, but I truly am not ill. If I continue to consume it, I shall surely become unwell." Yet, Qiqi, resembling a compassionate healer, gazed at Qiqi with concern. Those little eyes, so pitiful. Even Qiqi found it unbearable. All right, I shall eat it." After saying this, Qiqi took the Qixing grass and placed it in her mouth. It was sweet. Curiosity piqued. Qiqi wondered why what was supposed to be a bitter herb transformed into something sweet when taken from Qiqi's hands. Could it be that Qiqi possessed some special magic? In the next moment, Qiqi, and Shunhe, along with all the audience below, turned their gaze towards the stage and the virtual images displayed above the inn. On stage, Limo took a sip of tea and began to recount the tale of the second life. As Limo narrated, the lightning elements above the Wangshu Inn coalesced into flickering virtual images. The scenes depicted the contents of Limo's storytelling. In ancient times, compared to Inazuma, Mondstadt, and Snezhnaya, Liyue Harbor was a land of abundance. The fields were lush with crops, yielding a bountiful harvest. The forests were brimming with wild fruits, and the cliffs were adorned with medicinal herbs. The people lived in peace and prosperity. However, the appearance of the demons disrupted this harmony. They torched the fields, ravaged the forests, and polluted the herbs, transforming Liyue into a chaotic realm. Starving, the people embarked on a journey of migration. Among the throngs of migrants was a peculiar old man, who often ventured into perilous situations for a tattered piece of talisman paper. He would climb towering cliffs in search of a single Qiqi grass. Frequently, he would mutter strange incantations while attempting to manipulate insects or even small animals, all in pursuit of researching bizarre decrees. Each time, the people would mock him. "Look, that old fool is at it again, studying useless things. Rather than delving into such trivialities, he should lie down and ponder what food he might eat tomorrow." The old man would retort angrily, "You young ones know nothing. The elemental power of this talisman can grant immortality. This herb, known as Qiqi grass, can delay aging, cure ailments, and save lives. Such decrees are forms of wondrous celestial magic." The old man seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation. The elder introduced the mystical arts he studied. Yet the crowd responded with disdain, questioning their utility. "What good are they? Have you become an immortal? After all this study, are you not still left hungry?" The elder momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he earnestly replied, "Mastering these arts will indeed lead to immortality." Upon hearing of the elder's aspiration, the crowd erupted in mockery. "Here is a man who can't even fill his belly, yet he dreams of becoming an immortal. What a delusional fantasy. There must be limits to such boasting. This old fool is bound to starve." In the eyes of those fleeing, the elder appeared an eccentric, a braggart. Thus, a group from the depths of Liyue, filled with laughter and chatter, began their migration towards the coastline, lured by tales of an abundance of fish and meat. However, as they approached the shore, misfortune struck. They encountered a marauding demon. At this point, Liamo on stage felt parched and took a sip of water. Though many years had passed, the tale of this lifetime remained etched in his memory as one of his most profound experiences. Meanwhile, below the stage, the audience seized the opportunity during Li Mo's brief respite to discuss the story just told. As residents of Liyue, they recalled the long-standing fears from the era of the war between immortals and demons, even after a millennium. As a storyteller of Liyue, why speak of an old man instead of the esteemed Archon? I am sorely disappointed. This old man boasts so shamelessly, a mere mortal. Aspiring to be an immortal, what audacity. No wonder his peers ridicule him. Yet, the elder's incantations and talismans struck a chord of familiarity. Had they not seen something similar before? They recognized the talismans adorning Qiqi's head, pondering if this old man was the cause of her transformation into a zombie. This old wretch is clearly up to no good. I hope Qiqi never falls into the hands of this braggart. Clearly, when the onlookers noted the resemblance between the elder's talismans and Qiqi's, their feelings towards the elder soured. Just then, as they spoke ill of him, a surge of lightning elemental power erupted from a corner of the inn, aiming to chastise the audience, only to be thwarted by an equally potent force of earth. The Raiden Shogun, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Zhongli, why do you impede me?" Zhongli, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "I am here to protect my people." The Raiden Shogun's expression turned frosty. "Humph. This is not Inazuma," as she momentarily stifled her fury, raising her gaze to continue listening to Li Mo's tale of the second life. Liamo took a sip of water and continued to recount the experiences of his second life cycle, intertwined with the tale of Qiqi. As he narrated, powerful elemental lightnings surged above the Wangshu Inn, conjuring a series of vivid, ethereal images reminiscent of a film screening, continuously playing in sync with his storytelling. In these scenes, the people of Liyue fled to the coastal shores, desperately trying to escape the clutches of malevolent beings, driven by the primal need for sustenance. However, just as they neared the Liyue coast, misfortune struck, and they encountered the slaughtering demons. In a frantic bid for survival, voices rang out, "Run for your lives." It is said that the Archon resides at the Liyue coast. If we can find him, we may yet survive. You old fool. Aren't you capable of commanding the elements? Aren't you practicing celestial arts? Go and fight the demons. What a load of nonsense. I have yet to master my celestial arts. With desperation, the crowd fled. The young and vigorous surged to the forefront, while the frail and the ailing lagged behind. Among them, a white-haired elder found himself at the rear, equally terrified of the demons, running with all his might. He had no wish to perish before he could successfully command the elements or master his celestial arts. Fortunately, there was only one demon, yet many scattered people. However, at that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air from behind the elder. "Ah, help! Is there anyone who can save me?" Clearly, another unfortunate soul had been caught by the demon. The elder yearned to escape swiftly, but, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure, a young girl, fallen to the ground, seemingly having twisted her ankle. He recognized her, while others mocked him for pursuing celestial arts. This little girl had always encouraged him, believing he could become a true immortal. She had even helped him gather 7-star grasses and collect materials for crafting talismans. The elder felt a surge of emotion and resolved to save this spirited girl. Thus, he halted before her, asking, "Little one, where is your mother? The demon is closing in. Why aren't you fleeing with her?" Upon hearing the mention of her mother, the girl's previously cheerful expression turned somber. "I have no mother." The elder instantly comprehended the grim reality. In this chaotic era of conflict between celestial beings and demons, far too many children had been orphaned. Yet, to survive in such tumultuous times after losing one's parents demanded immense courage and strength. The elder sighed, risking his life amidst the threat of the demon to tend to the girl's injured ankle. He applied some medicinal herbs to her wound, and feeling the coolness upon her injury, the little girl beamed and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." However, just as the elder was treating her ankle, the other refugees had already fled far ahead. Yet, the terrifying demon did not pursue the fleeing individuals. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon the elderly man and the young girl. With its dreadful claws extended towards them, the elderly man grasped the girl's arm, and together they narrowly evaded the demon's colossal strike. Clearly, this demon was of the lowest rank and possessed only meager strength. Had a more formidable demon been present, a single blow would have sufficed to extinguish the lives of both the elderly man and the girl. In the face of death, the young girl suddenly declared, "Grandpa, my foot is injured, and I can no longer run. Hurry and escape." With the innocence of an angel, she uttered the most desperate of words, offering herself as a sacrifice to buy time against the demon, all for the sake of a feeble old man who was often mocked and bragged excessively. Even the elderly man was deeply moved. In this era of celestial and demonic warfare, who would willingly serve as bait to save a stranger? Who would voluntarily allow a demon to consume them, granting others the chance to flee? Only this young girl would. The old man, touched by her selflessness, could not bear the thought of this kind-hearted girl falling prey to the demon's voracious appetite. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "Little girl, do you believe in the magic I am studying?" The girl's expression remained blissfully naive as she replied, "Of course I believe. Once Grandpa perfects his magic, he will surely become a powerful immortal and drive all the demons away. He will save the entire Liyue." Her adorableness and innocent anticipation of a hero's arrival shone brightly. The old man's face took on a peculiar expression. "I understand now. Thank you for believing in me." He had never expected anyone to place their faith in his studies of magic. In the next moment, the once hunched elder straightened his back, enduring the pain as he faced the advancing demon. In a hushed tone, he proclaimed, "Today, let me show you the command I have been studying." Truth be told, despite his long endeavors in the realm of magic, he had never successfully wielded it. He held no assurance of success now. Yet he could not allow this girl, who had shown him kindness, to perish beneath the demon's claws, nor be devoured by it. Standing resolutely against the demon, the elderly man bellowed, "Those who engage in battle, array yourselves before me." Command. He invoked the command he had been diligently researching, a spell capable of controlling other beings. In an astonishing turn of events, as the demon charged forth, its claws poised to strike the old man's forehead, it suddenly halted, as if ensnared. Its massive form suspended in midair, its talons lingering above without descending. Cold sweat oozed from the elder's body, and fear was etched upon his countenance. However, at that moment, he succeeded in wielding the decree he had labored over for so long. Nearby, a little girl beheld this scene, her small face radiating admiration. "Grandpa is truly remarkable. He has indeed transformed into an immortal." At that instant, within the confines of the Wangshu Inn, Li Mo recounted tales on stage while the audience listened intently below. Initially, when they learned that the protagonist of this life was an elderly man prone to boasting, and potentially the villain responsible for harming Qiqi, their interest in the story waned. Some even openly criticized the elderly character. In his previous life, he had been a kind-hearted youth, yet in this reincarnation in Liyue, he had morphed into a boastful old man. However, When the audience glimpsed the little girl depicted on the screen, they were struck dumb. This girl bore a startling resemblance to Qiqi. Or rather, could she not be the young Qiqi herself? A wave of alarm washed over them. This boastful old man had indeed targeted Qiqi. Many began to shout, urging Qiqi to steer clear of this nefarious figure and not to trust him. They speculated that it was likely this old man who had transformed Qiqi into a zombie. Yet, when the audience witnessed the boastful elder standing protectively before Qiqi, employing the decree to subdue the demon, they were left in stunned silence. This wicked old man had genuinely wielded the decree. I knew it. Qiqi's transformation into a zombie is inextricably linked to him. The decree, the talismans, the immortal arts, it all points to him as the one responsible for turning Qiqi into a zombie. Regardless of the circumstances, he has indeed rescued Qiqi from the demon. Wait. A sudden thought struck me. The decree may not qualify as immortal arts, suggesting that this old man never truly attained the status of an immortal. He is a fraud. Despite the elder's actions saving Qiqi, the audience held no fondness for him. However, in a corner by a table, Qiqi tilted her small head, gazing at the image of the old man on the end screen, utterly transfixed. Who was this elder? Why had she forgotten him and all she had once experienced? What transpired during the era of the battle between immortals and demons? In the next moment, fragments of memories flooded Qiqi's mind. She hastily retrieved her notebook, intent on piecing together her shattered recollections into a cohesive narrative. Chapter 14. Raised by an immortal beast, Qiqi becomes the elder's disciple. Qiqi's memory was exceedingly poor. To ensure the smoothness of daily life, she carried a notebook with her at all times, filled with numerous important matters. Unfortunately, the memories of her life before becoming a zombie had long since faded into oblivion. Yet now, as Liemo narrated on stage, fragments of long-lost memories surged in Qiqi's mind. She envisioned a dark cavern, witnessed the raging fires of a celestial battle, and glimpsed an elderly man with silvery hair. Qiqi's petite form instinctively curled up, reminiscent of a time thousands of years ago when she huddled in that very dark cave, pressing tightly against Qiqi. A profound sense of fear engulfed her. The expression on Qiqi's face twisted in pain as she murmured, "Qiqi wants to go home." She curled up tighter, seeking comfort against Qiqi, her helpless whispers filling the air. Noticing Qiqi's distress, Qiqi, concerned, inquired, "Qiqi, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Can a zombie even fall ill?" She hurriedly assisted Qiqi to her feet. Although her own existence had not spanned as long as Qiqi's, she had always regarded Qiqi as a child in spirit. Qiqi remained lost in her thoughts, softly repeating, "Qiqi wants to go home." But where, indeed, was her home now? Was it in the afterlife hall? No. The home that lingered in Qiqi's memory was not there, nor was it with Baiju, but rather a humble dwelling constructed of thatch, where her master awaited her return. Qiqi longs to return to that home. Shinha gently caressed Qiqi's wrist and was astonished to discover that the power within Qiqi was not elemental energy, but rather celestial force. A chaotic celestial energy coursed through the petite body of the zombie. Meanwhile, on stage, Liemo had immersed himself in the memories of that past life, earnestly recounting the tale. When he spoke of the elder wielding the power of the decree, he softly chanted, "Those who battle in formation advance before." Remarkably, a ripple of elemental energy indeed manifested before his palm, captivating the audience with its wonder. Even Raiden Shogun and Yae Miko from Inazuma, along with Zhongli from the Afterlife Hall, couldn't help but glance in awe. Such a miraculous decree. It was neither elemental power nor celestial strength, but a force of life itself. As Liemo continued his narrative, a virtual image composed of lightning shifted above the inn, depicting the elderly man in the story, who, in the final moment of being attacked by demons, successfully harnessed the power of the decree to temporarily restrain the fiends. The little girl cheered exuberantly, exclaiming, "Immortal, immortal. The old man has truly transformed into an immortal." In her eyes, this elderly gentleman was the legendary being who had saved her, her great hero. However, the old man was acutely aware that he was not wielding any mystical powers. He had merely employed a command to temporarily subdue the demon's form. If he did not vanquish it, it would not be long before the demon broke free from the command's grasp and turned upon him and the little girl. The old man could not afford to squander time. He hastily seized a knife and plunged it into the demon's body, delivering a fatal blow. After wiping the blood from his hands, he approached the little girl and asked, "My dear, do you have any family in Liyue?" Even if the girl had lost her parents, he felt a pressing need to ensure she was returned to her kin for his own peace of mind. Upon hearing the word family, the little girl looked up at him, bewildered, not fully grasping its meaning. What does family mean? The old man was at a loss. How had she survived in such chaotic times without even understanding the concept of family? He inquired again, what did you eat and drink before? How had a girl without parents or relatives managed to grow up amidst the turmoil of a war between immortals and demons? It was indeed a miracle. The little girl pondered for a moment before responding, I used to live in a vast, expansive forest, filled with countless small animals and a sisterly immortal beast with red horns. Every day, she would bring me coconut milk to drink. A hint of sadness crossed her face as she realized she did not know the sisterly beast's name. All she knew was that it was the immortal beast who had cared for her, nurturing her from an unwanted infant into the girl she was now. However, due to the demon's invasion, the sisterly beast had vanished, prompting her to leave the forest and join a group of refugees. Can I follow you, old man? I promise I won't cry or cause trouble. I'm easy to take care of, the little girl said, gazing at him with affection. The old man was momentarily taken aback. Observing her tattered clothes, he sighed. Well, all right. You may accompany me from now on. As long as I have food, I shall ensure you do not go hungry. A gentle smile graced his face. The little girl beamed. Thank you, Grandpa. The old man quickly retorted. Do not call me Grandpa. I am not as old as you think. You may call me Master. The girl was overjoyed, thrilled to have a master of her own. Master, will you teach me the ways of immortality? She asked eagerly. The old man chuckled, of course. But first, what is your name? He had encountered the little girl several times amidst the throngs of refugees, yet he still did not know her name. Upon hearing this, the young girl's expression turned despondent. I have no name. The fairy beast's sister did not give me one. The elder, upon hearing her lament, scrutinized her from head to toe. Ultimately, he noticed a sprig of seven-star grass nestled in her arms and suggested, why not call you seven-star grass? No, it's better to call you Qiqi, the 7 in 7-star grass. Upon hearing her new name, Qiqi beamed with joy. Qiqi sounds wonderful. I have a name now. Despite the pain in her ankle, she stood up and joyfully twirled around the elder. At that moment, within Wang Shuin, as Li Mo recounted the tale of how the elder named Qiqi, he couldn't help but glance up, his gaze drifting towards a corner of the audience. Indeed, there he spotted Qiqi's frail silhouette. However, the once cheerful Qiqi had now lost her smile, transformed into a vacant, lifeless figure. Simultaneously, in the audience, as listeners heard Li Mo mention that the little girl in the story was also named Qiqi, they turned their eyes to the corner where Qiqi sat and began to murmur. The girl in the story resembles Qiqi so much, and her name is the same. What a coincidence. I suspect the Qiqi in the tale is the zombie Qiqi. The previous tale spoke of the ancient thunder god, while this one narrates the story of Qiqi from the celestial and demonic era. Curiosity arose. How did Qiqi become a zombie? A blind guess suggests it must have something to do with that old man. I hope he isn't the cause of Qiqi's plight. Otherwise, I shall surely take my vengeance upon him. The audience buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, at a table in the corner, Qiqi leaned weakly against Qiqi's shoulder, as if ill. Her body frail. She kept murmuring, Qiqi wants to go home. Yet, how could Qiqi, being a zombie, fall ill? Even the celestial disciple Shun He, standing nearby, could not discern what was amiss. Qiqi anxiously suggested, shall we take her to the Hall of Rebirth and let that rascal Hu Tao examine her? Shun He frowned and replied, no, Qiqi is terrified of Hu Tao. If we bring her to Hu Tao, she will only become more frightened. Who can help Qiqi? At that moment, Li Mo on stage also noticed the change in Qiqi below. He hurriedly inquired of the system. System, what is happening to Qiqi? Beep. System notification. Analysis of character Qiqi complete. According to the system's assessment, since Qiqi is a zombie, awakening the memories of her past life has disrupted the balance of the celestial power within her body, which may lead her to fall into a deep slumber once more. Originally, it had taken Qiqi a millennium to stabilize the celestial power within her after awakening from the amber. However, now, due to the story Li Mo was narrating, Qiqi's memories from her past life had been successfully awakened, thereby disturbing the celestial power within her once again. Li Mo heard the system announce that Qiqi might have fallen into a deep slumber and inquired once more, is there any way to assist Qiqi? Ding. The system responded, Qiqi possesses celestial power within her, yet her physical form is that of a zombie. You may use the celestial spirit pill to transform Qiqi's body into that of a celestial being, converting her from a zombie into a true immortal. A millennium ago, in that lifetime, Imo sought to harness the power of command to resurrect the deceased Qiqi, aiming to bring her back to life. However, although he succeeded in reviving her, she did not ascend to immortality. Instead, she became a zombie. Celestial Spirit Pill, exchange price, 1,000 listening points. Would you like to exchange it immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Imo declared, exchange it now. In the next instant, a pill emanating an aura of celestial power appeared in Imo's hand, exuding an overwhelming presence. The moment the pill manifested, everyone in the Wangshu and felt the powerful celestial energy, their astonishment palpable. Is this truly the essence of immortality? How could it be? Perhaps he is a mighty celestial from ancient times, which explains his extensive knowledge of such eras. No, it is not the storyteller's strength, but rather the power of the pill in his grasp. Have you ever heard of the formidable celestial spirit pill, capable of transforming one into an immortal with just a single consumption? Upon hearing the name, the patrons of the inn were struck with awe. Such a pill dates back to the ancient era, and even then, it had only appeared once. Under the astonished gazes of all, Imo lifted the celestial spirit pill and tossed it towards Qiqi. Greed flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they watched the pill soar through the air. Yet none dared to seize it. In the next moment, Qiqi, seated beside Qiqi, reached out and caught the celestial spirit pill. The instant she made contact with the pill, she felt a surge of immense celestial power radiating from within. She immediately comprehended that this pill was genuine. Confused, she glanced at the storyteller on the stage, puzzled by Imo's intentions in offering such a priceless treasure to a stranger, a mere zombie. In a raspy voice, Imo proclaimed, "This pill is to save Qiqi." Qiqi replied, "Thank you." She was utterly astonished that this peculiar storyteller would use a celestial spirit pill to rescue an unfamiliar zombie. Though bewildered, she placed the pill into Qiqi's mouth. Indeed, after consuming the celestial spirit pill, the celestial energy within Qiqi began to stabilize. Moreover, her previously pallid complexion began to show hints of color, leaving Qiqi in a state of wonder. Indeed, the celestial spirit elixir possesses the remarkable ability to transform an ordinary individual into an immortal in an instant. It proves equally effective against the undead. On the stage, after bestowing the elixir upon Qiqi, Imo found himself unable to gaze upon her any longer and instead took a sip of tea. Under the expectant eyes of the audience, he continued to recount the tale of his life with Qiqi. As his narrative unfolded, the still image above the inn began to shift once more. In this scene, the elderly protagonist took in a homeless young girl, bestowing upon her the name Qiqi. Subsequently, he utilized the herbs and talismans he carried to heal her sprained ankle. Together, they evaded the malevolent spirits, journeying towards the shores of Liyue. After 3 days and nights of travel, they successfully eluded their pursuers and arrived at the yet-to-be-excavated coastline, which the locals referred to as Liyue Port. Gazing at the vast ocean, Qiqi joyfully exclaimed, "Master, there will be no more murderous spirits here." Yet, the elder wore a troubled expression, remarking, "One day, the spirits shall inevitably invade this place." Unperturbed, Qiqi responded with innocent optimism, "Master knows celestial arts, surely. You can defeat the spirits and protect me." With that, she grasped a wild grass taller than herself and uprooted it with determination. They intended to use the grass to construct a shelter, shielding themselves from the elements. Soon, the elder and Qiqi toiled together, pulling up numerous tall grasses and discovering broken branches within the coastal woods. United in their efforts, they fashioned a thatched cottage, their humble abode. Suddenly, Qiqi clutched her stomach and said, "Master, I am hungry." Gurgle, gurgle. Not only Qiqi, but even the elder's stomach echoed her sentiments. With a smile, he asked, "What would you like to eat, Qiqi? Fish, fruits from the trees, or perhaps herbs?" The shores of Liyue were an unspoiled treasure trove. As long as one was willing to labor, finding sustenance was not a daunting task. However, Qiqi shook her head, declaring, "Master, I wish to drink coconut milk." The elder was momentarily taken aback. Where could one find coconut milk along the shores of Liyue? Securing even a morsel was already a stroke of fortune. "Come, let us gather 7-star grass together. I shall prepare a 7-star grass feast for you." This feast consisted of cold 7-star grass, roasted 7-star grass, and boiled 7-star grass. As a medicinal herb, seven-star grass was renowned for its healing properties and longevity, making it the elder's most utilized remedy. Taking Qiqi's hand, he stepped out of the thatched cottage, carrying the young girl upon his back. After a strenuous climb up the sheer cliffs, the elder procured the first herb and presented it to Qiqi. This herb is known as clove, while another is called woodgrass, and yet another, celestial ginseng. Though the elder's health remains robust, he is acutely aware that his vitality is waning. He realizes that his time in this world is limited and yearns to impart his extensive knowledge of herbal medicine, incantations, and unfinished celestial arts to an exceptional disciple, thus nurturing a true healer. However, both the elder and Qiqi remain oblivious to the looming battlefield between demons and immortals, which has once again expanded towards the coastline, where formidable demons are engaged in fierce combat with immortals. Even the Liyue coast is no longer a sanctuary. Their recently begun tranquil and blissful life is poised to be shattered by the demons once more. Chapter 15. Qiqi's desire to return home at the Wangshu Inn. Below the stage, the audience listened intently as Li Mo recounted tales, their gaze fixed upon the scenes unfolding above. They beheld the elder and Qiqi arriving at the coast, constructing their own thatched cottage, foraging numerous herbs from the cliffs, and catching plenty of fish from the sea, no longer suffering from hunger. Witnessing such a harmonious narrative, the audience felt immense relief. The storyteller had finally turned his life around, abandoning his previous ways. If the elder and Qiqi were to reside here for eternity, it would indeed be a pleasant existence, free from the fears of demon incursions. Yet, concerns lingered. The elder, appearing untrustworthy, raised alarms. How could he possibly harm Qiqi, who was merely a young girl? The elder's ability to wield incantations and transform Qiqi into a zombie must surely be connected to him. The majority of the audience consisted of locals from Liyue Harbor. Naturally, they felt compelled to protect Qiqi. Upon witnessing the demons threatening her, they longed to leap into the illusory scene and confront the demons. When they saw Qiqi in hunger, they wished to rush forth and assist her in finding sustenance. However, when they observed Qiqi finally arriving at the Liyue coast, evading the demons, an overwhelming joy swept through the audience. On stage, Li Mo scarcely paused, taking only a brief respite before resuming his storytelling. As he narrated, the elemental forces of lightning coalesced once more into a vivid scene above the inn. In this display, the elder, now with hair as white as snow, understood that his days were numbered. Consequently, he devoted all his remaining time to teaching Qiqi. He instructed her in the creation of talismans, the employment of mystical powers akin to celestial arts, and the crafting of decrees to govern other beings, while instilling in her a deep reverence for life. The elder instructed Qiqi in the art of identifying medicinal herbs, annotating the properties of each and preparing baths infused with the harvested herbs to aid her cultivation. Qiqi, an exceptionally gifted child, possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning, mastering any knowledge presented to her with remarkable speed. Within a mere month, she had not only learned to draw talismans, but had surpassed the elder in skill. In just 20 days, she had grasped the creation of decrees, and immediately upon learning this, she was able to command the birds in the sky and the fish in the water. After half a month, she had also mastered the art of climbing sheer cliffs, scaling heights to gather the seven-star grass for her master. From that moment on, Qiqi diligently harvested baskets full of seven-star grass daily, presenting them to the elder with joy, exclaiming, "Master, look, with this seven-star grass, you will grow ever younger." Each time, the elder would smile gently and correct her, saying, "Silly child, the seven-star grass merely replenishes life energy and slows aging. It cannot restore youth." During this period, Qiqi basked in happiness. She enjoyed plentiful meals and the privilege of learning from the elder, her face constantly adorned with a smile. As the weather turned colder, to prepare for the long winter ahead, she assisted the elder in catching numerous fish, preserving them in the snow or hanging them on the walls of their thatched cottage. The cottage grew quite chilly in winter, yet the elder would regale Qiqi with tales of the little girl who sold firecrackers, captivating her attention and allowing her to forget the cold. As spring approached, with the melting of snow and the warming of the Liyue coast, Qiqi eagerly asked, "Master, will you teach me the art of immortality?" The elder replied, "Just a little longer." Over time, he imparted all his knowledge to Qiqi, fulfilling his life's purpose. However, his body grew increasingly frail, and his life essence waned. Aware of the trajectory of his decline, the elder understood that his time was limited. At last, one day, he summoned Qiqi to his side and declared, "Qiqi, my most significant research in this lifetime has been the art of immortality. Now, I shall teach it to you." Overjoyed, Qiqi exclaimed, "Master, what is the name of this art?" The elder's expression softened with kindness as he replied, "It is called the Jade Slip Immortal Method." Elated, Qiqi rejoiced, "I will learn the art of immortality." However, curiously, no matter what methods she employed, she could not manifest the immortal techniques. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Could it be that I am not practicing diligently enough? Thus, Qiqi threw herself into her training with fervor. Time passed swiftly. A few months had gone by. While mere months seemed a long span for mortals, for immortals and demons, it was but the duration of a fleeting battle. As the elder's life drew to a close and his strength diminished, the war between immortals and demons finally spread to the shores of Liyue. The immortal wielded formidable celestial magic, driving the demon to the precipice below, where the ultimate battle unfolded in this desolate expanse. All surrounding creatures were drawn into the fray, including the elder and the timid Qiqi. They sensed the terrifying power of the celestial demonic clash and heard the resounding echoes of the conflict. The elder cradled the frightened Qiqi, seeking refuge in a thatched cottage, yearning for the celestial demonic war to conclude swiftly. However, at that moment, a wounded demon stealthily escaped the battlefield and discovered the elder's humble abode by the coastline. With a single swipe, the demon obliterated this warm sanctuary. Faced with the menacing demon, blood dripping from its maw, the timid Qiqi summoned her courage once more, positioning herself defiantly before the elder. "Please, if you must eat, then consume me instead. Spare my master." In her anxiety, Qiqi even forgot the command her elder had taught her. Yet, despite her earnest pleas, the demon advanced relentlessly, raising its claws toward them. In the next instant, as the demon lunged, Qiqi shielded her head with both arms, standing protectively in front of her master. Just as the demon was about to strike Qiqi, the elder expended the last remnants of his vitality. Invoking the command, "Those who engage in battle shall line up in formation," a spurt of blood erupted as he forcefully interrupted the demon's assault. However, the frail elder's strength was woefully insufficient. Even if he managed to restrain the demon, it would only be for a fleeting moment. Mere seconds passed, and the halted demon, with its maw dripping blood, lunged once more at Qiqi. Overwhelmed with fear, she desperately wished for her master to unleash celestial magic to banish the demon before her and all the demons plaguing Liyue. The elder shouted urgently at Qiqi, "Get away." Utilizing his final strength, he pushed Qiqi aside, resolutely placing his frail, white-haired body in the path of the demon's strike. The demon's claws pierced the elder's chest. Yet he gritted his teeth, sacrificing the last of his life force to wield celestial magic. Jade signed celestial technique. Open the box. Instantly, celestial energy surged forth, enveloping the demon in an icy embrace centered around the elder. The demon's form was consumed at a visible pace by the chilling light. Miraculously, the elder's shattered chest began to mend before the eyes. This was the true essence of celestial magic, the very art the elder had devoted his life to mastering. In his final moments, the elder, who had boasted throughout his life, finally succeeded in wielding celestial magic. Under the healing power of the spell, the elder's pierced chest was restored to its former state. Yet within the frail body of the elder, the vitality, depleted by the consumption of celestial arts, had dwindled to a mere whisper of life. It would not be long before death claimed him. The elder opened his eyes, grasping Qiqi's hand, and uttered, "I am sorry, but I can no longer protect you. You must learn to care for yourself, depart from the shore, and evade the demons." He wished fervently that he could shield Qiqi forever, to witness her blossom into adulthood. Alas, his corporeal form was far too decayed to endure until that day. Qiqi clutched the elder's hand, and as she sensed the gradual ebbing of his life force, panic washed over her. "Master, I cannot bear to lose you." Suddenly, a thought struck her, the 7-star herb. It could restore vitality. "Master, eat it quickly, it will heal you." In haste, Qiqi retrieved a 7-star herb from her pocket and pressed it into the elder's mouth. Its sweetness lingered, and the herb's power offered a faint replenishment of life force. Yet, this meager vitality was of little consequence to one so close to the brink of death. Undeterred, Qiqi produced more 7-star herbs, feeding them to the elder. "Master, eat the 7-star herbs, it will cure you." An abundance of the herbs barely staved off the elder's demise. Qiqi naively believed that with enough 7-star herbs, she could restore her master's life, continuing to feed him one after another. However, when she reached into her pocket once more for the herbs, her fingers met only emptiness. She had exhausted her supply. "Master, wait for me. I will climb the cliff and gather more 7-star herbs for you." Ignoring her master's protests, she fashioned a basket from twigs and, with all her might, began her ascent up the cliff. Below, the battlefield of the celestial and demonic war raged. Powerful celestial beings were engaged in their final confrontation with the demons. Qiqi, a mere child, had never witnessed such a harrowing scene. Fearful of the demons, she instinctively turned to flee, but then halted. No, she could not run away. If she did, her master would surely perish. She had to gather the 7-star herbs. To heal her master, to restore him to health, to have him play with her again. Qiqi murmured to herself, still blissfully believing that an abundance of the herbs could save her weary master. With utmost caution, she began to harvest the 7-star herbs. She dared not look at the demons below, closing her eyes in terror, feeling her way along the cliff as she collected the precious herbs. But she was just a small girl, trembling in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, her foot slipped. Qiqi's tiny frame tumbled down the rocky precipice. In agonizing pain, Qiqi tightly clutched her small head, gritting her teeth to stifle any sound. No matter how excruciating it was, she refused to relinquish the 7-star grass. She was determined to bring it back to her master to heal him, to save him. However, when Qiqi opened her eyes after tumbling down the cliff, she was horrified by the celestial battle unfolding before her. Countless demons were viciously tearing at the immortals, their blood mingling in a gruesome spectacle that splattered across Qiqi's face. Terrified, she turned to flee, but as she attempted to rise, her legs, swollen from the impact with the rocks, betrayed her, causing her to fall once more. In her heart, she silently called out for her master, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill, her bloodied hands straining to drag her delicate form forward. She struggled back to the base of the steep cliff. Had she been in good health, climbing the cliff and gathering herbs along the way would have been a simple task. Yet, in her current state, her body was battered and bruised, rendering her unable even to stand, let alone ascend the treacherous heights. How could she return home and deliver the 7-star grass to her master? At that moment, a mangled body of a demon fell beside her, and the terrifying figures of the demons soon discovered her presence. They lunged at her with clawed hands. Qiqi was paralyzed with fear. With her frail and tender hands, she dragged her injured body into a small cave. The demon's arms reached into the cave, attempting to seize her, prompting Qiqi to crawl deeper into the darkness. Can you imagine the sheer terror of a young girl, a mere mortal, in such a dire predicament? Yet, amidst her fear, I believe a greater concern occupied Qiqi's heart. Clutching a handful of 7-star grass, she desperately evaded the demons, retreating further into the cave while silently pleading for her master. "You must wait for me, master. Promise me you will not die." Qiqi pressed on, resolute in her belief that she could evade the demons and return home with the precious herbs to heal her master. Her delicate hands scraped against the sharp stones within the cave, leaving behind a trail of ghastly wounds. The pain was excruciating, blood flowing freely, causing tears to stream down her face. Yet, she did not surrender. She was convinced that the other end of the cave must lead to freedom. She would surely deliver the 7-star grass to her master and restore him to health. However, just as Qiqi envisioned returning to heal her master and living together forever, a thunderous boom echoed from the distant battlefield of immortals and demons. A blinding and intense radiance engulfed the cave where Qiqi resided, and the shockwave from the battle caused the cave to collapse. The cave crumbled, and massive boulders scattered, burying Qiqi's fragile form beneath the debris. Within the collapsed cavern, darkness prevailed. Trapped and on the verge of death, Qiqi clung desperately to the 7-star grass with her bloodied and battered hands, yearning to return and save her master. Yet, she found herself utterly immobile. After being entombed beneath the weight of countless boulders, the sounds of the celestial and demonic conflict faded away. Qiqi sensed an extraordinary silence enveloping her surroundings, so profound that she could hear her own heartbeat and the flow of blood within her body with startling clarity. Thud, thud. Qiqi was still alive. Amidst the dimness, crushed by the immense weight of the stones, she whispered with her final strength, "Qiqi wants to go home. To bring the 7-star grass to my master to heal him. Qiqi does not want my master to die." Even as her life reached its final moments under the relentless pressure of the boulders, Qiqi endured the pain, never once thinking of herself. Her thoughts remained solely with her master, her grip on the seven-star grass unwavering. Gradually, like her master, the vitality within Qiqi began to wane. Her life force rapidly depleting. It would not be long before she would succumb entirely. With her remaining strength, she murmured, "Qiqi wants to go home." The insatiable longing for home and her master took root in her heart. In her final moments of consciousness, Qiqi struggled to open her eyes, yearning to see her master once more, to feed him the seven-star grass. Yet, within the pitch-black cave, she perceived a pair of ethereal eyes casting a luminous gaze upon her. Was it a dream? Qiqi could barely articulate a coherent thought, but that ethereal gaze grew increasingly vivid. It was the gaze of the divine. Suddenly, a miracle unfolded. An eruption of elemental power surged forth from beneath the fallen stones, illuminating the dark cave with a chilling brilliance. It was Qiqi, in her near-death state, infused with an infinite yearning for home and deep concern for her master. The power of her wishes erupted forth. Qiqi awakened her divine eye. Chapter 16. The Celestial Technique Jade Sign Unveiled. Within the cave, Qiqi's petite form was trapped beneath a colossal boulder. Her blurred consciousness and the numbness of her body dulled her perception of pain. However, as long as the faintest flicker of awareness persisted, she could not forget her little home, the seven-star grass, or her master. Her master was on the brink of death, waiting for her herbs at home. With an insatiable longing for home and an unwavering concern for her master, Qiqi, in her moment of despair, gained the divine gaze. Her divine eye awakened. In an instant, the cave was illuminated by a cold radiance. As a formidable breath of frost engulfed the entire cavern, even the distant celestial beings and demons engaged in battle took notice of this frigid presence. Inside the cave, a glimmering divine eye appeared on Qiqi, radiating chilling light. Within her being, an abundance of ice elemental power surged forth. With great difficulty, Qiqi stretched her small arm towards the colossal boulder pressing down upon her, mustering the last of her strength to try to push it away. Yet, the boulder was far too immense. It was a struggle even for an adult celestial being to move such a mountain-like stone, let alone a young girl like Qiqi, who had just awakened her divine eye. Despite exerting all her might, she could not budge the boulder. The pain was unbearable. Her tender legs were fractured, and the weight of the boulder, coupled with her yearning for home and her master, made tears of blood stream down her cheeks. Her eyes were gradually shrouded in crimson. At that moment, Qiqi fervently wished for a great hero, akin to her master, to assist her in shifting the boulder from her body, to take her home, to rescue her master. However, in response to her heartfelt plea, no one, not a single celestial spirit, could heed her call. Qiqi exerted herself to push against the boulder, depleting all her strength, until even her small hands fell weakly to the ground. With a slight turn of her head, she caught a glimpse of the battlefield outside the cave, where celestial beings valiantly employed their powers to vanquish demons, sacrificing their lives to protect Liyue. She witnessed countless terrifying demons viciously tearing at the celestial beings of Liyue, wielding their blades against them. It was these demons that had forced her master to exhaust all his life force, and it was because of them that Qiqi found herself trapped beneath the boulder, unable to return home. In her final moments of consciousness, Qiqi recalled her master's teachings, remembering his constant reminders. She was a healer endowed with the ability to alleviate suffering. In that fleeting awareness of life, she thought of the celestial techniques her master had taught her and performed the actions befitting a healer. With a declaration of the Jade Slip celestial method, as her words echoed, all the ice elemental power within her erupted forth, an endless radiance of frost empowered by the might of her divine eye, devouring the cavern, consuming the cliffs, engulfing the entire battlefield of celestial and demonic forces. Outside the cave, beneath the precipice, and above the realm of conflict, the celestial beings and demons engaged in battle felt an oppressive, tremulous chill enveloping them. Who could possibly unleash such formidable power from within the cave? Could it be that beyond the fighting celestial beings and demons, a third party was observing? In that moment, both celestial beings and demons were astounded by this overwhelming aura of icy energy. Yet amidst the frigid glow, the celestial warriors, under the influence of this potent chill, experienced an overwhelming warmth, akin to the embrace of a beloved kin, nurturing the wounded celestial beings with life itself. like a healer's remedy. Their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace, restoring them to their prime condition. The bloodthirsty demons, however, felt an endless cold under the sway of this fierce chill, their bodies being consumed by the icy radiance, as if it were their nemesis, eroding their wicked forms. Under the cold light, the celestial beings grew ever bolder, showcasing even more formidable strength, while the demons writhed in agony and fled in disarray, defeated and driven away by the celestial guardians of Liyue. Ultimately, with the aid of this powerful chill, the battle between celestial beings and demons concluded. The celestial beings once again safeguarded Liyue, vanquishing the demons and restoring peace to the land. Yet, the celestial beings remained oblivious to the source of that potent cold light. What was it? Why did it come to their aid? The remarkable healing effect it produced could not possibly stem from an ordinary celestial being. Was there a powerful reclusive celestial entity within the cave? However, this aura felt tender and fragile, not reminiscent of a time-worn sage, but rather akin to a nascent force. Could it be that a formidable ally had been dispatched by the esteemed emperor? With curiosity piqued, the celestial beings exchanged glances. They ascended into the air, wielding their immense power to clear the surrounding debris, and ventured into the depths of the cave. Regrettably, they found no mighty ally, no divine entity, nor any reclusive celestial beings. Just as disappointment began to settle in, they discovered beneath the collapsed boulders a diminutive and delicate form, pinned beneath the massive stones. Unable to move, its entire body was already stained crimson with flowing blood, and its gaze was fixed upon the battlefield of celestial and demonic forces. This fragile life was on the brink of expiration, the life force within Qiqi nearly extinguished. The celestial beings also noticed the eye of God upon Qiqi and sensed the icy power coursing through her. In that moment, they finally comprehended the truth. To assist them in vanquishing the demon, where lies the formidable ally, where resides the powerful recluse. Clearly, it is this fragile little life before us. With the last remnants of her strength, she accomplished what a healer ought to do. Witnessing this scene, even the immortal beings who have transcended the mundane for centuries could not help but be moved. A tear, unbeknownst to her, appeared at the corner of the immortal's eye. She is not yet gone. What is she uttering? The immortals were astonished to discover that even in her unconscious state, Qiqi's small lips continued to move instinctively, as if she were attempting to convey something. Observing this, the lofty hearts of the immortals became perplexed. Why does the fragile human life on this land exhibit such unwavering resilience? A minuscule existence, crushed beneath a massive stone, how can it unleash such formidable power? The immortals leaned closer to Qiqi, their ears pressed against her tiny mouth, and finally discerned the indistinct murmurs. Qiqi wants to go home. Qiqi wants Master. Qiqi needs the 7-star grass to save Master. Even in her stupor, Qiqi's small hands remained tightly clenched around the 7-star grass essential for her Master's healing. Though her voice was faint, each note emanated from the depths of her soul, powered by the essence of life itself. In that moment, all the immortals were profoundly shaken once more. They yearned to revive this diminutive life, to express their gratitude to her. Yet, the severity of Qiqi's injuries was overwhelming, so grave that even the mighty immortals could only shake their heads in despair. She had just acquired the Eye of God, but her body had yet to be fortified by its power. Her vitality was rapidly fading, unable to withstand the essence of their celestial energy. The immortals were unwilling to witness Qiqi's demise. They wished to employ their divine powers to save this fragile existence, yet her battered body could not endure their celestial force. In that moment, even the resolute hearts of the powerful immortals bowed in sorrow, their eyes brimming with tears. They could only watch helplessly as Qiqi's life ebbed away. Suddenly, one immortal heard her voice once more, resonating with the strength of her life. With tears in his eyes, he spoke. Even if we cannot save this fragile life, at the very least, in her final moments, we shall fulfill her wish. The celestial beings, upon hearing Qiqi's voice, understood her yearning to return home, to be reunited with her master, and her desire to revive him using the Qixing grass. In unison, they lifted the immense stone that encumbered Qiqi, employing their gentle celestial power to rescue her battered form. With their soothing energies, they traversed vast distances, delivering Qiqi to her master's side. At Liyue's coastline, amidst the cries of seagulls, the immortals discovered Qiqi's humble abode. There, they beheld a diminutive thatched cottage, and within it, an elderly man who lay in a deep stupor, his vitality waning. The celestial beings recognized him as the master Qiqi had spoken of, the very essence of her spirit. With utmost care, they placed the feeble and injured Qiqi beside the old man, adhering to her wish. The immortals resolved to harness their powers to restore life to this dying figure. However, as they channeled their formidable energy into the old man's body, he awakened as if from a fleeting glimpse of life. He opened his eyes to behold the powerful celestial beings above and the small body of Qiqi, stained with blood, lying beside him, clinging desperately to the Qixing grass. Witnessing this scene, the old man was consumed by despair. He longed to cry out, to save Qiqi, yet his own frail body was beyond movement. The immortals, witnessing this poignant moment, sighed and declared, "This young girl aided us in vanquishing the demons. We must fulfill her final wish. Her desire is to return home, to save you." With that, they continued to exert their formidable might, striving to infuse the old man with life force to heal his wounds. But as the old man sensed the celestial power coursing through him, he finally mustered a desperate cry. "No, do not concern yourselves with me. Save Qiqi. I implore you. Rescue her. She is but an innocent girl." With the last vestiges of his strength, he beseeched the immortals to preserve Qiqi's fragile existence. Yet, how the immortals wished to save Qiqi. Alas, the toll exacted upon her body by the power of the divine eye had far exceeded anyone's comprehension. Not even the Lord of Liyue, the rock deity Morix himself, could offer assistance. The celestial beings were deeply moved by the bond between the old man and Qiqi. They sighed, lamenting, "This little girl has lost all her vitality. There is no hope for her now. Indeed, a body devoid of life force. Even the divine descending in person would be powerless to assist." The elder beheld Qiqi's dire condition, yet he disregarded the passage of his own life. With his remaining strength, he declared, "Qiqi is not dead. Not even the laws of nature can take her from us." As soon as the words left his lips, an unusual energy radiated from the elder, neither of celestial origin nor of demonic essence, and certainly not the power of the divine eye. His lips twitched momentarily, uttering a series of complex and unintelligible symbols. Those who confront the battlefield shall array before decree, life talisman, sacrifice, seal. Remarkably, the elder raised an arm, producing from an unknown source a piece of yellow paper inscribed with strange characters, which he affixed to Qiqi's forehead. Furthermore, the last remnants of his life force, through the act of sacrifice, flowed from his palm into Qiqi's being. Under the influence of the yellow talisman, this life force did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into Qiqi's own vitality. The elder succeeded, utilizing his lifetime of learning to bequeath his remaining life force to Qiqi. In that final moment of sacrifice and sealing, he lost all vitality, closed his eyes, and ceased to breathe. This sudden occurrence left even the most powerful celestial beings astonished. They were amazed by the elder's miraculous ability to sacrifice his own life force for another, and were deeply moved by the selfless spirit of both Qiqi and the elder. Is this what it means to be a true healer? A healer saves others, but finds it difficult to save themselves. Every healer always thinks of others first. They buried the elder, adhering to his last wishes to revive the little girl. The celestial beings stood in silence, profoundly impacted by the elder and Qiqi. After the elder's passing, they channeled their formidable celestial power into Qiqi, striving to resurrect her. As the celestial energy surged within her, the gaping wound on her leg began to mend. The horrific injury to her chest, which had been pierced by a massive stone, regenerated flesh and blood. And her mangled hand, nearly revealing bone, gradually restored itself. A brand new life emerged from the throes of rebirth. Time passed, and when Qiqi's diminutive form was brimming with celestial power, even surpassing that of an adult celestial being, she finally awakened. Yet, this celestial power was overwhelming. In her delicate and fragile form, Qiqi, newly resurrected, struggled to harness the overwhelming power bestowed upon her. Under the relentless influence of countless celestial beings, she succumbed to a state of frenzy and uncontrollable rage, teetering on the brink of death once more. The immortals, witnessing this harrowing scene, were taken aback. Although the elder had granted her the gift of life, the vitality he imparted was insufficient to quell the celestial force within her. Reluctantly, they resolved to seal her away, to protect her from perishing in this tumultuous state. Thus, they encased the recently revived Qiqi within amber, safeguarding her fragile existence. A century may have passed, or perhaps a millennium. Yet one day, when Qiqi masters the celestial power within her, she shall shatter the amber's confines and achieve true resurrection. To expedite her recovery and preserve her corporeal form, the immortals transported the amber that contained Qiqi to a cavern nestled beneath the cliffs. Meanwhile, at the Wangshu Inn, although Qiqi's tale was far from over, Li Mo's eyes brimmed with tears. In that lifetime, he understood the immense sacrifices Qiqi made to save him. He longed for her revival. Now, returning to Liyue after 1,000 years, the joy of seeing Qiqi again at the Wangshu Inn filled him with elation. He yearned to approach her, to embrace her petite figure, and reassure her that her master had not perished, that he had returned. Yet, such actions were beyond his reach. As a storyteller in this life, countless narratives awaited his narration, and many former companions awaited his redemption. Thus, Li Mo persevered, determined to conclude Qiqi's story, even through tears. At that moment, the audience in Liyue, captivated by Li Mo's storytelling and the vivid scenes unfolding above the inn, could no longer contain their emotions. Some wept openly, lamenting. Qiqi is but a child. All she wished was to gather Qixing grass and save her master. Why must she endure such trials? Others exclaimed, I'm not crying. It's just that stones have entered my eyes. Who will help me blow them away? Only then did they comprehend that Qiqi had aided the immortals in vanquishing the invading demons, safeguarding Liyue. It became clear why Qiqi cherished gathering Qixing grass. It explained her repeated visits to the cliff's edge, often becoming trapped among the stones. Storyteller, what happens next? When did Qiqi awaken after her sealing? Why has she lost her memories? Hurry, we have yet to hear enough. Thankfully, Qiqi had not perished. It seemed they had long misunderstood the elder, who, until his death, had never subjected Qiqi to the study of celestial arts. Instead, he had sacrificed his life to save her. In the audience, many listeners from Liyue were already moved to tears. Tears streamed down her face. Even the usually stoic Raiden Shogun found herself moved. Her brother, despite being reincarnated in Liyue, remained a great hero of the land. Beside Raiden Shogun, Ye Miko meticulously took notes with pen and paper, capturing the essence of Li Mo's storytelling. While silently shedding tears, how poignant! Such exquisite material for a light novel. I must ensure their story is published in the latest installment of Ye Publishing. Not only Ye Miko, but on the other side of the inn, Qiqi anxiously watched over Qiqi, who lay in her arms. Upon witnessing Qiqi stabilize after consuming the celestial spirit elixir from the storyteller, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shinha also extended her hand to check on Qiqi's condition. At that moment, a solemnly dressed young girl, wielding a Homa staff, slowly entered the doors of Wangshu Inn. Hu Tao had been listening from outside, and when Li Mo recounted the tale of Qiqi being sealed within amber, she could no longer contain her complex emotions and stepped inside. She had always wanted to bury Qiqi, yet hearing of her being sealed in amber brought a profound ache to her heart. She yearned for Qiqi to break free from the amber and reappear in Liyue. Thus, Hu Tao shouted to Li Mo on stage, Please, continue with the story. I too am curious about how Qiqi breaks the amber seal. As she spoke, she made her way toward Qiqi, Shinha, and Qiqi. She had resolved to no longer pursue Qiqi with a shovel, nor did she wish to bury her anymore. Meanwhile, on stage, Li Mo discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and began to recount the tale of Qiqi's past life. As he narrated, the powers of Raiden coalesced above the inn, forming vivid virtual scenes. Below, Qiqi, driven to frenzy by the powers of the celestial beings, was sealed within amber and transported to a cave atop a cliff. As the winds blew and the sun shone, seasons changed. Birds flew into the cave, nesting upon the amber, while vines grew around it, tightly encasing it. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, the once desolate Liyue coast transformed into a vast port. From barren lands, towering buildings emerged. The once towering cliffs were excavated by Liyue's miners, who discovered the grand amber and beheld the young girl sealed within. As the miners approached, they noticed what Qiqi clutched tightly in her hands, clusters of Qixing grass, firmly grasped within her grasp. Previously, when I wrote about Raiden Shogun, I felt the emotions were somewhat lacking, and the narrative was incomplete. Thus, when I penned the tale of Qiqi, I did so with tears welling in my eyes. I sincerely hope that the esteemed readers will enjoy it. Chapter 17. Qiqi awoke, unwilling to be buried as time flowed by. It might have been a millennium. Or perhaps two. Ever since Qiqi aided the immortals in vanquishing the demons, the land of Liyue has basked in enduring peace, seizing opportunities for growth. Those who fled to the shores of Liyue established cities upon this coastline, fostering vibrant commerce, and have long forgotten the celestial demonic war of 1,000 years past, as well as the innocent little girl who played a pivotal role in it. Even the immortals who once battled the demons have forgotten the amber that sealed Qiqi away. Until one fateful day, the long-hidden cave was finally unearthed by the miners of Liyue. The miners cleared away the underbrush, removing branches and vines. Deep within the cavern, they discovered the amber that encased Qiqi. Behold, a sizable piece of amber that had likely existed for over a millennium. How curious it was to find a little girl within. A yellow paper was affixed to her head, a most peculiar sight. Who could fathom it? Not even an immortal could possibly survive for 1,000 years encased in amber. What a pity for such a lovely young girl. Look, it seems she is clutching something in her hand. It is a Qiqi grass. This cliff is indeed covered with it. And even the celestial demonic war of 1,000 years ago could not eradicate the Qiqi grass from this place. The miners exchanged murmurs, and upon a mere glance, they were enamored with the adorable little girl. They could hardly comprehend why such a charming child would be imprisoned within amber. Who could commit such a heartless act? The miners grumbled, believing Qiqi to be a girl wronged by fate, and they felt compelled to defend her. Alas, regardless of her cuteness, she was merely a corpse long since departed from this world, preserved only by the amber that encased her. Gazing at Qiqi within the amber, the miners expressed their sentiments. To leave her body to the wilderness would be truly unjust. The old master of the abode of rebirth once stated that if a corpse remains unburied, the soul cannot find peace. How pitiable she is. Since fate has led us to her, we must at least construct a grave to grant her rest. The miners engaged in fervent discussion, yearning to build a grave for Qiqi on the grassy meadow not far from the cliff, where the Qiqi grass flourished. However, in the very moment this idea took shape, they swiftly dismissed it. No, to bury this little girl without proper ceremony would be a profound disrespect to the deceased. After much contemplation, the miners reached a unanimous decision. At the very least, it is essential to adhere to the customs of Liyue. The current head of the Wangxing funeral parlor must be approached to arrange a funeral befitting the young girl's status. Thus, the miners collectively exerted their efforts to carefully extract the sealed amber from the cave, gently placing it onto a small cart. Some miners pushed from behind, while others pulled from the front, their gaze fixed on the cliff as they navigated towards Liyue Harbor. Their intention was to deliver the amber to the Wangxing funeral parlor, where the head and the guest officials would determine the appropriate burial for the young girl. The cliff was not in close proximity to the parlor. As the miners advanced, they noticed that both sides of the path were adorned with clusters of starconch grass, flourishing in various sizes. The faint bitterness of the starconch grass was off-putting to the miners. It was peculiar why, throughout all of Liyue, only the starconch grass beneath this cliff grew so profusely. Could it be related to the celestial battle of a millennium ago? Who could say? Surely no one genuinely relishes the taste of starconch grass. As a medicinal herb, starconch grass always bore a subtle bitterness that was rather unpleasant. Yet, the miners remained oblivious. As they maneuvered the amber onto the narrow path, a strange occurrence transpired. Upon the starconch grass's scent brushing against the amber, a small fissure appeared on its once intact surface. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a large stone unexpectedly obstructed the path ahead, halting the cart's progress. The miners, resigned, had no choice but to set the cart aside and collectively strive to shift the boulder. However, scarcely had they departed when the amber emitted a series of crisp sounds. The fissure on the amber widened, and within, Qiqi's fingers twitched ever so slightly. In the next instant, the previously whole amber quietly fractured, and Qiqi opened her eyes. Stimulated by the familiar scent of starconch grass, the girl who had slumbered for millennia finally awakened. Although she had lost all her memories, unaware of her identity or the nature of her surroundings, she still retained the recollection of the starconch grass's aroma. Upon inhaling its fragrance, Qiqi instinctively leaped from the cart and began to run desperately towards the forest, following the scent of the starconch grass. With a sudden thud, Qiqi stumbled over a stone, falling to the ground. The pain was excruciating. This was the first sound she made after awakening. She twitched her nose, catching the familiar scent of starconch grass. Wiping the leaves clinging to her, Qiqi cautiously uprooted a sprig of starconch grass from the ground, cradling it like a precious treasure in her palm. However, She had entirely forgotten the purpose of gathering the star-conch grass. What purpose does she have for these little herbs? Suddenly, the yellow talisman on Qiqi's forehead flickered with a cold light. It appeared that a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, she recalled that she was a healer, and the purpose of gathering the Qiqi grass was to save lives. Yet, whom was she meant to heal? Why did tears well up in her eyes at the sight of the Qiqi grass? Qiqi could not remember. In her determination to deliver the Qiqi grass to the patient, she would raise a sprig high with her small arms upon encountering anyone. Consuming the Qiqi grass for healing, some regarded the peculiar Qiqi as a madwoman, who would affix a yellow paper on their forehead without reason, who would offer Qiqi grass to others at every opportunity. Such bizarre behavior left everyone perplexed. People murmured, only a fool would eat such bitter Qiqi grass. Thus, Qiqi discreetly coated the leaves of the Qiqi grass with a layer of sweet honey, transforming the initially bitter herb into something delightful. From that moment on, a young girl with Qiqi grass appeared on the streets of Liyue Harbor, and nearly every resident accepted Qiqi's sweetened offering. However, Qiqi knew she had yet to find the person she longed for, still unable to deliver the Qiqi grass into that cherished person's hands. Until one day, when she arrived at a bustling street, she was momentarily taken aback by a towering tree that seemed to touch the clouds. Gazing at this magnificent tree, she felt an inexplicable sense of something missing beneath its boughs. A passerby inquired, "Little girl, have you come to pray at this tree as well?" Legend had it that 1,000 years ago, a thatched cottage stood here, from which a seed fell and grew into this majestic tree. After the passerby departed, none noticed as tears began to stream down Qiqi's cheeks while she beheld the tree. Thatched cottage. Why did this name resonate so deeply within her? In the next moment, Qiqi slowly approached the base of the tree, leaning against it and falling asleep as if nestled in the embrace of a beloved relative. Revived, Qiqi had forgotten everything from 1,000 years ago, yet she remembered to ascend the mountain each day to gather Qiqi grass. Consequently, she collected a bountiful supply and distributed it to every citizen of Liyue. Consuming the Qiqi grass for healing, she only recalled its medicinal properties, yet the specifics of what ailments it could cure eluded her. Occasionally, she would encounter a troublesome figure named Hu Tao, adorned in reddish-brown attire and decorated with red flowers. While foraging for herbs on the mountain, Hu Tao wielded her shovel, excavating a large pit. "Jump in," she beckoned, "for you have perished and must adhere to the principles of elemental reincarnation. Being buried by me shall be a tad easier." Yet, Qiqi firmly believed she was not dead. There remained unfinished matters she was reluctant to forsake. Thus, each time she encountered this plague deity named Hu Tao, Qiqi would desperately flee, striving to elude her pursuer. To evade Hu Tao's relentless chase, Qiqi often practiced her flexibility, enhancing her agility to escape. There was even a moment when, inadvertently, she found herself buried in the earth by Hu Tao, only to struggle back to the surface. She refused to be interred. The Qiqi grass in her grasp had yet to reach the hands of her beloved. Her wishes remained unfulfilled. At this moment, within the Wangshu Inn, Limo's narration marked the conclusion of Qiqi's tale. His voice grew increasingly hoarse, yet the audience could still discern the essence of Qiqi's story through his raspy timbre. They learned why Qiqi had transformed into a zombie, eternally retaining the guise of a young girl. They discovered her penchant for offering Qiqi grass to others, which perpetually triggered peculiar edicts. They also understood her aversion to being buried, as she continuously evaded Hu Tao of the afterlife hall. Upon hearing all this, the audience collectively sighed. They had not anticipated that this petite zombie had endured such tribulations. Now, with Qiqi's story recounted by the storyteller, they could assist her in seeking her beloved. What nonsense! You must not have listened attentively. She perished a millennium ago. And so what if she did? Qiqi's master is the reincarnation of the Raiden Shogun's brother. After death, he would undoubtedly continue to reincarnate. Perhaps, in time, they shall reunite. Quickly inquire of the storyteller. He, being privy to such tales, must also know the ultimate outcome of reincarnation. Where has he reincarnated now? In the previous tale of the twin Raiden Shoguns, the audience had already learned that the soul of the Raiden Shogun's brother, Qiqi's master, was, for some reason, in a perpetual cycle of reincarnation. From millennia past to the present, he must have been reborn dozens, if not hundreds, of times. At this moment, where might he have been reborn? The audience was filled with curiosity. They turned their gaze to a corner of the inn, where Qiqi, seemingly in slumber, rested in Qiqi's embrace. The audience redirected their focus to the stage, eager to aid Qiqi in locating her master and fulfilling her aspirations. However, regrettably, while Li Mo perceived the audience's fervent gazes and comprehended their sentiments, he remained unable to fulfill their desires. However, at this moment, he cannot reveal his identity until he has completed the 100th reincarnation task and received the corresponding rewards. Once his identity is disclosed, the efforts of the past 99 lives and the sacrifices of his companions would be rendered meaningless. Li Mo sighed, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. "You are not mistaken. Qiqi's master has indeed perished, yet her soul did not enter the realm of the dead, nor did it fade away. Instead, she has entered the cycle of reincarnation once more." As soon as his words fell, the audience erupted in excitement. Indeed, just as we had imagined. It is fortunate she did not die. As long as she lives, Qiqi has a chance to fulfill her wishes. Poor Qiqi still has the opportunity to reunite with her master. Tell us, storyteller, where has Qiqi's master been reincarnated this time? Do not delay, or I shall hasten to bring you Liyue's specialties. What specialties from Liyue? Of course, blades. As the most prosperous trade region across the entirety of Teyvat, all blades originate from Liyue Harbor. Faced with the audience's eager inquiries, Li Mo remained silent. The Raiden Shogun sisters from the first life, though not his biological sisters, left him with a sense of familial affection. The little girl, Qiqi, from the second life, though a found disciple, allowed him to witness the eternal bond between master and apprentice. In the third reincarnation task, he would be reborn in the ancient city of Mondstadt, witnessing the birth of freedom. As Li Mo became lost in memories of the third life, reminiscing about his past friends, in the audience, in a corner of the inn, Zhongli, upon hearing Qiqi's tale, finally displayed a different expression on his calm face. He sighed and remarked, whether in Inazuma or Liyue, the man in the story played a crucial role. I wonder if he will be reincarnated in Mondstadt. As Zhongli spoke of Mondstadt, he suddenly thought of his bard friend, riding the winds. That bard, though far away in Mond, should also be able to hear these stories. The Raiden Shogun, gripping her sword, Muzu Ishin, could distinctly sense that within the depths of Muzu Ishin, Raiden Makoto must also be weeping. In the next moment, the Raiden Shogun tightened her grip on Muzu Ishin, swiftly rising from her seat, intent on confronting the storyteller and compelling him to reveal the final whereabouts of her brother's reincarnated soul. However, just as she stood and prepared to approach the stage, Zhongli suddenly extended his folding fan, blocking her path. Do you not realize? This storyteller's power has reached a level akin to ours. Even if he falls short of beings like you and me, he is not far behind. Using force against him would be futile. Not only would it be futile, should force be employed against the storyteller, it could potentially interrupt his narration, causing the clues about the brother to vanish once more. Raiden Shogun hesitated for a moment before resuming her seat, declaring, "For your sake, I shall indulge in another tale." Zhongli responded with delight, "Splendid." Beside Raiden Shogun and Zhongli, Ye Miko pressed one hand against the paper while the other wrote fervently. The content she recorded was none other than the story of Qiqi, just narrated by Li Mo. Once delivered to Ye Publishing House, it would be ready for formal printing and publication. I believe the citizens of Inazuma will weep for this tale. Prior to arriving in Liyue, Ye Miko had been somewhat reluctant and harbored significant reservations regarding Raiden Shogun's departure from Inazuma. However, after hearing Qiqi's story, she regretted arriving too late. Had she come sooner, she might have been able to hear the entire tale of the first dual Raiden. At that moment, in another corner of the inn, Qiqi, after consuming the immortal elixir, was astonishingly transforming from her original zombie form into that of an immortal. The celestial power within her was gradually stabilizing. Nearby, Hu Tao, having listened to Qiqi's story, was reminded of her deceased grandfather. She carefully tossed her shovel behind her, kicking it against the wall, having given up on burying Qiqi. With a concerned expression, she turned to Qiqi and asked, "Sister Qiqi, how is Qiqi doing? Though this little one is a zombie, she runs so swiftly and possesses such vitality. She cannot possibly perish so easily, can she?" Such is Hu Tao's nature. Her demeanor changed dramatically upon abandoning the burial of Qiqi. Witnessing Qiqi in a faint, she began to express genuine concern for her well-being. Qiqi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Her zombie form is gradually transitioning into that of an immortal. The celestial energy within her is stabilizing. It won't be long before she awakens." Hu Tao exhaled deeply, relieved. That's wonderful. I thought Qiqi might die. Previously, she had intended to bury Qiqi to grant her peace. However, now she understood that Qiqi had unfinished wishes. Indeed, only a short while later, the previously closed eyes of Qiqi suddenly opened. The first thing she saw was a nefarious figure clad in reddish-brown, the very person who sought to bury her. Instinctively, Qiqi attempted to flee, but upon glancing at the storyteller Li Mo on stage, she hesitated and turned to hide behind Qiqi. Upon witnessing Qiqi's awakening, Hu Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, Qiqi, you have finally awakened. Qiqi, now sheltered behind Qiqi, exclaimed, bad person. How unpleasant. Hu Tao hurriedly clarified, I am Hu Tao, the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, and I assure you, I am no villain. Rest assured, I have decided against burying you. Yet, Qiqi retorted, villain. Disgusting. You tricked me last time, leading me into a deep pit where I was buried. Hu Tao replied, this time, there's no room for explanation. Previously, in her quest to provide Qiqi with eternal rest, she had indeed resorted to benevolent deceit, believing that interring Qiqi would grant her peace. However, to her astonishment, the very next day, Qiqi emerged from the earth as the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor. This was the first time Hu Tao encountered such an unusual phenomenon. At that moment, the audience below urged Li Mo to reveal where Qiqi's master had reincarnated in the next life. On stage, Li Mo glanced at the darkening sky outside the inn. Realizing nightfall was imminent, he then stated, the soul of Qiqi's master has entered the cycle of reincarnation, arriving this time in Mondstadt, thousands of years ago. While the world knows Barbados as the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt, rarely making an appearance, few are aware that he is also an exceptional bard. Today, I shall recount the tale of the bard. Chapter 18, Lottery, Shards of Wishes as Li Mo resolved to narrate the third life. Set in ancient Mondstadt and intertwined with the story of Barbados, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. System notification. Your recent tale of Qiqi has resonated profoundly with the audience, with 100% sighing in sympathy, 50% shedding tears, and 30% weeping uncontrollably. System reward, 1,000 storytelling points. Ding. System notification. Your narrative has successfully moved the zombie Qiqi to tears. System reward, 1 lottery ticket. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Li Mo's heart soared with joy. A lottery ticket. To exchange for one using storytelling points would require a staggering 100,000 points. Such a prize was exceedingly rare. Before he could fully process this, another notification resonated in his mind. Would you like to draw immediately? System, may I first view the prize pool? Viewing the prize pool is permitted. Simultaneously, a colossal spinning wheel materialized in Li Mo's mind. Upon this wheel lay the promise of fulfilling every wish, rare shards of desires, formidable techniques, potent elixirs, and even legendary weapons. Were the denizens of Teyvat to behold these rewards, they would surely be enraptured. Truth be told, even Li Mo himself gasped in astonishment at the sight of such bountiful prizes. If the lottery granted him a wish, he could directly resurrect Raiden Makoto, the previous Electro Archon Baal. At that moment, surely Baal would be able to untangle her inner conflicts. Shall we draw immediately? Li Mo took a deep breath and declared, draw now? As soon as the words left his lips, the wheel before him began to spin. It slowed down, gradually coming to a halt on a particular prize. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a rare item, Wish Fragment. Wish Fragment. Shards generated when a wish is shattered at its inception. 3 wish fragments can be synthesized into a true wish. Currently, you possess 13 fragments. Although he did not obtain a genuine wish, the acquisition of a wish fragment was already a source of satisfaction for Li Mo. Following the current trend, as long as he continued to narrate the tales of his past 99 lives in the Wangshu Inn, he would eventually gather enough wish fragments to forge a true wish. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed in Li Mo's mind. Ding. After system verification, your story from the second life has concluded, triggering a new fusion effect. You will now merge with the body of your second life. Shall we proceed with the fusion immediately? When he narrated the story of his first life, he had already fused with the body of the Thunder Demon from that era. Now, with the conclusion of the second life's story, he was ready to merge with the second body. Although the second life belonged to an elderly man, he not only wielded command spells, but also possessed formidable celestial arts. The potential for fusion was immense. Without hesitation, Li Mo chose to proceed. Fuse now. As soon as he spoke, a hazy, gentle aura of celestial energy enveloped his form. Soon, the body of his second life, Master Qiqi, began to merge with his current physical form. In the audience, spectators were taken aback by the ethereal aura emanating from the stage. Was it truly celestial energy? Could this storyteller be a deity from Liyue Harbor? Not only the ordinary listeners, but even the Raiden Shogun, seated in the corner, furrowed her brow. Morix, it seems this storyteller is indeed a celestial being. Is he one of your subordinates? Clarify this matter. What is your purpose? The Raiden Shogun felt a surge of irritation. She had been deeply moved by the tale of the first life, never anticipating that the storyteller was a celestial being from Liyue, one of Morix's followers. It made sense. Who else but Morix would know those long-buried tales? Was it truly Morix's scheme to draw the Raiden Shogun to Liyue Harbor? Upon hearing these words, Zhongli's face was etched with innocence. Morix has long since perished. Do not wrongfully accuse him any further. I am Zhongli now, and I am unfamiliar with this storyteller. He is certainly not one of my subordinates. Just imagine, if he were indeed my subordinate, would he be the first to dare misrepresent my tale? A sense of bewilderment filled Zhongli's heart. In the land of Liyue, when had such a celestial being emerged? To his astonishment, he was entirely unaware. The Electro-Archon pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Zhongli's words. With a disdainful snort, she turned her gaze once more to the storyteller upon the stage. At that moment, Li Mo had already merged with the body of his second incarnation. In the instant of this fusion, although he was not a celestial being, he found himself imbued with a considerable amount of celestial power, even gaining the ability to wield celestial arts, specifically those studied by the master of Qiqi, his second incarnation. With this merger, his strength had once again ascended. Below the stage, many formidable individuals sensed the transformation of Li Mo's aura, their hearts filled with trepidation. How could an ordinary storyteller possess such formidable power? What was his true identity? What were his intentions? At this moment, among the audience, the majority of the ordinary citizens of Liyue were unable to perceive the shift in Li Mo's power. For them, whether the storyteller was a celestial being or what his identity was held little significance. As long as the story was captivating, that sufficed. Their discussions revolved around the tale that Li Mo was about to narrate, set in Mondstadt during the third incarnation. Everyone was astonished to hear that Qiqi's master had reincarnated in Mondstadt. The most widely circulated tales in Liyue were those of the valiant deeds of the Geo-Archon. In Liyue Harbor, there were inns dedicated to storytelling and renowned performers specially portraying the stories of the Geo-Archon, delighting the citizens of Liyue. Just a few days prior, the newly arrived guest from the Wangxing funeral parlor, Zhongli, had generously rewarded the performers of the Geo-Archon's tales with an abundance of mora. Besides the stories of the Geo-Archon, the people of Liyue were also fond of tales from Inazuma, such as the battle against the Archons, the Thunder God's decisive strike against the Great Serpent, and the Thunder God's naval battle against the Thunderbird, all of which were immensely entertaining. However, it was the first time they witnessed someone recounting tales from Mondstadt in Liyue Harbor. In the eyes of the Liyue people, Mondstadt lacked the advantageous geographical position of Liyue Harbor and the wealth of mineral resources. It was deemed a land of little worth. Moreover, the ancient tales of Mondstadt were scarce, devoid of the countless cataclysmic battles between archons or the rise of powerful deities that shook the ages. Furthermore, Barbados, the Anemo god, seemingly neglected Mondstadt, remaining elusive for years, almost never making an appearance, which seemed utterly irresponsible. Thus, the citizens of Liyue hold little regard for the land of Mondstadt. When it comes to impressions, the most memorable aspect for the people of Liyue may very well be the dragon Durin. It is remarkable that even the Anemo Archon had to intervene personally and expend considerable effort to vanquish an ordinary dragon. Is there truly no other formidable being in the vast city of Mondstadt, apart from Barbados, capable of dealing with a dragon? The travelers from Mondstadt often boast of the strength of the Knights of Favonius, yet they could not even defeat a mere dragon. Such tales of Mondstadt have become a source of amusement for the citizens of Liyue. Consequently, in their eyes, Mondstadt appears to be a desolate backwater, utterly incomparable to the thriving Liyue Harbor. Thus, when they learned that Qiqi's master had reincarnated in Mondstadt, the audience was taken aback. However, some breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that ancient Mondstadt was merely inhabited by a few insignificant archons, and that survival there should not be overly challenging. Indeed, during ancient times, Any Archon from Liyue could easily sweep through Mondstadt and ascend as the Anemo Archon. Hey, do not underestimate the Anemo Archon Barbados, nor the city of Mondstadt. It was no easy feat. The environment of ancient Mondstadt was exceedingly harsh. I speculate that the storyteller felt it was time to shift the narrative, perhaps to sweeten the tale. Who knows? The storyteller, as night fell, should hasten to conclude, as the audience was eager for another story before slumbering. With plans to return the following day, the audience murmured amongst themselves. In fact, before Limo revealed the third incarnation, some listeners had already surmised the sequence. The first incarnation took place in the ancient land of Inazuma, the second in the ancient land of Liyue, and Shirley. The third should be set in Mondstadt to weave together the history of Teyvat. Just as all the listeners awaited Limo to narrate the third incarnation, he unexpectedly ceased his storytelling. Instead, he turned to glance at Qiqi below. Upon observing her frail form, as if she had suffered a grave illness, leaning helplessly in Keqing's embrace, he felt a pang of concern. He resolved to assist Qiqi further. Limo promptly reached out to the system in his mind. System, come forth. Is there a potion that can aid Qiqi? Since consuming the immortal spirit elixir, while the talisman on Qiqi's forehead remained, her body had transitioned from that of a zombie to that of an immortal. Accordingly, Qiqi's spirit required fortification. Beep. After system assessment, Qiqi's soul power is too weak. The following 2 elixirs may enhance her soul strength. Strong Soul Elixir. Upon use, it can strengthen the user's soul power. Exchange price: 100 storytelling points. Elemental Pill. Enhances the user's affinity with surrounding elements, safeguarding the soul from wear. Exchange price: 100 storytelling points. Though the 2 pills serve different purposes, both contribute to the protection of the soul's strength. Without hesitation, Liemo contacted the system and exchanged 2 of each, the Strong Soul Pill and the Elemental Pill. Subsequently, he descended the stage and made his way to a corner of the inn, where he found the adorable Qiqi already slumped in Keqing's arms, fast asleep. Despite your friend having transformed into an immortal, her previous zombie soul was too frail. 1 Strong Soul Pill and 1 Elemental Pill would be beneficial for her soul. With that thought, Liemo placed the 2 pills on the table before Qiqing could react and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, a slightly trembling voice emerged from behind. Storyteller, have we met in a past life? It was Shun-Hie's voice. She hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing her question. From the very first glance at the storyteller, she felt an uncanny familiarity, even a pang in her heart. A vague sense lingered within her that the storyteller held significant importance to her. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, she could not recall where she had encountered this storyteller before. Liemo heard Shun-Hie's inquiry and nearly stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Good heavens! Before he could even share his story with Shun-Hie, he was on the verge of being recognized. His identity could not be revealed yet. He could not acknowledge who he was at this moment. Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, he replied, with a deep breath. He took heavy steps away from the scene. Instead of returning to the stage, he proceeded to another corner of the inn, where he placed the Strong Soul Pill and Elemental Pill before Raiden Shogun. If I am not mistaken, there resides a powerful soul within this sword. These 2 pills would be advantageous for her. Liemo directly set the Strong Soul Pill and Elemental Pill before Raiden Shogun. However, upon hearing this, Raiden Shogun quickly grasped her sword, dreaming of one heart, nearly drawing it against Liemo. She was utterly astonished. How could this storyteller discern that Balzef lay within her sword? This was her secret. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Zhongli, holding a birdcage and amusing himself with the bird, chimed in. He kindly offers you pills, and you threaten him with your sword? Do you want the pills or not? If not, I might just feed them to my thrush. My thrush is not picky. It will eat any pill. The Raiden Shogun's expression turned icy. Dare you? Upon uttering these words, she promptly set down her dagger and picked up 2 pills from the table. As her fingers brushed against the pills, a flicker of surprise crossed her cold visage, instantly overwhelmed by the formidable power contained within them. She lifted her gaze towards the storyteller, her curiosity about his identity deepening. In the next moment, Liemo stretched languidly, stifled a yawn, and returned to the stage. Glancing outside, he noted that it was already deep into the night. Should he continue recounting the tales of Mondstadt, it would take the entire night. Thus, he decided to defer until the morrow. He spoke slowly. Mondstadt is a city of freedom. Though it lacks the mighty archons found in Liyue Harbor and Inazuma, the oppression of humanity by the archons remains unabated, perhaps even more brutal. It is precisely this that ignites the yearning for freedom among the people of Mondstadt. As the night wore on, he concluded, "To learn what transpires next, please await the next installment." With that, Li Mo, weary from the day's exertions, departed the stage. In truth, his power had surpassed that of the Liyue Qixing, nearing that of an immortal. However, he was not only tasked with storytelling but also with controlling the virtual images composed of Raiden's energy above the inn, an endeavor that demanded immense strength. After a full day of narrating, his energy had been nearly drained. Once he returned to his room, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Not only Li Mo, but many other listeners in the inn were also drowsy. Many opted to forego returning home and instead booked a room at the Wangshu Inn. In the dead of night, as Li Mo fell into a profound sleep after a long day, no one noticed a small figure, adorned with talismans, unsteadily opening his door. This figure stumbled into Li Mo's room, groggily burrowing into his blankets. Chapter 19. Awakening to a little zombie on the bed in the late hours. The once desolate Wangshu Inn was now bustling with guests. In the first-floor hall, the innkeeper stood before a sizable pile of mora, diligently counting. 1,000 mora, 2,000 mora, 100,000 mora, 1 million mora. In the span of a single day, the earnings from tea, tips, meals, and lodging had amassed to several million mora, surpassing the total earned in the previous fortnight. At that moment, the innkeeper, meticulously counting the mora, was unable to contain his joy, practically itching to burst into Li Mo's room and plant a kiss upon his face. Just then, a tall, proud woman entered the hall unexpectedly. Seeing such an abundance of mora was truly astonishing. "In just one day, I had amassed such a fortune. It seems I had underestimated the storyteller. This individual is none other than the true proprietor behind Wangshu Inn, Ningguang of the Liyue Qixing." She had long received word from the innkeeper that a storyteller was performing at her establishment. Little did she expect that a wandering bard could draw such a considerable audience. Unfortunately, Ningguang had been preoccupied with matters concerning Liyue throughout the day and had found no time to pay a visit until late into the night. Upon her arrival, the innkeeper hastily set aside the mora in his hands and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the tales he tells are truly captivating. Moreover, someone has already consulted the adepti regarding the story of Qiqi, and even the adeptus confirmed the authenticity of these stories." It was indeed the adeptus who sealed Qiqi within the amber. Ningguang, upon hearing this, displayed a look of surprise. "Oh, so the stories are true? How intriguing. Where is the storyteller now?" Her curiosity was piqued. How could an ordinary storyteller possess such profound knowledge of the ancient tales of Inazuma and the history of Liyue? Could he be a spy sent by another nation? The innkeeper cautiously replied, "The storyteller is residing on the second floor and should have already retired for the night. Shall I awaken him and inform him that the esteemed lady wishes to see him?" Ningguang waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Just notify me when he resumes his storytelling tomorrow." She continued, "The ceremony for the ascension of the Geo Archon has only recently concluded. All nations and factions across Teyvat will have their eyes fixed on Liyue Harbor, and many will attempt to infiltrate it. At this moment, each member of the Liyue Qixing must contribute to the stability of Liyue." With that, Ningguang gathered all the mora from the table and departed the inn. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the inn, in a modest guest room, the Raiden Shogun and Ye Miko had managed to secure a room amidst a throng of guests. Sharing a single bed, the Raiden Shogun lay awake, her hand gripping the sword, Mizu Ishin, as she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Beside her, Ye Miko playfully teased, "Qiqi, are you still pondering the tales recounted by the storyteller, my general?" The Raiden Shogun's gaze was icy as she replied, "How did you know?" She had been deliberating whether to take action tonight and abduct the storyteller, employing her unparalleled martial skills to extract information about her brother's current whereabouts. Ye Miko wore a knowing expression, chuckling as she said, "So you do intend to storm the storyteller's room and seize him directly, don't you? Do you have a clever plan, my general?" Evidently, Raiden Shogun is resolute. She wishes to resolve this matter expeditiously and return to Inazuma. The expression on Ye Miko's face is filled with mischief. "Let us proceed directly. If we can subdue Morix, who resides next to the storyteller, we can capture the storyteller." Raiden Shogun responds, "Had she possessed the confidence to pin Morix to the ground, she would have done so long ago. Yet, as one of the 7 deities, Raiden Shogun harbors no certainty in confronting Morix while simultaneously dealing with the enigmatic storyteller. Ye Miko reiterates, the most prudent course of action now is to allow him to finish his tale. General, do you not find these stories intriguing? Raiden Shogun, Ye Miko, sleep now, good night. She clings to Raiden Shogun's arm like a little fox, drifting off to slumber. Raiden Shogun, the night passes in silence. For the majority of Liyue Harbor's inhabitants, this night is merely ordinary. However, for those lodging at Wangshu Inn, the night is brimming with anticipation. Even in the depths of their dreams, some listeners find themselves revisiting the tales heard during the day. I dreamt I became an immortal, reviving Qiqi. I dreamt I was the deity of Inazuma, conquering the world alongside Raiden Shogun, vanquishing the great serpent, Ouroboros, and kicking the formidable Thunderbird. I dreamt of the tale of Mondstadt's Anemo god, a sweet story that regrettably faded upon waking. You dreamt of nothing. The storyteller hasn't even begun yet. How can you dream so vividly? Enough of this banter. I shall descend to secure a good spot. Is the storyteller not awake yet? Someone ought to rouse him. Perhaps the storyteller is dreaming as well. At the break of dawn, the sun has just risen, and the inn's staff have yet to commence their duties. The listeners have already risen early to claim prime spots for the storytelling session. In truth, they are not mistaken. At this moment, the storyteller, Liamo, is indeed still ensconced in slumber, soundly lying in his bed and lost in dreams. In his dream, Liamo finds himself returned to a previous life, becoming Qiqi's master, warming her small frame in a humble thatched cottage as they endure the chill of winter together. Suddenly, he feels a movement in his embrace that startles him awake. Upon realizing it was merely a dream, he breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, it was just a dream. Otherwise, the countless cycles of reincarnation would have been in vain. However, the next moment, when Liamo lowers his gaze to the bedding, he sees a small head adorned with a yellow paper talisman desperately burrowing into his arms, murmuring, "Master, Qiqi misses you." Liamo is momentarily bewildered. What is happening? He merely took a nap, only to awaken with a little zombie pressing down upon him. Chapter 20. I assure you, your master will certainly return. In the second life, Liamo was still the master of Qiqi. To shield Qiqi from the biting cold of winter and prevent her delicate hands and face from suffering frostbite, each night, Liamo would cradle her tiny form as they drifted into slumber. At this moment, gazing at the adorable little zombie nestled in his arms, Liamo was once again reminded of the sweet memories from that lifetime. Alas, he must not dwell on it any longer, for if he did, he would be unable to narrate today's tale. Yet, observing Qiqi's peaceful slumber, Liamo understood. This unfortunate little zombie, since breaking free from the amber, may not have experienced a single restful night. Even Liamo himself felt reluctant to rouse her. Such cruelty. It was all the fault of that wretched system, which had assigned him countless tasks involving blades over the course of 99 lifetimes. Time and again, it had put his host through trials. Thankfully, Liamo was robust and resolute, enduring from the first life to the last. In this crucial 100th life, the accursed system had him recount the stories of all 99 previous lives as a storyteller. Darn it, such cruelty. Liamo could not help but exclaim, "System, are you trying to drive me to my death?" Ding, the system has never targeted the host. If the host finds the task unsuitable, they may abandon it at any time. Would you like to abandon the task immediately? Liamo, get lost. I refuse to give up. According to the system's rules, once the current task is abandoned, all previous tasks would be erased. This meant he would have to start anew from the first life. Liamo was unwilling to reset the task foolishly. Just as he was in distress, contemplating what to do with the little zombie in his arms, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the room. "Qiqi, where have you run off to?" At that moment, Kuqing, Hu Tao, and Shun He were all searching for Qiqi. The previous night, the four of them had managed to secure a single guest room, staying together. However, upon waking that morning, they discovered Qiqi was missing and hurried out to look for her. Upon hearing the voices outside, Qiqi, who was nestled in Liamo's embrace, yawned and slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Liamo's gaze, she was startled and was about to cry out when she suddenly twitched her nose. Sniffing Liamo, her previously vacant expression transformed into one of surprise. "It's the scent of my master. Why do you smell like Qiqi's master?" Liamo, "Well, that's quite the predicament. I just merged with the body from the second life yesterday. Isn't it normal to carry the scent of Qiqi's master?" As Liamo pondered how to evade detection, Qiqi suddenly inquired, "Do you know Master Qiqi? Could you tell me how many times Master has reincarnated and where he is now?" Qiqi longed for her master, for her zombie form had transformed into that of an immortal. As she spoke of her master, her eyes gradually welled with tears. Liamo could only respond awkwardly, "You are correct. I do know your master, and I learned your story from him. He misses you dearly." His expression was laden with discomfort as he struggled to suppress his emotions, fearful of revealing his identity. Should his true self be exposed, he could no longer narrate tales, and his mission in this life would inevitably fail. Qiqi gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Can you tell me where Master is now?" Liamo forced a smile. "Your master is currently engaged in something very important. I assure you, he will return soon." Upon hearing that her master would be back shortly, Qiqi was filled with joy, declaring, "Then I shall wait for Master's return." Although they were strangers in this life, the lingering aura of their past connection drew them closer. With that, Qiqi swiftly rolled off the bed and was about to open the door when suddenly, the voice of Hu Tao echoed from outside. "Qiqi, where have you hidden? I can see you. Come out quickly." Upon hearing Hu Tao's voice, Qiqi darted onto Li Mo's bed like a mouse fleeing from a cat, burrowing back under the covers and whispering, "Brother storyteller, please do not tell that girl Hu Tao that I am here." Li Mo replied. The very next moment, the door swung open. Hu Tao poked her head in, her expression shifting to surprise upon spotting Li Mo. "Ah, it's you, the storyteller. Have you seen Qiqi? She has vanished, just like the little zombie from your tale." As she spoke, she scanned the room for any sign of Qiqi. Li Mo maintained his calm demeanor. "I do not know." Hu Tao's face fell in disappointment. "All right, I shall search elsewhere." With that, she promptly shut the door and continued her quest through the inn in search of Qiqi. Once Hu Tao departed, Qiqi peeked out from beneath the covers. "Brother storyteller, has that girl Hu Tao left?" Li Mo responded, "She should have." Half an hour later, as the sun fully ascended, the tale Li Mo narrated about Qiqi had already spread throughout the land of Liyue. Almost every citizen of Liyue is familiar with the adorable little zombie, Qiqi, who bears a tragic past, evoking tears from many. Increasingly, individuals have begun to express interest in Li Mo, the storyteller, flocking to the Wangshu Inn to listen to his tales. However, the Wangshu Inn is limited in size, accommodating only a finite number of listeners. Those who arrive late must either crouch at the entrance or climb onto the roof to hear the stories. In the next moment, Li Mo appeared on stage, donning a conical hat and holding a cup of tea, which instantly incited a wave of cheers. After much anticipation, the storyteller has emerged, partially obscured by his hat. Today, he shall recount the tale of Barbados, the Anemo Archon. Although Mondstadt is a barren land, it is nonetheless the story of the wind god, and we eagerly await it. It is infuriating. We have heard tales of the Raiden Shogun and now the wind god. When shall we hear of the Geo Archon? The Geo Archon has sent word through me. If you do not narrate the great deeds of the Archon soon, I shall curse you to lose Mora upon leaving your home, forever unable to earn a single Mora. During Li Mo's inaugural storytelling session at the inn, there were many dissenters. Yet now, every person present is a devoted fan of Li Mo. At the very moment he appeared, the elements of thunder began to gather above the inn, coalescing into a magnificent display. As he commenced his tale, these thunder elements transformed into virtual images, vividly illustrating the narrative he wove. Soon, Li Mo began. Approximately 2,700 years ago, the twin Raiden Shogun had already mastered unparalleled martial prowess, rendering her invincible in Inazuma. Meanwhile, the Geo Archon of Liyue had emerged, wielding immense power to suppress all evil. However, at that time, Mondstadt was still engulfed in an icy expanse, a harsh and inhospitable environment. Fortunately, formidable gods were scarce in Mondstadt, with only the Wolf of the North, Andreas, and the tempestuous god, the Tower King Decarabian, vying for the singular title of Wind God. These two powerful deities were embroiled in relentless conflict over the sole dominion of the Anemo Archon. Unfortunately, the god who controlled Old Mondstadt, Decarabian, was an eccentric and tyrannical ruler. The cruel Tower King, Decarabian, governed his subjects through a twisted form of love, erecting towering walls around Old Mondstadt, unleashing fierce gales to block all paths of escape. Not only humans, but even birds were unable to surmount these lofty walls, preventing them from witnessing the world beyond. As Li Mo narrated, The thunder elements above the inn shifted, presenting the story through a visual spectacle. The audience beheld the frigid ice fields, the towering walls, and the howling winds. With a mere glance, they could feel the despair that enveloped the people of Mondstadt at that time. However, when the listeners below heard the names of the Wolf of the North, Andreas, and the Tower King Decarabian, they realized, to their dismay, that the name of Barbados, the Wind God, was conspicuously absent. Many were perplexed. Storyteller, are you certain you have not erred? Shouldn't he, the mightiest among them, be the Anemo Archon Barbados? If the Anemo Archon is not formidable, how could he have attained his position? What of Andreas, the Wolf King of the North, and Dehaya, the solitary king of the Tower? Two mighty deities vying for the title of Anemo Archon. Where was Barbados during this contest? Are you indeed recounting the saga of Barbados? Is it not plausible that these two powerful deities, in their fierce struggle, rendered each other incapable, thus allowing Barbados to seize victory unchallenged? Chapter 21. The Bard and the Ancient Tombstone in Liyue Harbor. Tales concerning Mondstadt and its Anemo Archon are scarce. The populace's understanding of Mondstadt's history is limited to a few names: Anemo Archon Barbados, Andreas the Wolf King of the North, and Dehaya, the solitary king of the Tower. Thus, when the audience heard Liemo narrate the conflict between the Wolf King and the solitary king over the title of Anemo Archon, without a mention of Barbados, a wave of confusion swept through them. Could it be that the Anemo Archon had yet to be born at that time? As soon as many entertained this notion, they swiftly dismissed it. After all, what merit could a newly emerged deity possess to contend with two formidable powers? How could he possibly prevail against such titans? Storyteller, have you consumed Barbados? Logically, for Barbados to have claimed the title of Anemo Archon, he must have been the most potent deity of his era. Is it conceivable that Barbados, a cunning strategist, lay in wait until the opportune moment to snatch victory? I find that improbable. I have heard the Anemo Archon is a magnanimous soul. Storyteller, please hasten to conclude the tale of Mondstadt and continue with our own Liyue saga. Urge the audience. Compared to the stories of Mondstadt, the denizens of Liyue favored the epic tales of the demon slayer, the great sage, battling legions of fiends, and the unrivaled prowess of the Geo Archon. Not only the common folk of Liyue, but even those in the corners, Qiqi, Shinha, and Qiqi, watched the stage with rapt attention. In another corner of the tavern, the Raiden Shogun, her gaze icy, regarded Zhongli, saying, "This storyteller knows Barbados' tale thoroughly. I wonder where he might be at this moment." As one of the seven, the Raiden Shogun had limited interaction with Barbados. Their encounters were few and far between, confined merely to casual acquaintance. Thus, she was largely unacquainted with Barbados' past. Zhongli, amusing himself with a pet bird, chuckled. "That fellow is far more leisurely than we might presume. Under the guise of Vendi, he may be found reciting poetry at a street corner, drinking in a tavern, or perhaps singing of freedom in ballads." The thought of Barbados' wine made Zhongli involuntarily lick his lips. One cannot deny that the wines of Mondstadt are among the finest in all of Teyvat. At this moment, not only the ordinary audience below, but even Zhongli, one of the seven, harbored a profound curiosity regarding Barbados' ascension to the status of the Anemo Archon. How did Barbados vanquish two mighty deities to ultimately claim the title of the Wind God? Raiden Shogun coldly remarked, "Alas, Barbados is not present, otherwise he could validate the authenticity of this tale. Were he here, perhaps he might even divulge clues regarding his brother's reincarnation." Upon hearing this, Zhongli glanced at Liemo on the stage and smiled. "You underestimate Barbados. He is indeed the Wind God. Even from 1,000 miles away, he can hear the stories told by the winds, and who knows, he might even grace Liyue with his presence. I eagerly anticipate the wine that fellow will bring." Meanwhile, on the stage, Liemo was urged by the audience to continue. After sipping tea to soothe his throat and setting down his cup, he resumed recounting his experiences from his third reincarnation. 2,700 years ago, a tempest unleashed by the tyrant, the lonely king of the Tower, enveloped the entire city of Old Mondstadt. The inhabitants could neither see the azure sky, nor the verdant earth, nor the crystalline rivers. They languished in despair, left with no choice but to submit beneath the feet of the lonely king to secure their survival. Yet amidst the crowd, there existed a boy yearning for freedom. His name was Melodious, Wendy. After each day's toil, young Wendy would venture alone to the base of the city walls, carefully extracting an ancient tome from the crevices between the bricks. Guided by the illustrations within, Wendy crafted a simple instrument with his knife, a harp, facing the howling winds. He crouched at the foot of the walls and gently plucked its strings. The sound was exquisite. Thus, Wendy, confronted by the tempest, envisioned birds soaring high, imagined the boundless sky, and began to play a melody of freedom. With eyes closed, he became one with the birds, lost in rapture. Unbeknownst to him, the melody he played resonated within the winds, stirring the elemental forces and merging with an untapped gust, culminating in the birth of a new deity. In essence, it was the harmonious strains of young Wendy's harp, echoing his longing for freedom, that birthed a new archon. As Liemo fervently narrated the tale of young Wendy and his harp, at that very moment, 1,000 miles away, upon a grassy hill outside the distant Mondstadt, a bard draped in a green cloak, with 2 delightful braids, sat before an ancient gravestone. After a millennium of erosion, the once mighty grave had been worn down by time, leaving only the stone marker, which stood resilient against the northern winds. The bard sat beside the gravestone as if in the company of a dear friend. While strumming the harp, the bard recited age-old verses, narrating tales to the gravestone. Wendy, now known as Mondstadt, has blossomed into a grand city, home to the esteemed Dawn Winery and fragrant orchards. Today, at a street corner in Mondstadt, I recited poetry, and the acting grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, named Jean, took a liking to my verses, generously rewarding me with 1,000 mora. What joy it brought! That mischievous knight, named Qiqi, gifted me a bouncing bomb. You would surely have admonished her for such antics. With mora and the bomb in hand, I ventured to the tavern for a drink. The bomb nearly detonated, startling the tavern keeper half to death. The tales spun by the bard are woven from his day-to-day experiences. When recounting amusing anecdotes, the bard cannot help but smile, laughter bubbling forth. Even when the day lacks excitement, he finds solace in the company of the gravestone, tirelessly playing his harp and narrating the simplicity of his existence. This routine has persisted for 2,700 years, yet the bard remains unperturbed, finding delight in each day's surprises. When weary from storytelling, he plucks an apple from a nearby tree. When hunger strikes, he does the same. A towering apple tree provides sustenance throughout the summer. Just as the bard was immersed in playing his harp, a sudden breeze swept through, carrying tales from afar to his ears. Upon hearing these stories, the bard paused, even his hands resting on the strings in astonishment. His gaze filled with wonder as he realized, from 1,000 miles away, someone was recounting the tales of Barbados in Morix's domain. Chapter 22. Your name shall be Barbados. A gentle breeze rustled, and the bard perked up, clearly hearing the storyteller's words carried by the wind. Indeed, someone in Liyue Harbor was narrating the story of the Anemo Archon, Barbados, flawlessly. Even the bard himself could find no fault in the retelling. In the next moment, clad in a cloak, wearing a hat, and with braids adorning his hair, the bard sprang to his feet, gazing towards the direction of Liyue Harbor, murmuring to himself, "So this is how, 2,700 years ago, I was born amidst the tempest. Wendy, thank you. Your melodies have brought me into existence and bestowed upon me a name. Let us go and listen to the storyteller's tales." With that, the bard placed a feather upon the battered gravestone and vanished with the wind, journeying toward Liyue. Meanwhile, at the Wangshu Inn in Liyue Harbor, once Liemo becomes immersed in his recollections, no matter how raucous the audience may be, it fails to affect him. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, he narrates incessantly. As Liemo recounts his tale, a vivid tableau composed of lightning elements begins to unfold above the inn, revealing the ancient city of Mondstadt, the ferocious tempest, and the image of the youthful bard, Venti, strumming his harp. Upon witnessing the youthful Venti, Zhongli and the Raiden Shogun furrow their brows in disbelief. They are astounded to discover that the appearance of the young Venti bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Anemo Archon, Barbados. Could it be that Barbados, like the Raiden Shogun, is a deity manifested in human form? The Raiden Shogun vehemently counters this notion, asserting that Barbados's true essence is undoubtedly that of a gentle breeze, not a human. This must be the fabrication of the storyteller. At this moment, even the Raiden Shogun begins to harbor doubts about Liemo's narrative. Meanwhile, Zhongli remains composed, suggesting that they should continue listening, for the story is likely to be more intricate than it appears. At that moment, on stage, Liemo does not cease his storytelling. Instead, he passionately continues to weave his tale. Moreover, The virtual imagery created from lightning elements above the inn continues to play seamlessly. In the scene, the boy named Venti remains blissfully unaware of the profound impact his harp's melodies have upon the gentle breeze. He cherishes his harp, visiting the foot of the city walls daily to play enchanting tunes. He delights in poetry, singing verses of freedom in harmony with the music amidst the raging winds. As days pass, the young Venti begins to craft his own verses, incorporating words such as gray sky and black earth into his poetry. Yet, he feels an inherent discord. Is the sky truly gray? Is the earth genuinely black? The vast world outside is obscured by the furious tempest, leaving the young Venti unable to perceive the colors of sky and land. Nevertheless, his creative fervor remains unquenched. He scribbles and sketches upon the ground, producing complete compositions. He then plucks the strings of his harp, singing, "O great God of the winds, gently wave your hand, dispel this tempest. Allow me to descend from this tower, to behold the gray sky, to witness the black grass." The young Venti pours forth his yearning for freedom. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that with each verse he sings, the elemental forces of wind around him tremble in response. The frail wind spirit within the tempest seizes this opportunity to absorb more elemental power, growing ever stronger. With the youth's melodic chant, a wisp of the spirit of freedom finally coalesced enough elemental power to leap forth from the tempest, emerging as an independent entity, a novel deity of Anemo in Mondstadt. Upon disentangling itself from the hurricane, this spirit of wind did not depart. Instead, it circled around the young bard, Venti, attentively listening to the exquisite strains of the harp, savoring the songs of freedom. Occasionally, it would inadvertently stir the tips of Venti's hair or lift the hem of his verdant cloak. The young bard seemed to sense this presence. Cautiously glancing around, he continued to play only when he found himself alone. Beside him, the wind spirit lingered, enraptured by the melodious harp, instinctively exclaiming, "What a delightful sound!" Yet, even the spirit was taken aback when its thoughts manifested audibly, startling the young bard. Venti, immersed in his harp playing, was suddenly jolted by an unfamiliar voice. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, turning swiftly. However, beneath the expansive city walls, there was no one but him. He murmured, "Could it be that I imagined it? A mere figment?" But in the next moment, a youthful and exuberant voice echoed in his ears once more. "Can you hear me? Splendid, splendid. I've finally succeeded in speaking. I am indeed a genius." Another voice? Venti was startled, quickly rising to survey his surroundings. Yet, apart from the raging storm and the towering walls, nothing else was present. A flicker of fear crossed his mind, recalling tales of souls reluctant to traverse the underworld morphing into phantoms in this realm. Had he encountered a ghost? As this possibility dawned on him, he instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "What manner of spirit are you?" A voice materialized from the void. "You are the spirit. I am the formidable Anemo deity." As it spoke, the wind spirit deftly manipulated its airy form, swirling the fine dust upon the ground. Venti blinked in surprise. A wind deity? No wonder he could not see its figure. It was merely a wisp of breeze that had gained consciousness. Yet, with such limited power, it dared to claim the title of a mighty deity? At the mention of deity, Venti felt a flicker of trepidation, but upon witnessing the spirit's display of power, he could not help but laugh, all his fears dissipating like mist. With a smile, he remarked, "Ah, it turns out to be just a gentle breeze. Congratulations on becoming my first listener. My name is Wendy. May I inquire your name?" In this chaotic era, the youth has encountered the demon god more than once, and each time, they were formidable and intimidating. However, for the first time, he beheld a demon god so feeble, the spirit of wind, in a state of bewilderment. Spoke, "I do not yet possess a name. Your song is so enchanting. Please bestow upon me a name, something grand." The youth, Wendy, was taken aback by this request. To name a demon god was an unprecedented experience for him. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Your name shall be Barbados." Chapter 23. The meaning of Barbados is freedom. Within the Wangshu Inn, as Li Mo uttered the name Barbados, and amidst the visual manifestation of lightning elements gathering above the inn, a feeble breeze spirit appeared. The audience below was left in utter astonishment. Barbados, if memory serves, is indeed the name of the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt, correct? What does this storyteller imply? Is he suggesting that this newly born wind spirit, the most diminutive and commonplace of demon gods, is none other than the legendary Barbados, one of the seven? What a jest regarding Liyue. When the towering Lone King and the Wolf King of the North contested for the position of the Anemo Archon, how could it be said that Barbados had just come into existence? This is utterly implausible. For the listeners, this tale was far too absurd, leading the audience of Liyue to doubt its authenticity. A newly born spirit, capable only of stirring up dust, lacking even a tangible form. How could it possibly defeat the mighty Andreas, the Wolf of the North, or the formidable Decarabian, the towering Lone King? Could it truly conquer all demon gods of Mondstadt to ascend as the ultimate Anemo Archon? O storyteller, might we have a semblance of reality, akin to the tale of Qiqi from yesterday, recounting genuine history? Though we are Liyuans, we are not foolish. Do not presume that our ignorance of Mondstadt's legends permits you to fabricate such absurdities. Even the weakest of Archons could hardly muster a breeze strong enough to disturb dust. I could do better with a mere breath. Could it be that this Barbados is not the same as that Barbados? Is it possible that the storyteller refers to Barbados? Barbados and the similar-sounding Babatuasi are merely phonetic coincidences, not the Anemo Archon at all? The audience buzzed with discourse. In their perception, although Mondstadt may not rival Liyue Harbor in abundance or splendor, the Anemo Archon Barbados remains a veritable member of the Seven, regardless of his prowess. He could not have been as feeble as the wind spirit described in the tale, merely capable of stirring up dust. The imagined seven gods differ greatly from reality. Facing the puzzled audience below, Liamo sat upright on the stage and let out a deep sigh. To be honest, not only the audience from Liyue Harbor, but even he, in that past life, never anticipated that after his demise, the fragile Anemo spirit, who cherished his poetic recitations and adored his harp melodies, would triumph over all the Archons and ascend as the Anemo god. It was nothing short of a miracle. As the audience below grew increasingly raucous, Qiqi, seated in a corner, tightened her grip on her long sword and swiftly rose from her chair. With a disdainful huff, she declared, "The storyteller shall narrate whatever tale he wishes. Should anyone take issue, feel free to challenge me at any moment. If there are no objections, kindly remain silent." The mere presence of her unsheathed sword sent a chill through the crowd, compelling those around her to hush in fear. Observing this scene, the Raiden Shogun maintained her icy demeanor, remarking, "Morix, I never imagined you could cultivate such remarkable subordinates." Morix, while playfully engaging with a bird, replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? My subordinates are simply too diligent." The Raiden Shogun coldly retorted, "Is that your justification for your complacency?" Morix continued to amuse himself with the bird, seemingly acquiescing to her statement and ignoring her further. Yae Miko, witnessing the exchange, felt a sudden urge to laugh. Yet, as the chief editor of Yae Publishing, she stifled her amusement in the presence of two celestial rulers, contemplating how delightful it would be if Barbados, the Anemo god, were to join them, resulting in a congregation of three deities. Such a narrative would be sufficient to inspire an engaging light novel. Meanwhile, within the inn, after Qiqi had quelled the commotion with her formidable presence, she let out another disdainful huff and returned to her seat. On stage, Liamo took a sip of tea, regaining his storytelling demeanor as he continued to recount the experiences of the third life. Moreover, as he narrated, the scene above the inn, composed of electro-elements, continued to unfold like a cinematic display under Li Mo's influence. In the chaotic era of 2,700 years ago, the solitary king of the tower, the Calabrian, reigned as the sole sovereign beneath the tower. Yet, under the shadow of the Tower King, many weak Archons, much like humans, were compelled to submit to his oppressive rule. Thus, when the young Veni discovered that the entity before him was merely an ordinary Anemo spirit, weak in power and capable only of stirring dust, he was not frightened, but rather filled with curiosity. The power of the wind is indeed remarkable. Why is it that the formidable Tower King, Jacalapian, can conjure a hurricane with but a breath, ensnaring all his subjects, while the wind spirit before us appears so feeble? What do you think of the name Barbados? Upon uttering these words, the young Windy gazed ahead with eager anticipation. He was not a deity and could not perceive the intangible wind spirit. Yet he relied on the swirling dust stirred by its breath to ascertain its presence nearby. When it came to bestowing a name upon this diminutive wind spirit, the young Windy exuded confidence outwardly, while internally he felt a tumult of trepidation. Within the tower, he had scarcely read a handful of poems, nor had he engaged in the art of singing. Even the few characters he recognized were imparted to him by a deceased poet. The prospect of naming another, especially a god, filled him with anxiety. What if the wind spirit were to take offense and seek retribution? After all, despite its apparent frailty, it was still a deity. However, in the next moment, upon hearing the name Barbados, the wind spirit responded with immense delight. Barbados. What a splendid name. I, too, have a name now. I am Barbados. A gentle breeze danced joyfully around the young windy, its playful currents stirring the small braids at his shoulders and billowing his azure cloak. By the way, Windy, can you tell me what Barbados means in the language of the city? Barbados had learned to speak and had grasped most of humanity's vocabulary even before mastering the art of speech. Yet, it was the first time he had heard the term Barbados from the lips of the tower's inhabitants. The young Windy, upon hearing this, wore a sweet and dreamy smile. Barbados is not a word from the language of this tower city. It is a term I have crafted myself. In my lexicon, it signifies freedom. As he faced the towering walls and the fierce winds, he yearned for his gaze to pierce through the lofty ramparts and the howling gusts, to behold the world beyond. Chapter 24. You sing wrongly. The sky is not gray in the young Windy's lexicon. The word Barbados embodied the essence of freedom. Thus, when it came time to name the wind spirit before him, it was the name Barbados that first sprang to mind. At this moment, the wind spirit Barbados looked at the young Windy with a perplexed expression. What was the purpose of his hopeful gaze directed toward the towering walls? What did he seek in the fierce winds with such anticipation? Is it true that the young lad named Vinny has an affinity for city walls and hurricanes? Such a unique passion. Barbados circled around the boy a few times before finally fixating on the harp in his hands. Thank you, Vinty. I am quite fond of that name. Could you continue to sing? I truly enjoy your melodies, as well as the harmonious sounds of the harp, which, infused with elemental power, resonate deeply within me. Barbados had already discerned the essence of the winds swirling amidst the boy's melodic recitations and the harp's enchanting notes. They absorbed the ambient wind elements more swiftly and abundantly. In a few short years, he would gather enough wind essence to manifest a corporeal form, ultimately becoming a formidable deity. Yet, Barbados was not drawn to the boy's music merely in pursuit of strength. He was genuinely enamored by it. Upon hearing Barbados's words, the boy was filled with joy. It was the first time he encountered an audience who appreciated his poetic verses. Thus, he continued to sit cross-legged beneath the towering wall, facing the oncoming hurricane, strumming his harp while reciting a song of freedom. O great God of the winds, kindly wave your hand and disperse this tempest. Release me from this tower. Let me behold the gray sky, the dark earth, and the birds soaring freely. In the heart of young Vinny, the legendary god of the winds symbolized freedom. As he played the harp, his clear voice sang forth the song of liberty, while his gaze seemed to transcend the high walls, glimpsing the outside world, the gray sky, the dark earth, and the freely soaring birds. Everything felt like a dream. However, just as young Vinty was lost in his song, the wind spirit Barbados, who had lingered by his side, abruptly interrupted. No, no, you have sung incorrectly. How could the sky possibly be gray and the earth be black? Though Barbados had only recently come into existence as the spirit of freedom, he could effortlessly scale the high walls and traverse the fierce hurricane to witness the world outside. Upon hearing Barbados's voice, young Vinny froze momentarily. Had he truly sung incorrectly? Was it possible that the sky beyond was not gray? Was the earth not black? Contemplating this, he could not help but raise his gaze towards the top of the tower. Indeed, he saw that the fierce hurricane enveloping the sky was indeed gray, completely obscuring it, while the land beneath the tower was shrouded in darkness, barren and incapable of nurturing any crops. The boy stood there, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with an urgent tone, he exclaimed, "Have you truly glimpsed the world beyond?" Barbados replied with an air of pride, "Indeed. Do not forget, I am the formidable Anemo Archon, capable of effortlessly scaling towering walls and traversing fierce hurricanes. Is it not commonplace to behold the outside world?" However, Barbados found himself perplexed. The youth named Vinny, upon hearing about the outside world, was inexplicably agitated. Vinny exclaimed with fervor, "Within the confines of this tower, the sky is undeniably gray. The ground is distinctly black. How could there be a mistake?" The youth felt both urgency and confusion. The wind spirit, Barbados, regarded the boy's words with disdain. "Do you truly believe that the sky within this tower represents the entirety of the heavens? It is merely a shadow obscured by the tempest. The true sky is an expanse of azure, boundless and breathtaking. Do you think the barren land within the tower encapsulates the whole of the earth? It is but a fragment. The real earth is lush and green, adorned with towering trees and vast meadows. For the wind spirit Barbados, the sky is cerulean, and the earth is verdant. Surely this is common knowledge for a deity? It was astonishing that the inhabitants of the tower remained oblivious to such truths. Upon hearing this, Vinny felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he sank to the ground. Had the verses he had been reciting all along been erroneous? Was the sky not gray, but blue? Was the earth not black, but green? Suddenly, a spark of hope illuminated the boy's face as he turned eagerly to the gentle breeze at his side. Barbados, he said excitedly, I shall play my harp for you and sing my poetry in exchange for your tales of what lies beyond the towering walls. Vinny was filled with anticipation. Even if he could not escape the tower at present to witness the world outside, he would find contentment in merely hearing Barbados describe it. Yet, how could a god like Barbados acquiesce to the demands of a mere mortal? However, recalling the kindness of the youth in bestowing a name upon him, as well as the joy of his songs and melodies, coupled with the boy's earnest demeanor, he relented. Very well, the benevolent wind spirit Barbados conceded. I shall recount the nature of the world beyond, provided you sing your poetry and play your harp for me. This pact shall endure for 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, and must never be broken. As this agreement was forged, Barbados could not suppress a secret delight within his heart. The thought of listening to the boy's songs and harp each day filled him with immense joy. The young boy was immensely delighted. Then it is settled. Immediately, the young Vinny took some time to revise the previously erroneous ballad. As he strummed his harp, he sang, O great God of wind, gently wave your hand. Dispel this raging tempest. Depart from this tower. Let me behold the azure sky. Let me gaze upon the verdant earth. Let me witness the birds soaring freely. O God of the wind, unbound and free. After the poem was refined, the young Vinny sang with even greater fervor, his harp playing resonating with intensified passion, as if he were witnessing the cerulean sky and the lush land with his own eyes. His gaze brimmed with hope and a profound yearning for freedom. Even the wind spirit Barbados, who surrounded the young Vinny, felt an augmented strength upon hearing the new verses and melodies. Barbados was intrigued. After all, the blue sky and green earth were common knowledge. Why did they evoke such power in the young Vinny? When the boy finally grew weary from singing, it was the wind spirit Barbados's turn to narrate the wonders beyond the towering walls. Beyond these high walls lies a realm brimming with beauty. There, birds soar freely, ascending to great heights, even reaching the clouds. The sky above is a vast expanse of deep azure, unclouded and endless. The earth stretches out, carpeted in lush greenery, sprawling infinitely beneath one's feet. Majestic trees flourish, capable of reaching heights surpassing these walls if left unscathed. Meandering streams create melodies that embody a wondrous symphony. Upon hearing Barbados describe the world beyond, the young Vinty sat silently, his hands gripping the harp tightly. His mind conjured images of the boundless azure sky and the endless green earth, intensifying his longing for freedom and the world beyond the walls. Chapter 25. The First Drink. Barbados became intoxicated for a boy who was born and raised within the confines of a tower. The tales of the outside world recounted by the wind spirit Barbados were astonishingly fresh and captivating. He could almost envision the blue of the sky and the hue of the green earth through the power of imagination. Barbados, I envy you for being able to witness the world outside. Listening to Barbados's descriptions of the external realm solidified the young Vinty's yearning for freedom and his desire for the world beyond. Moreover, after absorbing Barbados's tales, the young Vinty's creative thoughts surged like a tidal wave, flowing endlessly. With a mere twig in hand, guided solely by instinct, the young boy drew enigmatic symbols upon the ground, weaving verses of unbridled poetry. Barbados, the wind spirit encircling the boy named Vinty, was taken aback by these markings. This lad was neither a deity nor possessed a vision, yet the symbols inscribed by the twig emanated a profound essence of anemo energy. Joyfully, Barbados danced around the boy, absorbing the swirling wind elemental force that enveloped them. The once feeble essence of the wind began to strengthen, and at this rate, it would not be long before Barbados amassed sufficient anemo energy to manifest a true divine form. In that moment, he envisioned not only scaling towering walls and traversing tempests, but also escorting young Vinny to realms beyond. Yet, Barbados resolved to keep this secret from Vinny. He wished to surprise the boy, imagining the thrill that would light up his face. The thought filled Barbados with delight, compelling him to whirl around Venti, diligently absorbing the elemental power. Meanwhile, Venti fervently scribbled beneath the towering walls, his twig inscribing a myriad of poetic lines and songs. At that instant, he grasped the sentiments of the departed poet whose legacy he sought to emulate. He aspired to disseminate the spirit of freedom inherent in poetry to every corner beneath the tower, reaching the hearts of all who dwelled there. Barbados, would you be my friend and help me share these verses? Venti gazed expectantly at the gentle breeze. In that moment, it mattered not whether the entity was a spirit of the wind or a god. They were destined to become the best of companions. Upon hearing Venti's invitation, Barbados twirled excitedly around the boy before playfully declaring, "Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. However, my willingness to accompany you in spreading these poems is not solely for the sake of friendship. It is because I genuinely adore them." In that moment, Barbados resembled a bashful child, flitting over Venti's shoulder and retreating shyly behind him. How delightful it was! Not only had Barbados acquired a name, but he also gained his first friend, along with the promise of daily melodies to cherish. It would not be long before he evolved into a formidable Anemo deity. Venti felt the gentle breeze lift his braids, realizing that Barbados was nestled behind him. With a smile, he said, "Barbados, I require your assistance. I shall play the harp and recite poetry, while you, with the power of the wind, carry these verses to every corner beneath the tower." Yet, the youth was aware that the current wind spirit, Barbados, was still rather weak. Even at full strength, he could only manage to project the harp's melody a little farther. Barbados, filled with joy, replied, "Indeed, such enchanting music ought to be heard by all." And thus, a human bard and a newly emerged wind spirit began to recite songs of freedom beneath the tower. In the days that followed, the young Venti would finish his daily tasks and seek out Barbados beneath the high walls. They harmonized together, day after day, singing songs that embodied freedom, their yearning for liberty resonating through every nook and cranny beneath the tower. With their melodies, they awakened the people's desire for freedom. Gradually, their presence spread across every corner beneath the tower, at the church, beneath the windmill, and in front of the flower shop. More and more souls were enchanted by their voices. At long last, one day, after having collaborated for quite some time and becoming the closest of companions, the young Venti and Barbados ventured into an inn. "Barbados, today I shall use my entire earnings to treat you to something splendid." The youth smiled as he led Barbados into the tavern. Who within this tower could refuse a fine glass of wine? Upon hearing this, Barbados playfully tugged at Venti's braid and perched upon his shoulder. "Something splendid? I, Barbados, am a mighty deity, capable of scaling walls and traversing tempests. What have I not encountered?" Though Barbados had absorbed a great deal of elemental wind energy and grown stronger than before, he still retained the playful demeanor of a child. The young Venti, brimming with confidence, declared, "It is not an ordinary substance, but a wondrous liquid. With but a sip, one can experience the essence of freedom." This small glass required several days' worth of the youth's wages, which meant that even the young Venti could only visit the tavern once a month to savor such exquisite wine. In the next moment, the young Venti, accompanied by a gentle breeze, entered the inn. He handed all his earnings to the tavern keeper in exchange for a glass of transparent liquid. Barbados, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "I expected something grander. It is merely a small cup of water. The stream outside the high walls is far clearer." Yet, the young Venti chuckled and replied, "Ah, see. You have not encountered this beverage before. It is called wine." With that, the young Venti raised the cup and cautiously took a sip. A rich and fragrant aroma, laced with a distinctive spiciness, swiftly enveloped the young lad, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What a delightful sensation! Within these towering walls, it is only this fragrant and spicy fine wine that can bestow upon one the exhilarating taste of freedom. The youth's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. With a single sip of the exquisite beverage, the intoxicating effects surged to his head, leaving him with a pleasantly dizzy feeling. Without hesitation, the young Venti retrieved his harp and began to strum a ballad of freedom within the tavern. "O great god of the wind, with a gentle wave of your hand, disperse this raging tempest. Release me from this high tower. Let me behold the azure sky. Let me gaze upon the verdant earth. Let me witness the birds soaring freely. O free-spirited god of the wind." As the boy sang, the curious Barbados lingered by the cup, finally catching a whiff of an intriguing scent. The fragrant and spicy notes, Two utterly distinct, if not opposing, flavors had astonishingly emerged within the same vessel. Driven by curiosity, Barbados summoned all his wind power, managing to whisk a small amount of the fine wine into the air. This was his first encounter with such an unusual flavor as a newly born deity, and it was quite intoxicating. "Wendy, I feel a bit lightheaded. What is happening?" At that moment, Barbados remained merely a zephyr, not yet possessing a true divine form. Therefore, strictly speaking, he had not truly consumed any wine. Merely inhaling the essence of this marvelous liquid had rendered him inebriated, his consciousness already wavering. He began to slur his words, calling out the name of the young Venti in a befuddled state. Just as he intended to playfully tug at the youth's hair and perch upon his shoulder as before, he suddenly swayed and, with a gentle breeze, tumbled into the embrace of young Venti. It is worth noting that after absorbing a considerable amount of wind elemental energy, Barbados had become significantly more powerful. This collision nearly sent the young Venti tumbling to the ground. Feeling the breeze in his arms, the youth laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, Barbados. I never imagined you would become so easily intoxicated. I thought my own tolerance was low, but yours seems even less." The young Venti reached out, attempting to embrace the wind spirit, yet his arms passed through Barbados, holding nothing but air. At this moment, Barbados had yet to solidify into his divine form. Slightly indignant, Barbados protested, "I am a powerful god of the wind. I am not drunk." The young Venti merely chuckled in response. "Ha ha, let us pretend you are not intoxicated. Remember, before mastering the art of drinking, one must consume only a little at a time. Otherwise, one is sure to become inebriated." In the next moment, the youth took another sip of fine wine, warmth flooding his entire being. He picked up the harp and, while strumming a carefree melody, began to sing. "Let me escape this lofty tower to behold the azure sky, to gaze upon the verdant trees, to witness the birds soaring freely." As the young bard Veni sang, the patrons of the tavern were captivated by his voice. Yet, many began to murmur, "What are you singing, lad? Are you blind? What azure sky? What verdant trees? What freely soaring birds? You are mistaken. The sky is gray, and the trees are bare. The Lord of the Tower has long proclaimed that the outside world is a mere illusion. How can you prove that your song is true? Within the tower, the inhabitants could only see the gray sky, the barren trees, and the ominous black crows. Thus, when they heard of the azure sky and the verdant trees, they chose to question. The tipsy Barbados, upon hearing their remarks, became incensed. Had he not witnessed the outside world with his own eyes? He swayed, eager to argue with them, but stumbled into a table with a loud thud, sending a gust of wind that nearly broke the table's leg. "That scoundrel of a tower lord deceives. I can clearly see that the outside world is indeed as beautiful as Veni's song describes. The trees there are immense, the flowers fragrant, and there is sweet honey, though I cannot partake." Dazed and exuberant, Barbados began to recount tales of the outside world. However, apart from the young Veni, none of the tavern's patrons believed a word spoken by the tipsy breeze. According to legend, flowers had long since become extinct within the confines of the tower decades ago. How could they possibly exist in this world? No tree could surpass the towering heights of the illustrious tower. Already intoxicated, Barbados became furious at the doubts around him. "Oh, you don't believe me, do you? Then I shall bring the flowers from outside to show you." No sooner had he spoken than Barbados, somewhat unsteady, charged toward the tavern door, startling young Veni. He understood all too well that Barbados was still too weak to traverse the tempest, an endeavor that was utterly impossible. Forcing his way through the storm could very well harm him. The young bard rushed to intervene. "Barbados, do not act rashly." But it was too late. For the inebriated Barbados, confronting a fierce gale was no more daunting than challenging the mighty Lord Dehydro himself. As a mere mortal, young Veni could hardly contain the wind spirit. He could only strive to chase after Barbados, hoping to persuade him to reconsider. Yet, even a deity inebriated was beyond convincing. With reckless abandon, Barbados plunged into the tempest. Young Venti pursued him to the base of the high wall, yet he could not deter Barbados. All he could do was call out urgently, "Barbados, do not forget our promise. Whether a millennium or 1,000 years passes, I shall play the harp for you and sing your praises. Therefore, you must return." The youth feared that Barbados, in his fervor, might unwittingly harm himself while crossing the storm. Hearing Veni's voice, Barbados responded loudly, "I understand, rest assured. I will bring the blossoms from beyond the wall into the world within the tower." In truth, Barbados's ire stemmed not from the people's doubts about him, but from their audacity to question the authenticity of Veni's melodies. This he could not abide. Barbados leaped over the high wall and dove into the fierce hurricane. Young Veni clutched his harp tightly, awaiting Barbados's return. As he waited, he sat cross-legged upon the ground, reminiscent of their first encounter, gently strumming the harp and singing songs of freedom. Meanwhile, as the wind spirit, Barbados effortlessly scaled the wall and traversed the storm, beholding the world beyond. A land adorned with blooming flowers. Lacking the form of a deity, he could only summon the power of a gentle breeze to lift a small red flower. He enveloped it with the wind's embrace, striving to return to the youth within the tower. Yet, in comparison to the raging tempest, Barbados was still far too fragile. Even with all his might, he could not withstand the storm's force, which tore through the protective breeze and shattered the flower he sought to safeguard. Barbados was indignant. Venti awaited his return. He yearned to present the blossoms to the people, to prove the truth of Venti's song. Thus, Barbados exerted every ounce of his limited strength to shield the flower within the winds. Yet the tempest relentlessly ravaged the bloom, fracturing its stem and scattering its petals. Even the tender stamen was reduced to fragments. Within the storm, Barbados's power waned, and the risk of being assimilated by the tempest loomed, threatening to erase his consciousness as the wind spirit, rendering him merely a part of the storm, a death of sorts. Yet, amidst the haze, Bard of Barbados heard the melodious strains of a harp, accompanied by the sweet voice of a youth. At last, guided by the enchanting melody of Venti, Barbados surged through the tempest, reuniting with the young boy. "Oh, Venti, forgive me. I am but too feeble to bring even a single flower." Barbados plunged into the embrace of the youth, his sobs resonating in the air. The young Venti, upon hearing Barbados's voice, replied with a comforting smile. "I am merely delighted that you have returned safely. You foolish one, do not take such risks again." Yet, as they held each other close, a flurry of crimson petals danced gracefully before both Venti and Barbados. Barbados had not failed. He had successfully transported a delicate petal into the realm within the tower. Into Veni's world. Chapter 27. The Huntress and the Nameless Knight. Sensing a gentle breeze enveloping him, the young Veni knew it was Barbados. Instinctively, he reached out to embrace him, but his arms passed through the ethereal form of the wind spirit, grasping at nothingness. "Barbados, promise me you will not take such perilous risks until you have solidified your divine form." As a diminutive wind spirit, Barbados traversed the storm with ease. However, attempting to carry anything else through the gale could lead to his being consumed by its might. Barbados was acutely aware of these dangers. As before, he playfully tousled the youth's hair and perched upon his shoulder, confidently proclaiming, "I am the wind god, the deity of freedom. How could such a trivial tempest harm me?" Yet, with a tinge of regret, he added, "Alas, I could not bring back that flower." A wave of self-reproach washed over him. If only he were stronger, if only he had tried harder, perhaps he would have succeeded. Sensing the melancholy in Barbados's demeanor, the young Veni chuckled, "It matters not. I shall always believe in you." Just then, as if the winds were responding to their exchange, a single red petal floated gracefully into view, swirling around the two. "Look, Veni, it is a petal," Barbados exclaimed with exhilaration. "I did not fail. I truly brought back a flower." With that, Barbados, as he had before, playfully ruffled the boy's hair and settled on his shoulder, filled with joy. At long last, he had demonstrated the wonders of the outside world to the youth. In that moment, the young Venti stood mesmerized by the sight of the vibrant red petals cascading from the sky, utterly entranced. He had not misjudged. It was indeed his first encounter with such vivid hues. Unable to resist, he extended a hand and caught the delicate petal in midair. As he brought the delicate flower closer to his nose, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, the young boy, Veni, dashed back to the tavern with an exhilarating fervor, cradling the vibrant red petal in his palms as if it were an unparalleled treasure. He presented it to all the patrons within the tavern, allowing them to witness its existence. Barbados had not deceived him. This exquisite petal was indeed what he had brought from beyond the tempest. With palpable excitement, Veni showcased the sight to everyone around him. In the tavern, upon hearing the boy's voice, the patrons turned their gazes towards him. In the boy's hands lay a strikingly beautiful petal, resting serenely within his palm. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that such a frail boy, a mere wind spirit, had truly brought forth the blossoms from beyond the walls. Having lived within the confines of the tower, their pleas to the solitary king had gone unanswered, rendering them blind to the vibrant world outside, and especially to such resplendent flowers. At that moment, as the brilliantly colored petal appeared before them, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Witnessing their stunned expressions, Vinny began to strum his harp and sing, striving to awaken the numb souls with the liberating melody. O great God of the winds, gently wave your hand and disperse this violent tempest. Release us from this tower. Allow me to behold the azure sky, the verdant earth, and the birds soaring freely. The harmonious notes of Venti's song reverberated throughout the tavern, and with Barbados's aid, it transcended the tavern's walls, reaching every corner of the street. In that moment, more of the indifferent, more yearning for freedom, were roused by Venti's voice. The way people regarded Venti transformed, once marked by disdain and disbelief. Their expressions now radiated admiration and reverence, viewing him as a harbinger of freedom. Moreover, the citizens outside, upon hearing the melody, etched it deeply into their hearts. Following the enchanting strains of Venti's harp, they began to chant the songs of liberty. These anthems of freedom filled the tower and even pierced through the tempest, reaching beyond the high walls. The spirit of freedom began to shake the very foundations of the tower, threatening to unsettle its dominion. As Venti tirelessly played his harp and sang of liberty, a huntress wielding Amos's Baal and an unnamed knight approached him, stepping forth into the light of his burgeoning revolution. In the highest of rites, accompanied by the towering spire, respect is rendered to the youth. Your singing is truly splendid. Upon hearing your melodious voice, I am transported to the azure skies beyond the walls, to the lush and flourishing trees. Furthermore, do you realize that within your music lies the essence of the elemental winds? The gentle huntress, wielding the Amos bow, addressed the young bard, Venti. Both individuals exuded an extraordinary aura, perhaps a quality born from the tumult of battle, clearly not of ordinary ilk. Upon receiving such praise, the young Venti beamed with delight. Thank you for your kind words. I merely wield my abilities to fulfill my purpose. If you enjoy listening, you are welcome to return here each day. He would continue to play his harp, reciting poetry that awakened the light of freedom within each heart. However, the nameless knight interjected unexpectedly. I too am enchanted by your harp and your verses. Yet, next time, I wish to hear your voice beyond the confines of this tower, not within its walls. To realize such dreams, we require your assistance, as well as that of your companion. The knight's gaze shifted to Barbados, who stood beside the young Venti. Clearly, both the knight and the huntress held Venti's melodies in high esteem, for they had discerned that the young bard's harp not only stirred a yearning for freedom, but also emanated a wind elemental power that could enhance the speed and strength of those who heard it. Though the youth was neither a deity nor possessed a vision, he could wield his harp to inspire and empower many. This was precisely the individual they had been seeking. Stunned by the knight's words, Venti found himself momentarily frozen. At that moment, a bold thought took root in his mind. Did the huntress and the nameless knight truly aspire to use force to overthrow the tyrant, the king of the tower, Decarabian? Rather than fear, excitement welled within him as he proclaimed, "If there is any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to command me. I am willing to devote all my strength to our dreams and aspirations." The knight and the huntress nodded slightly, visibly pleased with Venti's resolve. Soon, it will not be long before this gray sky regains its true colors. Chapter 28. Come with me, let us crush the tyrant and tear apart the walls of wind. Since that fateful encounter in the tavern with the huntress and the nameless knight, the young Venti remained steadfast. Each day, he played his harp and sang songs of freedom in the face of the towering walls and fierce gales. Yet, the observant Barbados soon noticed that Venti often stood alone, lost in thought before the high walls and raging winds. The wind spirit Barbados playfully tousled the boy's small braids as he settled upon the young one's shoulder. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Windy, have you developed a fondness for that female huntress? Ever since your fleeting encounter, it seems you've lost your spirit." He noted that the harp he had just played had been out of tune, and yet the boy had not noticed. Barbados felt a twinge of annoyance towards Windy's recent behavior. Upon hearing Barbados's words, the young Windy was both amused and exasperated. He had merely caught a glimpse of the huntress that day, captivated only by her bow and arrows. He hadn't even had the chance to discern her appearance clearly. How could it be said that he had fallen for her? Such an accusation was nothing short of absurd. With a smile, he replied, "Foolish one, I am not preoccupied with thoughts of a huntress. Rather, I am contemplating the world beyond. How exhilarating it is. Barbados, our dreams may soon come to fruition." After conversing with the nameless knight at the tavern, Wendy was astounded to discover that as he sang songs of freedom and strummed the harp, the people around him were subtly influenced. Within the tower, a banner of rebellion had already been raised. They were prepared to fight for true skies, for the poetry and songs that lay beyond their confines. All that was needed was an opportunity, and they would raise their weapons against the tower. With this knowledge, the boy seized his harp and began to play fervently, striving to awaken the consciousness of freedom within others, eagerly anticipating its arrival. On Wendy's shoulder, Barbados, as a spirit of wind, embodied the very essence of freedom but could not fully grasp the boy's sentiments. Yet, as Wendy's closest companion, he sensed the boy's excitement and anticipation. Thus, Barbados chuckled, "Indeed, our dreams are on the brink of realization. It won't be long before we behold the world beyond the walls together." At that moment, their thoughts diverged. The boy envisioned breaking down the high walls, toppling the tower, and tearing through the tempest, allowing the people within to witness the azure sky and the world outside. Conversely, Barbados contemplated the vast reservoir of wind elemental power he had absorbed while accompanying the boy, and how, with the right opportunity, he could coalesce into a divine being. In that moment, he would guide young Wendy through the storm, revealing the blue skies of the outside world, caressing the feathers of flying birds, and singing hymns of freedom. Just the thought of it filled him with joy. With excitement, Barbados flitted around the boy, playfully lifting Wendy's braids into twin ponytails, resembling a charming young maiden, which elicited hearty laughter from Barbados. Though filled with joy, he refrained from revealing the prospect of coalescing into a divine form to the boy at that moment. He intends to wait until the embodiment of the Archon is successfully achieved, then surprise the young boy, undoubtedly startling him. During this period, Barbados has been more diligent than ever. Whenever the boy plays the harp and recites poems of freedom, Barbados eagerly approaches, exerting every ounce of strength to absorb the elemental power of wind from the melodies. It won't be long now, just a tad more elemental energy, and Barbados will be able to manifest the Archon's form, allowing him to traverse the tempest with the boy. Not only Barbados, but the boy has also been exceedingly busy during this time. After completing his daily tasks, he plays the harp, sings poetry, and then accepts invitations from the huntress and the nameless knight, hastily attending various meetings. Barbados finds these human affairs perplexing and burdensome, desiring only to hasten the formation of the Archon's body, to take the boy through the storm to witness the azure sky and fulfill their dreams together. At long last, the day arrived when Barbados had absorbed sufficient elemental power of wind, transforming from a mere breeze into a powerful gale. He approached the young Wendy, eager to share the news of his imminent transformation into the Archon, which would allow him to easily help Wendy scale great walls and traverse the storm to behold the world beyond. However, before Barbados could utter a word to unveil this surprise, Wendy extended his hand towards Barbados, inviting him. "Barbados, I can finally fight for the true sky, for the winds and songs beyond the confines, and for the dream of freedom. Come with me. Let us crush the tyrant and tear down the walls of wind." The boy raised the harp high into the air. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the strings of the harp to quiver slightly, producing a soft melody. Barbados listened intently, yearning to reveal the long-prepared surprise and the news of his impending transformation. Yet, upon witnessing Wendy's exhilaration, Barbados understood that even if he achieved the Archon's form, the boy would not wish to leave the tower alone. His desire is to overthrow the tower, to shatter the tyrant, to tear apart the walls of wind. Since Wendy has made his decision, Barbados would certainly not refuse. He would resolutely choose to follow the boy's lead, standing by his side, protecting him, and joining the war for freedom. "Wendy, when the war concludes and freedom comes to our side, I will present you with a surprise that will surely astonish you," Barbados confidently declared. Who could have imagined that a nascent spirit of wind, previously a mere gentle breeze, could, in such a short time, embody the form of an Archon? Merely contemplating the thought, Barbados could not suppress a smile. He envisioned the astonishment on the youthful Veni's face upon witnessing Barbados's divine form. He was certain it would be met with delight. Upon hearing this, the young Venti replied with a smile, "As long as it is a surprise prepared by Barbados, I am certain to cherish it. I am so looking forward to it." Barbados echoed. Indeed, I too await it with eager anticipation. When he finally materialized his divine form, the two would embrace in genuine unity. At that moment, Barbados would also learn to play the harp, with one strumming the strings while the other recited verses of freedom, allowing Venti's poetry to resonate in every corner of the world. Just as the two reached this agreement, a huntress wielding Amos's Baal and an unnamed knight reappeared before Venti and Barbados. Let us commence. Break free from the confines, shatter the tyrant, and tear asunder the walls of wind. It was not merely the two of them. Behind the huntress and the unnamed knight stood countless citizens from within the towers, armed and ready to resist the tyrant, eagerly awaiting the sound of the young Venti's harp to signal their charge. Chapter 29. Barbados approaches at this moment, in Liyue Harbor. At the Wangshu Inn, although the tale did not unfold in Liyue nor recount the chaotic events of Inazuma, the audience remained captivated. They resonated with the emotions embodied by the young Venti in the story. Thousands of years prior, the land of Liyue was also oppressed by divine forces. It was the illustrious Geo Archon who, with formidable strength, quelled all malevolent deities and repelled the invasion of monsters, safeguarding Liyue and paving the way for the peace and prosperity of today. Thus, in the eyes of all Liyue citizens, the Geo Archon is revered as omnipotent and deserving of respect. Consequently, the land of Mondstadt should also be liberated from turmoil by the wind deity, Barbados. However, the audience was filled with skepticism. After listening for so long, the wind spirit known as Barbados still appeared to be a feeble entity, lacking even the manifestation of his divine form. How could he possibly triumph over the towering solitary king? To challenge him now would surely be tantamount to courting death. A foreboding sense lingered. If they charged forth, it was likely they would face annihilation. Yet, perhaps it was prudent to look beyond mere appearances. A significant portion of the towering solitary king's strength stemmed from the faith of his subjects. Now that those subjects had raised the banner of rebellion, the king's power would undoubtedly wane. It was true that the towering solitary king was formidable, but a king stripped of his subjects' faith would experience a substantial diminishment of power. The outcome of this war remained uncertain, yet one truth was undeniable. Many lives would be lost amidst the conflict. The denizens of Liyue can only perceive their world from a divine perspective, reflecting upon a history long past through the tales narrated by Liemo. However, they have been profoundly moved by the youthful Venti and Barbados's yearning for freedom. I surmise that the storyteller has once again abandoned his humanity, preparing for a tumultuous turn of events. I sincerely hope they can bide their time until Barbados manifests his godly form, for they would undoubtedly have a greater chance of triumphing in this war. Time is of the essence. Their actions may have already caught the attention of the towering Isolation King. Storyteller, hasten to continue your tale, should you render Barbados lifeless. I shall take up my blade against you. Strangely enough, I find the Anemo Archon, Barbados, somewhat charming on stage. Liemo spoke uninterrupted for an hour, his throat parched, while conjuring a vivid display of lightning elemental energy above the inn. The exertion was tremendous, yet he persisted with fervor, for in this lifetime, he embodies the young Venti. He was compelled to retrieve a pill from his pocket, placing it in his mouth, and instantly replenishing his elemental energy within. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully consumed a level 1 elemental pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Elemental energy replenishment complete. After ingesting the elemental pill, a surge of potent elemental energy erupted within him, swiftly restoring his depleted reserves. Just as Liemo cleared his throat, intending to continue his narrative, a gentle breeze suddenly stirred the curtain at the entrance of Wangshu Inn. The faint sound of a harp, mingled with the whisper of the wind, resonated within the establishment. This unexpected occurrence immediately captured the attention of many listeners. Hey, did you hear that? I think I actually heard the sound of a harp. Could it be that the Anemo Archon has come to Liyue to listen to stories? No way, really? I hope the Archon doesn't arrive. I inadvertently spoke ill of him just moments ago. Have you all gone daft from listening too intently? Just because a breeze wafts into the inn, you believe it to be the Archon? I shall close the door to stave off your paranoid thoughts. In the next moment, someone indeed approached the entrance of Wangshu Inn and firmly shut the door. Not even a whisper of wind could penetrate now. Yet at this moment, in the corner, Zhongli and Raiden Shogun exchanged glances, both frowning. While ordinary folk might misinterpret the sound as one of the 7 Archons, Zhongli and the Raiden Shogun could not be mistaken. The sound of the harp was real. The Anemo Archon, Barbados, had indeed arrived and was close at hand. The Raiden Shogun coldly remarked. That fellow is always shrouded in mystery, neglecting his duties to govern Mondstadt and failing to protect his own people. I wonder what he occupies himself with all day. It was evident that the Raiden Shogun held a rather critical view of Barbados. In the eyes of Raiden Shogun, Barbados, the Anemo Archon, is undoubtedly an unworthy deity. Meanwhile, Zhongli maintains his usual nonchalance. He merely raises his gaze to survey the surroundings and takes a moment to inhale deeply. Not a trace of Barbados is visible, nor does he catch the scent of fine wine, which leaves a hint of disappointment etched upon his countenance. With a subtle sigh, he remarks, Barbados wields the power of the wind. He is able to hear the aspirations of his people. I believe that all he does is a reflection of their own choices. At this, Raiden Shogun merely scoffs. Humans are prone to making erroneous decisions. Only under the aegis of a deity can one attain everlasting peace. With that, the two cease their dispute, turning their attention to the stage, awaiting Li Mo to unfold the next chapter of the tale. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to either of them, on the rooftop of Wangshu Inn, a most unexpected visitor emerges as the gentle breeze stirs. Clad in a cerulean cloak and hat, a young boy with two small braids clutches a diminutive harp in his hands. He gazes skyward, taking a hearty bite of the apple he holds. Wendy, did you hear that? The storyteller within the inn seems to possess an intricate knowledge of our past. Did you divulge this to him? Through the gauzy window of the rooftop, the braided youth can see Li Mo, the storyteller, as well as the unfolding scenes above the inn, which depict their very own narrative. At this moment, within the inn, urged by the anticipation of the audience, Li Mo takes a deep breath, reacquaints himself with his composure, and commences the recounting of the subsequent events. Simultaneously, the imagery above Wangshu Inn, conjured by lightning, begins to morph. On that fateful day, young Wendy, as one of the leaders of the resistance, sang for freedom, raising the banner against the solitary king of the tower, leading those who yearn for liberty towards the crumbling edifice. The people's resolve to resist the solitary king is fervent. Yet the power wielded by this king remains an insurmountable behemoth for humanity. Despair looms as Chapter 30, the crumbling tower of the solitary king, unfolds. Under the oppressive might of the tower, the populace is once again reminded of the solitary king's formidable strength and the fear he instills. All hearts quail in trepidation. However, just as the spirits of the rebels begin to falter in the shadow of the tower, young Wendy resolutely grasps his harp once more. As the harp resounds, a melody of freedom emerges. O great God of the winds, with a gentle wave of your hand, disperse this tempestuous storm. Release me from this lofty tower, that I may gaze upon the azure sky, behold the verdant earth, and witness the birds soaring in liberty. O God of the winds, the youthful voice of Venti drifts upon the gentle breeze, reaching every corner of the battlefield. Inspired by the enchanting strains of the harp, all warriors yearning for freedom find themselves imbued with unprecedented strength. One by one, armed with weapons, the valiant fighters surge forth, propelled by the music, charging towards the imposing tower. Advance, break free from the confines, shatter the tyrant, and tear apart the wall of wind. As the people rush forward, the conflict soon reaches its zenith. Countless arrows rain down from the heights of the tower, aimed at the freedom fighters. Some, unable to evade, are pierced directly by the arrows, while others, by fortune's grace, dodge and continue their assault on the tower ahead. Yet, it is not merely humans who engage in this battle. Even the wind spirit Barbados, a deity in his own right, follows closely beside the young Venti, ensuring his safety. In moments of calm, Barbados alights upon Venti's shoulder, playfully tousling the boy's hair, subtly hinting that he is preparing to coalesce his form. Eagerly, Barbados longs to share this surprise with the young one, yet he restrains himself, waiting for the conclusion of the conflict. When he can present a striking divine form before Venti, startling him with his formidable appearance. The mere thought brings Barbados immense joy. However, after much contemplation, he finds himself perplexed. What truly constitutes a handsome form? What kind of divine embodiment would genuinely astonish the young Venti? Just as Barbados ponders this, a flurry of sharp arrows slices through the sky, descending from the distant tower towards the boy. Venti, being but an ordinary mortal, lacks the strength of even the most common soldiers, rendering him unable to evade these lethal projectiles. Yet, at the critical moment, Barbados swiftly intervenes. manifesting a barrier of wind with all his might to shield the boy from the onslaught of arrows. With a joyous laugh, Barbatos declares, "Behold, my power now shields you from these arrows. Henceforth, no one shall harm you." As long as he can aid and protect the young Venti, Barbatos is filled with elation. From that moment forth, he ceases to be a burden to Venti, transforming instead into a steadfast ally. The young Venti observed the scene with a furrowed brow and expressed his concern. "Barbatos, are you all right?" Barbatos replied with a proud smile, "Of course, I am perfectly fine. I am a mighty Archon. How could such ordinary arrows possibly harm me?" The young Venti then declared, "Barbatos, let us charge the tower together and overthrow it." With a heart full of yearning for freedom and a longing for the azure sky, he grasped his harp and joined the valiant warriors in their ascent. At that moment, the battle raged fiercely. Countless souls fell at the feet of the solitary king of the tower, sacrificing themselves for their dreams. Many became stepping stones, their bodies paving the path to the tower. They shouted with fervor, treading upon the corpses of their comrades as they surged towards the lofty and arrogant tower, pouring all their strength into the assault. Yet, even if they reached the tower, the power of humanity alone could scarcely inflict the slightest damage, let alone bring it down. Just then, a formidable figure wielding Amos's bow emerged from the throng. The seasoned huntress, drenched in the blood of her foes from countless battles, shouted, "Everyone, stand back. Allow me to use this bow to shatter the tower." In the next instant, she gripped the bow with one hand and steadied an arrow with the other, aiming towards the tower. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew like lightning, seemingly transcending space itself, and struck the tower with a resounding crash. At that moment, the once towering and invincible edifice began to tremble and falter. The people who longed for freedom had achieved their first victory. However, just as the arrow met the tower, a towering figure, exuding an oppressive aura, materialized before them all. It was the solitary king of the tower. The people had prayed to him, yet he had never responded. They had wished for his favor, but he remained deaf to their pleas. Yet now, as the banners of rebellion were raised, the formidable solitary king finally revealed himself. Clutching his weapon, he surveyed the inferno of battle below and the courageous souls scaling the tower. His eyes, filled with haughty disdain, were also clouded with profound confusion. Why? He had tirelessly wielded his power to protect his subjects, who, in turn, held him in great esteem. Yet, why had they suddenly raised the flag of revolt? The solitary king gazed at his rebellious subjects, lost in a sea of uncertainty. Little did he know, the love he held for those within the tower had not only gone unacknowledged, but had also caused them suffering. The reason the people had once knelt before the solitary king, it is not out of reverence for the tower's solitary king, nor from a deep-seated affection for him, but rather out of an inability to rise that the subjects remain prostrate. Each time the tower's solitary king makes his appearance, the howling winds forcefully bear down upon his people, bending their backs and breaking their legs. The subjects are left with no choice but to kneel upon the ground, pleading desperately, yet their cries fall upon deaf ears. Moreover, whenever the tower's solitary king observes his subjects bowing at his feet, their heads lowered in supplication, he mistakenly interprets this as their adoration and praise. Thus, each time he witnesses such scenes, his heart swells with a sense of comfort and joy, believing the sacrifices of his subjects to be worthwhile. However, now these once loyal subjects, who had shown him unwavering support, have raised their blades against him and drawn their bows. No, have you not always revered me? Have you not always held me in esteem? Why then do you betray me? All who turn against him shall face the wrath of the tower. The insurrection from those he once protected strikes deep within the tower's solitary king, shattering his inner resolve and casting doubt upon the guardianship he has so fervently upheld. In a frenzy, he unleashes his formidable demonic powers, joining the fray of battle. As his gaze sweeps across the battlefield, he spots a youth wielding a harp, accompanied by the spirit of the wind. Chapter 31. The last arrow of the tower's solitary king pierced the youth's body. The tower's solitary king is an eccentric individual. He loves his subjects in his own peculiar manner, yet he remains oblivious to their cries and utterly ignorant of their needs. This love has not aided them. Rather, it has become a burdensome weight upon their shoulders, inflicting immense suffering. As ordinary citizens, they endure a life of agony beneath the oppressive rule of the tower's solitary king. Now, awakened to their will for freedom, they raise the banner of rebellion. They seek to topple the tower, crush the tyrant, and tear down the walls of wind. yearning for a broader horizon. In this moment, faced with the uprising of his subjects, the tower's solitary king experiences a profound internal collapse. Furthermore, having lost the faith of his people, his own power begins to wane, growing increasingly feeble. At this critical juncture, he hears the sound of a harp wafting through the breeze, reaching his ears. The melodies of freedom echo both within and beyond the tower's walls, igniting his fury. The tower's solitary king despises the sound of the harp, and even more so, the insipid songs that accompany it. His gaze sharpens upon a youthful figure leading the tower's followers, who brandish their blades against the rebels. In the name of the tempestuous deity, Decalapian, the rebellion was suppressed. The towering edifice remained unyielding, while the god's essence endured. Beneath the precipice of the seemingly toppling tower, the solitary king rallied his loyal adherents alongside the valiant dreamers of freedom, engaging in a fierce struggle. At his zenith, the solitary king of the tower, as the sovereign of the erstwhile Mondstadt, was undeniably the mightiest of the realm. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself bereft of his subjects' faith, his divine power waning. Coupled with an inner disintegration, this once formidable figure now grappled with a sense of helplessness in the face of human insurrection. The more he fought, the greater his fatigue grew. Trembling, both in body and in the depths of his unexpressive heart, he felt the weight of exhaustion. His once loyal subjects had forged their own wills and dreams. Perhaps it was time for him to rest. Beneath the tower, the nameless knight raised his great sword, challenging the solitary king. The female huntress gripped the bow of Amos tightly, poised to deliver a decisive blow. The youthful Veni strummed an inspiring melody, empowering all who resisted alongside him. Barbados summoned the winds, carrying the harmonious strains to every corner of the battlefield. The human warriors, emboldened by their struggle, fought with increasing vigor, driving the tower's followers into retreat. At last, the people broke free from their confines, triumphantly dismantling the grand edifices they had once constructed and trampling the majestic statue of the solitary king. They ascended the tower, brandishing their blades against him. For a powerful deity, the assaults of ordinary humans seemed inconsequential. Yet, as countless swords struck in unison, the cumulative damage began to take its toll. Even the once invincible solitary king found himself wounded, and the injuries deepened. In that critical moment, the huntress, armed with the bow of Amos, set her sights on the injured king anew. Drawing an arrow with utmost strength, she unleashed the final shot aimed at his heart. The arrow flew with breathtaking speed, and even the formidable king, weakened by his inner turmoil, could not evade its path. Before the gaze of all, the winds of fate shifted. The piercing arrow struck true, finding its mark in the proud heart of the solitary king. In that instant, the world bore witness to the shattering of divinity. As the tyrant's fall was enveloped in the swirling smoke of defeat, as the solitary king collapsed, the majestic tower crumbled, the towering walls fracturing piece by piece. The fierce tempest gradually subsided, leaving a serene sky above. The gray, overcast sky was torn asunder, and at long last, the people beheld the true azure expanse above. In that moment, everyone stood transfixed. It is real. The sky is indeed blue, pristine, and unblemished. Young Vinny, clutching his harp, gazed at the azure heavens he had long dreamed of, while simultaneously casting his eyes upon the vast world beyond the crumbled walls. He was filled with a yearning for what lay outside, brimming with anticipation for the world beyond. At this moment, the young Vinny understood that by traversing the ruins of the shattered walls and navigating through the stillness left by the tempest, he could finally touch freedom. Barbados, we have succeeded. A genuine smile graced the lips of young Venti, as he envisioned the beauty of the world outside through the contours of the scene before him. Yet, what he did not see, nor did those around him, was the aftermath of the fallen, lonely king of the tower. Amidst the battlefield, a bow and arrow were hastily seized, aimed directly at young Vinny. Draw the bow. Release the arrow. The shaft, accompanied by a thunderous cry akin to that of a thunderbird, hurtled toward young Venti with alarming speed. The sudden turn of events astonished all present. Vinny, dodge. The arrow. The arrow. No. By the time they realized, it was already too late to intervene. Even the formidable nameless knight and the huntress wielding Amos' bow could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before them, their desperate cries urging young Vinny to evade the impending strike. However, this was no ordinary arrow. It was loosed from the hand of the lonely king of the tower. Imbued with elemental might, and echoing the roar of the thunderbird. There was no time to evade. In that critical moment, Barbados too recognized the imminent danger of the arrow. And like before, he positioned his yet-to-coalesce divine form in front of the young boy. He conjured a wall of wind, striving to halt the arrow's advance. Barbados had not yet joined Venti in witnessing the world outside, nor had he unveiled his coalesced divine form to astonish Venti. Barbados did not wish for Venti to perish. He sought to protect him. Had it been an ordinary arrow, this wall of wind conjured by Barbados would undoubtedly have safeguarded young Venti. However, the arrow from the lonely king of the tower was suffused with elemental force. The instant it made contact with the wind barrier, it violently tore through Barbados's gentle form, surging forth with the might of a tempest, piercing young Venti's body. In that moment, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. No, Venti, please do not perish. All eyes turned towards the young boy who delighted in strumming his harp and singing songs of freedom. In him, they beheld a dark abyss, consuming the very essence of Venti's life. Chapter 32. I shall become the god of wind and bring freedom to your side. The young Venti felt an unprecedented pain in his chest. Bewildered, he glanced down to witness the gruesome sight, blood gushing forth in vivid crimson. He sensed his strength waning, his legs rendered powerless, unable to uphold his frail form. With a heavy thud, the boy collapsed onto the battlefield, shattering the silence that enveloped it. Barbados, witnessing this scene, disregarded his own injuries and hurried to the side of young Venti, collapsing into his embrace, calling out his name. Venti, look, we have triumphed. Rise. Yet, in the boy's arms, Barbados's gaze was immediately drawn to the ominous void that seemed intent on swallowing him whole. Though a deity, Barbados comprehended the gravity of the darkness that enveloped young Venti. He knelt beside the boy, weeping profusely, desperate to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, as Barbados had not yet assumed his divine form, he could only summon a gentle breeze. How could he produce tears? How could he stem the relentless tide of blood? Barbados could only cradle the fallen youth in a whisper of wind, feeling the flickering essence of life that coursed through Venti. At this moment, the young boy was fading. Aware that his end was nigh, he gazed upward, witnessing the swirling dust above, and knew that his dearest friend, Barbados, was by his side. Through a cough of blood, Venti murmured, I long to see the boundless blue sky. I yearn to venture into the world beyond, to caress the feathers of soaring birds. Barbados, I am sorry, I may be departing. I can no longer play the harp for you, nor sing songs. I cannot accompany you to witness these wonders. As his words faded, the boy felt the gentle breeze caress him, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that Barbados was near. He struggled to part his lips, wishing to utter more to his friend, but blood choked his throat, silencing him entirely. With a heart full of yearning for the sky, regret towards Barbados, and a defiance against death, young Venti closed his eyes and departed from this world. In that moment, Barbados, in his ethereal form, could no longer contain his emotions. He burst into tears, lamenting, No, I have yet to reveal to you the form of the Archon, nor have I bestowed upon you the marvels I promised. I have not taken you to witness the birds soaring freely, nor shown you the lush, verdant trees. We have yet to spread the ballads of freedom to the world beyond. You vowed to play the harp for me for 1,000 years, for 10,000 years. Yet our promise remains unfulfilled. Barbados, taking the form of a gentle breeze, desperately cradled the young Venti in his embrace, weeping loudly. He yearned to save Venti and poured all his strength into the boy, channeling every ounce of his power into him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the elemental wind energy that entered the young boy dissipated rapidly, akin to air escaping from a punctured balloon. Regret consumed Barbados. If only he had exerted himself a little more, absorbing more elemental wind, perhaps he could have manifested the Archon's form sooner and shielded young Venti from the impending arrow. In that moment of despair, Barbados failed to notice that the elemental winds surrounding them began to stir violently, boiling with energy. Weak tendrils of breeze, as if summoned by an unseen force, converged from all directions towards Barbados. Around him and the young boy, an immense vortex formed, composed of countless elemental forces and gentle winds, enveloping both Barbados and Venti's lifeless body. Furthermore, those raging elemental winds began to flow into Barbados, gradually fortifying his strength. In the next instant, amidst the howling gales, Barbados, as a spirit of the breeze, absorbed increasing amounts of power, his form becoming ever more robust. At last, He could coalesce into the Archon's body. Within the swirling winds, a vague humanoid shape emerged beside the lifeless form of young Wendy. Indistinct arms and a blurred visage, shrouded in obscurity. At that moment, Barbados finally attained a corporeal form. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out to caress the youthful visage of Wendy. Yet, where his hand made contact, he felt only the cold flesh of a corpse. With the newly formed, indistinct arm, Barbados gathered young Wendy into his embrace. Burying his head in sorrowful cries, he murmured softly, recounting the days they spent together beneath the high walls, the joyous moments they shared. Those were the happiest days of Barbados's existence. He had once learned to play the harp from the boy, to sing the melodies of old. However, the sounds he produced on the harp were always chaotic and disordered. The notes of his songs perpetually strayed from their intended melody. Reflecting on those sweet times, Barbados picked up the harp that had fallen to the ground and began to play gently. Although the notes were somewhat disordered, anyone could perceive the profound emotion woven into the melody. Thus, Barbados continued to perform, occasionally singing a slightly off-key poem for Vinny. Time flowed indistinctly. Above in the sky, countless elemental forces of wind converged upon Barbados, augmenting his strength remarkably, though he had just coalesced into his divine form. The power coursing through his being rivaled that of the once mighty Hollow King. Barbados became acutely aware of this transformation. As the breeze danced around him, he ceased his playing and murmured, "Vinny, I have made my decision. I shall become a god. I will let the song of freedom resonate throughout this land, bringing warmth with the gentle winds. I shall bring freedom to your side. This is our new covenant." No sooner had he spoken than he picked up the youth's azure hat from the ground and placed it upon his own indistinct head. He retrieved the cerulean cloak and draped it over his shoulders. Clutching Vinny's harp and cradling Vinty's blood-wrapped body, he slowly rose. Under the astonished and mournful gazes of all, Barbados held Vinty's lifeless form as he walked with the wind towards a distant hillside adorned with blossoms. He laid Vinty to rest upon the flower-laden earth, beneath a tree of abundant foliage. "Vinny, wait for my return, when I shall play the harp for you and recite poetry." Chapter 33. I shall become your eyes at the Wangshu Inn. On the stage, Li Mo became lost in reminiscence, recounting his experiences of that life with a voice tinged with melancholy. Moreover, as he narrated, the lightning elements above swiftly shifted, revealing fleeting images. Among these scenes was the free-spirited youth, who, at the moment of defeating the Hollow King and tearing through the wind wall, could no longer fulfill his promise to Barbados and suddenly collapsed, losing his life. At that moment, in the audience below, many were moved by the tale of the wind god Barbados and the young Vinty. "Storyteller, you have done enough mischief. You promised this time there would be no tragedy. Please give us something sweet to ease our hearts. How could you suddenly kill the boy? How cruel. He was so close to victory, yet you let him perish." The fall of the Hollow King and the tragic demise of young Vinny was undoubtedly a tale of mutual destruction. The story is well crafted, though it tugs at the heartstrings. Storyteller, you have one last chance. Swiftly rewrite the ending and bring the boy back to life. To most of the audience, this was an undeniably poignant narrative. However, they expressed skepticism regarding the authenticity of the tale. After all, how could the formidable Anemo Archon Barbados have come into existence solely due to the actions of a mere youth? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Furthermore, the circumstances within the narrative appeared excessively coincidental. The fallen monarch of the tower fortuitously stumbled upon a bough, and as he knocked an arrow, it just so happened to be aimed directly at the boy. How was it that Barbados had not yet coalesced into his divine form? To the audience below, despite the numerous inconsistencies, the story evoked profound emotion, capable of eliciting tears from them. Indeed, many among the crowd wept for the demise of the youth, Vinny. Not only ordinary spectators, but even Qiqi, a member of the Liu at Qixing, Shenhe, a disciple of the Adepti, and Hu Tao, the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, found themselves unable to discern the veracity of the tale. Qiqi could only sigh softly, remarking that perhaps the only way to ascertain the truth of the story was to consult the 7 deities. Yet, this notion seemed impractical. For Qiqi was aware that the Geo Archon Morix had recently passed, his soul still unrest, making it impossible for him to rise from his coffin to confirm the tale. The Raiden Shogun, having not departed Inazuma for centuries, was equally unlikely to venture to Liu merely to listen to a storyteller's narrative. As for Barbados, the Anemo Archon, who had long abandoned his duties, he had vanished without a trace, rendering any visit to the Wangshu an improbable. Qiqi deduced that none of the 7 gods would appear at this juncture in the Wangshu Inn. Thus, under the current circumstances, it was simply impossible to ascertain the truth of the story. Yet, standing aside, Shinha, who had been intently observing the storyteller, suddenly declared with gravity, "I believe this tale to be true." Hu Tao was taken aback. "Why is that?" Qiqi, equally perplexed, inquired. "Indeed. How do you know it is true? Is it the power of the Adeptus?" Yet even Shinha's master, the Anemo Adeptus, cannot possess the ability to discern truth from falsehood, let alone Shinha herself. However, Shinha maintained her earnest gaze upon the storyteller, Liemo, and spoke in a calm tone, "Because I saw tears filling the storyteller's eyes." In that moment, as Shinha gazed at Liemo on stage, a bold thought blossomed in her mind. Could it be that the stories of your were experiences that the storyteller had personally endured, thus explaining his profound understanding? If this were the case, everything would fall into place. Beyond this possibility, Shinha could conceive of no other explanation to account for it all. Contemplating this potential, when Shunhe beheld the stage once more, her gaze had transformed. What immense courage must one possess to lay bare their past wounds before the eyes of all? What purpose does such an act serve? Shunhe pondered, her mind awash with uncertainty. Regrettably, within the entirety of the inn, every listener was captivated by the tale unfolding before them. Apart from the adept Shunhe, no one else contemplated such possibilities, nor did anyone discern these subtle hints. Meanwhile, in another corner of the inn, the Raiden Shogun maintained her icy demeanor. However, upon hearing of the boy's demise, a flicker of emotion crossed her countenance. She turned to Zhongli and inquired, "What do you think?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Zhongli interjected. With a calm demeanor, he suggested, "I believe we should first listen to the entirety of the story before engaging in further discussion." The Raiden Shogun's expression hardened. She had not anticipated such a lack of deference from Zhongli. Raising her hand as if to draw her weapon and admonish him, she ultimately refrained, muttering, "I shall let you off this time." Nearby, Miko could not suppress a giggle at the sight of the two and discreetly took out a small notebook and pen to document the amusing antics of the Raiden Shogun and Morix. Once back in Inazuma, she intended to publish these tales in the Ye Publishing House's magazine, certain they would be well received. Suddenly, the Raiden Shogun turned to her, "Miko, what are you doing?" Miko replied with a smile, "Of course, I am crafting delightful little stories for light novels. Would you care to appreciate them?" The Raiden Shogun dismissed her words. At that moment, on the stage, Liemo took a sip of bitter tea, exhaled deeply, and steadied his emotions before resuming his narration. As he spoke, the virtual imagery, suffused with the elements of thunder, played anew above the inn. The scene depicted a gentle hillside adorned with towering trees, lush green grass, and a solitary gravestone. The image shifted, revealing a hazy figure, the embodiment of Barbatos, the Anemo Archon. Since donning the young Venti's hat and draping himself in his cloak, Barbatos had made a resolution. He aspired to become the wind god of Mondstadt, to disseminate the essence of freedom across the land, allowing the melodies of liberty to resonate in every corner of Mondstadt. Thus, Barbatos declared war upon all the Archons of Mondstadt. With his harp in hand, he vowed to sing songs of freedom in each battle he fought. Initially, his melodies were off-key, and he often struck the wrong strings, occasionally enduring mockery from the other Archons. However, after numerous fierce confrontations, Barbatos, emulating the youthful Windy of yore, mastered the art of harp playing and learned to chant melodies. He triumphed over one formidable deity after another. Years later, Barbatos grew increasingly powerful, vanquishing all manner of deities in Mondstadt. In the Great Deity War, he emerged victorious, ascending to become one of the 7, the God of Wind. Chapter 34. Barbatos transformed into the form of a youth upon becoming the God of Wind. Barbatos assumed the role of the worldly ruler of Mondstadt, basking in his exalted status and the reverence of the populace. Yet, he always recalled the words of young Windy. The very essence of the name Barbatos signifies freedom. The youth's longing had always been for liberty. Thus, Barbatos chose not to become a distant sovereign, nor did he revel in his supreme position. He refrained from commanding the people, instead resolving to entrust this freedom into their own hands, allowing them to determine their own paths and savor true liberation. Once all was arranged, Barbatos transformed into a gentle breeze, weaving through the newly erected towers of Mondstadt and gliding past the freshly constructed taverns. as the wind danced. It carried him to a hillside adorned with blooming flowers, with one hand delicately holding a feather and the other grasping the youth's harp. He stepped lightly to the grave of young Windy. Gazing upon the somewhat weathered tombstone, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. With a soft smile gracing his still youthful visage, he spoke. Windy, I have returned. Do you remember our promise from that day? I have succeeded. With your spirit guiding me, I defeated all the deities and became the ultimate god of wind in Mondstadt, restoring freedom to your side. I have returned freedom to the hands of the people. After speaking, Barbados gently lifted his hand, placing the pure white feather upon the tombstone. Sitting beside the youth's grave, he slowly took up the harp and began to play, his voice rising in a song of freedom. O great god of wind, with a gentle wave of your hand, disperse this tempest. Leave this tower. Let me behold the azure sky. Let me see the verdant earth. Let me witness the birds soaring free. O god of the free wind. Indeed, the song that Barbados sang was the very ballad he had composed alongside Windy during their most joyous days together. Though the youth could no longer sing with him, he continued to play the harp and chant the melodies in honor of his friend, the gentle breeze carrying his song far and wide. In this moment, although Barbados had become the god of wind, possessing immense power and holding an exalted position, he remained forever rooted in the essence of freedom. However, the visage and entire form of Barbados have always remained indistinct. The countenance of the Archon has yet to fully crystallize. Although he could no longer surprise the young lad, Barbados remained perplexed. What kind of physique could be deemed handsome by the standards of humanity, capable of truly astonishing the youth, Vinny? After a lengthy period, Barbados stood before the gravestone, his eyes reflecting a contemplative gaze, as though a revelation had dawned upon him. He ceased his strumming and, as if having arrived at a profound resolution, addressed the gravestone. Vinny, I have finally come to understand. I shall become your eyes, allowing you to behold this world. I will take you to witness the birds soaring freely in the boundless sky. I will guide you to vibrant meadows and blooming red flowers. I will show you the mighty ocean and the fishing boats setting sail for distant horizons. Naturally, I shall also take you to Sumeru, to the land of winter, and to Fontaine, to experience both the chill of frost and the heat of summer. With that said, Barbados resumed plucking the strings, gently playing the harp, and began to sing once more. As the melodies of the harp filled the air, gradually, the once indistinct form of Barbados began to complete the final step of crystallizing the Archon's body. His hazy hands transformed into delicate, familiar fingers, and his nebulous figure morphed into that of a slender and fragile youth. Two small braids sprouted from his blurred head, cascading down to his shoulders, gently swaying in the caressing breeze. At last, the indistinct visage of Barbados slowly transformed into that of Vinty, as the notes of the harp resonated. From that moment forth, he became Vinny. Barbados murmured to himself, Vinny, let us go. Allow me to fulfill our promise and show you the world beyond. Having spoken, Barbados adjusted his hat, tightened his cloak, and sat beside Vinty's gravestone, playing the harp and singing ballads. A gentle breeze swept by, and Barbados's figure gradually dissipated, carried by the winds into the world beyond. From that point onward, the wind god Barbados became indifferent to all matters. He simply vanished, leaving behind a realm with one less wind deity and gaining a wandering bard who cherished wine and recited ancient verses. This bard, known as Vinny, would frequently grace the corners of Mondstadt with his songs, exchanging the old melodies for a meager handful of mora. He would venture to taverns to indulge in drink, and with his harp, he would travel to Liyue, performing poetry before Morix, becoming an old friend. Not only in Mondstadt and Liyue harbor, but his presence also graced Inazuma, Sumeru, and Snezhnaya, leaving traces of his footsteps across countless places. He has inscribed the poetry of freedom, having witnessed both the harshest winters and the sweltering summers. Almost at regular intervals, Barbados, under the guise of Vinty, would return to the flower-laden hills, sitting beside the gravestone, narrating his experiences to the youth, piece by piece. In the eyes of some, Barbados is perceived as a languid deity, a god of idleness. As one of the 7 terrestrial rulers, he neither manages the chaotic affairs of state nor consistently guards Mondstadt, allowing the city to endure turmoil time and again. Yet, only Barbados himself understands that he has steadfastly upheld his promise to the youth, to let freedom permeate every corner of Mondstadt and to bring freedom to the side of the young one. The tale of the third life with Barbados has finally come to a close. In the Wangshu Inn, on stage, Limo's face remained etched with sorrow, still ensnared by the memories of that life. Below, the audience, upon hearing this conclusion, fell into a state of stunned silence. Barbados, taking on the visage of Venti, had transformed into the form of the youth. No wonder he had remained elusive, and even when he did appear, no one recognized him. I recall hearing a similar melody and ballad on the streets of Liyue last month, where I encountered that wandering bard. It turns out he was the Anemo Archon. Thus, the Anemo Archon had never truly departed. He merely donned the guise of a friend, adopting a new name, silently safeguarding freedom. Upon hearing this story, all doubts were dispelled, and the audience comprehended everything. It was not that the tale was too far-fetched, but rather that Barbados, the Anemo Archon, had concealed himself too deeply. Who could have imagined that as a god of wind, Barbados would relinquish his supreme status to embrace the life of a wandering bard? As the audience reflected on this poignant revelation, the doors of Wangshu Inn suddenly swung open. A bard, adorned with a green hat and cloak, and sporting 2 small braids, stepped through the threshold. Chapter 35. The Youth's Fourth Life, once encountered Barbados. With the tale of the third life with the Anemo Archon concluded, the audience erupted into lively discussions, fervently debating the Anemo Archon Barbados and the young poet named Venti. Based on the final scene of the story, the listeners finally grasped the truth. No wonder they found the tale implausible. It was not due to the storyteller's shortcomings or the abundance of narrative gaps, but rather because the Anemo Archon Barbados had hidden himself so profoundly. Who could have imagined that a young girl, with 2 braids and a demeanor reminiscent of innocence, would stand by the roadside singing? A troubadour, whose repertoire consists solely of ancient ballads, toiling diligently on the harp for meager morsels, barely earning enough for a single drink after an entire day's labor. This seemingly ordinary individual is, astonishingly, the legendary Anemo Archon Barbados. Is there some mistake? An ordinary yet immensely powerful deity has been masquerading in this guise for over 3 millennia? It is utterly preposterous. Under normal circumstances, such a tale would be met with disbelief. However, now, as recounted by the storyteller, Liemo, most listeners find themselves caught in a web of skepticism, fearful of offending the wind god or of provoking the ire of the Liu Qiqi. Alas, if only Barbados were to grace this place, perhaps the veracity of this tale could be definitively established. Do you suppose the winds might carry this story to the ears of the Archon? I have encountered this singing troubadour in Liyue Harbor on several occasions, and little did I know, he might indeed be the wind god. Is it possible that the Anemo Archon remains here in Liyue? If the narrative were unfounded, would the Archon not be incensed enough to silence the storyteller permanently? Let us not jest too harshly. While one may suggest the wind god is simply idling, it is unequivocally true that he does not resort to violence. The audience buzzed with speculation, many coming to a sudden realization that they had, indeed, heard the melodious voice of Barbados in Liyue Harbor. In a quiet corner of the inn, Qiqi, who had been silently observing, found herself moved by this story as she attempted to tease Hu Tao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just like the tale of Qiqi, it resonated deeply. It turns out that not only Liyue Harbor, but even the ancient city of Mondstadt had its share of tribulations, making for a captivating narrative. Regrettably, the Geo Archon is no longer with us. Had he still been alive, he surely would have relished these tales. The thought of the Geo Archon brought a wave of melancholy over the crowd, grappling with the sudden absence of their esteemed leader. Amidst the throng, only Shinha remained with unwavering focus, her gaze fixed intently on Liemo, deep in contemplation. She pondered a question. In the cycles of reincarnation, might there have been a life where she crossed paths with him? The notion startled even her, stirring a sense of unease within. Surely not. Even if she had lost a fragment of her memory, it could hardly be linked to any youthful reincarnation. It simply could not be. Shinha bit her lip lightly, the heart of a sealed immortal, long untouched, now wavering. Beside her, Qiqi noticed Shinha's peculiar demeanor and, with concern, inquired, "Shinha, what troubles you? What is it that you insist cannot be?" Shinha's expression once again returned to a state of calmness. "It's nothing. I was merely moved by the tale of the Anemo Archon." Meanwhile, Qiqi and her companions were deeply touched, prompting Shinha to reflect. As all the spectators' attention converged on the stage, no one noticed the gentle breeze that swept through the entrance of Wangshu Inn, which suddenly swung open. A bard, adorned with a cerulean hat and a matching cloak, holding a small harp and sporting two playful braids, stepped gracefully into the inn. At that very moment, as the bard crossed the threshold, a soft breeze began to stir within the inn, causing a ripple of surprise among the patrons. Where did this wind come from? The next instant, the enchanting sound of the harp began to fill the air, accompanied by the melodic voice reciting verses. O free spirit of the winds, let me behold the azure skies. Let me gaze upon the verdant earth. Let me witness the birds soaring in freedom. Upon hearing the harp and the lyrical verses, the audience below was momentarily startled by the sudden emergence of this voice. What was happening? The sound of the harp, the singing, it resonated exactly as it did in the story. Could it be that Barbatos, the Anemo Archon, had arrived? In that fleeting moment of realization, nearly everyone in the inn turned their heads in unison towards the entrance. There, they beheld the slender figure of a youth, 1 foot already inside. With a cerulean hat, a matching cloak, and 2 small braids, he resembled a young girl. Under normal circumstances, the patrons might have teased, "Look, a boy playing the harp dressed like a little girl." But now, as they beheld the bard, laughter was replaced by a sense of unease. Their expressions tightened, as if confronted by something terrifying. He looked exactly the same. The boy playing the harp bore an uncanny resemblance to the youth from the story. There could be but one explanation. This boy was the Anemo Archon Barbatos, transformed into youthful form. All were rendered speechless, unsure of how to honor one of the 7. The very ruler of Mondstadt. In an instant, their mouths fell agape in astonishment, paralyzed by the moment, hesitant to move or speak. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Barbatos continued to strum the harp, serenading with songs of freedom as he made his way to a corner of the inn, saying nothing as he settled beside Zhongli. Witnessing this scene, the patrons of the inn collectively exhaled in relief. Finally, he had taken a seat. It appears that the Anemo Archon Barbatos did not come to hold anyone accountable, but rather to listen to a tale. This is splendid news. Our storyteller is safe. The tension that gripped everyone gradually dissipated. However, for the audience, the mere presence of Barbatos in Mondstadt serves as an implicit affirmation of a singular truth. The narratives spun by the storyteller are indeed rooted in reality. At this moment, the listeners turned their gazes toward the corner of the tavern where Barbatos sat, their curiosity piqued. Despite the availability of more favorable seating, why did the Archon of the earthly realm choose a humble nook to sit alongside that enigmatic figure, Zhongli? Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable individual possesses some unique allure? At this juncture, both Zhongli and the Electro Archon had long since noticed Barbatos. Upon witnessing his arrival, Zhongli's expression remained unchanged. My old friend, you have finally graced us with your presence. In this instant, the formidable figures of Liyue, Inazuma, and Mondstadt, separated by millennia, found themselves reunited. Hearing Zhongli's voice, a flicker of a smile emerged on Barbatos's face. Old man, you seem to be thriving. I was under the impression you had perished, and I mourned you with 3 bottles of fine wine. Zhongli responded slowly. Let us not dwell on such trifles. Today, someone is treating. Would you prefer tea or wine? Barbatos replied, without a doubt, wine, though I have a particular fondness for the brews of Mondstadt. With that, Barbatos produced a flask of dandelion wine from an unknown source. Placing it upon the table, he poured a glass for himself and another for Zhongli, then turned to the side where the Electro Archon sat. Would you care for a drink? The Electro Archon, her gaze as cold as ice, replied, No, thank you. I have no interest in such intoxicating liquids. Following her response, she resumed her icy demeanor, ignoring the others as she focused intently on the storyteller, Liemo, silently awaiting his narrative. In this 3rd cycle, she pondered when she might finally return to the last life, to reunite with her brother once more. At that moment, Barbatos lifted his glass and downed the dandelion wine in one gulp. Raising his head once more, he addressed Liemo in a tone tinged with melancholy. Storyteller, may I pose a question? Liemo endeavored to maintain his composure. Please, go ahead. Barbatos inquired, I wish to know whether the current Veni, the youth from the tales, has entered the cycle of reincarnation. If so, where might he be at this very moment? Over the course of millennia, Barbatos had come to accept the reality of his friend Veni's demise. Yet now, after listening to several of Liemo's stories, a spark of hope ignited within him. Might he and Venti yet have the chance to meet again? Let us fulfill the covenant made 3 millennia ago. In this moment, after 3,000 years, Seeing Barbados once more stirred a sense of excitement within Liamo. Yet, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and spoke slowly. You are quite astute. You have guessed it immediately. After the youthful Venti's demise, he did not, like other souls, enter the realm of the dead. Instead, he became ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, continuing his journey through successive lives. Upon hearing this revelation, Venti exhaled in relief. As long as he entered the cycle, there remained a possibility for their reunion. In the next moment, Liamo added, not only has the youth continued to reincarnate, but in his fourth life, you also encountered him. Chapter 36, The Fourth Life, named Durin. In response to Venti's inquiry, Liamo, in a tranquil tone, disclosed a startling truth. After the demise of the youth Venti in the third life, not only did he embark on the fourth cycle of reincarnation, but he also crossed paths with Barbados once again in the ensuing fourth life. Upon hearing this, even the wind god Barbados, who had lived for 3 millennia, could not help but feel moved and asked anxiously, Storyteller, please tell me, where did he reincarnate in his fourth life? What is his name? Barbados, known as the Bard Venti, had roamed the continent of Teyvat for millennia, encountering countless individuals. Yet, he had never sensed the essence of his friend Venti in any other being, nor witnessed the same passion for poetry that his friend possessed. Thus, when he heard the answer, Barbados found it hard to believe. He could not fathom that when he encountered the youthful Venti in his new form, he would fail to recognize him. He was unwilling to accept this reality. At that moment, Liamo was ready to narrate the tale of the fourth reincarnation. He resolved to no longer conceal the identity of the fourth life from Barbados, revealing, it seems that the spirit of the youth was reluctant to depart from Mondstadt. Thus he reincarnated once more in Mondstadt. However, this time, the being born from his reincarnation was not a human as before, but an elemental creature, a dragon. Indeed, in this fourth cycle, he first transformed into a non-human entity, becoming a formidable elemental dragon. As the audience absorbed this information, they were all astonished. A human being had, through the power of reincarnation, transformed into a mighty elemental dragon? Storyteller, are you certain you are not fabricating this tale? They exclaimed. Furthermore, although this was Liyue Harbor, the populace had heard tales regarding the dragon of Mondstadt. In the annals of Mondstadt's history, only 2 dragons have graced its lands. One is the East Wind Dragon, Venti, who was once one of the 4 guardians of the winds. The other is the malevolent Black Dragon, Durin, who once invaded Mondstadt. Although Liamo had not yet spoken, the audience instinctively believed that the boy, upon his reincarnation, would undoubtedly embody the essence of justice. They envisioned him as the East Wind Dragon, Venti, destined to vanquish the formidable Durin. Most importantly, the tale of Venti is one of sweetness and fulfillment. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Narrator, you have finally awakened. You are about to recount a delightful story. The reborn Venti is overwhelmingly powerful. This is bound to soar to great heights. The only caution is to beware of the poisonous black dragon Durin. Laughter erupted as the audience eagerly anticipated the storyteller's recounting of Venti's singular triumph over Durin. Before the dragon calamity, Venti was indeed a hero of Mondstadt. In this fourth reincarnation, he was no longer a mere blade. Although Venti's current state was far from ideal and had inadvertently triggered the dragon disaster, his contributions to Mondstadt's history were indelible. Thus, the citizens of Liyue still held a favorable impression of Venti. However, Barbados felt an unsettling disquiet upon hearing these words. Despite his profound familiarity with Venti, he had never sensed the essence of his friend, Windy, emanating from him. Consequently, Barbados posed another question to Liamo. Has the boy truly reincarnated as the elemental being, Venti? He could hardly believe that the East Wind Dragon, whom he had once known so intimately, was the same as the boy Windy. In response to Barbados's inquiry, Liamo gently clarified, it is not as you think. The reincarnated being is not the East Wind Dragon, Venti, but rather the Black Dragon, Durin, the ancient weapon of evil imbued with deadly poison. As Liamo articulated the words Black Dragon and Durin, the entire audience within the Wangshu Inn was left in utter bewilderment. What was the meaning of this? You claim that the boy, upon his reincarnation, is not the righteous East Wind Dragon Venti, but the malevolent dragon Durin? The audience was astounded by this revelation. After 3 cycles of reincarnation, he had transformed into a villain? How exhilarating! Among all, the most shocked was Barbados, the wind god. He found it hard to accept this outcome. For the evil dragon Durin was the very entity he had once joined forces with Vinny to defeat. Barbados vividly recalled that the boy Wendy's dream was to grant freedom to Mondstadt, to safeguard its lands. How could he possibly transform into the Black Dragon? Bringing destruction and poison to Mondstadt? Bringing disaster to Mondstadt? The audience found this outcome utterly unacceptable, and Barbados was even more disheartened. He could not fathom that his dearest friend would be reincarnated as a malevolent dragon. On the stage, Liemo observed the agitated Barbados and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Before that life's reincarnation, he too had no desire to be reborn as a dragon or to bring calamity to Mondstadt. Yet, through a twist of fate, a tragedy had unfolded. Liemo spoke gently. Barbados, I empathize with your emotions, but if your friend were still alive, he would undoubtedly wish for you to hear this story. With that, Liemo waved his sleeve, and the elemental forces within the Wangshu reverberated, calming the frenzied audience. Witnessing this scene, even Raiden Shogun and Zhongli furrowed their brows, impressed by such formidable power. Barbados, regaining his composure, slowly remarked, I apologize, it was impolite of me. Storyteller, please continue with the tale of my friend's fourth life. After saying this, Barbados settled down, lifting a cup of dandelion wine and draining it in one go. Zhongli replied thoughtfully, Barbados, perhaps things are not as you perceive. Du Ling may not be a malevolent dragon. Barbados responded, Thank you, I understand. Once the Wangshu fell into a tranquil silence, Liemo took a sip of bitter tea to soothe his throat and began recounting the story of the fourth life. As he commenced, a virtual image composed of lightning elements began to play above the inn. The visuals depicted an unknown realm of darkness, boundless and empty, devoid of anything but elemental energy. In the midst of this darkness, a flicker of elemental spirit was born. Chapter 37. The Dragon Spirit Brothers of common origin in the infinite abyss of darkness. The newly formed elemental spirit had yet to awaken, lacking any consciousness of its own. As time passed, months, years, or perhaps centuries, this elemental spirit spontaneously divided, becoming a pair of intertwined twins, or rather, brothers of a common origin. They acquired a rudimentary, albeit incomplete, awareness. After an indeterminate span, the elemental twins separated, evolving into two dragon-shaped elements that remained closely bonded, akin to inseparable brothers. They drifted through the dark expanse, yearning to break free from the shadows and enter the realm of reality. At last, they succeeded. The two small, still fragile dragon-like elements shattered the darkness and were born upon a pristine expanse of white ice, their consciousness still only partially developed. They could only drift freely in this world, guided solely by their instincts. For the two dragon spirits, long accustomed to darkness, to witness the realm of light was a source of profound joy. Yet, such bliss is often fleeting. One fateful day, these two elemental spirits, whose consciousness had yet to fully awaken, encountered an individual they should never have met, the alchemist known as the Sinner, Reinhardt. At that moment, Reinhardt stood atop a snow-capped mountain, gazing with eyes filled with hatred and jealousy at the verdant expanse of Mondstadt in the distance. Discontent brewed within her. Why is that land warm and green, while my domain is cold and laden with ice? Why must I remain in this frigid mountain while they bask in warmth? As Reinhardt cast her envious gaze upon the thriving land of Mondstadt, she pondered how to seize that lush territory for herself. Just as she was lost in thought, she stumbled upon two newly birthed, feeble beings nestled within the icy recesses of the glacier, both in dragon form, and neither yet fully aware of their consciousness. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Reinhardt's lips as she beheld the two dragon spirits. I have a splendid idea. Little ones, lend me your aid. Allow me to borrow your bodies and powers to reclaim that green land. No sooner had she spoken than Reinhardt extended her magical grasp towards one of the dragon-shaped elemental spirits. In that instant, sensing danger, the two spirits instinctively attempted to flee. But it was too late. Reinhardt employed her alchemical might to ensnare one diminutive dragon spirit, murmuring, letting one escape is of no consequence. One will suffice. Indeed, those whose consciousness has yet to fully awaken are the finest materials for alchemy. With the captured dragon spirit in her possession, Reinhardt retreated deep into the heart of the snow-capped mountain to commence her experiments. First, she harnessed the power of alchemy to accelerate the growth of the dragon spirit, hoping to cultivate a formidable weapon of slaughter. Alas, her efforts were in vain. She then attempted to absorb the dragon spirit's power to enhance herself, only to fail once more. Finally, standing before an ancient weapon, a brilliant idea struck her. While her own body could not withstand the essence of the dragon spirit, this ancient weapon surely could. What wondrous outcome might arise from the fusion of the dragon spirit and the relic? In that moment of inspiration, a malevolent smile graced Reinhardt's lips. Give it a try. Regardless of the demise of the dragon spirit, it bears no consequence for me. Thus, Reinhardt commenced her experimentation. During the initial attempt, the dragon elemental spirit neared collapse, necessitating a halt to the fusion. In the second endeavor, the ancient weapon exhibited a repelling reaction, nearly vanquishing the dragon elemental spirit, compelling another cessation. In the third attempt, Reinhardt employed alchemy to adjust the dragon spirit, tainting it with dark powers, ultimately eliminating the rejection from the ancient weapon. At last, the fusion was successful. A completely new being was born. Reinhardt pondered and bestowed upon this newly created entity a melodious name, Durin. As a result of fusing with a war weapon, Durin's physique was impressive, standing tall like an immovable boulder. Observing this scene, Reinhardt felt immense satisfaction. She harnessed the power of alchemy to craft enormous wings for Durin, affixed to the body of the war weapon, resembling a colossal monster, thus rendering it even more formidable. Upon its birth, Durin regarded the alchemist, Reinhardt, as its mother. Moreover, filled with curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration, Durin gazed upon the pristine, snow-covered world. Mother, what is this? It inquired, stepping upon the soft, cool surface. Reinhardt replied, that is snow. If you are thirsty, you may suck on it as a substitute for water. She observed the robust and towering Durin, recognizing her success. Soon, she would wield this black dragon to conquer the verdant lands of Mond, becoming the new sovereign of that lush territory. Upon hearing Reinhardt's response, Durin lowered its fearsome, dark head, dripping with venomous blood, and took a bite of the snow atop the mountain. It was refreshing, although it could not be consumed. It transformed into liquid flowing into its belly. How wondrous! Durin then discovered a dark stone and asked Reinhardt, Mother, what is this? Is it something edible? Assuming the dark stone would be delectable, it lowered its ominous head and bit into it. As it chewed, the sharp fragments of the stone stirred within Durin's mouth, nearly lacerating its tongue. Mother, this is dreadful. I cannot swallow it, Durin exclaimed, spitting out the crushed stones. Reinhardt replied, that is a stone, not food. In the blink of an eye, Durin dashed to another spot, approaching the warm flames with its venomous claws. How delightful! Mother, what is this? Can I eat it? With venomous claws, Durin reached toward the blazing inferno of the fire pit. As anticipated, the moment his claws grazed the alchemical materials igniting in searing flames, he felt an intense heat. The merciless blaze singed Durin's massive dragon claw. Mother, it hurts. Though his form, forged from ancient weaponry, was colossal, deep within, he remained but a child, brimming with curiosity about the world around him. Dragging his burned claw, he crawled to his mother, Reinhardt, and wept before her, expressing his grievances like a youngling. Reinhardt observed the scene with a steady gaze. She watched as Durin consumed the frigid snow, devoured hard stones, and touched the searing flames without intervening. Instead, she spoke softly, Your body is blessed by the divine. Any wound shall heal on its own. As she spoke, she directed Durin's attention to his charred claw. Miraculously, the scorch marks had indeed begun to mend. Bursting with joy, Durin exclaimed, It is the blessing of the gods. My wound has truly healed. Today's debut, I seek a token of appreciation. Thank you all. Chapter 38. The harp's melody from Mondstadt upon the snow-capped mountains. In this realm steeped in chill, Durin had just come into existence. As he sensed the coldness enveloping the world, even a dragon could not suppress a sneeze. From his fearsome maw, a jet of black venomous blood splattered onto the surrounding snow, instantly staining the pure white into an inky hue, accompanied by a pungent aroma. After hearing his mother's words, he timidly raised his dragon claw. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. The claw, which had been agonizingly burned, now oozed black blood, enveloping all the wounds. Before long, the once scorched claw had returned to its pristine state. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Durin was elated. Within his colossal form resided the blessings his mother had spoken of. Thank you, Mother. You have given me life. You have bestowed upon me your blessing. Overjoyed, He flapped his ebony wings in celebration, even bouncing about, causing the earth beneath to tremble, dislodging the snow from the trees around him. Yet, unbeknownst to Durin, his very existence was not a gift from Lyondot, but rather a birth from the elements. The black blood coursing through him was not a blessing but a curse. A toxic bloodline crafted by Lyondot. Furthermore, his form was not a blessed body but a vessel imbued with the power of slaughter. A tool utilized by Lyondot for her own ends. However, Durin had just come into existence, a nascent spirit of the dragon, as innocent as a blank canvas. How could it possibly comprehend the malice concealed within Reincarnation? All Durin knew was that it had been awakened by its mother, Reincarnation, and the first sight that met its eyes was that of its beloved mother. Thus, Durin was enveloped in a profound affection for Reincarnation, although recently scorched by flames. The newly born Durin resembled an inquisitive child, brimming with curiosity about the world. It wondered why the sky was blue, why snow was white, and why this world felt so frigid. The questions swirling in its mind were boundless. Reincarnation patiently answered each query. Beyond the snowy mountains lies a beautiful world that you will encounter in due time. Now, ascend into the sky and show your mother your soaring form. A smile graced Reincarnation's face. Under normal circumstances, as a spirit of the dragon, Durin would grow gradually, evolving into a colossal dragon capable of wielding elemental powers, destined to become the guardian of Mondstadt. However, Reincarnation had utilized alchemy to forcibly forge Durin's dragon soul, merging it with a formidable weapon of destruction. It appeared fierce and immense. Yet, to harness its destructive potential, a period of training was necessary to enable Durin to soar freely and unleash the weapon's full power. Durin joyfully exclaimed, "All right, mother, I shall fly into the sky." No sooner had the words left its lips than Durin flapped its enormous wings, yearning to ascend into the azure expanse above. However, the weight of the weapon's form was far too great, and its current strength was still insufficient. Despite its fervent attempts to flap its massive wings, it could barely manage a feeble leap, unable to take flight. With a crestfallen expression, Durin lamented, "Mother, I'm sorry, my strength is too feeble to soar." It could only gaze up at the cerulean sky, longing to ascend and explore. Reincarnation seemed to have anticipated this moment. Observing the scene, she did not feel disheartened but instead smiled and reassured, "Do not worry, my child. I shall help you grow stronger and grant you power." Thus, Reincarnation opened her alchemical treasure chest and retrieved a plethora of long-preserved alchemical materials. There were toxic remnants from ancient times, exceedingly rare celestial stones, and elemental gems brimming with power. Reincarnation blended these toxic and elemental-rich materials together, concocting a dark, viscous potion imbued with both lethal toxins and elemental strength. "Child, drink this." Reincarnation smiled as he presented a pot of dark alchemical concoction before Durin. "Once you consume this, you shall possess immense power and soar to distant realms." At that moment, Durin's trust in Reincarnation was unwavering. In his eyes, Reincarnation embodied the gentleness of a mother and the essence of kindness. Without a moment's hesitation, Durin opened his massive mouth and swallowed the entire potion. It was somewhat bitter and quite hot. As the alchemical brew coursed through Durin's being, it ignited within, searing through his colossal form and prompting a pained cry to escape his lips. "Mother, my belly aches." Reincarnation tenderly stroked Durin's enormous head. "Fear not, my child. This potion will enhance the power of your blessings. Endure for a moment, the pain shall soon pass." As she caressed Durin's head, a sinister smile crept across Reincarnation's lips. The potion was not meant to amplify blessings. Rather, it was a means to fortify the deadly poison within Durin, transforming his body into an instrument of annihilation. Durin remained blissfully unaware of this treachery. Like a dutiful child, he bore the agony, prostrating before Reincarnation. Time lost its meaning until, at last, the first rays of sunlight graced Durin's form, prompting him to open his eyes once more. His first sight was still that of his mother, Reincarnation. Upon witnessing Durin's awakening, Reincarnation nodded in satisfaction, aware that Durin's transformation was complete. "Child, your strength has grown formidable. Now, ascend into the skies and display your power and blessings." She yearned to witness the might of the newly empowered Durin. Rising from the ground, Durin joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, mother." With that, he suddenly beat his wings with fervor, sending everything around him swirling away. Moreover, propelled by his immense wings, Durin's colossal body began to ascend slowly into the air, climbing higher and higher until he finally reached the clouds. In the lofty heights, Dulin cautiously opened his eyes to behold a vast and wondrous new world. Endless snow-capped mountains, towering trees, and creatures dwelling upon the peaks revealed themselves. It dawned on him that this world held more than just himself and his mother. Other beings existed here as well. Furthermore, carried by the gentle breeze, Dulin heard melodious sounds from afar. It was the sound of singing and the strains of music. Chapter 39. Dulin learns to sing. The song was a call for freedom, and the music resonated like the delicate strumming of a harp. Dulin remained oblivious to the concept of freedom and was unaware of the existence of an instrument known as the harp. It merely found the melodies to be exceptionally enchanting, uplifting its spirits upon hearing them. The music was utterly delightful, rendering its body relaxed. Whenever Dulin listened to these enchanting songs and melodies, it experienced a peculiar sensation, as if it had encountered similar sounds in a distant past. How strange! The first time it soared into the sky and encountered these melodies, Dulin instantly fell in love with them, even yearning to emulate the songs and sing them with its own voice. Yet, these enchanting tunes danced upon the breeze, and when the wind's direction shifted, the melodies vanished in an instant. Dulin felt a wave of disappointment, longing to hear those beautiful songs and exquisite melodies once more. Lost in the rapture of the music, Dulin lost control of its immense form, tilting precariously and plummeting through the air, nearly crashing to the ground. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, Dulin fervently flapped its enormous wings and steadied itself, narrowly avoiding disaster. At that moment, the voice of Laendort echoed from the ground. "Child, your mother has seen your strength. Come down." Laendort, witnessing Dulin's near fall, hurriedly gestured for it to descend. After all, it was essential to nurture this formidable creation properly. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Dulin gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Laendort. Compared to Laendort's petite human form, Dulin resembled a daunting little mountain, somewhat intimidating. With excitement, Dulin exclaimed to Laendort, "Mother, I heard beautiful songs in the wind, along with marvelous melodies. I want to learn them and sing them for you." "But those songs disappeared. Do you know where they went?" Dulin eagerly inquired, having completely fallen in love with these enchanting sounds. Laendort, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. Beautiful songs? Marvelous melodies? She had never heard any such music atop this snowy mountain, nor any melodies at all. Moreover, could a newly born black dragon, fused with a weapon of destruction, truly comprehend what a song or melody was? Laendort confidently believed that Dulin must have mistaken the sounds of the wind for music. She merely smiled and said, "My child, now is not the time to learn singing. I wish for you to embrace the freedom of flight and strengthen the power of blessings. When you become a formidable being, you will be able to bestow blessings upon others." Only when Dulin has mastered the art of flying and can control the immense power within will Laendort feel secure enough to command Dulin to invade Mond and spread the cursed venom across the land. Upon hearing this, Dulin felt a pang of disappointment, yet chose to heed her mother's words. "All right, mother. I shall practice flying diligently," he declared. Under Laendort's guidance, Dulin once again flapped his enormous wings, lifting his heavy form into the sky. Having just learned to fly, Dulin was still unaware of how to navigate his course. He wished to inquire about the techniques of flight from Laendort, but as a mere human, she could not possibly grasp the nuances of flying. Thus, Dulin was left to explore on his own. He faced repeated failures and countless attempts, striving to control his massive body as he soared through the air, colliding and crashing about. Even the ground bore the marks of his crashes, bearing a sizable crater. After dozens, if not hundreds, of attempts, Dulin finally uncovered the secret to flight, mastering the control of his formidable body as a weapon of slaughter. He could execute simple turns in the air without plummeting to the ground. Eagerly, he exclaimed to Laendort, "Mother, mother, I have learned to fly and will no longer fall. May I now learn to sing?" Dulin's formidable form stood before Laendort, who could not help but marvel at the strength contained within him. Truly, he was a relic of ancient weaponry. Laendort slowly replied, "Sing if you wish, but do not forget to practice your flying." Joyfully, Dulin responded, "Thank you, mother." With Laendort's permission, he once again spread his immense wings and ascended into the sky. Just like the first time, he soared upward until he could reach the clouds, at which point he paused his ascent. He then perked up his two black ears, beginning to listen intently. As expected, following the direction of the gentle breeze, Dulin once again heard the enchanting melody, accompanied by beautiful harmonies. Compared to the last time, the song was even clearer this time. Each word and line of the lyrics vividly manifested in his mind. Dulin was filled with joy, singing along with the melody, "O great god of wind, gently wave your hand and disperse this violent storm. Depart from this lofty tower, let me behold the azure sky, the verdant earth, and the birds soaring freely. O free god of wind," manifesting as a dragon, Dulin found himself perplexed by the meaning of the poetry. What does the god of wind represent in the verses? And what does the tower signify? Although these strange words eluded his comprehension, as he sang heartily, a sense of familiarity enveloped his heart. It felt as if, at some point in the past, he had indeed sung these verses. How he longed to meet the singer. Dulin cast aside his concerns, since he cherished these poems. He resolved to spread this beloved poetry to every corner of the snow-capped mountains. Thus, Dulin soared through the skies, chanting the songs of freedom. At this moment, in the Wangshu Inn, Liemo had been speaking for quite some time, his throat parched, necessitating a pause for a sip of water. Below, the audience, witnessing the black dragon Dulin ascend into the heavens, found themselves enchanted by the melody carried on the wind. As they began to sing along, they could no longer contain themselves. Alas, the storyteller is in trouble. Flee. Storyteller, I have a question. Is the delightful song that Dulin hears, along with the exquisite music, played by the wind god Barbatos? The fates of their previous lives were not yet fulfilled, and now they sought to rekindle their connection in this life. Yet, how could a venomous black dragon reforge ties with the free wind god Barbatos? Chapter 40. Shocked, Dulin has a brother? In Liyue Harbor, within the Wangshu Inn, the audience buzzed with chatter, yet Barbatos remained oblivious, his gaze fixed upon the storyteller on stage, lost in the memories of yore. During the battle to protect Mondstadt, it was Barbatos and the East Wind Dragon, Dvalin, who had united to vanquish the invading Black Dragon Dulin. Recalling that memory, Barbatos's complexion paled, and his emotions grew profoundly complex. Slaying the Black Dragon Dulin was a necessity to safeguard Mondstadt. On one hand stood a reincarnated former friend, on the other, the citizens of Mondstadt who required protection. Even if granted another chance, Barbatos believed he would still choose to defend Mondstadt, for he knew that if his old friend were alive, he would surely not wish for Dulin's hands to be stained with the blood of Mondstadt's people. Contemplating this, Barbatos exhaled deeply. Although he had personally experienced those battles, he remained entirely unaware of the story that unfolded for Dulin prior to the invasion. Barbatos yearned to know what kind of dragon Dulin had been before the attack on Mondstadt, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the storyteller on stage. Awaiting Liemo to recount the remainder of the tale, he lifted his teacup on stage and savored a sip of the bitter brew, finding immediate relief for his parched throat. Meanwhile, in the audience, taking advantage of Liemo's moment of respite, the spectators fervently debated the unfolding narrative. Dulin, a formidable dragon, was destined to be the guardian beast of Mondstadt, yet he was tragically marred by the wretched Reinda. What a pity! Reinda has committed countless heinous acts and deserves a grim fate. I recall the storyteller mentioning that two intertwined dragon spirits were born simultaneously. Does that imply Dulin has a brother? Indeed, one was transformed into Dulin by Reinda, but what befell the other dragon spirit? Upon reflection, there are only two dragons in Mondstadt, the Black Dragon Dulin and the East Wind Dragon Tevelin. Could it be that Tevelin is Dulin's brother? Oh, simply because their names share a common element, they are deemed siblings? Storyteller, do rebut that. If this were true, Dulin's fate would be lamentable. The audience reminisced about Liemo's previous narration, piecing together the story and uncovering a staggering secret. What had become of the dragon spirit that was born alongside Dulin? One possibility is that the dragon spirit fled to other realms, perhaps even venturing across the seas. Alternatively, it may never have departed, instead traversing the snowy mountains to reach the land of Mondstadt. If we consider the latter scenario, upon careful calculation of the timeline, the malevolent Black Dragon Dulin and the East Wind Dragon Tevelin emerged during the same epoch, both in proximity to the snowy mountains. This suggests that the East Wind Dragon Tevelin could very well be the other dragon spirit that escaped. The conclusion that the East Wind Dragon Tevelin is indeed Dulin's brother is utterly astounding. Far more so than the audience's previous realization that the youth had reincarnated as Dulin. Even the Liyue audience below was taken aback. In a corner of the tavern, when Barbatos heard this conjecture, His hand trembled involuntarily around his goblet. Could it truly be so? Even Barbados, the Anemo Archon, had never contemplated such a connection between the East Wind Dragon, one of Mondstadt's four guardians, and Du Lin. At this moment, on stage, as Liemo set down his teacup, he caught wind of the audience's speculation. He was somewhat astonished that they had surmised the truth before he had finished his tale. You are astute. You have all guessed correctly. The Black Dragon Du Lin and the East Wind Spirit Tevelin of Mondstadt indeed originated from the same elemental spirit, which split into two dragon entities. From a human perspective, it is entirely fitting to refer to them as brothers. During that fateful encounter upon the snowy peaks, Du Lin was captured by the alchemist Reinda, while Tevelin narrowly escaped, making his way to Mondstadt. In the land of Mondstadt, Tuolin felt warmth, heard the song of freedom, and the melodious sounds of the harp, gradually awakening his consciousness. Following in the footsteps of the Anemo Archon Barbados, he became a cherished follower. With the aid of Barbados, Tuolin swiftly evolved, soon transforming into a colossal dragon and becoming the guardian beast of Mondstadt. Alternatively, he could be referred to as the Dragon of the East Wind, the guardian of the four winds. Liemo had nothing to conceal. Since the audience was already aware, he boldly decided to disclose the matter. Below the stage, the audience was left in stunned silence. Indeed, this storyteller had strayed from the path of humanity. Not only did he wield the narrative against the Anemo Archon Barbados, bringing tears to all, but he also dared to confront the East Wind Dragon Tuolin. What audacity! One could only imagine the madness that would ensue if Tuolin discovered he had harmed his brother. At this very moment, the Anemo Archon Barbados, having heard the tale, had arrived on scene. If Tuolin learned of these events, would he also venture to Liyue? Liyue had just lost the great Rex Lapis and was in a state of crisis. Should Tuolin choose to invade at this time, hope would rest solely upon the Liyue Qixing and the Adeptus. Let us wish that the Anemo Archon Barbados might extend his assistance to Liyue as well. The audience below harbored their own thoughts. On the stage, after recounting the tale of the East Wind Dragon Tuolin, Liemo continued with the story of the Black Dragon Durin. As Liemo narrated, thunderous elements of lightning converged above the inn, manifesting vivid scenes. Within these images, the imposing and terrifying figure of Durin reappeared. During his time upon the snowy mountains, the Black Dragon Durin not only learned to soar, but also to sing. Thus, every day, in addition to flying to the mountain's summit to listen to distant melodies and harp strains, Durin would sing for himself. His only flaw was that being a massive dragon, his body was a vessel of deadly poison, producing a voice akin to thunder, exceedingly piercing. Yet, despite this, his affinity for singing felt inscribed upon his very soul, rendering him unwaveringly devoted. Consequently, Durin sang daily, soaring from the eastern slopes of the mountain to the western expanse, and from the southern edge to the northern reaches, spreading the song of freedom to every corner of the snowy heights. Every being upon the mountains felt the liberation conveyed through his melodies. However, as a colossal dragon, Durin's voice was overwhelmingly loud. Coupled with the acrid scent of his toxic blood and the formidable presence of his lethal form, wherever he passed, the atmosphere trembled. Chapter 41. Durin's journey to Mond. Durin soared through the skies, scattering all the monsters that dwelled nearby. He beheld the creatures frolicking in the snowy mountains, their playful antics warming his heart. Enchanted by their charm, Durin descended from the heavens, yearning to befriend the little monsters. However, to his dismay, they recoiled in fear at his mere presence, hastily retreating as though they had encountered a terrifying beast, seeking refuge deep within the snowy peaks. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Durin resigned himself to solitude, pondering that perhaps playing alone could still be amusing. He began to sing, reveling in his own company. Yet, an epiphany struck him. He was not truly alone. Each day, a voice danced upon the wind, accompanying him in song. Though he had never met the source, he cherished their melodious harmonies. The thought of that enchanting voice elicited a smile upon Durin's lips, filling him with joy. How he longed to meet that mysterious singer and forge a friendship. With a heart full of happiness, Durin ascended once more into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, however, the black toxic blood that coursed through his veins dripped onto the pristine snow, staining it a dark hue. Any creature that came into contact with this poisonous essence would meet a swift demise. Throughout his time in the snowy mountains, Durin had also committed numerous acts of kindness. His songs resonated through every corner of the landscape, shaking the accumulated snow from the branches of towering trees, ensuring they would not be burdened further. Time passed, and as the years rolled by, Durant's flying prowess and the potency of his toxic blood grew stronger. At last, one fateful day, Durant bravely ventured to the northern edge of the snow-capped mountains, where he discovered a realm unlike any he had ever seen. Lush green meadows stretched before him, adorned with majestic trees, meandering streams, and cheerful creatures frolicking about. Moreover, Durant felt the warm breeze from that world brushing against him, carrying with it enchanting melodies and the sweet strumming of harps, deepening his curiosity for this wondrous place. Could the singer he admired so much be from this very world? What a magnificent realm it was! Yearning to meet the one who sang upon the wind, Durant resolved that even a fleeting glimpse would suffice, even if friendship remained out of reach. With hope in his heart, he approached the enchanting land of Reincarnation. With eager anticipation, Durant gazed at Reincarnation and exclaimed, "Mother, I have discovered a new world in the north, where the grass is a vibrant green, the trees are lush and bountiful, and there are little beings wielding mallets, along with playful animals." For Durant, who has always resided in the snowy mountains, that warm land felt akin to paradise, igniting an insatiable longing within him. Reincarnation looked at Durant and smiled, saying, "Mother has long been aware of that beautiful world. However, it is also fraught with dangers." Reincarnation was certainly cognizant that the world beyond the snowy peaks referred to the northern land of Mondstadt, a realm she had always yearned to possess. Yet Durant, being a dragon, was undeterred by any peril. With excitement, he proclaimed, "Mother, Mother, I have already learned to protect myself. When can we go there to play?" Durant wished to ride the winds and find the one who sang in the breeze, to sing alongside that person. Reincarnation regarded Durant's grand form and replied earnestly, "My child, the power of your blessing is not yet sufficient. Once your blessing grows stronger, you shall be able to bestow it upon that land." Reincarnation looked at Durant, a smile gracing her lips. It will not be long now. Durant's venom had reached its zenith. Only one final step remained for his ultimate transformation. At that time, wherever Durant traversed, on the earth, in the sky, or within the rivers, everything would be tainted by his venom. This was precisely what Reincarnation desired. Upon hearing these words, Durant felt immense joy. "All right, Mother, I will diligently drink the potions you provide, so that the power of my blessing may grow stronger." Thus, Durant merrily consumed the alchemical potions crafted by Reincarnation each day. Unbeknownst to him, these potions did not enhance his blessing, but instead amplified the venom within him. And so, time passed day by day, until one day, while singing at the boundary between the snowy mountains and Mondstadt, Durant suddenly beheld a colossal azure dragon burst forth from the forest, soaring into the vast sky. This dragon was unlike any Durant. Its body shimmered like a jewel, and its demeanor was as graceful as a gentleman, gliding through the clouds. It was Durant's first encounter with a creature akin to himself. In that moment, tears welled in Durant's eyes. He was not a solitary dragon. There were others who sang with him in the wind and danced in the clouds, just like him. Durant yearned to ascend to the heavens, to embrace that magnificent dragon and dance together. Yet, recalling Reincarnation's admonitions, Durant hurried back to her side to express his desire to journey northward. "Mother, I beheld a magnificent dragon in the north, and I yearn to dance with it. I long to explore the world beyond the northern realms." Durant, with an expression of eager anticipation akin to that of last time, gazed at Reincarnation, seeking her approval. As before, upon hearing Durant's request, Reincarnation scrutinized him closely, employing alchemy to examine his being. When she discovered that the potent venom coursing through Durant had fully matured, a smile finally graced her lips. "My child, go forth. Just as rain flows into streams and flora stretches towards the sun, venture into that beautiful land. Carry the blessings that reside within you to the people of that world." Thus spoke Reincarnation to Durant. Upon hearing these words, Durant joyfully leapt from the ground, unfurling his wings and soaring into the heavens. Overwhelmed with elation, he was finally free to leave the snowy mountains and journey to that verdant realm. Durant began to envision the wonders that awaited him there. In that world, he could seek out song-singing poets to learn the art of melody, and he could also learn the dance from the great azure dragon. Surely, it would be immensely enjoyable. Yet, Durant never forgot his mother Reincarnation's instruction to share the blessings he bore with that world. Unbeknownst to him, however, the blessings Reincarnation referred to were not healing elixirs, but rather a venomous poison that would herald calamity upon Mond. Chapter 42. Astonishingly, Tulin has arrived. Dulin is an innocent dragon, believing wholeheartedly in Rein's words, carrying the so-called blessings to the lush earth. Thus, Dulin leapt into the sky, transforming into a great dragon, soaring towards Mont. Before departing, Dulin, in an effort to spare his mother Rind any sorrow, comforted her with words, "Do not worry, mother. Once I find that singing poet, I shall learn the art of song. When I encounter that dancing giant dragon, I will learn the dance from it. I will return to fetch you, and together we shall journey to that beautiful world." Dulin is a benevolent dragon. Despite his immense stature and formidable strength, he has never bullied any of the small creatures inhabiting the snowy mountains. After bidding farewell to Rind, Dulin flew against the gentle breeze towards the northern land of Mont. However, he remained unaware that the dark blood coursing through him was not a blessing at all, but rather a curse wrought by an alchemist. This malevolent curse pervaded every inch of Dulin's body, within his blood, upon his claws, even in his skin. Any creature that merely brushed against Dulin would be afflicted by the venomous curse. At this moment, the black dragon Durin has undeniably transformed from a mere colossal beast into a formidable instrument of slaughter. Once he enters Mondstadt, he will usher in death and calamity upon that verdant land. After Durin takes flight, Reindorte stands atop the snowy peaks, gazing at the receding silhouette with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He murmurs to himself, "Durin, you truly are a good child. Do not harbor resentment towards your mother. Carry the venom within you and conquer that world on her behalf." Upon finishing his words, a wicked smile graces Reindorte's lips. A gentle breeze sweeps by, and his figure vanishes without a trace. At this moment, in Liyue Harbor, at the Wangshu Inn, Liemo is narrating tales upon the stage. The audience below listens intently, gritting their teeth at Reindorte, lamenting for Durin's plight. They yearn to drag Reindorte from the story and deliver him a thorough beating. As they learn of Durin's flight towards Mondstadt, it becomes clear to all that a great battle is imminent. Is the clash between Durin and Turin a fated confrontation? Judging by the outcome, Durin's demise seems certain. Narrator, I implore you for one favor. Let Durin meet his end swiftly, sparing him undue suffering. Despite being laden with venom, Durin is genuinely benevolent. He has never willingly harmed a soul. Nevertheless, the calamities that befall Mondstadt are all a consequence of Durin's presence. He must perish. Regardless of the truth, it is evident that the disasters plaguing Mondstadt stem from Durin's emergence, heralding a crisis. Thus, the audience comprehends that Durin's fate is sealed. Just as the narrator engages in fervent discourse, Liemo takes a sip of water, preparing to continue his tale, when suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar pierces the air above the Wangshu Inn, reverberating through the heavens and causing the very structures of the inn to tremble. All within are struck with astonishment. What is happening? Where does that dragon's roar originate? It is Turin. Quickly, alert the great sage of demon suppression. The east wind dragon Turin is invading. We call upon the Liyue Qiqi to take up arms and defend Liyue. We beseech the great sage of demon suppression to engage in battle and vanquish Turin. Panic-stricken, a figure rushes in from outside, delivering the alarming news of Turin's appearance to all. Moreover, even within the inn, people peer through the gauzy windows above to behold a colossal, indistinct form, a cerulean dragon. Indeed, it is the east wind dragon Turin. The assembled crowd stands in stunned disbelief. The very dragon that brings disaster to Mondstadt has chosen to invade Liyue precisely at the moment the storyteller spins his tale. Had the Geo-Archon been alive, he would have effortlessly subdued Turin. However, the soul of the esteemed Yen Wang Di Jun has yet to find peace. And already there are those who dare to provoke Liyue. The great demon slayer is nowhere to be found. We must urgently send someone to locate him and summon the immortals to battle. We implore Lady Qiqi to take action against the invading Tulin, and we beseech Lady Shinha to also intervene. We call upon Lord Barbados, the Anemo Archon, to suppress the vile dragon Tulin. Once the guardian of Mondstadt, Tulin has now transformed in the hearts of the people into a malevolent dragon, an entity that must be eradicated. Yet, with the great demon slayer missing, notifying the immortals will take time. The Wangshu Inn stands on the brink of peril, leaving us to place our hopes in the Liyue Qiqi and the uncertain involvement of Lord Barbados. In this moment of crisis, Qiqi, Shinha, Hu Tao, and even Qiqi rose together, ready to confront the invading Tulin. Barbados too felt compelled to rise, as the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt. He could not stand idly by while his former charge wreaked havoc in Liyue Harbor. However, just as Barbados stood, he was restrained by Zhongli, who calmly instructed, "Sit down. There is no need for your intervention." Barbados, taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean? Tulin is causing chaos in Liyue, and you wish to conceal yourself while forbidding my intervention? Regardless, Tulin hails from Mondstadt, and I have ample reason and duty to stop him." Yet, Zhongli turned his gaze to the stage and slowly remarked, "Because someone else is already preparing to act." Both Zhongli and Raiden Shogun looked towards Li Mo on the platform. It dawned on Barbados that these two intended to draw the storyteller into action, eager to witness his prowess. "Very well, I shall not concern myself further. However, should Tulin damage Liyue, do not seek compensation from me. I possess no mora," Barbados asserted in an unapologetic manner. At that moment, Zhongli, Raiden Shogun, and Barbados all shifted their attention back to the stage. Just as Zhongli anticipated, upon hearing the dragoness roar, Li Mo was compelled to cease his storytelling and descended from the platform. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he strode purposefully out of the Wangshu Inn. What does the storyteller intend? Does he aspire to protect Liyue and confront Tulin single-handedly? I acknowledge that the storyteller is formidable. Yet to challenge Tulin alone requires a strength comparable only to that of the great demon slayer. Let us follow. The crowd trailed behind Li Mo as he exited the doors of the Wangshu Inn, where they beheld a colossal azure dragon soaring majestically across the heavens. Chapter 43, The Calamity of Mondstadt, a reunion of brothers. This marked the first encounter for the people of Liyue with Tulin. The sight of such a powerful azure dragon instilled a sense of trepidation among them. However, with the Liyue Qiqi guarding this place and the wind god Barbados also present, alongside the enigmatic storyteller, it is utterly impossible for Defying to wreak havoc upon the Wangshu Inn. At this moment, Li Mo gazed at the raging dragon soaring above, not wishing to slay it, but rather opting to communicate with the system. "System, is there a way to dispel the poison afflicting Defying?" Ding. System notification. The following elixirs can neutralize the poison within the windborne dragon Defying. Antidote pill, priced at 300 storytelling points. Divine antidote, priced at 1,000 storytelling points. Antidote, considering the toxicity affecting Defying, the antidote pill would suffice, rendering excessive expenditure of storytelling points unnecessary. Li Mo promptly chose to exchange for antidote pill. Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one antidote pill. In the next instant, a white pill radiating a sacred light appeared in Li Mo's hand. As the fragrant aura of the antidote pill enveloped the surroundings, it intoxicated all who inhaled it. Subsequently, Li Mo advanced with a slow step, astonishingly levitating into the air, heading directly towards Defying. In the face of Defying's colossal claws, Li Mo merely extended a hand to block the fierce attack. The onlookers stood in awe. Before their astonished gazes, Li Mo flicked his finger, sending the recently acquired antidote pill directly into Defying's mouth. Confronting the frenzied Defying, Li Mo declared, "I have alleviated the poison afflicting you. Should you wish to hear the ensuing tale, remain nearby and listen attentively. Should you continue to cause turmoil, I shall have no choice but to act." In the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Li Mo. This power did not emanate from the vision, but, akin to Zhongli and Raiden Shogun, stemmed from an organ reminiscent of a divine heart. In the blink of an eye, before the watchful crowd, the once violent Defying gradually calmed after consuming the pill tossed by Li Mo. It slowly inclined its massive head towards the storyteller. Everyone was left bewildered. Was it truly that simple? The Liyue immortals had yet to arrive. The great sage of demon subjugation had not intervened. The Liyue Qiqi merely spectated, and the wind god Barbados remained at leisure. Merely through the words of the storyteller, Defying had been subdued. The audience recognized Li Mo's formidable strength, yet they could hardly fathom the extent of his capabilities. Among the crowd, only the likes of Raiden Shogun, Zhongli, and Barbados, the powerful figures, noted the singular pill and were equally astonished. Curious about that elixir, a single dose alleviated the torment of Tulin's poison for 5 centuries. In the next moment, Tulin, soaring through the sky, indeed descended to the ground. It lay prostrate on the cliff outside the Wangshu Inn, gazing towards Li Mo and the Anemo Archon Barbados. Gradually lowering its head, the once murky eyes, clouded by poison, now sparkled with clarity. Seeing Tulin's obedience, Li Mo chuckled. "Little one, It seems you two are fond of the tales I weave. Behave yourself and refrain from causing mischief. I shall continue my storytelling." With that, Li Mo re-entered the Wangshu Inn. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Has the storyteller vanished? You, a mere human, dare to call Tulan little one? After resolving Tulan's plight, Li Mo paid no heed to the astonished onlookers and once more stepped into the inn, taking to the stage with a sip of bitter tea. He resumed recounting the tale of the black dragon Durin. As he narrated, the scene above the inn, composed of swirling elemental lightning, transformed once more. In the vision, after departing from Liadong, Durin soared directly towards the verdant expanse of the north. As he flew towards Mondstadt, Durin joyfully sang aloud, eager to share his elation with all. However, his booming voice caused the surrounding snow to tremble and collapse, triggering a massive avalanche. To prevent the avalanche from encroaching upon Mondstadt and devastating the lush landscape, Durin used his colossal form as a barrier, braving the deluge of snow. As the avalanche ceased, Durin smiled. With his might, he had safeguarded the green land. "Mother, I am nearing that world." Durin shook off the snow covering him and swiftly emerged from the pile, exhilarated as he soared into the sky. Crossing the boundary between snow-capped mountains and verdant fields, he flew straight towards the heart of Mondstadt, bearing a toxicity referred to as blessing. Upon entering this realm, Durin heard the calls of birds. Yet, as they approached, before even touching his form, they perished from the poisoned air. Regrettably, Durin's immense size rendered him oblivious to the avian creatures. Wherever he flew, drops of his black venom fell to the ground. Whether it be the flourishing trees, the fish swimming freely in the water, or the hilichurls wielding clubs, every creature tainted by the black venom met an untimely demise. Thus, Durin, with a heart full of blessings, spread his poison along the way, bringing death to Mondstadt. Moreover, he observed the small animals scurrying on the ground, and the trembling humans in fear, delighting in the scene. He naively believed humanity dances with exuberance, celebrating the arrival of something momentous. The animals cry out and roar, cheering in unison. Thus, Durin's joy intensified. He soared straight toward a hillside adorned with blooming flowers. Yet, at that very moment, carried by the gentle breeze, Durin once again heard that familiar melody, accompanied by the enchanting sound of a harp. Was the singing poet nearby? Durin was elated. He could finally meet the poet and learn the art of song. However, as the innocent Durin was exploited by Rheindotter, bringing toxic peril and death to Mondstadt, the city found itself in its most vulnerable state. The Lionfang Knights were devoid of leadership, and the Knights of the West were insufficiently fortified. In such dire circumstances, there was no power to resist the Black Dragon, Durin. Hence, the people of Mondstadt called upon the name of the Anemo Archon, once more beseeching for protection. Barbados heard the cries of his people and appeared above Mondstadt, accompanied by his dragon, Turin. "Let the Knights of the West retreat. I shall handle this Black Dragon," declared Barbados, as he and the Wind Dragon, Turin, surged toward Durin. Soon, in the skies above, two colossal dragons faced each other. Durin, the black dragon with venomous blood coursing through his veins, and Turin, the azure dragon radiating a divine and ethereal light. They were brothers of the same origin, yet strangers to one another. Having grown apart, they met once again, but this time with claws outstretched and fangs bared. Chapter 44. The final battle of Durin and Turin in the heavens. Durin experienced warmth for the first time, having left the snowy mountains behind, and beheld the verdant earth below. He unfurled his enormous wings, flying from the eastern side of Mondstadt to the west, and from the south to the north, fulfilling the wishes of his mother, Rheindotter. As he soared high, he scattered her blessings across the land. What joy filled Durin's heart! He had accomplished his mother's charge, bestowing her blessings upon the creatures of this realm. Look, those small, frolicking monsters celebrated Durin's arrival, while the hilichurls cheered him on. They must be reveling in the blessings. Durin was ecstatic. For the first time, he savored the feeling of being revered. He descended from the skies in various forms, eager to chase after the humans who welcomed him and to frolic with the little monsters in the woods. Yet, Durin was perplexed. Why did both humans and small creatures flee as he approached? Was it due to his immense size? Alas, there was little he could do about his size. Just then, high above in the ethereal sky, the melodious voice of a bard resonated, accompanied by the enchanting strumming of a harp. Durin was instantly captivated by the song. How delightful! It was the very bard he had been searching for. With exhilaration, Durin lifted his gaze. Across the heavens, he beheld a petite bard, cradling a small harp and playing it gently, sending the exquisite music drifting into the distance. Moreover, a magnificent azure dragon appeared beneath the bard's feet. How splendid it was! Durin had encountered this dragon once before. It was a deep azure, its body radiating the beauty of a gem that had withstood the test of time, with lines that seemed meticulously crafted, emanating a sacred glow. Furthermore, on the dragon's abdomen, 6 large azure wings unfurled, rhythmically flapping in the air, a testament to its nobility. Durin vowed that since his birth upon the snowy mountains, he had never witnessed such a breathtaking dragon. At the instant he laid eyes upon it, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, to embrace the azure dragon and learn the art of dance from it. However, he suddenly lowered his head slightly, casting a glance at his own dark, battered body, his tattered wings, the acrid scent that clung to him, and the seepage of black toxic blood within him. His heart was a tumult of emotions. The elegant azure dragon filled Durin with a sense of profound shame. Although he bore the blessings of reincarnation, he could not compare in grace to the azure dragon. Since his inception, Durin, as a dragon, felt for the first time the pangs of shyness. He feared that if he recklessly soared towards the azure dragon, he might be ridiculed by it or by the bard. Durin hesitated. In the next moment, before he could take action, the azure dragon unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky, gliding towards Durin's direction. Upon witnessing this, Durin's heart leapt with joy. It seemed that the azure dragon harbored no disdain for him. With this thought, Durin flapped his dark wings and soared towards the azure dragon, jubilantly celebrating, singing a joyful tune of his own invention with his not-so-melodious voice. He opened his arms wide, yearning to embrace the azure dragon, to become friends, to learn its name, and to dance together in the sky. However, Durin's fearsome appearance was truly daunting. Everything he did was perceived as destruction in the eyes of Barbatos, the wind god, and Tulin. Barbatos observed the black dragon, Durin, as it brandished its claws towards Tulin, unleashing a powerful sonic assault upon them. As the black dragon Durin roared in fury and launched an attack, the surrounding air trembled in response. A noxious miasma spread relentlessly, tainting the land of Mondstadt and bringing death to its inhabitants. In this dire circumstance, the Anemo Archon Barbatos did not hesitate to command the East Wind Dragon, Turin, crush it. No sooner had the words left his lips than Barbatos, in his fervent battle to protect Mondstadt, strummed his harp with great vigor, amplifying its celestial melody. Turin, inspired by the harp's resonance, declared, "Leave it to me. I shall sever its neck and discover whether its venom is more formidable than my dragon's fangs. I will tear open its chest to ensure it understands the consequences of invading Mondstadt." As a favored servant nurtured by the Anemo Archon, Turin was revered by the people and had become the guardian beast of Mondstadt, honored as one of the 4 winds' protectors. His strength was formidable. Although the black dragon before him was colossal, with razor-sharp teeth and a terrifying form, Turin brimmed with confidence. He was determined to sever its neck and rend its chest, showcasing the might of Mondstadt. In the next moment, the self-assured Turin charged toward Durin. As he beheld the fearsome visage of Durin and caught a whiff of the acrid venomous blood, Turin felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through him, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. It was an oddly comforting feeling. Yet, Turin cast aside these thoughts. He could not allow the black dragon Durin to inflict further harm upon Mondstadt. Thus, without hesitation, Turin struck out with his lethal claws, lunging to seize the black dragon's form. With his massive jaws agape, revealing his sharp fangs, he prepared to engage. At that moment, Durin, seeing the azure dragon Turin approach, opened his claws wide, yearning to embrace him tightly. In Turin, Durin sensed an extraordinary aura, akin to that of a long-lost brother. Even without knowing each other, their bodies resonated with the elemental power birthed from the same elemental spirit. It was a familiar connection, a bond of blood. Although Durin could not comprehend the nature of this sensation, it felt as comforting as a long-lost child finding their way home. However, in the next instant, as Durin opened his arms and embraced Turin, he felt Turin's claws embed into his flesh. There was a twinge of pain, piercing and sharp, but for Durin, who had grown accustomed to the agonies of consuming alchemical potions for years, this was merely a familiar discomfort. Durin could endure, and he held a profound belief that the magnificent azure dragon before him was not acting with malice. It had merely unintentionally revealed its talons and inadvertently grazed Durin's skin. After all, Durin was well aware that a dragon's claws are far sharper than one might imagine. Chapter 45. Durin's mortal peril in the vast expanse of the sky. Durin finally beheld the azure dragon of his dreams. He embraced Tulin tightly, despite having sustained a minor scratch that drew forth a trickle of dark blood. For Durin, this slight pain was inconsequential. Before long, the healing powers of Lindit would mend his wounds. Moreover, it was the first encounter between Durin and Tulin, culminating in this heartfelt embrace, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness. Durin yearned to invite Tulin to dance among the clouds. Your grace in the sky is truly enchanting. I too delight in singing and dancing. Might you teach me the art of dance? In his usual demeanor, Durin's colossal form produced a voice akin to thunder, capable of scaring away minor beasts and dislodging snow from the branches of trees. Yet, confronted by the beauty and elegance of the azure dragon, he felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him, rendering his voice as faint as the flutter of a mosquito's wings, almost imperceptible. Tulin, focused on battle, of course, could not hear this feeble plea. However, the wind god Barbados, strumming his harp, caught the faintest sound. Yet, how could a dragon imbued with such venom utter such words? How could it produce such a sound? Barbados dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. Thus, Tulin relentlessly swung his talons, inflicting wound after wound upon the dark dragon Durin, each laceration spewing forth toxic black blood, splattering the clear sky and leaving a dark trail in its wake. Nevertheless, Tulin had overestimated his own prowess and underestimated the formidable black dragon Durin. As a weapon of destruction, Durin's form was overwhelmingly massive, with defenses that were absurdly high and a toxic blood supply that was astonishingly ample. Even as Tulin continued to strike, leaving numerous wounds upon Durin, he still could not threaten Durin's life. At last, Tulin comprehended that to vanquish the black dragon before him, he would need to unleash a more ferocious and incisive assault. Thus, Tulin extended his sharp talons toward Durin's chest and his razor-sharp fangs towards Durin's neck, preparing for a full-force attack. At that moment, as Tulin's talons were poised to pierce Durin's chest and his fangs were about to break the skin of Durin's neck, the kind-hearted Durin, still lost in the reverie of his cherished desires, Durin beheld the azure dragon, entwined in a fervent embrace. To hold him tighter, the dragon's claws sank into Durin's flesh. A black dragon and an azure dragon, akin to brothers, danced and embraced in the heavens above. Moreover, the azure dragon, reminiscent of a long-lost kin, fervently kissed Durin's neck, radiating warmth. And there was also the bard, singing of freedom, rejoicing in Durin's arrival, playing enchanting melodies. Yet, as Durin luxuriated in bliss, enveloped by warmth, he felt a growing agony in his chest, a surge of black blood flowing forth, as if a frigid weapon were slicing into his very being. It was not merely his chest. He sensed sharp teeth embedded in his neck. The pain was excruciating. Even his mind grew hazy. In his torment, Durin lowered his gaze, only to witness the azure dragon's claws deeply embedded in his chest, brutally tearing through his body. He beheld the azure dragon, its head extended, kissing his neck, yet its teeth sank deeply into his flesh, forcibly ripping away a piece of darkened meat. Blood gushed forth. Durin felt the vessels in his neck severed, and even breathing became a daunting challenge. In a haze of confusion, Durin gradually lost his strength. His immense form plummeted from the sky, a harbinger of toxic warfare. Thus, he fell. Just before his colossal body met the ground, Durin strained to turn his head, gazing at the blood-stained azure dragon, Tevelin, in the sky. In Durin's kind eyes, there was no malice, only bewilderment. Summoning all his remaining strength, he whispered softly, "How joyous I am! I have brought my mother's blessings to this world. I have learned to dance, embracing the azure dragon tightly, soaring through the skies. I have learned to sing, exchanging glances with the beautiful bard, harmonizing together. Yet, why does this azure dragon, not my friend, tear open the chest of a companion with its claws? Why does it bite my neck with its sharp teeth? Have I, Durin erred in some way? My mother was right. This verdant earth is indeed a perilous realm." Soon, with a resounding crash, the earth trembled beneath the weight of Durin's vast form, which, at that moment, finally fell heavily to the ground. The monstrous creatures of the forest were driven away. The apples from the trees were shaken loose, and several hillfolk were crushed beneath. The foul, poisonous blood spread across the verdant earth, Kind-hearted Durin, ever resilient, felt the corners of his eyes moisten at that moment. Mother, I am sorry, he thought, knowing that he was about to perish. Never to return and care for her again. From now on, remember to look after yourself. A drop of black blood tear fell from Durin's eye, and his vision gradually blurred. His consciousness began to fade into obscurity. In this haze, he seemed to drift into an exceedingly long dream. In this dream, Durin envisioned himself not as an ugly black dragon, but as a handsome youth. He sang songs of freedom and played melodious tunes on his harp, accompanied by a gentle breeze named Barbados. He awakened the people's yearning for liberty with his songs, leading those who longed for freedom to rise against the tyrannical rule of the solitary king in the tower, toppling walls and tearing through the tempest. They breathed in the air of the world beyond the walls, achieving liberation. He cherished this land, safeguarding it and its inhabitants with his very life. Yet, in the next moment, Durin's dream shattered. He was not a youth, but rather an unsightly black dragon. He could only sing discordant old songs with a thunderous voice and fantasize about meeting the Azure Bard. Now, he was on the brink of death. With his last ounce of strength, he opened his eyes and beheld the once serene and verdant land, now ravaged and scarred by the toxic black blood and the searing flames. Everything lay in decay. He witnessed animals succumbing to the poison and people suffering from its torment. In that moment, Durin finally comprehended the truth. The blessing his mother spoke of was, in fact, a venomous curse that led to death. Chapter 46. A blessing for a beautiful world faced with the taloned strikes of the East Wind Dragon, Tulin, and the sharp fangs of the dragon. With Barbados playing the harp to assist, Durin did not resist. To outsiders, it appeared less as a battle and more as a splendid display by Tulin, a one-sided slaughter. With overwhelming force, Tulin extended his claws, rending the chest of the black dragon Durin, and with ruthless intent, he sunk his fangs into Durin's neck. Tulin howled to the heavens in exhilaration. How delightful it was! From the moment of his birth, it was the first time Tulin had fought against an invading giant dragon. And it was a fight so exhilarating. In a show of dominance, he had vanquished another great dragon. To the people of Mondstadt, the might of the East Wind Dragon was demonstrated. Yet, for the black dragon Durin, it was not a battle at all, but rather a series of exquisite, ethereal dreams. In these dreams, Durin danced with the beautiful Azure Dragon, listening to the melodies played by the Azure Bard, fulfilling his deepest desires. However, the dream has faded. Durin was facing death. Despite his towering and formidable physique, a weapon of ancient slaughter, his chest was torn open, his neck bitten through, and he still felt the agony. In his final moments, although tears welled in Durin's eyes, he steadfastly gritted his teeth, uttering not a single sound of sorrow. He did not wish for the Azure Dragon to hear his cries, lest it mock his cowardice. Nor did he want the Azure Bard to perceive him as a feeble dragon. Through his blurred vision, Durin finally attained clarity, recognizing the world around him. He had mistakenly regarded poison as a blessing, bringing relentless calamity to this beautiful realm. He had polluted rivers, infected forests, and poisoned the hilichurls. Durin struggled to part his lips, yearning to utter his final words. I am sorry, it is all Durin's fault. Yet I truly wish to bestow blessings upon you. But his strength had waned, and his voice emerged as but a faint whisper. Not even the East Wind Dragon Tulin, nor the Anemo Archon Barbados amidst the howling winds, could hear Durin's apology. In his dying moments, Durin bore no resentment towards the harm inflicted upon him. Instead, he felt profound remorse for the world. The only solace he found was that even in the face of death, the Azure Bard continued to play free-spirited melodies in his ears. How wonderful! At that very moment, the Azure Bard, who was none other than the Anemo Archon Barbados, once again commanded Tulin, cast the black dragon's corpse into the snowy mountains. At this time, Barbados believed Durin had succumbed entirely to death. A body, laden with toxic venom, if left upon the lands of Mondstadt, would continue to bring disaster to the city. It would taint the water, soil, the apples on the trees, and even the base in the waters. The only solution was to dispose of it in the snowy mountains. Thus, Tulin heeded the command of the Anemo Archon. With his massive, resilient claws, he deeply embedded them into Durin's form, forcibly lifting the dragon's immense body. Grasping Durin, he soared towards the snowy peaks. Soon, with a thunderous crash, Tulin released his grip, casting Durin's venomous body into the mountains. The colossal form crashed to the ground, sending tremors throughout the earth. Tuolin expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, "What a ghastly place, chilling beyond measure. I yearn to depart from here." Having lingered too long in the warmth of Mondstadt, his aversion to the cold intensified. Thus, the black dragon Durin, emerging from the snowy peaks, returned once more to the mountains, lying amidst the snowdrifts. He felt the biting cold beneath him, his gaze met by a blanket of white. Yet, Durin found solace in this, believing that to die in the place of one's birth is indeed a romantic notion. In his mind's eye, the cerulean poet continued to strum the melodies of freedom alongside the azure dragon, gradually fading into the horizon. A sudden pang of longing gripped Durin. Should this world truly embrace the concept of reincarnation, he wished not to be reborn as a child of Rheindater, but rather in the realm of the minstrels, to sing in harmony with the poet and dance with the dragons. As the clarity of his consciousness waned, Durin, in the twilight of his life, harbored a sense of regret towards this world. He offered his blessings to the beautiful realm, hoping for a touch more warmth within this frigid expanse. He wished that the beasts of the snow-capped mountains, the snow-laden trees, and the distant adventurers might feel this warmth, even if just a little. Such a small comfort would suffice for Durin. Gradually, his life reached its conclusion, consciousness slipping away as he closed his immense eyes. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded upon Durin's form. The venomous, black, and acrid blood that once coursed through him transformed into a vibrant red under the influence of his blessing. This crimson essence flowed from the gaping wounds on his chest and neck, seeping into the earth below, melting the surrounding snow and merging with the ground. Time became an indistinguishable blur, perhaps a year, a decade, or even a century. The remnants of Durin's colossal body, ravaged by the passage of time, were reduced to a stark pile of bones, accompanied by a massive heart that pulsed with a flickering red glow. Yet beneath Durin's skeletal remains, his blood had long since permeated the land, staining it crimson and congealing beneath the surface. In that moment, Durin's blessing for a beautiful world finally took root. Gradually, upon the icy, biting plains and the wind-swept slopes, from the blood that had flowed into the earth, stones emerged, each shimmering with a red luminescence akin to precious gems. These stones, imbued with the blood and blessings of Durin, radiate a warm and powerful energy, reminiscent of the blessings he bestowed before his demise. They offer warmth to a beautiful world, a gift to cherish. Over the years, as time has passed, an increasing number of travelers have ventured into the snowy mountains. They have gradually discovered that these stones possess the ability to shield them from the biting cold, providing solace and warmth. As a result, they have affectionately named these unique stones Deep Crimson Stones. However, the travelers remain unaware that these stones, which have repeatedly safeguarded them, are not products of nature nor of the mountains themselves, but rather emanate from Durin's blessing. Chapter 47. A word of thanks to Durin in the hearts of the people. Durin is perceived as a black dragon, a poisonous dragon, a malevolent creature that has brought calamity upon the world, a dragon steeped in wickedness. Yet, even unto death, Durin never intentionally harmed a single soul. In his final moments, he still harbored a sense of remorse, imparting a genuine blessing to this beautiful world, bringing a modicum of warmth to the originally frigid, biting peaks. If one day you find yourself deep within the snow-capped mountains, gazing upon a terrifying, colossal heart aglow with a dreadful crimson light, fear not. For Durin's heart has always been kind, never having inflicted harm upon anyone. If, on a certain day, you find yourself in need of the deep crimson stones to fend off the cold, do not hesitate, boldly extract them. They are Durin's blessing to the world. Yet, as you draw upon the strength of the deep crimson stones to resist the mountain's chill, do take a moment to utter a simple thank you to Durin. Should he hear your gratitude, it would surely bring him immense joy. At Liyue Harbor, in the Wangshu Inn, Li Mo delivered the entirety of Durin's tale in a somewhat hoarse voice, recounting the story from Durin's birth to his death, always interwoven with a singular theme, blessing. Durin and Teverin, two dragon spirits, embody the divine blessings bestowed upon Mondstadt, guardians birthed from the elements. After being captured by Rheindater, she, in a twisted act of blessing, transformed Durin's body into a lethal weapon filled with venom, bringing disaster to Mondstadt. Yet, burdened with remorse, Durin, with the last vestiges of his life, blessed this beautiful world. Once he concluded his narrative, Li Mo, parched and weary, took a sip of bitter tea. At that moment, the audience below exhaled a collective sigh, seemingly mourning for Durin. What a magnificent dragon he was, what a kind-hearted creature indeed. It is solely due to the wretched Dot that it has been forcibly transformed into a venomous instrument of slaughter, plunging Durin into despair. Yet, while Dot may have altered Durin's physical form, it cannot change the essence of his heart. How distressing. The cursed storyteller has once again brought me to tears. Oh, storyteller, reveal to me the room you dwell in at night. I wish to pay you a visit. Fear not, for I carry neither blade nor balm. By the way, I have a question. Is the deep crimson stone from your tale truly real? Does such a miraculous stone exist amidst the frigid heights of the snowy mountains? 5 years ago, I ventured to the Dragon's Pine of Mondstadt, where I indeed beheld that fearsome heart and extracted numerous deep crimson stones, unaware that they were left behind by the black dragon Durin. Durin, I thank you for your blessing. I have received it. Compared to us, the listeners, the Anemo Archon Barbados and the East Wind Dragon Veni must be feeling even more distressed. The audience murmured softly, fearful that their words might reach the ears of Barbados or Veni. Yet, whether it be Barbados or the elemental being Veni, their mastery over the winds has reached an extraordinary level. Every whispered word from the audience was clearly conveyed to Barbados's ears. However, Barbados wore a solemn expression, too preoccupied to heed these listeners. Outside the Wanshu Inn, on the precipice, Venti, having heard the entire tale and the murmurs of the audience, was overwhelmed. The exhilaration of rending Durin's chest with his claws, the might of biting through Durin's neck with his dragon teeth, such moments were exhilarating. Yet, Veni had never contemplated that the brother he had so brutally cast aside was, in fact, Durin. Veni was devastated. He soared into the skies, circling the Wanshu Inn in a tempest of fury, venting his discontent. Why did it come to this? Why must they fight when they were brothers? With the eruption of Venti's elemental powers, a tempest raged inside and around the Wanshu Inn, nearly toppling the entire establishment. But in the next moment, a familiar sound of a harp resonated throughout the inn, gradually calming all creatures that heard its melody. All gazes turned to the corner where Barbados stood. Indeed, it was he. Barbados, cradling a harp, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, began to play gently. And he softly spoke. Veni, cease your turmoil. Though Durin has perished, his essence has not truly vanished. His soul shall surely be reborn in another realm. In another realm, it undoubtedly harbors happiness, although Liemo has yet to articulate it. However, Barbados is aware. The cycle of the youth within the narrative has not yet ceased. The so-called Black Dragon Durin is merely one incarnation among the countless rebirths of the young soul. Indeed, upon hearing the words of the Anemo Archon, Barbados, the Eastern Wind Dragon, Tulin, finally descended from the heavens. Like a well-behaved child, it once again prostrated itself upon the precipice outside the Wanshu Inn, seemingly lost in contemplation. In a corner of the inn, Zhongli observed the tears streaming down Barbados's face and could not help but sigh. If the young Veni were still among us, or if the dragon of magic, Durin, were alive, he would surely be pained to witness your sorrow. Moreover, as you have stated, he has not truly perished, but rather entered another cycle of rebirth. For the Black Dragon Durin, this reincarnation is not necessarily a misfortune. Zhongli's countenance remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow. From the inception of the first tale to the fourth, although Zhongli found these stories to be captivating and a perfect diversion, his heart had become as steadfast as stone after millennia of wear. To evoke tears from Zhongli would indeed be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Zhongli's comforting words, Barbados gradually set down his harp, gently wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. With a smile breaking through his grief, he lamented, "These tales bear no connection to you. Your heart is as unyielding as iron. When you appear in the storyteller's narrative, I shall eagerly observe whether you, an ancient being of several millennia, can restrain your tears." As of now, the rulers of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun, and Mondstadt, Barbados, have both graced the storyteller's tales and shed tears for them. Among the three divine presences present, only Zhongli remained untouched by the story's emotional resonance. Zhongli chuckled in response. "Every day in any tea house within Liyue Harbor, my story is recounted, and I have grown weary of it. How could I possibly be moved to tears?" Chapter 48. The Lottery. Attaining the first wish across the vast expanse of Teyvat, Morix stands as a singular entity. He is not merely known as the god of Geo, but also holds titles as the god of wealth, the god of contracts, the god of war, and the god of history. Each of these divine appellations reflects Zhongli's myriad contributions to Liyue. Thus, even in the event of the death of the geo-god Morix, the reverence of the Liyue populace for him remains unwavering. In fact, they frequently commemorate Morix in diverse ways, such as through storytelling and opera. Wherever tales are spun, the story of Morix is invariably at the forefront, and the same holds true for performances. It is precisely for this reason, even in death, Zhongli finds solace in recounting the illustrious history he has experienced through storytelling. However, the repetition of his own saga has rendered it somewhat tedious. Even a smile has become elusive, let alone tears. Conversely, the storyteller at Wangshu Inn, while regaling the audience in Liyue Harbor, chooses not to extol the glorious deeds of the Geo-Archon Morix, but instead shares a plethora of sorrowful tales from Inazuma and Mondstadt, captivating Zhongli's interest. It is remarkable that such simple narratives can evoke tears from the proud Raiden Shogun and cause the carefree Barbados to weep with sorrow. Observing the storyteller upon the stage, Zhongli muses, the next story surely will not unfold in Mondstadt. Barbados, taken aback, inquires, how do you know? Zhongli replies serenely, first, he was slain by the arrow of the lonely king from the tower, and then by you and Dvalin. Such a fate is unbearable for anyone. Though Teyvat is home to 7 nations, Zhongli believes that the youth's next incarnation will likely manifest in Liyue Harbor or Inazuma. Barbados, momentarily speechless, exclaims, what a predicament! Who could have foreseen that the black dragon, Durin, could be the reincarnation of his friend? Surely, if Barbados's companion were to learn of this, forgiveness would be in order. As Zhongli and Barbados engage in their candid exchange, Li Mo on stage has just concluded the tale of the black dragon Durin, sighing in lament for his 4th incarnation. Before this 4th life, Li Mo had already perceived the malice of the system, aware that it sought to undermine him in myriad ways. Yet, he had grossly underestimated the system's resolve. In that 4th incarnation, he found himself transformed into the malevolent dragon known as Durin. Thankfully, those times are now behind him. Li Mo exhales deeply, preparing to narrate the next tale when suddenly the voice of the system reverberates in his mind. Ding. System notification, the story you recounted about the bard Vinny, as well as that of the black dragon Durin, resonated with the audience. 99% sighed in sympathy. 40% shed tears, and 20% wept uncontrollably. System reward, 2,000 storytelling points. Ding. System notification, your narrative successfully brought tears to the wind god Barbados. System reward, 1 lottery ticket. Ding. System notification, your story also moved the east wind dragon Dvalin to tears. System reward, 1 lottery ticket. Upon hearing these announcements, Li Mo's heart swells with joy. After such an extensive period of storytelling, nearly exhausting his vocal reserves, he finally reaps the fruits of his labor, garnering not 1 but 2 lottery tickets in a single stroke. If each lottery ticket could yield a fragment of a wish, and when combined with a previous fragment, 3 fragments would coalesce into a complete wish, then even after countless cycles of reincarnation, the prospect of finally obtaining a wish filled Li Mo with a sense of impatience and excitement. What wish should he make? To resurrect a significant person? Before Li Mo could clarify his thoughts, the familiar prompt echoed in his mind. Would you like to use your lottery ticket immediately? With a serious tone, Li Mo inquired, is this lottery pool the same as the previous one? Ding, system notification. The current lottery pool is identical to the last. As the system's voice resonated, an enormous spinning wheel materialized in his mind, precisely mirroring the one from before. Upon this wheel lay the power to fulfill all desires. Rare wish fragments, formidable sword techniques, potent elixirs, and even legendary weapons. Having witnessed this wheel during his initial lottery attempt, Li Mo was no longer in awe, but rather filled with exhilaration at the prospect of claiming a true wish. The system's voice once again reverberated. Would you like to draw immediately? Without hesitation, Li Mo declared, draw now. As soon as the words left his lips, the colossal wheel began to spin rapidly under the influence of mysterious forces, the pointer sweeping past each precious prize, gradually decelerating until it came to a gentle halt on one particular item. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won a rare item, Wish Fragment. Wish Fragment. 3 wish fragments can be combined to form a genuine wish. You currently possess 23 fragments. Once again, it was a wish fragment, just as Li Mo had envisioned. Although he had not yet acquired a true wish, The assurance that each lottery would guarantee at least one fragment meant that he needed only 3 attempts to forge a genuine desire. Content with this, Liemo promptly utilized his second lottery ticket, initiating the second draw. "Draw now?" he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the great wheel, which had just come to a stop, began to whirl once more. The pointer glided over each cherished prize, slowing down increasingly. Just as it seemed poised to halt again on a wish fragment, the pointer unexpectedly advanced a notch, landing on another prize, before Liemo could succumb to disappointment. In his mind, the systematic prompt emerged. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the supreme item, a wish. Wish, upon usage, it can fulfill one desire of the user. Is it not merely a fragment of a wish? Is it indeed a complete wish?" Upon witnessing this scene, even Liemo, who has traversed countless lifetimes, could not suppress his exclamation. "A complete wish? Incredible!" Elation surged within Liemo's heart. With this singular, complete wish, he could rectify the regrets accumulated over countless cycles of reincarnation. At that moment, in the audience below, the onlookers gazed at the mirthful storyteller, filled with perplexity. Had the storyteller finally faced retribution? Had he driven himself to madness? Chapter 49. "I choose to revive the thunder true one." The storyteller, having committed numerous misdeeds, had at last succumbed to his own folly. Hooray! Another one has gone mad. The storyteller, in his next life, would presumably be in his 5th reincarnation, returning to Liyue. No doubt. This is Liyue. One must understand that Liyue is the true stage. Please regale us with more tales from Liyue, particularly those of the esteemed Rex Lapis. The audience buzzed with chatter. Some discussed the recently concluded 4th reincarnation, the tale of the Black Dragon, Durin. Others speculated on where the next reincarnation would occur. Outside the Wanshu Inn, gamblers had already opened betting on where the youth would reincarnate and the manner in which he would meet his demise. At that moment, while the audience engaged in fervent discussion, Liemo on stage realized his composure had faltered, and he hastily restrained his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. Furthermore, Liemo once again connected with the system in his mind, examining the prize he had just won in the lottery. Indeed, he confirmed it. It was a complete wish. This meant that Liemo could finally make a wish. "System, may I now harness the power of the wish?" In nearly a millennium of reincarnation, this was the first time Liemo had acquired the power of a wish. He felt a flutter of excitement. "Ding. System prompt. You may now utilize the power of the wish. Shall I use it immediately?" Before making a decision, Liemo sought further clarification from the system. Are there any restrictions on the wish? For instance, can I wish for the destruction of the world? Or perhaps to create a new one? Or to become an entity that replaces the natural order? Of course, Liemo was merely using hypotheticals. Having endured 99 lifetimes, he had yet to truly savor life. He had no intentions of annihilating the world. Ding. System prompt. The power of the wish has limitations and cannot exceed the boundaries of this world. The system provided an ambiguous response. Liemo inquired again. Can I wish to become the natural order itself? Beep. System notification. The wish has exceeded the limits of this world and cannot be fulfilled. One cannot become a substitute for the heavenly principles. It seems that wishes are not omnipotent after all. However, even if he could become a divine principle, Liemo had no intention of doing so. Since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to truly savor the joys of life. After a moment's contemplation, Liemo concluded that he should harness the power of his wish to resurrect someone. The wish should be capable of such a feat. After pondering briefly, he made his choice. He would revive one of the most significant individuals from his first life, the first Electro-Archon of Inazuma, Raiden Makoto, who had perished unexpectedly in the cataclysm of Kanjuria. Liemo addressed the system within his mind. System, I choose to wield the power of my wish to resurrect the first Electro-Archon of Inazuma, Raiden Makoto. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, the death of Raiden Makoto represented one of the deepest sorrows in Liemo's heart. Beep. System notification. The power of the wish has been successfully utilized. Revival of the first Electro-Archon of Inazuma, Raiden Makoto, is in progress. 50. 100. Resurrection complete. At the moment the completion of the resurrection was announced, an astonishing scene unfolded above the Wanshu Inn. The once clear sky was suddenly illuminated by flickering lightning, resonating with thunder that tore through the heavens. The entire sky seemed enveloped in the power of lightning. Moreover, both within and outside the Wanshu Inn, Nearly all the elemental forces of electricity began to stir restlessly. Guided by a mysterious power, they rapidly coalesced towards a particular point in the sky. Ordinary spectators only noticed the dazzling lightning above, filled with astonishment, prompting some to rush outside for a better view. However, for those endowed with divine sight or the hearts of deities, this sudden occurrence was nothing short of shocking. Qiqi, whose powers were also tied to the elements of lightning, was the first to dash out of the Wangshu in at the moment of the upheaval, witnessing the gathering lightning in the sky. Above, a vague silhouette began to take shape. Was a new elemental being about to be born? No, while only a shadow was visible. Qiqi discerned that it was not an elemental creature, but rather a genuine human being on the verge of manifestation. Not only Qiqi, but also Shinha, Hu Tao, and even the 7 archons, Barbados, the Raiden Shogun, and Zhongli, were all astounded by the sudden surge of energy. As the 7 divine rulers of Teyvat, they were the most formidable beings in the mortal realm. Yet, in that moment, they could distinctly feel that the power gathering outside had surpassed even that of the 7 archons. Zhongli's face rarely displayed a serious expression, regardless of what has transpired. Let us step outside and investigate. Barbados, equally astonished, remarked, "It's an elemental force of lightning. Could it be related to the Raiden Shogun?" The Raiden Shogun remained impassive, her demeanor as frigid as ever. "It has nothing to do with me." In the next moment, the 3 acted in unison. Almost instantaneously, their figures reached the entrance. Raising their heads, they beheld the formidable power of lightning still coalescing in the sky, taking on a humanoid form. Not only that, but upon witnessing this manifestation, a sense of familiarity washed over all 3, particularly the Raiden Shogun. As she gazed upon the assembled lightning figure, her grip on her blade, Mizu Ishin, trembled involuntarily. In an instant, a surge of potent lightning energy erupted from Mizu Ishin, forming a corporeal figure before Zhongli and Barbados. After 5 centuries of introspection, the Raiden Shogun, who had relentlessly pursued eternity, astonishingly emerged from Mizu Ishin. At the moment of her emergence, she disregarded the Raiden Shogun beside her, as well as Zhongli and Barbados. Instead, lifting her gaze towards the spectral figure of lightning gathering in the sky, her eyes filled with anticipation. She murmured, "Is it truly you returning?" Nearby, both Zhongli and Barbados, being among the 7 deities, were startled by the Raiden Shogun's words. Could it be? The former Raiden, the true Raiden? Was the ethereal figure of lightning in the sky indeed the long-deceased Raiden who had perished centuries ago? In that moment, even the formidable Zhongli and the perceptive Barbados were unable to discern the origins of this lightning element. Just as confusion enveloped everyone, the lightning elements in the sky continued to accumulate, astonishing even Zhongli and Barbados. Should these lightning elements explode, the entirety of Wangshu, and perhaps even the entire precipice, would be obliterated. As the lightning elements multiplied, the figure became increasingly distinct, its visage remarkably mirroring that of the Raiden Shogun. I fear that writing it poorly might ruin everything. Thus I need some time to contemplate. The next story will not center on Zhongli, but will instead explore the tale of another character from Liyue, a disciple of the Celestial. So please anticipate. Chapter 50. Astonishingly, there are 3 Raiden Shoguns. When the elemental lightning erupted, the majority of the patrons within the inn, though mere mortals, heard the thunderous roar from outside and rushed out. Upon emerging from the inn, all gazed skyward, witnessing a breathtaking spectacle. Above them, countless lightning elements shimmered like scars, tearing through the very fabric of the sky. What astonished everyone the most was that the essence of elemental power had coalesced into a human form. Indeed, many formidable individuals present were able to discern that the gathered lightning element was not an elemental creature, but rather a genuine human body. Moreover, they could vaguely perceive the features of this body, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman seated opposite the Anemo Archon moments ago. What could this mean? Who could possibly explain the origin of this extraordinary spectacle? Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating about the recent arrival of the Fatui in Liyue. Could it be that they were causing trouble? The onlookers could only gaze at the body materializing in the sky, identical to that of the Raiden Shogun. However, they remained unaware of her true identity. At that very moment, Raiden Ei, emerging from her blade's dream, could no longer contain herself. She seized the blade and stepped into the void, soaring towards the sky. The crowd was taken aback as they witnessed Raiden Ei ascend, alongside the Raiden Shogun beside Zhongli, and the figure of lightning coalescing above. They were utterly bewildered. The three figures not only wore identical garments, but also shared striking facial features, including a beauty mark at the corner of their eyes. Were they triplets? Even Qiqi, one of the Liu at Qixing, found herself perplexed by the unfolding situation, merely observing from the sidelines as events developed. At this juncture, Raiden traversed the air and arrived before the true Raiden. Gazing upon the familiar visage and sensing the familiar lightning element, she called out, "Sister, is that really you?" Evidently, even Raiden, the god of eternity, found this scene too surreal. Yet, it unfolded palpably before them. As if responding to her call, the body formed from the lightning element indeed opened its eyes, bewildered by the shimmering tears surrounding it. When Raiden Makoto beheld Raiden, an avalanche of memories surged through her mind. Kenrya has fallen. Do not concern yourself with me. Return to protect Inazuma. No, this was not Kenrya. Where was this place? At that moment, Raiden Makoto's memories remained anchored in the distant past, at the time of Kenrya's demise. She had perished in Ei's embrace. Yet now, Raiden Makoto was astonished to find that all her wounds had miraculously healed. As Raiden Makoto was fully revived, the surrounding flashes of lightning faded, and the gathered lightning elements gradually dissipated. Before Raiden Makoto stood, upon hearing her sister's familiar voice, Raiden Mei was enveloped in a moment of disbelief yet profound faith. At that instant, she finally accepted the truth. Her sister had indeed returned to life. The ever-resilient Raiden Mei, in her relentless pursuit of eternity, felt a solitary tear escape the corner of her eye. "Sister, you have truly come back to us. This is not Inazuma. It is Liyue Harbor, 500 years hence. I have fulfilled my promise to protect Inazuma." In a sudden rush of emotion, Raiden Mei dashed forward and embraced her sister, Raiden Makoto, weeping unabashedly like a child. Raiden Makoto, taken aback by this display, wore a perplexed expression. As she comforted the sister in her arms, she lowered her gaze to absorb her surroundings. She beheld the Grand Wanshu Inn, the imposing figure of the great tyrant perched upon the cliff, and among the crowd, she spotted her old friends, Barbatos, the Anemo Archon, and Morix, the Geo Archon. Strangely, she even noticed a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Was it possible that time had indeed shifted 500 years into the future? Was this truly Liyue Harbor? And how had she come back to life? A plethora of questions swirled in Raiden Makoto's mind, and even as the supreme deity, she found herself confounded by these mysteries. Just then, Raiden Mei broke the silence, stating, "Sister, I have discovered the whereabouts of Brother Liemo." Upon hearing the name Liemo, Raiden Makoto froze momentarily, her face lighting up with joy. Where is he? After all these years, has Brother Liemo truly returned? Raiden Mei sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The situation is rather complicated. She then proceeded to recount the tale of the storyteller and the cycle of reincarnation that encompassed Brother Liemo, beginning from the very first life and narrating it to her sister. As Raiden Makoto listened, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. How much had the world changed in the 500 years since her demise? From her inexplicable resurrection to these extraordinary tales of reincarnation, the revelations were overwhelming. Meanwhile, beneath the skies where Raiden Mei and Raiden Makoto reunited, the audience gathered before the Wanshu and stood in awe. As they beheld the formidable display of lightning power, many were struck with amazement. Among them, Qiqi, the bearer of the electro-vision, understood all too well the magnitude of the lightning they had just witnessed. Anyone capable of manifesting such power must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. After much contemplation, one conclusion crystallized in her mind. The woman in the sky could only be the Shogun of Inazuma, the divine Raiden Shogun. No wonder she had exuded an air of haughty confidence while seated beside Barbatos during the storytelling. Indeed, everything falls into place, yet one question lingers. Why is it that the Anemo Archon Barbatos and the Electro Archon Raiden Shogun can share a table, while the guest of the Wangxing funeral parlor, Zhongli, is able to sit among them? This conundrum leaves Qiqi in deep contemplation. Observing Qiqi's perplexity, Hu Tao inquires with curiosity, "What troubles you, Qiqi?" With a solemn gaze, Qiqi responds earnestly, "The two figures in the sky must be the first Raiden Shogun, Ei, and the second, Raiden Makoto. But who, then, is this woman?" Qiqi turns her attention to the Raiden Shogun standing beside Zhongli, her confusion deepening. The storyteller had previously mentioned that Inazuma's Archon was a pair of twins. How can three appear at once? It is not only Qiqi who is bewildered, Hu Tao, ever whimsical, Shenhe, who remains composed, and Qiqi, now fully restored to her former self, are all equally confounded by the trio of Raiden Shoguns. Who, indeed, are these three women? Chapter 51. Reunited after a millennium, Hu Tao glances between the Raiden Shogun and Raiden Makoto in the sky, then at the Raiden Shogun beside Zhongli, and, with utmost seriousness, declares, Zhongli has been seated with the woman resembling the Raiden Shogun. He must know what is transpiring. I shall inquire of him. Hu Tao has always found Zhongli to be an enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery. It is astonishing that this seemingly ordinary guest could be acquainted with the Anemo Archon Barbatos and the illustrious Raiden Shogun. How peculiar. As Hu Tao sets out to investigate the relationships among the Raiden Shogun, Raiden Makoto, and Raiden Ei, within the inn, Li Mo, having made a wish, refrains from venturing outside to explore. Instead, he finds himself lamenting to the system. System, I merely wished for the revival of one person. Why the grand spectacle? Today's events have escalated, and the identity of the Raiden Shogun is bound to be revealed. It won't be long before the news of Raiden Ei's resurrection spreads throughout Teyvat. Beep, system notification. The character being revived is one of the 7 Archons. The required amount of electro element is substantial, necessitating the gathering of considerable elemental power for revival. Li Mo muses, well, the rationale is somewhat sound. Nevertheless, upon reflection, gathering electro elements outside the inn for the revival is a commendable outcome. If the system were to malfunction and bring Raiden Ei back into my embrace, that would indeed be unfathomable. Regardless of the circumstances, Raiden Ei's successful revival and her reunion with Raiden Makoto will undoubtedly aid Makoto in overcoming her aspirations of wielding the blade. Li Mo finds solace in this thought. Though he does not venture outside, merely imagining the scene of Raiden Ei and Raiden Makoto embracing tightly fills him with warmth. At that very moment, in Li Mo's mind, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Through system detection, your story of the third life, the youth Veni, and the fourth life, the Black Dragon Duelan, has concluded. Activating special effect fusion. You will merge with the bodies of the third life youth Veni and the fourth life Black Dragon Duelan. Shall the fusion commence immediately? Previously, when the tale of the third life concluded, Li Mo refrained from merging with the body of the youth Veni. Now, with the completion of the fourth life, he could merge the 2 lifetimes together. Commence the fusion, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a gentle power and a commanding force simultaneously surge within him. Moreover, a faint melody began to resonate throughout the inn, intertwining with deep, rumbling dragon roars that echoed throughout the space. Alas, these sounds were too subtle. Neither the ordinary listeners nor those with the eye of God, like Qiqi, could perceive them. However, it seemed that Barbatos, the Anemo god, and the East Wind Dragon, Defying, were both aware of these sounds. They paused momentarily, their expressions filled with intrigue. In the next instant, Defying let out a thunderous roar, gazing towards the Wangshu Inn with a look of confusion. Barbatos, on the other hand, darted forward like a whispering breeze, swiftly appearing within the inn. Observing the empty establishment and the tranquil figure of Li Mo seated on the stage, he was enveloped in bewilderment. What was happening? Had he misheard? Even Barbatos found himself questioning his own senses. Unable to contain his curiosity, Barbatos inquired, Storyteller, did you hear any sounds just now? Li Mo responded slowly, I apologize, I only heard the sound of thunder and lightning. The sound of thunder and lightning had emanated from Raiden Makoto, who had just resurrected. Barbatos, looking apologetic, replied, I am sorry for the disturbance. Li Mo nodded in acknowledgement. It is quite all right. That was a close call. My identity was nearly exposed. He understood that as long as he continued to tell stories within this inn, revealing his identity was inevitable. Sooner or later, someone would discern the clues. However, an early exposure of his identity would not benefit his storytelling mission. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion with the body of the third life youth Veni was successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion with the body of the fourth life demon dragon Duelan was successful. In that instant of successful fusion, Li Mo could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in the elemental power within him, approaching the strength of the 7 gods of Teyvat. Outside the inn, when Raiden Ei informed her brother of the reincarnation and the fact that he had already undergone 4 lifetimes, The thunderous phenomenon was truly astonishing. In this world, the existence of resurrection and reincarnation is indeed a reality. How remarkable it is. Moreover, the storyteller seems to articulate everything, as if possessing knowledge of all that transpires. Even Raiden Makoto finds herself eagerly anticipating a meeting with the storyteller. A smile graces Raiden Shogun's face. The fourth cycle has just concluded. My brother's fifth cycle should be commencing shortly. Allow me to escort you to meet the storyteller. Raiden Makoto responds with a smile. Yes. I too wish to witness what kind of extraordinary individual he is. And so it was. Without a care for the astonished gazes of those around them, Raiden Shogun led Raiden Makoto into the Wangshu Inn, where they encountered the storyteller once more. At the moment she laid eyes on Liemo, Raiden Makoto felt an intriguing blend of familiarity and strangeness emanating from him, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. She took a seat, observing the storyteller with keen interest. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside, having gathered to witness the spectacle, began to enter the inn one after another. In this farcical scene, although the audience was bewildered and unaware of who orchestrated the resurrection ritual, they could not deny the outcome. In stark contrast to the previous state of the inn, there now stood two identical figures, alongside the former Raiden Shogun, creating an extraordinary trio. The sheer peculiarity left them utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, Raiden Shogun, Raiden Makoto, and the likes of Barbatos, Zhongli, and Ye Miko found themselves seated around a table. The arrangement, rather than appearing cramped, seemed almost comical. The sight of three identical individuals drew a chuckle from Barbatos. Once two sisters, now transformed into three sisters. How delightful! Zhongli then remarked thoughtfully, Old friend, are you aware of how you were resurrected? Under the watchful eyes of the three deities, such a shocking miracle unfolded, yet they could discern not a single clue. Even the identity of the one orchestrating it all eluded their understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Raiden Makoto declared earnestly, though I do not comprehend the circumstances, I am certain that my resurrection is undoubtedly linked to the storyteller. Let us commence the tale of Shinha tomorrow, beginning with the Divine Maiden's perspective. Chapter 52, The Divine Maiden's Perspective. Wangshu Inn. In a corner of the audience, the representatives of the Raiden Shogunate, Raiden Makoto, Raiden Shogun, and Barbatos. Alongside the Geo Archon Zhongli, after a millennium apart, the three deities gathered once more. At this moment, they collectively turned their gazes towards the storyteller on stage, pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure in their hearts. Barbatos mused aloud, perhaps I should inquire who he truly is? Observing his demeanor, he does not appear to be a villain. He is likely not affiliated with the Abyss, but rather resembles a celestial being from Liyue. Barbatos could almost ascertain this. The storyteller on stage, much like the other seven deities, is among the most ancient beings of Teyvat. It is improbable that they could possess such a wealth of tales otherwise. Zhongli then spoke slowly. He is unrelated to the Abyss. There is no trace of it upon him. Raiden Shogun scoffed. Whoever he may be, a single strike will reveal the truth. Watching Raiden Shogun, who was eager to engage, the recently resurrected Raiden Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. Ing, after all these years, your temperament remains unchanged. Now that I have returned, refrain from acting rashly until we understand the circumstances. After all, few in this world can withstand a blow from you. Though Raiden Makoto, Raiden Shogun, and the Raiden General share identical appearances, their personalities and the nuances of their expressions differ greatly. Raiden Makoto is gentle, often adorned with a benevolent smile. Raiden Shogun is vivacious and self-assured, never without her weapon. Any who defy her orders shall taste the edge of her blade. The Raiden General, on the other hand, is a puppet, seldom revealing her emotions. Upon hearing this, Zhongli concurred. Your meditations over the past 5 centuries were in vain. Lower your weapon and listen. At this moment, the majority of the audience within the inn remained in a state of bewilderment. The Geo Archon Morix had just been laid to rest in Liyue Harbor, his soul yet to find peace. However, the Anemo Archon Barbatos of Mondstadt, accompanied by his loyal companion, the East Wind Dragon Veni, had arrived at Wangshu Inn. The Raiden Shogun from Inazuma also made an appearance, and astonishingly, 3 of them materialized simultaneously. The presence of these deities in Liyue Harbor inevitably raised suspicions. Could it be that as the Geo Archon was interred, Mondstadt and Inazuma conspired against Liyue Harbor? Not only the ordinary audience, but even Qiqi, a member of the Liyue Qixing, remained cautious, constantly observing the movements of Barbados and the Raiden Shogun. Soon enough, Hu Tao, who had gone to consult Zhongli regarding the situation, returned with confidence. I never expected that young Zhongli truly knows the Raiden Shogun and the Anemo Archon. Their relationship appears quite amicable. He stated that their presence here is merely for storytelling and poses no threat to Liyue's safety. In Hu Tao's eyes, Zhongli, though enigmatic, is undoubtedly a reliable guest. Hence, she placed her trust in him. Yet, Qiqi remained somewhat apprehensive. She earnestly remarked, though Zhongli is mysterious, his words cannot be taken at face value. I have an instinctive feeling that he is concealing something of great significance from everyone. From the very first glance at Zhongli, a notion took root in Qiqi's heart. However, no matter how much she pondered, she could not fathom what secrets Zhongli might be concealing. Hu Tao, taken aback by her words, remarked, an important matter? That fellow, though young, carries himself like an old man, spending his days listening to operas and strolling with birds. He is likely hiding his true age. Perhaps he is, in fact, an elderly gentleman. Qiqi, somewhat speechless, countered, regardless of how one perceives him. Zhongli undoubtedly possesses a youthful appearance, far removed from that of an old man. Only the whimsical Hu Tao could entertain such thoughts. As Hu Tao observed the storyteller on stage, she suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the storyteller is drinking water again. He must be preparing to continue his tale. It is curious why he always takes a sip of tea before resuming his narration." The astute Hu Tao had already discerned Li Mo's habitual prelude to storytelling. At that moment, on stage, Li Mo lightly cleared his throat, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip of bitter tea, ready to commence the tale of the fifth reincarnation. Casting a glance at the audience, he noted their attentive posture, fully prepared to listen. Thus, he wasted no time and began his narration. Similar to the previous reincarnations, when the fourth reincarnation's Black Dragon, Dulan, was slain by Tulin, his soul did not enter the underworld but instead embarked on another cycle of rebirth. In the fifth reincarnation, he was reborn in Liyue as a young boy. However, before delving into the fifth reincarnation, I must first recount another tale, the legend of the goddess of the splitting view. This is the story of a maiden who became a hero. The legend of the goddess of the splitting view has long been a cherished narrative in Liyue Harbor. Some have adapted it into opera, others have inscribed it in books, and many have utilized it as material for storytelling. Almost every Liyue inhabitant has heard this tale. The story unfolds many years ago when a formidable demon threatened the land of Liyue. It proclaimed to the villagers, "If you wish to preserve your lives, you must offer me a child from your village." The people, unwilling to sacrifice their own offspring, were gripped by fear of the demon's overwhelming power and felt compelled to comply with its demands. As the villagers deliberated on which child to offer, a young girl boldly stepped forward. Concealing a demon-slaying sword, she pretended to tremble in fear as she approached the demon. Then, with audacity, she unleashed her weapon and engaged the demon in a fierce battle, ultimately vanquishing it after 300 rounds. This little girl emerged as the hero who saved the villagers. Subsequently, it is said that celestial beings recognized the girl's extraordinary talents and welcomed her into their fold, thus freeing her from the mortal realm and transforming her into a celebrated figure in Liyue folklore. And that, my friends, is the essence of the legend of the goddess of the splitting view. Some claim that this tale is a first-hand account of the immortals, while others suggest it is a fabrication, as the era is long past and the veracity of the story has become impossible to verify. At this moment, Hu Tao, upon hearing the narrative, sighed, lamenting that Yunjin was absent from the reading. Had she been present, she would have undoubtedly brought the story to life with her song, as it is her forte. At this juncture, no one noticed the ever-composed Shunhe, whose expression was typically placid, as a glimmer of tears involuntarily welled in the corners of her eyes upon hearing the story. Chapter 53. The Truth Behind the Divine Maiden's Splitting of the View in a Corner of the Venue. After listening to the tale of the Divine Maiden's splitting of the view, Shunhe, usually so serene, could no longer maintain her composure. A solitary tear escaped her eye, and she hurriedly wiped it away when no one was watching. She felt perplexed, whether at Wangshu Inn or elsewhere, each time she heard the tale of the Divine Maiden. An inexplicable sorrow enveloped her, as if she were the little girl within the story herself. It was curious indeed. Hu Tao, seemingly sensing something amiss, inquired with concern, "Sister Shunhe, what troubles you? You appear somewhat unwell. Can it be that even disciples of the celestial realms fall ill?" Upon hearing this, Qiqi and Qiqi also turned their attention to Shunhee. Taking a deep breath, Shunhee's expression returned to its usual calm as she replied, "It's nothing. I truly enjoy this story. However, the little girl within it might not be as brave as everyone assumes. In the face of terrifying monsters, she must have felt fear as well." Hu Tao, reflecting on Shunhee's words, shook her head thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in her statement. Indeed, how could a young girl not be frightened when confronted by a creature that devours children? I, too, felt a twinge of fear when I first encountered a wraith. Yet it was my grandfather who instilled courage in me. With important people beside me, I found my fear dissipated. Yes, that's exactly it, Hu Tao declared confidently. Shunhee, momentarily taken aback, contemplated, so, with important individuals by one's side, fear vanishes. But who accompanies the little girl in the story? At that moment, upon the stage of Wangshu Inn, after Li Mo recounted the essence of the divine maiden's splitting of the view, he paused for a moment to sip his bitter tea. In a voice tinged with sadness and a slight rasp, he continued, "The world only knows the tale of the divine maiden, the girl who bravely volunteered to vanquish the monster and became a grand hero. However, what I wish to convey today is that the widely circulated tale of the goddess splitting the view is entirely fabricated. The young girl in the story did not voluntarily confront the demonic entities. Rather, she was thrust before them by her own flesh and blood, her father, who offered her to the monsters." Li Mo initially narrated the tale of the goddess splitting the view, only to subsequently refute it with a tone laden with sorrow, revealing another truth. Indeed, as soon as Li Mo disclosed this alternate reality of the goddess's tale, the audience below fell into a stunned silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. How could it be? You claim that the long-cherished story of the goddess splitting the view, which has been passed down through the lands of Liyue, is false. It is utterly inconceivable. For this narrative is said to have originated from the celestial beings residing in the mountains. Could the immortals possibly deceive us? Are you serious, storyteller? Surely, in this life, the protagonist from the book has reincarnated as the young girl in the tale of the goddess splitting the view? Keep in mind that this story likely comes from the immortals, who are incapable of lying. Thus, it must hold some truth. Storyteller, you must clarify this matter. Silence, everyone. Let us first listen to the storyteller and hear the unfolding tale. The audience in Liyue Harbor buzzed with discussion. If the narrative pertained to Mondstadt or Inazuma, no matter how fantastical the storyteller's embellishments, the audience would not raise any objections. However, the legends of Liyue Harbor are sacrosanct and cannot be misrepresented. On stage, Li Mo sat quietly, observing the murmurs from the audience. As the commotion subsided, he spoke once more. "Today, I shall reveal the true story behind the fifth reincarnation, the real tale behind the goddess splitting the view, a narrative of a young boy and girl who united to vanquish the demons." As Li Mo continued his recounting, the images of the condensed lightning elements above the inn resumed their display. Within the imagery appeared a diminutive girl, not yet 10 years of age. She possessed delicate features and donned simple attire, complemented by a pair of finely crafted little shoes, exuding an endearing charm. Despite her petite stature, her countenance radiated pride and strength. It was now evening. The girl tightly clutched the mora in her hand, her face alight with joy as she walked along the path. Singing a tune, she traversed the forest and soon beheld a village, spotting a house nestled on the mountainside, her home. "Mother, I'm back. Mama, today I completed 2 jobs and earned a full 100 mora. Once I gather 2,000 mora, I can buy medicine for you." The girl cheerfully opened the door. Clutching 2 50 mora coins, the little girl bounded into the empty room. In the desolate space, there lay a dilapidated large bed upon which rested a beautiful woman. The woman's complexion appeared quite pallid, and her body was frail, unmistakably suffering from a grave illness. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the lovely woman struggled to sit up, grasping the child's hand tightly with a look of concern and saying, "Kiera has grown up, earning her own money now. However, you must take care when going to the city alone. Has anyone been unkind to you?" The woman's worry was palpable. After all, Kiera was just over 7 years old, not yet 8. While other children of her age frolicked freely, her daughter bore the heavy burdens of the family. Upon hearing her mother's words, the little girl's expression shifted slightly, as if fearing her mother's concern. She hastily replied, "Mother, do not worry. In the city, no one dares to bully here. I am quite formidable in a fight. If I set my mind to it, even the older children there cannot best me." The girl was fiercely determined, Yet she remained a child, her eyes darting as she lied, eventually lowering her gaze. The beautiful woman instantly understood. Her daughter, in her quest to earn money for medicine and food, must have endured considerable hardship. The woman pulled her daughter into an embrace, tears brimming in her eyes as she said, "Here, promise me that starting tomorrow, you will not go to the city to work, but will stay here with me, waiting for your father's return." The girl's father had exhausted all their savings and sold everything they owned in pursuit of a cure for his wife, now seeking elusive remedies for her illness. He was soon to return. Chapter 54. Could it be that the little girl is Shunhee? At the Wangshu Inn, as Li Mo recounted the tale, the elements of thunder and lightning above coalesced into a virtual image, vividly illustrating the story for all the listeners. However, as the audience beheld the girl's visage, astonishment rippled through them. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a prominent figure from Liyue. After a moment of contemplation, the listeners shook their heads, unable to pinpoint whom the character of He resembled. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, Shunhee, Qiqi, Hu Tao, and Qiqi listened intently, just like the other patrons, captivated by the storyteller's narrative. With rapt attention, they gazed at the ethereal images that materialized above the inn. As they discerned the visage of the little girl within the tale, a sense of familiarity washed over them, mirroring the sentiment shared by the other listeners. Suddenly, Hu Tao's eyes sparkled with realization. She glanced at the girl in the story and then at Shunhee beside her, exclaiming in astonishment, "I know who this little girl resembles. Have you all noticed that the girl named He in the story bears a striking resemblance to Shunhee? Aside from the difference in hair color, they could be cast from the same mold. Could it be that the little girl is actually Shunhee?" Upon hearing Hu Tao's words, Qiqi and Qiqi turned their gazes toward Shunhee, their eyes wide with surprise. They too finally recognized the uncanny similarity between the girl in the tale and Shunhee's facial features, prompting them to ponder the possibility of a connection between the two. In fact, there lingered a chance that the girl in the story might indeed be Shunhee herself. Yet, the little girl in the narrative sported a cascade of lustrous black hair, while Shunhee beside them possessed a head of untainted white hair, an undeniable contrast. Qiqi remarked seriously, although both names contain the character for crane. If Shunhee truly were that little girl, how could she possibly remain unaware of it? Right, Shunhee? With that, Qiqi shifted her gaze toward Shunhee. However, since the moment she beheld the little girl, Shunhee's expression had remained one of bewilderment. She struggled to recall her childhood, but could grasp no memories. Shunhee's demeanor returned to its usual tranquility as she stated, "I do not remember. My master told me that I sustained a grave injury in my youth, and from that point onward, I forgot everything that came before. Since that injury, Shunhee has erased all memories of the mortal realm, severing her ties to it entirely, thus becoming a true disciple of the celestial order." Hu Tao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder. So, it is indeed possible that the little girl could be Shunhee? Qiqi, with utmost seriousness, countered, "I do not share that belief. Their hair colors are fundamentally different." Hu Tao disagreed, asserting, "What does that matter? White hair can easily be dyed, it's a simple task. My grandfather did it before, though. He dyed his hair black instead of white." As Hu Tao reminisced about Shunhee's hair dyeing, she couldn't help but recall the moments spent with her grandfather in her youth. Qiqi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Shunhee's hair has always been white. It is evidently not dyed, but rather natural." Both perspectives held merit, each standing firm in their own assertions, leading to a stalemate where neither could convince the other. Meanwhile, on the stage, Li Mo took a sip of bitter tea after finishing a segment and continued to narrate the tale of the fifth life. After he began his narration, the virtual image composed of lightning above the inn gradually transformed. Within the scene appeared a young girl named He and her mother. It was a pitch-black night. The girl and her mother lay in a dilapidated small bed, covered by a worn-out blanket. The blanket was scant and thin, insufficient to provide warmth. The young girl clung tightly to her mother, imparting her warmth to her ailing parent. The mother seemed to comprehend her daughter's intent. She glanced at the child's tattered clothing, and a pang of sorrow welled up within her. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, after taking the medicine that He bought, "I have felt much better these past few days. If He goes to the city again tomorrow, she should bring back some thread and needles, so I can make you a few lovely new garments." Deep down, the mother was acutely aware of her deteriorating health and the likelihood that her time was limited. She wished to use her remaining moments to create beautiful attire for He, so that her daughter could play joyfully with her peers. Upon hearing her mother's improving condition, the young girl was overjoyed. Hooray! Here will surely remember tomorrow. I will do 3 jobs to earn more money for mother's treatment. The girl cared little for pretty clothes. Her only desire was for her mother's illness to heal swiftly and for her father, who was out seeking medicine, to return home quickly so that their family could be reunited. Hearing her daughter's words, the mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She did not wish for her young heir to toil in the city or to suffer any indignities, yet felt powerless to prevent it. Here, don't worry. Father will return soon. The little girl cheerfully replied, yes, just like that. In the cold, dark room, the girl and her mother embraced tightly, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies. Before long, it was dawn of the following day. As usual, the young girl here awoke early, before the first light had fully graced the sky, and gently extricated herself from her mother's warm embrace. She prepared food for her mother and then cautiously stepped outside, alone, to seek work in the city. The village where the girl resided was a considerable distance from the urban area of Liyue Harbor. She had to traverse forests while avoiding the ferocious beasts within, and scale hills while evading the ever-present threat of the hilichurls. These troublesome creatures were quite tenacious. Once they set their sights on someone, one had to run with all their might to shake them off. With her heart racing, the young girl navigated her way through the dangers, taking nearly 2 hours to breathlessly enter the bustling streets of Liyue Harbor. The young girl discovered the bulletin board, which was brimming with various adventure tasks, odd jobs, and assorted announcements. She rushed over, but her tender age rendered her too diminutive to see the contents displayed. Undeterred, she squeezed her way in, yet was promptly pushed out by the adults surrounding her. With a resounding thud, she fell heavily to the ground, pain coursing through her. However, the girl demonstrated remarkable resilience, biting her lip to stifle her tears, quickly rising to her feet once more. She pushed her way back into the throng of adults, determined to seize the odd job posted that day. Chapter 55. Let go of that girl. In stark contrast to her small village, Liyue was a sprawling metropolis. Each day, it offered a plethora of adventure tasks, mundane odd jobs, and various recruitment advertisements plastered on the bulletin board. Simply taking a posted paper meant accepting the task. Consequently, each morning, a multitude of individuals congregated here. Under normal circumstances, the girl would have claimed the best spot before the crowd arrived. Alas, today was unfortunate. An encounter with a hilichurl delayed her, consuming precious time. By the time she arrived, the area was already teeming with adults. To secure a task, she had no choice but to strive to push her way in. Yet, as a mere child of 7 or 8, her strength was minuscule. How could she possibly compete with the adults? Each time she edged forward, she was forcefully shoved out, crashing to the ground yet again. The girl was undeniably strong-willed, refusing to surrender easily or give up. Thus, she persisted in her attempts to push through, only to be repeatedly cast aside, falling to the ground time and time again. Thud, thud, thud. She had lost count of the number of times she had fallen. Her already tattered clothing was now caked in dust, rendering her a pitiful sight. The delicate white of her hands had been marred, drawing blood as they grazed the rough ground. It was evident that a small girl like her could never outmaneuver the adults. Fortunately, soon enough, the adults gathered around the bulletin board found tasks that piqued their interest and began to disperse, clearing a space for her. Regrettably, they had nearly claimed all the tasks, leaving behind a barren bulletin board. Yet, there remained one final task. The girl rose onto her tiptoes, summoning all her strength to leap from the ground, yearning to grasp that elusive task paper. However, she remained too small. No matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not reach the paper detailing the task. Just at that moment, a few elegantly dressed children, slightly older than her, discovered the little girl's predicament and burst into laughter. Look at that little beggar. Such a tiny child daring to reach for the task above. Does she even have the ability to do so? Ha ha ha, she can't possibly reach it. It's utterly laughable. Yet, it seems she jumps higher each time. Oh no, she is almost there. Let us go lend her a hand. The older children, with mischievous grins, approached the bulletin board. They effortlessly touched the paper bearing the task, and without hesitation, they pulled it down with ease. The little girl, witnessing her chosen task being snatched away, exclaimed in anger, "That's my selected task. Give it back." The older children replied mockingly, "Oh dear, the little beggar is upset. A tiny beggar like you thinks she deserves a task?" They then returned the paper, but placed it at the very top of the bulletin board, far beyond her reach. Even if she exerted herself, it was evident she could not attain it. Fuming, the little girl glared at the mischievous children, her tiny fists clenched tightly. In the past, she would have certainly confronted them, using her small fists to show them her strength. However, now she could not resort to violence or trouble her mother. She needed to work hard to earn mora, to buy food for her mother, and to purchase medicine for her illness. Thus, the little girl gritted her teeth in anger, ignoring the taunts of the older children, and began to leap with determination. Though she knew she could not reach it, she persisted in her efforts to earn mora. Today, she had to obtain this task. This scene only amused the older children further, who mocked the little girl for her foolishness, ridiculing her tattered clothes and implying she was an orphan, akin to a little beggar. The girl overheard their jeers, her eyes welling with tears, yet she refused to cry. She understood that if she let even a single tear fall, the group of ruffians would only find greater delight in her misery and mock her even more. After a considerable time and countless jumps, she still could not grasp the task paper at the top. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. With her already battered palms, she firmly grasped the columns flanking the bulletin board, mustering every ounce of strength she had. Little by little, she began to climb. Finally, she reached the top and successfully pulled down the paper bearing the task. However, a group of mischievous children suddenly discovered a little girl unveiling a task. Frustrated, they exclaimed, "Who allowed you to climb up there? The bulletin board is an important public facility in Liyue. What will you do if you damage it? Moreover, did we permit you to ascend and unveil the task?" As they spoke, the unruly children rushed over to encircle the girl, intent on snatching the task paper from her grasp. However, the little girl, having worked hard to obtain the task, was unwilling to relinquish it easily. She clutched the paper tightly with both hands, as if it were a precious treasure, desperately tucking it into her embrace, shielding it from the grasp of others. Faced with the attempts of the mischievous children to take the paper, the girl retreated to the wall, curling her small frame around the task paper in a protective manner. Observing their failure to seize the paper, the children became enraged, raising their fists and hands to strike at her. "You little beggar, how dare you unveil the task? Hand it over, or I will make sure to beat you senseless. If you don't give it up, I'll have the Qinyan army capture you. You wretched little beggar. Let go," they shouted. When the girl dared to bite one of them in defiance, their fury intensified, as their fists and palms descended upon her. The blows were painful, striking her small frame with harsh force. Yet, the girl remained resolute, gritting her teeth with tears welling in her eyes, determined not to cry out. She had to protect the paper, for completing the task would earn her mora to buy food for her ailing mother and procure medicine to help her recover swiftly. However, the blows from the unruly children were severe, and even the strongest of spirits could not withstand such brutality forever. In that moment, she began to fantasize about a great hero descending from the heavens to rescue her from these tormentors. Just as her imagination took flight, an indignant voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Release that girl." A small figure descended with a swift kick, striking one of the troublemakers squarely in the face. Chapter 56. Little Shinha and Little Li Imo. The streets of Liyue Harbor were desolate in the early morning, with hardly a soul in sight. No one would pay heed to the unruly children bullying a frail little girl. Yet, at that moment, as she sat quietly curled up, huddled against the wall, I clutched the paper bearing the entrusted task, striving to protect it. At that moment, a voice emerged. "Hey, let go of that girl." A small foot flew forward. With a resounding thud, it struck one of the assailants squarely in the face. This seemingly unremarkable kick, upon contact, sent the man sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His once plump visage was now marred, with a collapsed nose and blood splattered across half his face. The suddenness of this event left everyone in shock. The other ruffians turned to face the source of the kick, only to discover it was a child even smaller than themselves. The young boy stood with his hands on his hips, glaring fiercely at the group. He then raised his fist once more and charged towards them. Though slightly older, the ruffians were merely ordinary citizens of Liyue, having never practiced any martial arts. Witnessing the boy's formidable kick instilled fear within them, prompting them to retreat. However, before they could escape, the boy sprinted forward, reaching them in an instant. He unleashed a punch that struck one of the assailants in the abdomen. Despite his small stature, the punch was filled with strength, sending the thug flying several meters away. Unable to rise, in the next moment, the boy repeated his actions, raising his tiny fist once more to bring down the last remaining ruffian. The skirmish among the children concluded in an instant. Observing the fallen ruffians, the boy scoffed, just a bunch of worthless fools. Possessing innate strength, he had yet to unleash his full power to defeat them. The boy then approached the girl, gently pulling her to her feet. Upon seeing her face, he uttered a soft gasp, as if recalling a memory. "Is that you, Xiaohe?" he exclaimed, his surprise evident. Just days prior, during a recruitment at the Wanmin Hall, he had washed dishes alongside this strong-willed, somewhat proud girl, leaving a lasting impression. The girl lifted her head, and upon recognizing the boy before her along with the defeated ruffians, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Xiao Mozi, you took them all down," she exclaimed in shock, never having expected that a child of her own age could possess such prowess. The boy, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course. I kicked one away and knocked another down with a punch." With a decisive punch, he dispatched the last adversary, born with remarkable strength. Overcoming a few rascals was effortless for him. Although the young boy often found himself alone, his cheerful disposition and self-assuredness were evident, as a smile perpetually adorned his face. When confronted by villains, he would act decisively, and when he encountered good-hearted individuals, he would readily offer assistance. Observing the boy's radiant smile, the young girl huffed and remarked, "Very well, since you saved me once, I shall forgive you for breaking the plates at the Wanmin Hall last time. Furthermore, my name is not Xiaohe. I am Shenhe. From now on, do not call me Xiaohe again." For Shenhe, it was the first time she had proactively introduced herself to anyone. Upon hearing this, the boy felt a twinge of embarrassment. During their previous plate-washing endeavor at Wanmin Hall, his carelessness had resulted in the shattering of several plates, leading to a deduction from both his and Shenhe's wages. At that moment, when the boy heard her name, he joyfully exclaimed, "Xiaohe. Shenhe is a lovely name. By the way, my name is not Xiao Mozi. I am Liamo. If anyone dares to bully you again, just let me know, and I will teach them a lesson." Though young, Liamo was brimming with confidence when it came to fighting. While he may not be able to contend with formidable adults, dealing with a few miscreants was a trivial matter. Shenhe retorted, "That won't do. Your brute strength is too great. If you injure them, the mora I earn in a day 1 T suffice to cover the damages. We must hurry. If the Millilith catch you in the act, we'll be in trouble." With that, Shenhe hastily grasped Liamo's hand, urging him to leave the street swiftly. 10 minutes later, as they reached the outskirts of the city, Shenhe finally released his hand and collapsed breathlessly onto the grass. Liamo, accustomed to running, felt no fatigue and instead queried, "By the way, why were those little rascals bothering you earlier?" Fuming, Shenhe replied, "It was merely out of greed. They sought to steal my task. Not a chance." As she spoke, she carefully retrieved the paper detailing her task from her bosom. Liamo seemed to understand and slowly suggested, "It's just a task. It's not worth it. If I'm not around next time, you can simply give it to them. Don't be foolish and take a beating." Shenhe, indignant, declared, "I refuse to give it to them. Even if I did, they would relentlessly torment me." With her resilient spirit, Shenhe would not yield to the bullies, regardless of the consequences. Hearing her words, Liamo encouraged, "Then remember, there will always be someone who hears your voice and comes to your aid." Little Shenhe puffed up her cheeks and declared, "I won't call out. The more I shout, the happier they become." Xiao Limo, understanding Shenhe's temperament, strong-willed and unyielding, responded, "All right." He already knew her disposition. If it weren't for the fear of compensating with Mora, Shenhe might have bitten those little rascals long ago. Xiao Limo continued earnestly, "What I mean is, next time you find yourself in such a predicament, just call my name. I will surely come to your aid and teach them a lesson. Moreover, I am unafraid of compensating with Mora, for I possess none." Xiao Limo wore a self-satisfied expression, as every Mora he earned was spent on food, which he generously shared with the homeless at the street corner. After a moment's hesitation, Shenhe inquired, "If I call you, will you actually appear?" She realized, although this boy had caused her to lose Mora last time by breaking a plate at the Wanmin Hall, she did not harbor any animosity towards him. Xiao Limo replied with utmost seriousness, "I will definitely show up. If those little rascals dare to bully you again, I shall break their legs." At last, Shenhe smiled. "All right, I've remembered that. By the way, let us see what this task is about. It wouldn't be another chore at the Wanmin Hall, would it?" In the next instant, the two curious children shifted their gaze to the task paper, their faces reflecting confusion. What a strange commission. To find the missing Lady Ganyu? Chapter 57. Searching for the missing Lady Ganyu at this moment, in the Wangshu Inn. On stage, Xiao Limo, with a somewhat hoarse voice, began to narrate the tale of the fifth generation. In this tale, he was the little boy within the story. And coincidentally, his name was also Xiao Limo. Below the stage, the audience listened intently while observing the images projected above. When they learned that the little girl in the story was named Shinha, they were all taken aback. They glanced at the girl depicted in the images and then turned to the corner where Shinha stood, stunned to discover that not only did they share a name, but their appearances were remarkably similar. Apart from the difference in hair color, nearly every detail was strikingly alike. Could it be that the little girl in the story was indeed the current adeptus of Liyue, Lady Shinha? Furthermore, the little boy in the tale bore the name Xiao Limo, identical to that of the boy from the first generation, the brother of the Raiden Shogun. Undoubtedly a reincarnation of the youth. Upon receiving this revelation, the audience was filled with astonishment, buzzing with excitement. Not only the ordinary listeners, but even Hu Tao, Qiqi, and others were taken aback by this scene. Goodness! The little girl in the story is truly named Shinha, Hu Tao stated earnestly. See, I told you long ago that this little girl might be Shinha. Yet, why do the hair colors of the little girl and Shinha differ? Additionally, why does Shinha herself have no recollection of it? There are too many perplexing aspects. Even the whimsical Hu Tao cannot fathom these matters. Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward Shinha, hoping that, as the person involved, she could provide them with answers and elucidate the situation. However, upon witnessing the images and hearing the sounds from the stage, Shinha found herself utterly bewildered. Fragments of memories began to surface in her mind. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall what had transpired at that time. Previously, when listening to other stories, even the most poignant tales had never moved her. Yet now, as the narrative shifted to her own tale, the ethereal Shinha, usually aloof, could no longer maintain her composure. Apologies, but I too cannot remember what truly occurred during that period. However, we can now ascertain that the little girl in the story is indeed my former self. Shinha stared at the scenes playing out before her, confronting her past experiences with a sudden sense of trepidation. She feared the memories. She feared that those bygone experiences would affect her heart as a disciple of the celestial realm. Nevertheless, when the images above the inn began to unfold, Shinha found herself irresistibly drawn to watch, even filled with anticipation for the unfolding tales. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, Qiqi, and the others, though unable to comprehend Shinha's emotions, recognized that she was undoubtedly struggling. The next moment, Qiqi gently remarked, "In this story, Ganyu is also featured. I am curious to discover what tale of hers is being unveiled." Hu Tao, puzzled, inquired, "What story does Ganyu have?" Qiqi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Her story is not for me to disclose. You should ask her yourself." Hu Tao. At this moment, in another corner of the inn, when Raiden Shogun, Ei, and the Electro Archon realized that the little boy in the story was indeed the reincarnation of her brother, and when they called Liemo once more, they became somewhat unsettled. Furthermore, in this life, Liemo had already saved the young girl named Shinha right from the start. Upon witnessing this, Raiden Shogun, akin to a child, stomped her feet in agitation, nearly shattering the floor beneath her. Raiden Ei comforted her, saying, "Ei, this is merely one of many lives. There is no need to feel envious." Raiden Shogun retorted, puffing up in indignation, "Who is envious? I am not." Zhongli's face revealed a subtle smile. "So, this life is indeed connected to this story. I happen to know a bit about it." As the Geo Archon of Liyue, he remembered almost every occurrence, great and small. From the long passage of time, Raiden Shogun hastily pressed, "You know this story? Please tell me the conclusion of this tale," Zhongli said slowly. "I only have a general understanding. You should let the storyteller elaborate." Raiden Mei, somewhat irked, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhongli, exclaiming, "You." However, Raiden Shogun quickly grasped her sister's hand, suggesting, "Mei, let us listen to the story." "Very well, I shall heed my sister's advice," Raiden Mei replied. "Morix, consider yourself fortunate today." Zhongli, holding a birdcage, displayed a nonchalant demeanor. In Liyue, he was the true master, unfazed by the Raiden Shogun's presence. In the next moment, their gazes converged upon the storyteller on stage, as well as the scene above the inn. Simultaneously, on stage, Liemo took a sip of tea and resumed narrating the tale of the fifth generation. As Liemo's voice flowed, the accumulated power of lightning above the inn flickered into a virtual image. The depicted location remained outside the city. Xiao Shinha and Xiao Liemo, together, unfolded a paper inscribed with their mission, revealing the task, find the missing Lady Ganyu. Reward, 10,000 mora. Upon reading the task description, both were taken aback. Lady Ganyu is missing? As residents of Liyue, although they were merely children, they were aware of one of the most significant figures in Liyue, Lady Ganyu. A prominent presence in the region for an extensive period. How could such a notable individual simply go missing? Furthermore, if Lady Ganyu were indeed lost, shouldn't the Qinyan army be dispatched to search for her? Why had this task fallen upon the shoulders of two children? Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Liemo were filled with confusion. Yet, when they saw the bounty amount, their eyes widened in astonishment. 10,000 mora. For those influential figures. Such a sum was trivial, barely enough to purchase a birdcage or a songbird. However, for two children, especially for Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Liemo, this amount represented a fortune. Xiao Liemo hastily remarked, "Let us examine the specifics of the commission. Without any leads, Liyue Harbor is vast, and locating a missing person will not be an easy feat in the next moment." The pair redirected their attention to the mission paper. Indeed, they discovered additional information, missing during a dining outing. Even if one were to get lost, it seemed unlikely they would vanish for such an extended period. Surely, they hadn't fallen asleep somewhere? Chapter 58, An Unexpected Encounter with a Leisurely Birdwalker Outside Liyue City. Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Liemo sat side by side on the grass, still able to feel the morning chill beneath them. They clutched the paper detailing their search for Lady Ganyu. Upon encountering information regarding the entrusted task, it became evident that Lady Ganyu had mysteriously vanished after dining the previous night in the vicinity of Tianning Mountain. Throughout the entire night, she did not reappear. Consequently, a notice seeking assistance in locating Lady Ganyu was posted this morning. For the two young children, the endeavor to find a prominent figure from Liyue Harbor was an exceedingly challenging task. After reviewing the information, they found themselves devoid of any concrete plans. However, upon discovering that the bounty for the task amounted to an astonishing 10,000 mora, both Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Limei were filled with excitement. While this sum might not seem substantial to others, merely enough for a meal or a drink, it represented a fortune to the two children. Should they acquire this money, Xiao Shenhe could purchase medicine for her mother, delicious food, and a plethora of sewing supplies for her to craft new garments. With determination, Xiao Shenhe declared, "Isn't it just about finding a person? Even if she is Lady Ganyu, I am confident I can locate her. Before my mother fell ill, I excelled at playing hide-and-seek." Clearly, the young Xiao Shenhe did not comprehend the profound impact of Ganyu's disappearance on Liyue. Although Ganyu served merely as the secretary to the Liyue Qixing, the responsibilities she managed far exceeded those of any individual among them. Her absence could potentially lead to significant disruptions in numerous vital affairs of Liyue. Observing Shenhe's earnest demeanor, Xiao Limei responded with sincerity, "Indeed, searching for the missing Lady Ganyu is quite intriguing. By the way, I have only heard her name. I have never had the pleasure of seeing her visage." Hearing Ganyu's name prompted Xiao Limei to adopt a serious tone, for compared to ordinary children like themselves, Ganyu was an esteemed figure of great renown. Xiao Shenhe, upon reflection, remarked, "Though I have not seen Lady Ganyu, I have heard tales about her. They say she possesses 2 red horns and is incredibly formidable." As she spoke of Lady Ganyu, her eyes sparkled with wonder. How wonderful it would be to become someone as remarkable as Lady Ganyu. In the next moment, Xiao Limei suddenly grasped Shenhe's hand, rising from the grass with a serious expression. "Since Lady Ganyu went missing near Tianning Mountain, let us commence our search there." Xiao Shenhe promptly nodded, affirming, "Yes, rest assured, I will not allow you to assist me in vain. Upon completing the entrusted task, I shall share half the reward with you. The total bounty amounts to 10,000. Half of that, 5,000, remains a considerable sum for 2 young children, enabling them to accomplish numerous endeavors." Thus, the duo set forth together, embarking on their quest from the peak of Tianning Mountain, calling out the name of Lady Ganyu. "Lady Ganyu, where are you? Lady Ganyu." Alas, despite scouring the entire summit, they found no trace of her. At that moment, Xiao Limei's stomach suddenly grumbled, signaling hunger. Realizing this, he brightened up. "I've just had a thought. Lady Ganyu went missing last night, and now it is the morning of the second day. I refuse to believe she isn't hungry. Even Lady Ganyu cannot go without food forever." Xiao Shenhe seemed to catch on as well. "What do you mean?" With a mischievous grin, Xiao Limei replied, "If Lady Ganyu is hungry, where do you think she would go?" Upon hearing this question, Xiao Shenhe's eyes sparkled. "I just thought of it too. It's the Wanmin Hall. Lady Ganyu has likely gone there." Exactly, Xiao Limei exclaimed. Let us hasten to the Wanmin Hall. The two children raced forward, dashing from Tianheng Mountain to the Wanmin Hall. However, to their dismay, they still could not find Lady Ganyu. Even the staff at Wanmin Hall claimed she had not visited. Could they have misjudged their search direction? Observing the dejected Xiao Shenhe, Xiao Limei spoke earnestly. Do not worry. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will surely find Lady Ganyu and claim that 10,000 mora. In the next instant, Xiao Limei grasped Shenhe's small hand, and together they sprinted to the harbor. Yet, not a single shadow of Lady Ganyu was to be found, nor even a soul in sight. They then hurried to the tea house, where they encountered a leisurely individual, tending to birds, sipping tea, and listening to stories, yet still no sign of Lady Ganyu. Despite the absence of their target, they remained undeterred. Xiao Limei suggested, let us check the Yunhan Society. Although I haven't heard that Lady Ganyu enjoys operas, she might just be there. They resolved not to overlook any possibility in their quest for Lady Ganyu. After searching numerous places, the two were breathless yet unwavering in their determination. Xiao Shenhe earnestly said, all right, perhaps she is indeed watching a show. With that, they dashed to the Yunhan Society. Yet, apart from the audience and performers, Lady Ganyu was nowhere to be seen. Undeterred by their lack of success, they continued their search, venturing to even more locations in pursuit of her. The law firm, Buluo, even inquired at the memorial hall dedicated to the deceased. Yet none had encountered Lady Ganyu. Where could she possibly be? Time was slipping away, and if they failed to locate her soon, their entrusted mission would become void. Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Liemo, two despondent children, trudged along the bustling streets of Liyue, their heads bowed in exhaustion, uncertain of where to search next. At that moment, they unexpectedly collided with an adult. While they did not knock him down, they nearly stumbled themselves. Xiao Liemo looked up to see the same individual they had previously encountered at the tea house, leisurely tending to birds while sipping tea and listening to stories, always accompanied by a birdcage. Xiao Liemo and Xiao Shenhe quickly apologized. We are sorry, we bumped into you. The bird-tending gentleman displayed a detached expression. Upon noticing the two children, he remarked with mild interest, it seems you are facing some difficulties. Might you share your plight with me? Perhaps due to his idleness. He began to engage in conversation with the two youngsters. Chapter 59. The enigmatic secretary amidst the haystack. Xiao Shenhe and Xiao Liemo were taken aback by his voice. Judging by his attire, he did not appear to be an ordinary person. Despite his leisurely pursuits of tea, storytelling, and birdwalking, his demeanor remained amiable, suggesting he was not ill-intentioned. Thus, they lowered their guard and shared their frustrations regarding their quest for Lady Ganyu, expressing their desperation as the deadline loomed. Should they fail to find her, their mission would indeed be a failure. Not a single mora, let alone a fortune of 10,000, would come to their possession, leaving them in a state of dismay. The gentleman, holding the birdcage, listened attentively to their tale, already familiar with the circumstances surrounding Lady Ganyu's disappearance. After a moment of contemplation, he casually inquired, have you searched Tianheng Mountain thoroughly? Xiao Liemo sighed. Of course we have, not once, but 3 or 4 times. Scouring it repeatedly without success. We have even combed through all of Liyue Harbor twice, yet her whereabouts remain elusive. Feeling increasingly helpless, they awaited the gentleman's response. Observing their plight, a hint of a smile graced the gentleman's lips as he pondered for a moment. Noticing this, Xiao Liemo quickly exclaimed, Sir, do you perchance know the whereabouts of Lady Ganyu? In Liyue Harbor, they encountered for the first time a leisurely individual strolling with a bird. Was it not said that the citizens of Liyue Harbor each had their own duties and were quite occupied? Why then, was there a person wandering with a bird? The idler, holding a birdcage, spoke slowly. I cannot say where Ganyu might be, but if you do not mind the trouble, you could search a few more times atop Tianheng Mountain. Should you grow weary, you may rest upon the haystack. Perhaps unexpected discoveries await. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Liemo and Xiao Shenhe exchanged glances. Tianheng Mountain. Various sources indicated that Lady Ganyu had indeed gone missing there. Yet, they had scoured Tianheng Mountain several times without a trace of her. Must they venture there once more? Xiao Liemo, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the leisurely birdwalker and earnestly inquired, Kind sir, may I ask your name? If we truly find Lady Ganyu atop Tianheng Mountain, we shall return to express our gratitude. Though Xiao Liemo was skilled in combat and had a penchant for it, he was also a child who understood gratitude and politeness. The idler, taken aback by the inquiry, paused for a moment. A name? Allow me to ponder. I shall be called Zhongli." As soon as he uttered these words, Zhongli, one hand grasping the birdcage and the other tucked behind him, leisurely vanished into the distance. Behind him, Xiao Shunhe and Xiao Liemo watched as Zhongli receded, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. After all, a bird-walking idler who might have just conjured a name. Could such a person truly be trusted? After a moment's contemplation, they realized that aside from believing Zhongli's suggestion, they had no other recourse. Xiao Liemo finally conceded. "Very well, he does seem rather peculiar. Perhaps he truly knows something. Let us heed his advice." Xiao Shunhe agreed. "Indeed, this man is indeed quite strange." With that, they followed Zhongli's counsel and returned to Tianheng Mountain. In the lush greenery, beneath the towering trees, on the slopes and at the foot of the mountain, they still found no sign of Ganyu. They even dared to search the hilichurl nests, but found nothing, provoking the hilichurls instead, who pursued them relentlessly. Not only did they fail to locate Lady Ganyu, but they nearly succumbed to exhaustion atop Tianheng Mountain. Curse that leisurely birdwalker. He must have been deceiving us. How wicked. The next time we encounter him, I shall capture his thrush and roast it. Xiao Liemo and Xiao Shunhe ran with all their might, expending great effort to evade the hilichurl's chase. Ultimately, they collapsed upon the soft grass. Though lying there was far from comfortable, Xiao Liemo gazed at the nearby haystack and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that Zhongli is truly peculiar. How does he know there is a haystack on Tianheng Mountain? It serves as a splendid resting place. Shunhe, let us recline in the haystack for a while. Compared to the grassy ground, the hay is soft and drier, making it far more comfortable for slumber. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Shunhe replied, "All right, but only for a brief respite. Our time is limited. We must swiftly locate Lady Ganyu." With that, the two small figures crawled into the haystack, enveloped by the fluffy hay. However, scarcely had they settled down when they sensed something unusual. "Liemo, your foot is encroaching on my side." "What?" "It's clearly your hand that's reaching over." Both were bewildered. In the next instant, they simultaneously pushed aside the hay beneath them. In the dimness of the haystack, they beheld a pair of exquisite feet followed by long, elegant legs. As they continued to part the hay, the silhouette of an adult emerged before them, startling Xiao Shunhe into a flurry of apologies. "We're terribly sorry. We didn't mean to intrude. We were unaware you were resting here. We shall leave at once." Just as Xiao Shunhe attempted to crawl out, Xiao Liemo suddenly grasped her hand, perplexed. "Shunhe, look. This lady is quite strange. She is undeniably beautiful, yet she has two red horns atop her head. Moreover, how could we speak without waking her?" Within the haystack lay an adult figure adorned with two striking red horns, undeniably lovely, with a delicate visage that immediately revealed her as a beautiful woman. Xiao Shunhe paused, struck by the mention of the red horns. If memory serves, Lady Ganyu also possesses a pair of red horns. Could it be mere coincidence? Hastily, she turned her head and indeed saw the individual resting amidst the hay, a woman with red horns. In all of Liyue Harbor, only Lady Ganyu bore such distinctive features. This meant that the person before them was indeed the Lady Ganyu they sought. Just as Xiao Shunhe and Liemo felt a surge of excitement, contemplating how to awaken Lady Ganyu, the secretary of the Liyue Qiqi, nestled within the haystack, slowly opened her eyes and stretched languidly. "Ah, you too. Are you here to sleep as well?" Xiao Shunhe and Xiao Liemo replied in unison. "Are you saying you are sleeping here?" Chapter 60, Ganyu's commissioned task in the haystack. Little Shinha and little Liemo stared blankly at Ganyu, feeling somewhat at a loss. They were nearly certain that the beautiful lady before them was the Ganyu they had been searching for. However, after scouring the entirety of Tianheng Mountain and Liyue Harbor without success, they had unexpectedly discovered her nestled in a haystack. Both Shinha and Liemo regarded Ganyu with peculiar expressions, utterly baffled. How could such a prominent figure from Liyue Harbor spend the night away from home, sleeping for such an extended period in a haystack? Had Ganyu been attacked, or perhaps she had indulged in drink? The two children could only speculate quietly, hesitant to voice their assumptions. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, finding Lady Ganyu in a haystack was a delightful surprise. With utmost caution, little Shinha spoke. "You must be Lady Ganyu, am I correct?" Having never met Ganyu before, her understanding of Ganyu's horned appearance came solely from hearsay. Upon hearing Shinha's voice, Ganyu, just awakening, displayed a hint of embarrassment and concern on her face. Would the fact that these two children had witnessed her sleeping in the hay be disseminated? The thought of the entire Liyue harbor discovering this would be utterly mortifying. Henceforth, she could never again sleep in a haystack. Ganyu looked at little Shinha and smiled warmly. Indeed, I am Ganyu. What brings you here to seek me? Despite her extensive experience and high status, Ganyu always greeted others with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, when Shinha and Li Mo realized that the person before them was indeed Ganyu, their faces lit up with astonishment. They eagerly produced the commission task paper they had prepared earlier and presented it to Ganyu with excitement. Lady Ganyu, it is indeed you. This is the commission task to find you. Please take a look. Little Shinha hastily handed over the commission document, while Ganyu regarded it with a puzzled expression. A commission task? What sort of task? She accepted the paper, her gaze shifting to its contents. It clearly outlined a commission task to locate Ganyu, the secretary of the Liyue Qixing. Furthermore, at the bottom of the task, a generous reward of 10,000 mora was specified, to be paid by Ganyu upon her discovery. Notably, the document bore the seal of the Tianquan star and even featured Tianquan's signature. Despite being well aware of Ganyu's propensity for slumber, the task of posting a commission still emerged. Ganyu harbored grave suspicions that this generation of the Tianquan star acted with intention, perhaps even seeking to embarrass her. She found their behavior exceedingly displeasing. Nevertheless, as the commission was indeed issued under the name of the Tianquan star, Ganyu felt compelled to comply. She reached into her robes, retrieving 10,000 mora, and extended it into the hands of little Shinha. My dear, this is your reward. Ganyu was also quite curious about how these two little ones knew she was resting in the haystack. Could it be that the current Tianquan star had tipped them off? Upon returning to the city, she would certainly inquire further. Shinha cautiously accepted the 10,000 mora, her joy palpable. To Ganyu, this sum was trivial, akin to a mere hair from a qilin, hardly worth mentioning. However, for Shinha, 10,000 mora represented her entire fortune, capable of purchasing countless items. Excitedly, Shinha exclaimed, Li Mo, look, it's 10,000 mora. We've truly earned 10,000 mora. In contrast, had they engaged in ordinary labor, such as washing dishes at Wanmin restaurant or serving tea at a tea house, a full day's work would yield a maximum of 1,000 mora. Yet now, they had acquired 10,000 mora. After handing the commission paper to Ganyu, they deemed their task successfully completed. As they prepared to leave the haystack, they were intercepted by Ganyu, who emerged from the same pile. In the presence of the two children, Ganyu, a being of over 1,000 years, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Shinha, puzzled, inquired, Is there something else, Lady Ganyu? Little Liemo looked up, asking, Could it be that Lady Ganyu has another task for us? The mention of a task caused both Shinha and Li Mo's eyes to sparkle with anticipation. A new commission meant additional rewards. Ganyu bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before declaring, Indeed, there is a task I wish to entrust to you. Shinha eagerly questioned, What is the task? Ganyu's expression turned somewhat bashful. You must first promise me. Li Mo interjected, Shouldn't we hear about the task first? Shinha replied, I trust Sister Ganyu. Very well, we agree to accept whatever task you have. Having just received 10,000 mora, Shinha was overjoyed and decisively chose to undertake the task. No matter the trouble, she was determined to assist Lady Ganyu. Seeing the two children's agreement, Ganyu slowly spoke. The task is quite simple. While you are in Liyue Harbor, please do not speak of today's events. Never let anyone know that I spent an entire day slumbering in a haystack. Every time the topic of sleeping in a haystack or dozing off on the grass arises, Ganyu feels a twinge of embarrassment, fearing that others might discover such matters. However, there is little she can do. When sleep beckons, she succumbs, and once in slumber, she is difficult to rouse. This is an inherent trait of the Qilin clan, one she cannot alter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shinha and Li Mo exchanged astonished glances. Was the task entrusted to them by Lady Ganyu merely to keep silent? To ensure that today's events remain undisclosed? It seemed far too simple to be deemed a genuine commission. Xiao Shinha earnestly declared, Lady Ganyu, rest assured, even without a formal commission, we would never divulge today's happenings. Yet Ganyu insisted, no, it must be an official task. After a moment of confident contemplation, she solemnly stated, the specific terms of the task are this. For this lifetime and beyond, you must never speak of today's events. As for the reward, how much more do you desire? As the secretary of the Liyue Qixing, Ganyu held significant authority and had never been lacking in mora. With an abundance of wealth at her disposal, She regarded mora without a definitive value. To her, 10,000 mora was no different than 100,000. Chapter 61. Mother makes clothes for Shinha. Observing Ganyu's earnest demeanor, Xiao Shinha found herself unable to refute her and thus accepted the commission. When Ganyu mentioned the reward, Xiao Shinha replied earnestly, "In the previous task, we already earned 10,000 mora. We can provide this commission to you free of charge." Ganyu shyly insisted, "No, a reward must be paid." Only by offering compensation to these two children could she be certain they would keep this secret for eternity. Witnessing this exchange, the nearby Li Imo interjected, "Then let it be 10,000 mora, just like the previous commission. The reward shall be 10,000 mora." For the two children, the prospect of earning another 10,000 mora was a source of immense joy. Upon their agreement, Ganyu's face lit up with a bright smile. "Very well, it is settled. I shall grant you 10,000 mora, and you must never speak of what transpired today." At last, a smile graced Ganyu's face, assuring her that her secret of sleeping in the haystack would remain undisclosed. Xiao Shinha accepted the mora, affirming, "For this lifetime and beyond, I shall never speak of it." Li Imo echoed, "Rest assured, I, Li Imo, am a person of my word. I will never reveal it." After completing the entrusted task, little Shinha and little Li Imo returned to Liyue Harbor, clutching their mora. Together, they purchased medicine for Shinha's mother, indulged in delectable food, and acquired an array of sewing supplies. In the end, Shinha's entire sum of 10,000 mora was expended, nearly depleting Li Mo's own 10,000 mora as well. A look of remorse spread across little Shinha's face as she said, "I'm truly sorry. That 10,000 mora was meant for you." With a smile, little Li Imo replied, "It matters not. Mora is merely a material possession. I am unconcerned. Shall we embark on commission tasks together tomorrow?" Little Shinha, somewhat bashful, responded, "Of course." As the sun gradually descended, it was time for little Shinha to return home. She waved goodbye to little Li Imo, saying, "See you tomorrow." He earnestly replied, "See you tomorrow. I shall await you at the bulletin board." At this moment, within the Wangshu Inn, Li Imo had been speaking for quite a while, and his throat was parched. He had no choice but to grasp his teacup and take a sip of water. Meanwhile, the audience below had become a cacophony of discussions. The storyteller has yet to reveal the blade. It seems this time there truly is no blade. I wonder what I am anticipating. Not necessarily. The tale has not concluded yet. I never expected so many characters to emerge in this story. Even Mr. Zhongli from the Yuheng has appeared. Wait a minute. At that time, Mr. Zhongli should not have been part of the Yuheng yet, right? And have you not noticed? Mr. Zhongli has not aged a bit since then. The enigmatic Mr. Zhongli. In the audience, people glimpsed Zhongli's silhouette through the painting above the inn. In the narrative, Zhongli acknowledged that his name was indeed Zhongli. Yet, astonishingly, decades had passed, and his appearance had remained unchanged. It was utterly remarkable. Even his habits of strolling with birds, listening to tales, and sipping tea had not altered. It was not only Zhongli. Many spectators were also discussing Ganyu. Lady Ganyu has finally made her appearance. Did you not notice her in the story? Sleeping in a haystack, she truly embodies the secretariat of our Liyue Qixing. I am eager to visit Tianheng Mountain and see if Ganyu is still napping in that haystack. I have a crucial question. Did not the two children in the story vow to keep Lady Ganyu's misdeeds a secret for life? How does the storyteller know? Could it be that Shinha and Li Imo in the tale breached their commission agreement? Storyteller, please share more tales of Lady Ganyu. Although the focus was ostensibly on little Shinha and little Li Imo, many listeners from Liyue had their gaze fixed upon Ganyu. At this moment, the audience remained unaware. The storyteller before them was known as Li Imo, the protagonist of every tale. In the fifth era, he undertook a commission from Ganyu, a task they vowed to keep secret for eternity, a promise unbroken even in death. Yet, decades have passed, and with the passage of numerous reincarnations, Li Imo now shares this tale in the form of storytelling. Surely, this cannot be deemed a breach of the entrusted agreement. Moreover, there remain countless tales of Ganyu yet untold by Li Imo, such as the episode of her rolling down the mountainside or her solitary defeat of a formidable demon god. Were these stories to be unveiled and reach Ganyu's ears, one might wonder if she would storm in, bow in hand, ready to shoot him. At this moment, Li Imo remained unaware that some restless listeners had already begun to disseminate Ganyu's stories. Minstrels were weaving ballads from her tales, while the chief editor of Ye Publishing was transforming them into light novels. It would not be long before the tale of Ganyu sleeping in a haystack spread throughout the entirety of Teyvat. Liamo, however, paid no mind to these developments. He sipped his bitter tea and resumed his storytelling. As he narrated, the ethereal image of lightning elements began to animate above the tavern, depicting a scene of young Shun He traversing mountains to return home. As was customary, when Shun He arrived home, the sun was nearly set, and twilight enveloped the sky. With a small bundle on her back, she opened the door to her house and called out, "Mother, I'm back." "Mother?" Not hearing a response, young Shun He hurried to her mother's bedside. Upon seeing her mother peacefully sleeping, she felt her heart lighten. Hearing Shun He's voice, her mother awoke and smiled. "Herkai, you have returned." Young Shun He, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Mother, look, I bought so many things today. I got medicine for you, food for you, and a whole pile of needles and threads. But you must take care of yourself and not tire yourself out making clothes." She placed the food she had purchased in her mother's hands. Seeing her mother smile brought immense joy to Shun He's heart. Her mother chuckled, "Rest assured, I shall not pass away before I have made you suitable clothes." Young Shun He replied happily, "Yes, I will always be by your side." As night descended, her mother embraced young Shun He and drifted into slumber. However, once Shun He was asleep, her mother quietly rose, retrieving the needles and threads, illuminated by the moonlight. Imagining the form that Shun He would take as she grows, the task of crafting garments for her begins. Chapter 62. Shun He's New Garment. Liyue Harbor, Wangshuin. On the stage, as Liamo recounts the tale, the scene above the inn transforms rapidly, conjured by lightning. Within the imagery, night has fully descended. Shun He's mother gazes tenderly at her daughter in her arms, her expression laden with affection. As Shun He's mother and the devoted wife, she yearns for more time to share with her husband and daughter. Yet, her ailment has lingered for far too long, devastating their family. Her husband has spent years searching for cures, while young Shun He often ventures into Liyue's city to toil, seeking any means to alleviate her mother's suffering. However, she is acutely aware that her time is dwindling. In these final moments, Shun He's mother harbors two desires. The first is to devote her remaining days to create a beautiful garment for Shun He, one that she can wear as she blossoms into a young woman. This attire must not only be visually striking, but also exude an ethereal grace, unblemished and pure, to complement Shun He's future beauty. The second desire is to see her husband once more before her passing. She wishes to place their daughter into his hands and beseech him to care for Shun He diligently after she is gone, nurturing their daughter to become the finest individual in all of Liyue, a source of pride for them both. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Shun He's mother takes up needle and thread, trembling hands working under the moonlight as she diligently stitches the fabric together. Employing threads of various hues, she embroiders exquisite patterns and designs, adorning the entire garment. Though it is far from completion, she senses that this will be the most beautiful creation of her life. The night unfolds, and she toils until the early hours, finally succumbing to slumber. The following day, when young Shun He awakens from her dreams, she sees her mother asleep, her face worn and haggard, alongside the unfinished garment. A wave of concern washes over Shun He. She leans down and gently kisses her mother's forehead, solemnly declaring, "Mother, I will go to the city to earn mora and buy you medicine. Wait for my return." With that, Shun He cautiously slips out of bed, exits the room, and closes the door behind her. As before, she hastens through the forest, determinedly scaling the hills. As she passed through the territory of the Hilichurls, she tread carefully, anxious not to attract the attention of the surrounding creatures. At last, Shun has safely arrived once more in Liyue Harbor. Upon nearing the bulletin board, she discovered it to be entirely bare. All the task notices had been taken by others. Just as disappointment washed over her, a voice suddenly echoed down from above the wall. "Little Shinha, why are you crying? Has someone bullied you?" Startled by the voice, Shinha looked up sharply to see Xiao Liyue, perched on the wall. With a stubborn demeanor, she retorted, "I am not crying. Even if all the task notices have been snatched away, I won't shed a tear." Shinha's character was undeniably strong-willed and resolute. She truly was not crying, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears, hinting at a sense of having been wronged, their hue tinged with red. Xiao Liyue, witnessing this, chuckled. "It's good that you aren't crying. Look, what is this?" And with that, Xiao Liyue leapt down from the wall, presenting a piece of paper to Shinha. Upon receiving it, her eyes widened in surprise. It was a task notice from the tea house. A task notice. Liyue, you mischievous trickster, she exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Liyue smiled. I intended to surprise you. As usual, they made their way to the tea house, assisting the staff in serving tea to patrons. These were simple tasks, easily managed even by children. Furthermore, on that day, they encountered once again the leisurely man who walked his bird. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Zhongli. The two children approached Zhongli and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, for your reminder yesterday. Before Shinha could finish her sentence, Xiao Liyue hastily interrupted, whispering in her ear, don't forget Lady Ganyu's task. We must not disclose what happened yesterday to anyone. Indeed, according to the terms of the task, even Zhongli, who provided them with information, was bound by the same confidentiality. Immediately, Shinha grasped the situation. Zhongli was no ordinary person. Even if the children's voices were a mere whisper, he could hear them distinctly, instantly comprehending the matter at hand. His expression remained composed, yet a hint of seriousness laced his demeanor. Once a contract is established, the violators shall face the punishment of the Geo Archon. This is the law of Liyue Harbor. Even children must adhere to it. Though Zhongli was unaware of the intricate details, he could piece together the information regarding Ganyu, resting in a haystack alongside the task. He had likely surmised everything. He was cautioning the two children to honor their agreement with Ganyu, ensuring that her secret would remain undisclosed for all time. Xiao Liemo solemnly remarked, we understand. Yet we must express our gratitude to Mr. Zhongli for his reminder. Xiao Shunhe echoed, indeed, thank you, Mr. Zhongli. Both children were immensely curious. The figure of Mr. Zhongli, appearing quite youthful, seemed to be in the prime of his endeavors. Why, then, did he engage in idleness each day? The two youngsters pondered this conundrum but found themselves at a loss for answers. They decided to set the matter aside. Thus, Zhongli, cradling a birdcage, amused himself with a thrush, having spent an entire day at the tea house engrossed in literature. Xiao Shunhe and Xiao Liemo toiled as helpers in the tea house, successfully earning 4,000 mora. Xiao Shunhe handed 2,000 mora to Xiao Liemo, saying, Liemo, you will wait for me here again tomorrow, won't you? Xiao Liemo, with unwavering sincerity, replied, rest assured, I shall always be here waiting for you. Hearing his response, Xiao Shunhe reiterated, you promised that if one day you were to vanish, I would come here to find you. With that, she did not allow Xiao Liemo a chance to retort and directly entered the apothecary with the mora she had just earned, purchasing medicine for her gravely ill mother. As the sun descended, Xiao Shunhe hurried home with the carefully wrapped medicine and the food she had just bought. She arrived before darkness enveloped the sky. Mother, here is back, she exclaimed, presenting the medicine and food before her mother. However, upon approaching her, the first thing she noticed was a beautifully crafted garment. Looking again at her mother, Xiao Shunhe observed that her mother's complexion had grown even paler. Her condition had worsened once more. To enhance the reader's experience, updates will occur daily at noon henceforth. Toothache, another chapter will be updated at noon. Chapter 63. The deities and ancient texts upon seeing Shunhe return. Her mother joyfully picked up the freshly made garment and held it against Shunhe's frame. The garment was exquisite, adorned with lace-black silk, embellished with red accents, and featuring sleeves of interwoven black and white, a true embodiment of ancient elegance. For an adult, it was a perfect attire, yet for Shunhe, still a child, it seemed too mature and oversized, awaiting her growth to be worn. Nonetheless, upon first sight of the garment, Shunhe immediately fell in love with it, exclaiming, thank you, mother. I will cherish it well, and when I grow up, I shall wear it. Overjoyed, Xiao Shunhe leaped into her mother's embrace, and seeing her daughter's delight filled the mother's heart with joy. Indeed, if only she could witness her beloved child donning this exquisite garment, it would bring her mother immense satisfaction. Yet, she is painfully aware that such a vision is but a distant dream. Her condition renders it utterly impossible for her to endure until that moment. Unbeknownst to Shunhe, she cheerfully declares, it will surely happen. With that, she climbs onto the bed, snuggling into her mother's warm embrace. As the sun completely descends, plunging the world into darkness, little Shunhe clings to her mother as she always has, basking in the warmth of her embrace as she drifts into slumber. In her dreams, little Shunhe embarks on an elongated reverie. She envisions her mother's recovery, imagines herself growing up, and even dreams of standing before Xiao Liemo, proudly showcasing the beautiful attire crafted by her mother. However, As Xinhe immerses herself in this idyllic fantasy, within the confines of the room, her mother, holding her close, suddenly experiences a wave of excruciating pain radiating from her chest. In an unexpected moment, she coughs violently, spewing forth a crimson stream that stains Xinhe's sleeves. Her gaze is devoid of anguish or surprise, filled instead with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. She realizes her time is fleeting. With all her remaining strength, she endeavors to lift her arm, yearning to caress her daughter's delicate face, to wipe away the blood that tarnishes her. Yet, her arm feels as though it is encased in iron, immovable despite her fervent attempts. Even the simplest act of brushing her fingers against Xinhe's cheek eludes her grasp. Her breaths grow increasingly labored, her vitality waning swiftly. Resigned, Xinhe's mother relinquishes her efforts to rise. She merely tilts her head slightly, wishing to gaze upon little Xinhe one last time, wishing to convey, "I'm sorry, Pierre, mother will not witness you in your new clothes." She longs to utter these words, but her throat feels constricted, rendering her voiceless. Even the final call of her daughter's name escapes her. As her life force diminishes, she can do naught but watch her beloved Xinhe. Unable to touch or call out to her, her eyes gradually close, and in that fleeting moment, a glistening tear appears at the corner of her eye. Shimmering brightly in the moonlight, it cascades gently down her cheek, embodying her lingering affection for Xinhe and her yearning for her husband. With a final breath, she departs from this world. Even in her final moments, the mother remained deeply concerned for her young daughter, Xinhe. She feared that her husband, who had yet to return, would be unable to care for the innocent child, leaving Xinhe to face unjust suffering. As dawn broke the following morning, little Xinhe rose early, as was her custom, before the sun had fully illuminated the sky. She intended to prepare food and medicine for her mother. However, as she got up, she noticed a smear of crimson blood on her sleeve. Panic seized her instantly, and she turned her gaze toward her mother. In the dim light of the moon, she indeed saw the telltale blood at the corner of her mother's lips. Xinhe gasped in shock and hurriedly reached out to caress her mother's cheek and touch her body, only to be horrified by the icy chill of her mother's skin. Although still just a child, Xinhe understood the grim reality unfolding before her. Her ailing mother had departed from this world. Desperation welled within Xinhe. She could not bear the thought of her mother leaving, nor could she accept the finality of death. She yearned to revive her mother. Yet she was merely an ordinary child, powerless to restore life. The once resilient and stubborn Xinhe finally succumbed to her grief, sobbing uncontrollably as she knelt beside her mother, calling out, "Mama, Mama." But alas, her mother could no longer breathe, nor could she hear Xinhe's cries. In Xinhe's moment of despair, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open with force. A weary figure, moving with heavy steps, entered the room. It was Xinhe's father, who had been away for days in search of medicine, finally returned. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with the sound of his daughter's anguished wails and the sight of his wife lying motionless on the bed. The father, looking worn and frail, seemed to have lost all strength as he dropped the bamboo basket he had carried. He rushed to his wife's side, calling her name, but it was too late. At that moment, Xinhe's mother had already departed, taking with her the love for Xinhe and the longing for her husband. He had discovered a remedy for her ailment. Why then had she left him? A sense of disbelief consumed him, gazing upon his wife. His expression began to warp into one of madness. No, he could not accept this fate. He believed there must be a way to bring her back. He refused to let his wife slip away. With determination, he turned his head. Glancing at Xinhe beside him, the madness in his gaze momentarily subsided. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall bring her back to life." As he gazed upon his wife in his arms, his eyes brimmed with unwavering determination. Yet, even the guardian deity of Liyue cannot resurrect the dead. How could he, then, possibly revive his mother? Although doubt lingered in his mind, the resolute look in his father's eyes ignited a flicker of hope within Xinhe. She too yearned for her mother's revival. On that day, little Xinhe did not fulfill her promise to Liemo, nor did she venture into Liyue harbor to undertake commission tasks. Instead, she assisted her father in tidying their home. After a day filled with labor, that night, devoid of her mother's presence, Xinhe lay alone on the cold bed. Meanwhile, her father opened the bamboo basket he had brought back, retrieving a bloodstained ancient tome. Within its pages lay the methods to summon deities. Chapter 64. The decision of Xinhe's father in the dark of night. The sorrowful Xinhe, having toiled throughout the day, had long succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she once more encountered her mother. At that moment, her father discovered the last remnants of lamp oil in the room and lit the oil lamp. The flickering light cast an aura of mystery throughout the space. The next instant, he carefully extracted the ancient book from the bamboo basket, an artifact he had sought for a long time, unearthed from a desolate ancient site. It contained the means to revive his beloved wife. As he opened the book, a chilling and ominous presence emanated from its pages. His father, a master exorcist, should have immediately sensed the book's peculiarity. However, consumed by near madness, his heart was fixated solely on resurrecting his recently departed spouse, unable to accept her departure. The moment he opened the tome, the characters inscribed within seemed to spring to life, embedding themselves in his mind, allowing him to comprehend their significance instantaneously. What was inscribed in this ancient book was indeed a method to summon a deity. By invoking the divine, he could harness its power to restore his wife to life. Overcome with exhilaration, Shinha's father wasted no time. He promptly enacted a simple ritual as dictated by the tome. Indeed, in the very next moment, as the summoning ritual succeeded, the room became suffused with a sinister and chilling energy, compelling an involuntary tremor within him. Then, without warning, a terrifying deity emerged from the pages of the book, its presence both unsettling and formidable. Newly freed from its confinement, the creature appeared somewhat feeble. Yet, upon laying eyes on Shun-He and her father, a sinister smile crept across the deity's visage. As if preparing to open its gaping maw and consume the slumbering Shun-He and her father. In days gone by, Shun-He's father, a skilled exorcist, would have discerned the truth before him with ease. This entity he referred to as a deity was, in fact, a horrifying monstrosity. Once released, the creature, akin to a predator that had discovered a delectable feast, fixated its blood-red eyes on the sleeping Shun-He, its gaze brimming with avarice. However, Shun-He's father had succumbed to madness, unable to distinguish between the monstrous and the divine. In his eyes, the being capable of resurrecting his beloved wife was a deity, while anything that hindered that resurrection was merely a monster. In the next moment, Shun-He's father, in his role as an exorcist, shockingly bowed before the creature. "O Great One, fulfill my wish and bring my wife back to life." At that moment, his eyes were already bloodshot, gradually descending into the abyss of darkness, consumed by his obsession. Before him, the summoned monstrosity stared intently at the young Shun-He lying in her bed. It showed no urgency to feast but instead raised its hand, pointing at the sleeping child. In a grave tone, it proclaimed, "This girl is a harbinger of calamity. Her very existence will bring harm to all who are dear to her. Your wife fell victim to her curse. Soon enough, you too shall be claimed by her power." Beside them, Shun-He's father gazed in shock at his daughter. Disbelief etched across his features. He could not bring himself to accept that it was his daughter who had caused his wife's demise. Yet, the deity's voice resonated within his heart, leaving no room for doubt. He could only plead with this so-called deity, "Please, save my wife. I would give anything, even my life, to resurrect her." He had resolved himself to the prospect of sacrifice. However, the dreadful creature merely shook its head, declaring, "Your life is worthless." It then turned its greedy, malevolent gaze back to the sleeping Shun-He. "This girl is a curse in herself. Better to offer her as a sacrifice to me in exchange for your wife's life." As it spoke, its eyes gleamed with insatiable hunger. Should the man acquiesce with a nod, it would pounce upon the sleeping child without hesitation. Yet, upon hearing the creature's words, once on the brink of succumbing to darkness, the father of Shinha suddenly displayed a glimmer of clarity in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No. Only Shinha cannot be sacrificed. I cannot allow this." Ignoring the resistance of the monstrous entity, he resolutely retrieved the ancient tome, forcibly sealing the terrifying creature within its pages once more. However, at this moment, no one noticed the profound change that had taken place within him. Although he had rejected the creature's words, his resolve had begun to waver. Confusion clouded his mind, as darkness and despair took root deep within him. And the longing for his wife gradually led him to accept the shadows encroaching upon his soul, until he was completely consumed by them. Inside the dimly lit room, the oil lamp flickered, and as the oil dwindled, the entire space was engulfed in darkness once more. Throughout that night, Shinha's father remained restless, unable to find solace in sleep. He was tormented by uncertainty and doubt, questioning the veracity of the divine words spoken to him. Was his daughter Shinha truly a harbinger of calamity? Would all those who approached her inevitably meet their demise? Within his heart, a scale seemed to materialize. On one side stood his wife, and on the other, his daughter. Should he protect his daughter, or sacrifice her to save his beloved wife? As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, his head felt as though it might explode, and the endless darkness spread throughout his consciousness, ultimately devouring his very essence. Gradually, he lost his humanity and the heart of a father, having made a harrowing decision. Meanwhile, not only in Shinha's household, but also in the bustling district of Liyue, Xiaolam sat by the notice board, clutching 2 task flyers. He remained there throughout the day, waiting until darkness enveloped the sky. Yet he saw no sign of little Shinha. Puzzled, he wondered if that little rascal had perhaps acquired enough mora, or if she no longer needed to fetch herbs for her mother. As time passed, unease began to creep into Xiaolam's mind. Could she have encountered a monster along the way? Had she fallen prey to the Hilichurls while traversing their territory? That silly little girl, though seemingly clever, was resolute and strong-willed. She could handle anything. With these troubling thoughts weighing heavily on him, Xiaolam made a decisive resolution. If he did not see Shinha by the time he posted the task flyers the following morning, he would follow the route she had described and venture through the forest and over the hills to her home, seeking to uncover the truth of the matter. Chapter 65. The Gift in the Cave. After a night had passed, on the following morning in Liyue Harbor, a variety of commission tasks had been promptly posted on the bulletin board. Young Liemo, nimble and quick-witted, swiftly snatched 2 commission task stickers from the hands of the adults. Both of these assignments originated from a local tea house and involved simple duties such as serving tea, tasks that even children like them could accomplish with ease, earning a sufficient amount of mora. Moreover, undertaking these tasks at the tea house would undoubtedly provide an opportunity to encounter Mr. Zhongli, a rather peculiar individual indeed. While lost in thought, Liemo squatted against the wall, gazing at the road leading out of Liyue, awaiting the appearance of Xiao Shinha. She had not shown up the entire previous day, and surely today she would make an appearance. As Liemo continued to wait for Xiao Shinha, a growing sense of unease began to settle in his heart. Could something untoward have occurred? Xiao Shinha, I'm coming to find you, the young boy murmured, tucking the 2 commission task stickers into his pocket and dashing along the familiar path Xiao Shinha often traversed. He whispered to himself, Shinha, no matter what happens, wait for me. I am on my way. No sooner had he spoken than Liemo's small figure darted away with remarkable speed for one so young. Meanwhile, on the hillside of a mountain village, at Shinha's home, her father had endured a night of torment, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, enveloped in an ominous aura that rendered him somewhat fearsome. As an exorcist, he had succumbed entirely to his inner demons, spiraling into despair. Yet, Xiao Shinha remained obedient, preparing a small meal for her father. Having already lost her mother, she was desperate not to lose her father as well. At that moment, her father caught sight of Xiao Shinha, and a flicker of madness began to glimmer in his eyes, barely perceptible. Erhi, your father has returned with many gifts for you, hidden in a cave on the back mountain. Can you retrieve the gifts? His expression was disturbingly flat and numb. Yet within that facade lay a mingling of darkness and insanity. At this moment, her father had completely descended into the abyss, having lost his sanity. Though Shinha had just lost her mother, she, upon hearing that her father had returned with a gift, a forced smile graced her face as she uttered, "Thank you, father. I shall retrieve the gift at once." Although little Shun he possessed a tenacious and stubborn spirit, she was nonetheless an obedient and understanding child. Whatever her father requested of her, she would never refuse. Having spoken, she dutifully obeyed her father's instructions, taking the small bamboo basket he had brought back and stepping out of the house, making her way toward the cave in the back mountain. This cave was a place of intrigue, holding within it the sweet memories of Shun's childhood. From a tender age, while her father foraged for herbs on the hillside, little Shun he would entertain herself within the cave, often playing hide and seek with her mother. Each time, she emerged victorious. Thus, as she beheld the cave once again, Shun he silently invoked the memory of her mother before entering. Utilizing the sunlight streaming in, she searched for the gift her father had prepared for her. However, just as she stepped into the cave, and before she could seek out her father's present, she was suddenly engulfed by a series of thunderous sounds. The light within the cave dimmed rapidly. In a state of panic, little Shun he turned around, only to witness her father straining to shift a massive boulder that sealed the cave's entrance. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was grave as he murmured, "Here, Please do not blame your father. This is the only way to bring your mother back." As the cave grew increasingly dark, the young girl was overwhelmed with fear. Summoning all her strength, she cried out to her father, "Father, please don't leave me. Why? I am so obedient. Why must you abandon me? Mother, father doesn't he want me anymore?" Having just lost her mother, little Shun, he was already devastated. And now it seemed that even the father who had always cherished her was forsaking her. No matter how resilient a child may be, even the strongest spirit can falter. Finally, little Shun, he burst into tears, wailing, "Father, father, let me out. I am afraid of the dark. I miss you, father. I miss mother." She collapsed against the boulder, sobbing uncontrollably, calling out for her father outside the cave. At that moment, little Shun, he yearned for a great hero who could help her move the boulder, but there was none. Only her father remained outside, exerting every ounce of his strength to hold the boulder in place, rendering it immovable. In truth, even without his physical restraint, the feeble Shun, he would have been unable to budge the boulder, nor could she escape from the cave. The father undoubtedly heard the anguished cries of his daughter. Shinhee. Moreover, it seemed as though the voice of his wife echoed in his ears, urging him to protect their child. Yet, in that moment, he could think of nothing else. The singular thought that consumed him was the resurrection of his beloved wife. Tears welled in his eyes as he prostrated himself against the colossal stone, using his body to brace it. He repeatedly struck his head against the rock, as if in remorse, or perhaps attempting to alleviate his inner torment through physical suffering. He mumbled incessantly, I am sorry, Shunhee. It was you who caused your mother's demise. I beg you, die. Sacrifice your life to restore your mother's life. Forgive me, dear father." The father had completely succumbed to madness. In the next moment, he retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom, once again invoking the methods inscribed within to summon the so-called deity. He prayed fervently, offering his daughter as a sacrifice to this alleged divine being. However, he was utterly oblivious to the truth. This was no deity, but rather a malevolent entity that feasted on souls. Upon the moment the creature heard the father's agreement, it drew upon the tome's power, intensifying its terrifying presence, cackling with malevolence. Foolish mortal. In an instant, this horrifying entity disregarded the deranged, irrational father of Shunhee, slipping through the crevices of the stone and into the cavern. Chapter 66. Such a man is unworthy of the title of father. As the character Xiao Li traversed the forest, scaling hills, and cautiously navigating the domain of the Qiqi people in search of Shunhee, he was unaware that in the mountains behind Shunhee's home, her father had descended into utter madness, fully embracing the path of darkness. Utilizing the methods recorded in the ancient tome, he had unleashed the malevolent creature contained within, ruthlessly sealing his beloved daughter, Shunhee, within the cavern as a sacrifice. After completing this harrowing act, Shunhee's father struck his head violently against the colossal stone before him, until blood streamed freely, staining his hair crimson. Only then did he rise slowly, staring blankly at the stone and the cave before him, his expression turning cold, his eyes now a deep crimson. He murmured, "It is done. I have finally brought you back." With those words, Shunhee's father began to walk, dazed, up the hillside. With each step, blood dripped from his body, staining the forest path in a dark hue. Ultimately, Shunhee's father swayed unsteadily, resembling a lifeless corpse. He traversed the hillside and returned to his home, where he sat at the entrance, vacantly gazing towards the mountains, awaiting the return of his wife. In a state of bewilderment, Shunhee's father had lost all sense of autonomy, unaware that his daughter, Shunhee, was engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous entity within a cave. At this very moment, in Liyue Harbor at the Wangshu Inn, Liemo recounted the legendary tale of the divine maiden's cleaving vision in an exceedingly mundane tone, his voice hoarse. However, his rendition of the tale diverged significantly from the others. In this narrative, there existed a monstrous being, a young girl, and the girl wielding a talismanic dagger, bravely confronting the creature. Yet, Shunhee, the young girl, was far from the legendary figure depicted in the tales. She was neither a hero nor a formidable warrior, but merely a resilient, stubborn, and hard-working little girl, thrust into the jaws of a terrifying monster by her own father, on the brink of being devoured. Fortunately, the story was far from over. In the present timeline, Shunhee was still very much alive, a testament to her victory over the monster. Realizing this, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, many began to murmur amongst themselves. decrying the storyteller for his portrayal of Shun He's father as a beast, a wretched creature who would sacrifice his own daughter and seal the cave's exit. How could such scum exist in Liyue Harbor? Such a person does not deserve to be called a father. They urged the storyteller to refrain from wasting time, eager for the tale to continue, anxious to learn the fate of Shun He in the cave. What else could happen? It was likely that she was already engaged in combat with the monster. The creature, recently unleashed from ancient texts by Shun He's father, had not yet regained its full strength. Yet Shun He was merely a child. How could she possibly prevail against such a fiend? The audience, well aware of the eventual outcome, that Shun He would indeed triumph, were nonetheless filled with curiosity about how a mere girl could overcome such a formidable foe. Thus, many in the inn could not resist turning to glance at Shun He, who sat in the corner. To their disappointment, her expression was one of indifference, her demeanor unperturbed, as though the entire tale bore no relevance to her. However, judging by the garments her mother had crafted for her, it was evident that the attire she wore was indeed the same as described in the story. This indicated that, in the tale, Shun He is undoubtedly the current disciple of the celestial realm. Upon hearing these stories, the audience found it impossible to remain composed. Yet, Shun He managed to maintain her tranquility. Truly, as a disciple of the celestial beings, she remains untouched by the mundane world. At this moment, seated in a corner, Shun He was acutely aware of the gazes directed towards her by the listeners, but she chose to disregard them, instead lost in contemplation. Was everything that transpired in the story truly her own experience? However, why had she forgotten her childhood memories? According to her master, Lu Yun borrowing the wind true monarch, Shun He had erased her youthful recollections due to a traumatic injury. It now appeared that her chatty master had deliberately deceived her. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, observing the irresponsible demeanor of her father from the inn above, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. It turns out there are truly such negligent fathers in this world, who would harm their own daughters. Alas, even the Qiqi people are more dependable. Even the whimsical Hu Tao sighed in dismay. Beside her, Qiqi remarked, "Let us continue listening." Ultimately, Shun He must have triumphed over the monstrous being. Of course, it is also plausible that her celestial master intervened to rescue her. Qiqi analyzed earnestly. From a rational standpoint, it is utterly implausible for a mere girl, unarmed, to vanquish a terrifying beast. Hence, I suspect it was her master, Lu Yun borrowing the wind true monarch, who dispatched the creature on her behalf. Nevertheless, even so, the narrative is rife with contradictions. For instance, whatever happened to Xiao Liemo, who frequently accompanied Shun He on her commission quests? Just as the crowd was lost in speculation, Hu Tao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the storyteller is drinking tea again. Let us continue listening. Perhaps we might learn unique poetry from the tale." Qiqi replied, "I dislike the Qiqi ballad." Simultaneously, on stage, Liemo, as before, took a sip of tea and resumed his storytelling. As Liemo's narration unfolded, the elemental forces of thunder coalesced above the inn, once again forming a series of shifting virtual images. Within these images appeared not Shun He's father, but the helpless young Shun He. Ever since her father had blocked the entrance to the cave, the small cavern had been engulfed in darkness, with only a few tiny crevices allowing a glimmer of light to filter through. Shun He could only call out repeatedly, hoping to awaken her father, who had succumbed to the demonic path and lost his humanity. However, no matter how fervently Shun He called out, she could not summon her father. Shun He had failed. Chapter 67. Shun He, unwilling to be devoured by the monster. It was at this moment that Shun He, relying on the faint glimmers of light seeping through the crevices, beheld wisps of black smoke wafting into the cave. Though it was her first encounter with such a phenomenon, she instinctively recognized, upon the very first glance, that these smoke-like creatures were not divine beings, but rather repugnant monstrosities. Before long, the smoke that had entered the cave, supported by a strange force, began to coalesce. It astonishingly formed a grotesque entity, its body coursing with black blood. Witnessing this scene, even the young and resilient Shun He, despite her bravery, was still just a child. She turned pale with fear and instinctively retreated further. Suddenly, with a thud, she stepped on a slick stone and fell. Terrified, she could only feel her way along the cold stone wall, curling up in a ball, silently pleading, "Please, do not eat me. I want my mother." However, the monstrous figure, twisted and exuding a terrifying aura, paid no heed to her plight. The moment it laid eyes on Shun He, It emitted a sinister, hissing laugh, seemingly reveling in its predatory excitement. In the next instant, the horrific beast appeared poised to feast, opening its cavernous maw towards the corner where Shun-He cowered, ready to sink its teeth into her. Yet, just as the abominable mouth, dripping with dark, foul blood, lunged at Shun-He, a sudden burst of radiant, holy light erupted from her waist, instantly repelling the creature. Upon witnessing this, the terrified Shun-He seemed to recall something, and she swiftly reached for her waist to retrieve a short blade, the very blade that radiated a sanctified glow, instilling fear in the heart of the monster. This was one of the relics left behind by her mother, the demon-repelling dagger. Gazing at the dagger in her hand, Shun-He murmured to herself, "It is Mother, once again protecting me." With that, she raised the demon-repelling dagger against the fearsome creature. However, as a young girl, she had long understood the struggles of working in the city, serving tea, toiling tirelessly to earn mora to buy medicine for her mother. Although born into a family of demon hunters, she had never learned any martial skills. How could she possibly confront a monster, even with the weapon of a demon slayer? Trembling, she lifted the dagger, determined to stab at the creature should it dare to approach her. At that very moment, the terrifying creature beheld the exorcist dagger in Shina's hand, seemingly filled with dread at the sight of it. Yet, when its gaze shifted back to the young girl, an insatiable greed flickered in its ominous eyes. To the beast, this little girl was the finest delicacy it had encountered since emerging from ancient tomes. Swiftly, the monstrous entity extended its claws toward Shinha, opening its gaping maw, intent on devouring her whole. However, each time its menacing appendage approached her, the exorcist dagger invariably interposed itself, shielding the fragile girl from harm. Nevertheless, Shinha was but a child. She could evade the creature's strikes once, twice, even dozens of times, but with each successful dodge, her strength waned. Gradually, the speed with which she wielded the dagger diminished, and her ability to evade the creature's claws slowed significantly. Eventually, after countless exchanges of attack and defense, the creature's claws landed a brutal blow on Shinha, sending her sprawling. In quick succession, it unleashed a relentless barrage, its claws raking across her arms and body, inflicting deep, bleeding wounds. The monstrous maw lunged forth, nearly consuming her whole. Under the looming threat of death, Shinha, who had been on the brink of exhaustion, summoned an unexpected surge of strength. Desperately, she raised her dagger and swung it with fervor, repeatedly calling out, "Mama, Mama, please don't abandon me. Mama, I miss you." Had her mother not been gravely ill, had she not departed from this world, a single strike would have sufficed to vanquish such a creature. But now, with her mother gone and her father having forsaken her, all burdens fell solely upon young Shinha's shoulders. Inside the cave, the little girl flailed the exorcist dagger once more, managing to repel the creature yet again. However, her body bore the scars of severe injuries. Droplets of blood trickled down her arms and cheeks, staining the stones beneath her feet. Shinha was utterly fatigued. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the monstrous being, she pondered how much longer she could endure. Perhaps it would be the next attack, or the one after that. With the passage of time, it was inevitable that she would succumb, becoming a meal for this terrifying creature. In that moment, Shinha fervently wished for her father to awaken, to reclaim his dignity as a human and as an exorcist. Wielding his own exorcist sword with the intent to strike, the horrifying creature must be vanquished. Yet, despite little Shinha's fervent hopes and desperate prayers, his father has long since lost his humanity, irrevocably descending into the abyss of darkness. It is now impossible for him to aid Shinha. At this moment, the demon seized the opportunity in Shinha's defense, swiftly striking with its claws, sending the young one sprawling several meters away. With a resounding thud, Shinha's diminutive form crashed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, the terrifying creature leapt forward, preparing to engulf Shinha with its gaping maw. However, in that instant, as Shinha lay on the ground, enduring the agony coursing through his body, he suddenly reopened his eyes. Grasping the demon-slaying dagger with all his might, he lunged for the heart of the creature before him. Yet, at the very moment the dagger pierced its heart, the demon sensed the looming threat and evaded Shinha's attack. Retreating once more, gasping, Shinha struggled to sit up from the ground. However, even the slightest movement sent searing pain throughout his body, causing him to spit out blood once again. The wounds on his arms, chest, and legs bled profusely, unstoppable. Little Shinha understood that after enduring repeated blows, His injuries had reached a threshold beyond his capacity to bear. Not to mention battling the creature ahead, even rising from the cold ground, had become exceedingly arduous. He was teetering on the brink of death. Even without the demon before him, the passage of time would see his blood drain away, leaving him to perish in this frigid, dark cavern. Yet, little Shinha truly did not wish to die. He did not want to be devoured by the monster. Chapter 68. Wherefore does the immortal not appear? In Liyue Harbor, above the Wangshu Inn, as the frail Shinha clung to life, confronting the demon with the demon-slaying dagger left by his mother, his blood flowed unceasingly, his strength waning. At this moment, below the platform of the Wangshu Inn, the audience, immersed in the tale, felt as though they were present, their hearts ablaze with fury. They raised their fists, drawing their swords, eager to rush into the scene to aid little Shinha against the creature. At this rate, the young one would inevitably be consumed by the demon. Where was the immortal? And why had they not yet appeared? At this juncture, it seemed that only an immortal could save little Shinha. Narrator, do not forsake Shinha. Quickly, summon his immortal master. Although aware that Xiao Shinha would ultimately survive, witnessing her being wounded by the monstrous creature and growing increasingly feeble evokes a profound sense of distress. By the principle of universality, it is clear that Shinha's demise is implausible. The storyteller cannot bring harm to her, rendering this a sweet narrative. As long as there are no blades involved, all shall unfold favorably. If we consider the story as a reality, it is reasonable to deduce that, within the current timeline, Shinha will undeniably evade being devoured by the fiend and will triumph over it. However, in the scene above the inn, Xiao Shinha lies on the brink of death, her injuries alarmingly severe and blood flowing uncontrollably from her wounds. Though guarded by a demon-slaying dagger, the threat of being consumed by that terrifying creature looms ever close. Thus, the audience can discern that the celestial being destined to rescue Shinha is about to make an appearance. At this moment, in a corner of the inn, as Shinha observes these tales, her heart stirs with an awakening. The heart of the immortal begins to waver. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite feeling immense sorrow and empathy for her younger self depicted in the story, she cannot shed a single tear. Beside her, Hu Tao gazes at the confrontation between Shinha and the monster, stating earnestly, given Shinha's dire state, why hasn't he, her immortal master, appeared yet? By the way, who is Shinha's master? Qiqi hesitates for a moment before responding. It is the true monarch of cloud-resenting wind, one of the oldest immortals of Liyue Harbor. The true monarch of cloud-resenting wind does not have Shinha as her sole disciple. There is also Ganyu. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao remarks, so it is the true monarch of cloud-resenting wind. Why has she not yet appeared? Do you think it is possible that the one to save Shinha is not the immortal at all, but someone else entirely? With utmost seriousness, Hu Tao continues. In the previously circulated tale of the goddess splitting the spectacle, it was the young girl Shinha who vanquished the monster. Yet, from our current perspective, it seems implausible that a mere girl, Shinha, could not only slay the fearsome creature, but even manage to defend herself. This has led many to believe that the one who aids in slaying the monster must be Shinha's master, the true monarch of cloud-resenting wind. However, there is no evidence to suggest that it was indeed the true monarch who defeated the monster. Even the storyteller has not confirmed this, prompting Hu Tao to raise her doubts. Upon hearing this, Qiqi ponders thoughtfully, recognizing that although Hu Tao's words may seem frivolous, they carry a semblance of truth. She then turns to Shinha and inquires, Sister Shinha, after witnessing these stories, do you recall anything? Opposite Qiqi, although Shinha's heart of an immortal has begun to tremble, her expression remains as indifferent as ever, her brows furrowed tightly. I truly cannot recall. She wishes to strive to remember the events of her past. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall that particular memory, nor could she remember the identity of the person who had aided her in vanquishing the monstrous foe. Could it truly have been her master? In the next moment, as several individuals shifted their gaze back to the stage, the storyteller was once again sipping water, ready to continue his tale. On the stage, Liamo slowly lifted his cup, took a small sip, and then set it down, resuming the narration of his fifth life saga. As Liamo's story unfolded, the scene above the inn, previously shrouded in thunder and lightning, began to transform once more. Within the imagery, Xiao Shinha clutched the demon-slaying dagger tightly, desperately confronting the creature. However, the numerous wounds adorning her arms and body had caused her to lose a significant amount of blood, rendering her pallid and her consciousness increasingly hazy. At that moment, Shinha had long since given up hope in her father. She yearned for a powerful celestial being to descend from the heavens and smite the terrifying monster with a single blow, rescuing the injured Xiao Shinha. Yet, this was merely a fantasy. No celestial being appeared, nor did any hero emerge. It would not be long before Shinha fell into complete unconsciousness. By then, even the dagger in her grasp would become utterly ineffective. Suddenly, the scene shifted. This time, the figure that appeared was not Xiao Shinha nor her father, but rather the boy named Liemo, who had often accompanied Shinha on commissioned tasks before her mother's demise. Young Liemo had waited for 2 days in Liyue, but had not seen Xiao Shinha. Thus, he followed a narrow path, traversed the forest, climbed the hillside, and after inquiring with several villagers, he finally discovered Shinha's home halfway up the slope. After knocking a few times with no response, he called out, "Shinha, are you home?" Still, silence prevailed. Consequently, young Liemo pushed the door open and beheld the desolate scene within. The place was utterly destitute, devoid of any valuable furniture or signs of life. But wait, in a corner of the room, he spotted a middle-aged man. "Excuse me, are you Shinha's father? Is Shinha at home?" Young Liemo inquired, puzzled. Yet, the middle-aged man had lost all semblance of reason. No matter what questions were posed, he could only mutter incessantly, "The back mountain, the cave, sacrifice at the back mountain, the cave." Young Liemo could not comprehend his words, but noted the phrases back mountain and cave, causing his heart to tighten. Based on other villagers' accounts, this was indeed Xiao Shinha's home. This man must have some connection to Shinha, yet judging by his current mental state, he had completely devolved into a rambling lunatic, devoid of reason. Did something unfortunate occur at Shinha's home? Although the specifics remain unclear, Xiao Liemo understood that the middle-aged man's mention of the back mountain and cave was the sole clue. Upon grasping this realization, Xiao Liemo wasted no time resting and abruptly dashed out of Shunhe's house, sprinting towards the back mountain. Chapter 69. The hero in Shunhe's heart emerges in the narrative. Xiao Liemo was unaware that the madness within Shunhe's family originated from her father. However, upon encountering the middle-aged man, Xiao Liemo sensed that something was amiss. He hastily made his way towards the back mountain, seeking the cave based on the information provided by the deranged man. As he searched, he whispered fervently, "Little Shinhe, wait for me. You must wait for me. I am coming." This was Xiao Liemo's first visit to the area, and he could hardly find the cave at once. He could only continue running, endlessly searching. Meanwhile, within the cave, Shinhe, weakened from excessive blood loss during the prolonged standoff, found herself increasingly fragile. The terrifying creature, having caught the scent of her blood, became even more exhilarated and frenzied in its assault. With its vicious claws and elongated fangs, the creature unleashed every means of attack upon the young girl before it. Under normal circumstances, a single strike from this dreadful beast could obliterate an adult, let alone a child. Yet, little Shunhe was different. The exorcism dagger she wielded was the bane of all malevolent beings, instilling fear in them. The creature could only persistently search for any opening in Shunhe's defense, relentlessly attacking to exacerbate her injuries. As the confrontation extended, Shinhe, having lost a significant amount of blood, began to experience dizziness. Not only could she not counter the creature, but even holding the dagger had become a challenge. She was on the verge of collapsing. Sure enough, in the next instant, during another assault from the creature, Shinhe failed to raise her exorcism dagger in time. With a resounding thud, she was struck by the creature's claw and flung several meters away, her injuries worsening once more. Despite her condition, Shinhe clung tightly to the exorcism dagger, refusing to relinquish hope in her battle against the beast. Yet, she was so feeble that she could barely stand. She turned her head, watching the monster approach step by step. Was she truly destined to perish like this? It was such a bitter pill to swallow. There were still countless things she had yet to accomplish. The clothes her mother had sewn remained unworn. In Shunhe's mind, a series of past images flashed through Shunhe's mind, ephemeral as smoke. Memories of her father, who had abandoned her, her mother, who had cherished her most, and the kind old neighbor. They unfolded like scenes from a movie in Shunhe's consciousness. And there was Xiao Liemo. The time spent with him on commission tasks, the repeated instances of aiding him, flooded her memory. Moreover, she recalled Xiao Liemo's words from their last encounter. "If you encounter difficulties, just call my name." As long as she uttered his name, he would appear. Shinhe was well aware that this was merely bravado on Liemo's part. How could he possibly manifest just by calling his name? Yet, as the monstrous creature approached and her body lay grievously wounded, movement became a Herculean task. Defenseless against the impending doom, her consciousness began to fade. In the dim light filtering through the crevice at the cave's entrance, she felt an irresistible urge to call out Li Mo's name. However, her increasingly blurred awareness rendered her vision hazy, leaving her voiceless. But just as Shun He mustered every ounce of strength to cry out for Li Mo, bracing herself for death, her dimming consciousness registered a miraculous sight. The colossal stone blocking the cave's entrance was slowly shifting. A ray of sunlight, no, a cascade of sunlight, flooded the cave as the stone was removed, illuminating the space. Even more astonishingly, in the blinding light at the entrance, Shinhee glimpsed a familiar small figure. Though her vision was clouded, she recognized that the silhouette bathed in sunlight was the hero she had called for, Li Mo. Shinhee longed to call out his name, but the excruciating pain in her body, her fading consciousness, and the waning strength threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness. She did not wish to die. She wanted to embark on more quests with Li Mo, to seek the presence of Lady Ganyu amidst the piles of licorice on Tianhing Mountain. Yet, deep down, she understood that closing her eyes might mean surrendering to death. She resisted the urge to succumb to slumber, but a profound drowsiness enveloped her, robbing her of all bodily sensations. Gradually, she succumbed, closing her eyes and awaiting the cessation of life. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, Xiao Liemo, endowed with innate strength, exerted every ounce of his power to shift the immense stone. Upon entering the cave, he was met with the terrifying sight of the monstrous creature and the sight of Shun He lying on the ground, eyes closed, neither dead nor alive. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce anger within Liemo. Although he was just a child like Shinhee, the sight of the fearsome creature elicited an instinctive dread within him. However, upon witnessing the monstrous creature poised to devour Shina, he momentarily cast aside his trepidation. Without a second thought, he charged into the cavern, propelling himself from the ground, and aimed a flying kick at the beast's head. With a resounding thud, Liemo, though merely a child, possessed innate strength. Remarkably, his kick sent the creature, which sought to consume Shinha, reeling. Yet, this act of defiance incited the creature's fury. Once one of the mightiest beings on this land, it could not tolerate being toyed with by two children. Enraged, it resolved to turn the two youngsters into sustenance, a means to regain the power it had lost upon breaking free from its seal. In an instant, it launched a relentless assault on Liemo, employing its claws and fangs with no hint of mercy, nor any inclination to underestimate its youthful adversaries. The monstrous entity unleashed a torrent of attacks, and little Liemo, striving to protect the unconscious Shina, found himself defenseless without the aid of the exorcist dagger, enduring the onslaught head-on. Claws and fangs struck him repeatedly, and before long, his small frame was drenched in blood. Were he a typical child, he would have perished long ago at the hands of the creature. Yet, against all odds, Liemo survived, and in a moment of sheer determination, grasped the exorcist dagger from Shina's hand. Fixating on the terrifying creature before him, he gritted his teeth, poised for a counterattack. He could not afford to die. He must wield the dagger to vanquish the creature and rescue the barely breathing Shina. The following moment, as the creature lunged at him once more, Liemo abandoned his defensive stance. Instead, he raised the exorcist dagger high and surged towards the beast, aiming to strike with the dagger. In times past, a healthy Liemo would have moved with remarkable swiftness, outpacing many adults. However now, burdened by grievous injuries sustained in his quest to protect the unconscious Shina, his speed was significantly hampered. His attempt to swing the dagger met only empty air. Chapter 70. Slaying the monster in Liyue Harbor. At the Wangshu Inn, Liemo recounted the experiences of his fifth life. In that existence, he had been reborn as a child, an orphan left to navigate the streets of Liyue after the untimely demise of both parents, devoid of even a single friend. The arrival of little Shinha had brought him a flicker of warmth and a touch of joy. Together, they undertook commission tasks, washed dishes at the Wanmin restaurant, brewed tea for idle patrons at the tea house, and searched for Ganyu amidst the piles of licorice on Tianhing Mountain. Thus, he had always regarded the small Shinha as his closest companion, driven by a desire to protect her with all his might. Even when faced with a monstrous adversary, Liemo would resolutely risk his life to eliminate this creature in order to safeguard Shinhee. At this very moment, within the scene above the inn, the images coalesced from the essence of thunder began to stir once more, animated by Li Mo's narration. Within this tableau, the young Li Mo emerged, interrupting the monster's assault on Shen He. Not only did he intervene, but he also seized the exorcism dagger left by Shen He, exerting every ounce of his strength to battle the beast and protect the unconscious Shen He. Despite possessing innate strength and being a promising martial talent, this incarnation of Li Mo was but a child, lacking any formal training in martial arts. He could only rely on his natural brute force to engage in combat with the monster. Yet, his responsibilities extended beyond mere combat. He also had to shield the unconscious Shen He from the monster's onslaught. Under such dire circumstances, each of the young Li Mo's attacks was effortlessly evaded by the creature. Furthermore, the monster discerned his vulnerability, the prostrate Shen He, and thus redirected its focus away from Li Mo, sharpening its claws and fangs toward the defenseless child. Although Li Mo had anticipated such a scenario and prepared to protect Shen He, the monster's sudden surge of speed exceeded his expectations. He could only desperately use his own body, his arms, to shield the unconscious Shen He from the monster's lethal claws and fangs. With a resounding thud, the creature's claw struck Li Mo's arm with brutal force. Blood erupted forth in a crimson spray, severing one of his arms cleanly. The excruciating pain caused Li Mo to collapse to the ground, desperately clutching the wound on his arm. However, he was neither a healer nor adept in harnessing elemental powers, rendering him incapable of staunching the flow of blood. In the next instant, gritting his teeth, the young boy tore his sleeve with his remaining arm, fashioning a makeshift tourniquet from the torn fabric to bind the severed limb. Clenching his jaw and enduring the agony, he tightened the makeshift bandage with all his might, miraculously halting the bleeding through sheer physical will. Bathed in sweat and on the brink of collapse, he felt the throbbing pain coursing through him. Yet, as his blood splattered onto the monster, it only served to invigorate the already terrifying creature. "May your delectable blood become a part of me," it seemed to revel, showing no mercy simply because its opponent was a child, nor did it grant any respite due to Li Mo's grievous injury. On the contrary, as the monstrous creature seized the opportunity presented by Li Mo's severed arm, it unleashed a more ferocious assault, brandishing its elongated claws and sharp fangs to attack Shen He, compelling Li Mo to shield her. In this dire scenario, faced with the creature's frenzied onslaught, Li Mo found himself unable to evade the strikes while simultaneously protecting Shen He, leading to numerous vulnerabilities that the beast exploited. The creature's claws repeatedly struck Li Mo, while its razor-sharp fangs nearly pierced his chest, inflicting an ever-increasing amount of harm upon him. Despite Li Mo's innate strength and prodigious talent for combat, the sheer unfairness of the confrontation rendered him helpless. To safeguard the unconscious Shen He, he could only endure the relentless blows and accept further injuries. At this pace, it was evident that not even a mere child, nor a formidable wielder of divine sight, or even the powerful Liu Qiqi, could have fared better than Li Mo under such circumstances. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the seemingly lifeless Shen He sprawled on the ground before raising his eyes to confront the menacing creature ahead, as if resolved to make a decisive choice. Gritting his teeth and clutching the dagger in his hand, he prepared for what was to come. In the next moment, as the terrifying creature lunged once more, Li Mo abandoned the defensive stance and charged forward with the demon-slaying dagger firmly in hand. Against the beast with its elongated claws and sharp fangs, he displayed no sign of hesitation or retreat. With a resounding crash, he collided directly with the creature. In an instant, the creature's claws struck the shoulder of Li Mo's severed arm, obliterating it entirely, with blood splattering and staining the surrounding walls crimson. Furthermore, the force of the creature's massive body propelled Li Mo backward over 10 meters, culminating in a heavy crash against the wall, leaving him gravely wounded. For an ordinary person, such a series of injuries would have resulted in death long ago. However, Li Mo remained steadfast, clenching his fists and refusing to close his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the creature. To his own surprise, a grim smile crept across his lips. Witnessing this, the monster erupted into a maniacal laugh. "What does it matter how resilient you are? You are but sacrifices, mere fodder offered in tribute. Two mere children. Yet it took such exertion to bring you down." Just as the creature prepared to advance and fully consume its two offerings, a sudden shift occurred. The malevolent grin on the monster's face abruptly vanished. Instead, there was only pain. With a sudden splatter, a black substance was expelled onto the stone wall of the cave. The creature lowered its head with great difficulty, only to discover the exorcism dagger, a bane to its existence, had been plunged deep into its heart. This scene rendered even the most arrogant and fearsome of creatures wide-eyed in disbelief as it gazed at the dagger embedded in its chest, unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? It had vanquished 2 children, poised to consume them and reclaim its former strength, to reign as the dominator of this land. Yet, why was it that these mere children could bring about its demise? As the creature's incredulous gaze remained fixated, a flicker of sacred light suddenly emanated from the dagger. In an instant, an explosion of divine radiance burst forth from the depths of the dagger. Chapter 71. The Thirst of Death upon piercing the creature's heart. The exorcism dagger seemingly triggered its hidden powers. Countless beams of sacred light erupted from the blade, enveloping the creature's monstrous form and grotesque visage in a web of intricate patterns reminiscent of a magical array. Moreover, as these patterns spread from the creature's impaled heart throughout its entire body, the once fearsome being lost its strength, rendered immobile and frozen in place. In the next moment, the radiant patterns enveloping the creature erupted with a resounding blast, shattering the air with a thunderous crack. A brilliant flash illuminated the cave, transforming the once terrifying creature into swirling black smoke, which dissipated into the depths of the cave and vanished from this world. Liemo lay on the ground, striving to keep his eyes open as he witnessed this unfolding spectacle. His heart brimmed with a singular thought: we have triumphed. At last, we have prevailed. Through the battle, he had discerned the creature's fear of the dagger and recognized its extraordinary nature. Yet, he could hardly fathom that this dagger possessed such formidable power, effortlessly slaying the creature. However, to drive the dagger into the creature's heart, Liemo, lying on the cold ground, had endured immense suffering, even losing an entire arm to the creature's wrath. As he reclined on the frigid earth, he felt an overwhelming chill seep into his bones, accompanied by an insatiable fatigue. All he desired was to close his eyes and succumb to slumber, ideally until dawn. Yet, he was painfully aware that if he were to close his eyes now, they may never open again, and thus, his life would come to an end. On the brink of death, the young Shun he was truly beyond salvation. Thus, Liemo persevered. Gritting his teeth, he struck his head against the ground, causing it to bleed profusely. The sharp pangs of pain jolted his entire being, awakening him to a semblance of consciousness. Then, with the remnants of his strength, he extended a trembling hand to caress the frigid earth, inching forward towards Shun-He. He felt the excruciating agony in his shoulder and the numbness enveloping his body, yet such discomfort mattered little to him now. His heart harbored but a singular thought: to crawl beside Shun-He and devise a means to rescue her from the clutches of death. At that moment, within the Wanshu Inn, Liemo recounted a harrowing tale in a monotone voice. It was not indifference that colored his narration. Rather, he had forcibly restrained his emotions, unwilling to reveal too much before his audience. Meanwhile, below, the listeners were moved to tears as they absorbed Liemo's words and beheld the scenes projected above. Many lamented, why must the storyteller endure such suffering? With the celestial master at Shun-He's side, why must the trials be so severe? Why does the storyteller not summon the powerful immortal? Both Shun-He and Liemo bore grievous wounds, beyond the remedy of mere mortals. If the immortal delayed any longer, the 2 children would be irrevocably lost. Call upon the celestial master. Come and save Shun-He. The audience murmured restlessly, fully aware that ultimately, the celestial master would intervene to rescue the young Shun-He. Yet, the prolonged absence of the immortal sent waves of anxiety through them. In a corner, the very Shun-He, the subject of this tale, observed the unfolding narrative. She witnessed the young Liemo battling ferocious beasts to save her, sacrificing his own shoulder and arm to vanquish the foe. The ever-aloof Shun-He found herself breaking through the defenses of her immortal heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bereft of her memories from that time, she could not discern if her tears were for herself or for the Liemo of the story. Beside her, Hu Tao sighed upon seeing Shun-He weep. It dawned on her that even immortals are not devoid of emotion. They too are capable of shedding tears. She had intended to inquire whether the young boy in the tale, like Shun-He, had survived. However, witnessing Shun-He's sorrow, she refrained from asking. Let us simply listen to the storyteller, she thought, for the tale of the 5th life is nearing its conclusion. As Hu Tao gazed once more at the stage, she noticed Liemo sipping water from his cup. Curiously, she remarked, why does the storyteller neglect his tale and prefer to drink water? Do you think if we were to steal his teacup, He would then recite his story earnestly. A peculiar idea took root in Hu Tao's mind. Qiqi pondered seriously for a moment and replied, indeed, he would likely narrate with greater diligence. However, in just a couple of days, he might very well perish from thirst. At that moment, on the stage, Liemo took a sip of water, moistened his throat, and resumed his storytelling. As his narrative unfolded, the ethereal images, formed by the essence of thunder, began to shift above the inn. Within the scenes, the young Liemo gritted his teeth, dragging his battered body while enduring excruciating pain as he crawled towards Shunhe. He yearned to lean against the stone wall to rise. Yet the agony and numbness in his legs rendered him incapable of standing. He could only utilize his remaining arm to struggle onward. After exerting tremendous effort, he finally reached Shunhe's side and, with his scarred arm, began to assess her injuries. He discovered that Shunhe had suffered grievously and was already unconscious. If not treated promptly, she might soon lose all vitality. In this dire situation, young Liemo had no other recourse. To save Shunhe, he would need to drag her, despite his own shattered form and the loss of an arm, out of the dark cave and seek a healer to revive the unfortunate Shunhe. Yet, Liemo, gravely wounded and barely clinging to life, overestimated his strength. Under such severe injuries, not only was it a daunting task to carry Shunhe out of the cave, but even crawling out alone had become a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Liemo did not surrender. With a singular arm, he painstakingly rolled the nearly lifeless Shunhe onto his back. Lacking an arm, he resorted to binding her to himself with his blood-stained clothing. With his battered limb, he slowly crawled towards the cave's entrance, inching toward the sunlight. However, fatigue mounted. Excessive blood loss rendered him weary, and drowsiness threatened to overwhelm him. In a desperate bid to remain conscious, he repeatedly struck his head against the cold ground. Thud! His forehead split open, blood staining the stones beneath. Chapter 72. The celestial being finally appears as evening descended upon the dim cave. An eerie silence enveloped the air, and two small forms bound together with bloodied cloth lay still. Like two lifeless bodies, they lay quietly on the cold ground, utterly still. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a long trail of blood behind them, still fresh and reeking of iron. It was evident that a child, having lost one arm, had desperately dragged another child towards the cave's mouth, leaving a path of crimson in their wake. However, both bloodied little forms had succumbed to unconsciousness, their feeble breaths teetering on the brink of cessation. The light outside the cave was fading, the sun dipping low on the horizon. Suddenly, the fingers of the boy lying below twitched. Moments later, the boy, pale from excessive blood loss and missing an arm, slowly opened his eyes. He lifted his head slightly, gazing at the dimming light outside, a wave of despair washing over him. Was this how he would perish? No. He refused to accept death, especially not for little Shunhe. Yet, his strength was woefully inadequate. Even the slightest movement of his fingers felt like an insurmountable challenge. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Limo seemed to regain a flicker of strength, perhaps a fleeting moment of vitality. His arm lifted slightly, tenderly brushing against Shunhe's forehead and face. There was still breath. They had not yet succumbed. A glimmer of hope ignited within Xiao Limo. He resolved to crawl forward, to carry the barely conscious Shunhe, striving to reach the light at the cave's mouth. Thus, Limo dragged his battered, scarred body, gritting his teeth as he extended his frail arm once more. Grasping the earth ahead, miraculously, a surge of power coursed through him, enabling him to propel his broken form closer to the beckoning light. Inch by inch, the small body, with Shunhe clinging to him, advanced. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him repeatedly, yet he persevered, stretching out his battered arms time and again. Time became a blur as the sunlight outside dwindled, shadows encroaching upon their fragile existence. At last, the sun vanished, yielding to the emergence of a pale moonlight. Under its faint glow, Xiao Limo finally extended his arm beyond the cave's threshold, forcefully bringing the barely breathing Shunhe out into the open. Instantly, a wave of sanguine scent permeated the air, a potential beacon for lurking predators. Gazing at the soft moonlight, Xiao Limo yearned to save Shunhe, but his strength had been utterly depleted. He aspired to carry Shunhe over the hillside, to seek the aid of nearby villagers. He wished to take the young Shunhe to Liyue City in search of the finest physician to heal her. Alas, at this moment, Liemo found himself devoid of even the strength for a fleeting revival. He felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by fatigue. Yet, Liemo was unwilling to surrender. Trembling, He attempted to move his arm ever so slightly forward. However, despite his efforts and determination, he found himself utterly powerless, as if his arm had been severed, completely unresponsive. It was over. This time, it was indeed the end. Though he felt a pang of unwillingness, there was, nonetheless, no glimmer of hope left. In the midst of such profound despair, tears, never before shed, glistened at the corners of Li Mo's eyes. A solitary tear cascaded down his cheek. Then, his hazy gaze gently closed. At that moment, a thought flickered in his heart. He could finally shut his eyes. He could finally drift into slumber. Yet, just as Li Mo's blurred vision began to close, beneath the heavy cloak of night and the gentle glow of the moonlight, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. Following that, a celestial crane, exuding an ethereal aura, gracefully descended from the heavens. Upon sensing the sanguine scent below, the crane slowly landed outside the cave. Upon witnessing the two children lying on the ground and the lingering aura of malevolent creatures within the cave, Master Lu Yun, the wind borrower, instantly comprehended the situation. It required immense willpower to crawl to the cave's mouth under such grievous injuries while carrying a girl. Truly, the bloodline of immortals. Master Lu Yun could not help but sigh. I heard from that child Ganyu that there exists a half-immortal here. I intended to see who the descendant of the fallen immortal was, but it seems I have arrived too late. Just 2 days prior, during a casual conversation with Ganyu, Master Lu Yun had mentioned an encounter with a half-immortal boy endowed with innate divine power. He had intended to take him as a disciple, yet he had not anticipated arriving too late. In the next moment, as Master Lu Yun prepared to take flight once more, he noticed a finger of the young Li Mo lying on the ground, moving ever so slightly. This immediately piqued Master Lu Yun's curiosity. With a gentle flick of his wings, a surge of celestial energy enveloped the young Li Mo, stabilizing his spirit and allowing him to gradually awaken. The next moment, young Li Mo opened his eyes and beheld Master Lu Yun before him. His heart, once steeped in despair, suddenly kindled with a flicker of hope. Help! He wished to call out for assistance for Shun He, yet he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Instead, he could only gaze at the celestial figure before him with eyes full of hope and helplessness. The wind-borrowing, true monarch, Lu Yun, misconstrued Li Mo's plea as a call for his own salvation. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, "You are a descendant of immortals, possessing a semi-divine physique. Unafraid of malevolent spirits, yet you have not cultivated any celestial arts, rendering you incapable of resisting their corruption. Your entire being is now tainted by the blood of these dark creatures. Even if one were to attempt a rescue, it would only result in your transformation into a wicked monstrosity. There is no hope left for you." Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing true monarch, could not help but lament. The number of immortals had dwindled significantly. He had harbored hopes that discovering a descendant of immortals would augment Li Yu's ranks, but he never anticipated such a disheartening outcome. At that moment, the small Li Mo, lying on the ground, heard the mention of a semi-divine body and the corruption of malevolent spirits. He understood that his fate was sealed. Yet, he summoned every ounce of strength to cry out, "Help! Help! Save Shun He!" His voice was intermittent, but he managed to utter the name Shun He with all his might. Throughout this ordeal, his plea for salvation was never for himself, but for the girl bound upon his back, the one he had carried out of the cave. At this juncture, the wind-borrowing true monarch, Lu Yun, was momentarily taken aback by the fragmented cries. He stood frozen, disbelief etched across his profound gaze. Earlier, when he had observed the bloodstains trailing behind the boy, he could not fathom what conviction had compelled him to crawl to this point. But now, enlightenment dawned upon Lu Yun. Chapter 73. From silken tresses to white hair, gazing upon the small, fragile form on the ground, Lu Yun's deep eyes brimmed with compassion. In such dire circumstances, the boy, who was already on the brink of death, missing an arm and bearing severe injuries, was not crying out for his own life, but rather for the girl on his back. In the next moment, as Lu Yun beheld the girl bound to the boy, he also noticed the garments that connected the two. Clarity washed over him. The conviction that had propelled Li Mo to emerge from the cave was not for his own existence or his semi-divine form, but for the girl he carried. Witnessing this scene, even the immortal Lu Yun, who had lived for millennia, felt a stirring within his heart, his eyes moistening with unshed tears. As a being distanced from mortal concerns, he had not experienced such profound emotions in an eternity. If his memory served him correctly, the last time he had wept was 1,000 years ago, for a young girl who had been trapped beneath a boulder, sacrificing herself to gather herbs for her master. Ultimately sealed within amber. Recalling these memories, Lu Yun could not restrain himself and stepped forward. With a gentle flutter of his wings, the garment bound to Li Mo's back came undone. Little Shun, he tumbled down from his shoulders. Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing true monarch, examined Shun He's injuries. His gaze filled with compassion. He could not help but shake his head. It was too late, far too late. Had it been 2 hours earlier, there might have been hope. But now, she was beyond salvation. Unless, as he uttered the word unless, Lu Yun turned his attention back to young Li Mo, shaking his head in lamentation. What a pity. A body of a semi-immortal, potentially capable of nurturing a true immortal. Yet now, it was all in vain. At this moment, young Li Mo lay on the ground, clinging to the last breath, on the verge of departing this world entirely. However, upon hearing the word unless, a flicker of hope ignited once more. Unless what? Please, save Shinhe. He had but one breath left. Before surrendering to the inevitable, he yearned to witness the immortal before him revive Shinhe. Lu Yun gazed at Li Mo and said, unless you are willing to transfer the heart of an immortal, the essence of an immortal body, to this girl. Although you are merely a semi-immortal, your heart has just begun to take shape and remains exceedingly fragile. There is still a glimmer of hope to save her. Though Li Mo's flesh had been tainted by demonic entities, the heart of a semi-immortal remains pure. Despite its frailty, as the fundamental power of an immortal, it still holds the potential to revive little Shinhe. This was Lu Yun's only recourse. Upon hearing these words, young Li Mo hesitated not a moment, exclaiming, I am willing. Quickly, save Shinhe. He uttered those words in a fragmented manner, having reached his limit. His final breath was about to slip away. In those last moments, Lu Yun regarded the dying Li Mo and softly spoke, after your passing, I will draw upon the heart of your semi-immortal body to find a way to resurrect this little girl. Do you have any final words? Lu Yun looked earnestly at young Li Mo, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret and impotence at the prospect of his demise. After all, even an immortal is not omnipotent. In the twilight of his life, the still youthful Li Mo spoke his last words in this world. Please, erase Shinhe's memories of this ordeal, allowing her to experience a happy childhood. With those fragmented words, the final tear fell from the corner of young Li Mo's eye. He wished to preserve the beautiful memories shared with Shinhe, embarking on quests together, washing dishes at Wanmin Hall, serving tea in the tea house, playing at Tianheng Mountain, and searching for Lady Ganyu in the haystack. Although there were moments of playful banter, this memory is undeniably sweet, so sweet. Yet, he did not wish for Shinhe to carry the burden of guilt towards him, nor the fear of terrifying demonic creatures. He yearned for her to live a life filled with happiness. Upon hearing these words, even the proud celestial, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, found it difficult to maintain his composure. The lofty forehead of the celestial being slowly inclined towards the humble Li Mo, signaling profound respect. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to revive her. And I will fulfill your wish by erasing her painful memories, he vowed. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan lifted his feathered wings, gently wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Once more, he bowed his noble head as he gazed at young Li Mo, only to discover that this fragile little frame had closed its eyes, taking its final breath. Life had ebbed away, a complete existence fading into oblivion. Under the night sky, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the sighs of Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan. Days later, within the celestial abode of Aozong, a young celestial disciple was added to the ranks. On the very first day of little Shinhe's initiation into the celestial realm, the loquacious Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan visited her chamber. He spoke gently. Have you truly forgotten everything from before? Little Shinhe looked on with bewildered eyes. What happened before? Clearly, she had completely erased all memories of her life prior to arriving at Aozong Mountain. She had forgotten her deceased mother, the cruel father, the terrifying demons, and even the figure of Li Mo, who had carried her out of the cave on his battered body. He, who had transferred his semi-divine spirit to her, was now a mere shadow in her mind. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, upon hearing her words, realized that the erasure of her memories had been remarkably successful. He couldn't help but sigh. Was this truly fair to the boy who had perished? Subsequently, he placed a comb crafted from celestial stone into little Shinhe's hands, saying softly, It is well to forget. Severing ties with the mortal realm is necessary to step into the celestial domain. This comb, made from celestial stone, is a gift from your master. Take it." As soon as the words left his lips, he quietly departed, leaving Shun-Hee alone before the mirror, staring at her reflection. She seemed to recall something, an overwhelming sadness surging within her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember for whom her tears were shed. Slowly, little Shun-Hee picked up the stone comb, gliding it through her dark tresses. With a single comb, the clouds of sorrow dissipate. With a second, joy and sadness fade into oblivion. With a third, one bears white hair without regret. The third stroke falls away. Shun-Hee, once adorned with dark tresses, now finds her locks turned to white, and from henceforth, she shall not encounter the mortal realm again. Chapter 74. After several years. The quest for Ganyu resumes. A month after the conclusion of the demonic incident at the foot of Mount Aozong, herbalists from Liyue City often ascend the steep cliffs in search of rare herbs. Farmers from nearby villages venture into the mountains to gather firewood or hunt. However, these herbalists and farmers suddenly discover a disarray of stones amidst the boulders at the mountain's base, along with a solitary gravestone. Yet, upon this gravestone, no name is inscribed. Perhaps it is a mere facade of a gravestone. Its craftsmanship suggests amateurishness, undoubtedly not the work of a funeral parlor. Could it be related to the immortal beings atop the mountain? It seems likely, for who would dare to inter the deceased at the foot of an immortal's abode? Each onlooker of this peculiar gravestone cannot help but speculate. Yet, out of reverence for the celestial mountain, no one dares to show disrespect or disturb the grave. Not only at the mountain's base, but also atop Mount Aozong, the once tranquil summit now hosts a young girl with flowing white hair, a newly accepted disciple of the true monarch of cloud-embracing wind. The celestial beings who witness this scene are filled with perplexity. As one of the oldest immortals, the true monarch is not known for taking disciples lightly. Why, then, has she chosen an ordinary mortal? Whenever other immortals inquire, the true monarch merely smiles and replies, "Look closely, she is not an ordinary person, but a true immortal with the heart of one." Indeed, while Shun-Hee's immortal heart may not be her own and is rather faint, it serves as a foundation for her to learn the celestial arts. The other immortals, intrigued, quickly grasped the situation. The immortal heart within this girl belongs to another. Although this heart is not Shun-Hee's by birthright, once it melded with her essence. The union was remarkably seamless. Coupled with Shun-Hee's own diligence, within a few short years, she mastered several celestial arts. The once fragile girl had transformed into what the mundane world perceived as an immortal. Until one fateful day, Shun-Hee stood at the pinnacle of the mountain, gazing into the distance towards the city of Liyue. A wave of sorrow washed over her. As one who has distanced herself from the mundane and severed ties with the earthly, she found herself weeping. What troubled her even more was the realization that she did not comprehend the reason for her tears, nor for whom they flowed. Thus, she pondered. Shun-Hee sought out the celestial master Lu Yun, requesting permission to descend the mountain. "Master, I wish to venture down to the world below, for I have lost all my memories." Shun-Hee was even unaware of what the realm beneath looked like, nor did she know the splendor of Liyue Harbor. In response to her plea, Lu Yun did not refuse. Instead, he provided her with the address of another disciple. It is wise to explore the mortal realm, for even celestial beings must comprehend the joys and sorrows of the earthly existence. Only by understanding the mundane can one sever its ties. He spoke gently. He handed Shun-Hee the location of her senior sister, Ganyu, who resided at Yuehai Pavilion, suggesting that she might offer assistance. Thus, clutching Ganyu's address, Shun-Hee descended from the peak of Mt Aozong for the first time, her curiosity for the world ignited. She found herself fascinated by the dwellings in the mountain village, the nameless tombstones at the foot of the mountain, and the hilichurls on the slopes. However, now that Shun-Hee had mastered celestial arts, she no longer feared the hilichurls. In fact, the hilichurls, sensing her celestial power, scattered in fright as if they had encountered their nemesis. As Shun-Hee journeyed forth from Mt Aozong, wherever she went, the townsfolk gazed upon the girl wielding celestial magic with admiration and reverence. Thus, storytellers and performers began to weave tales inspired by Shun-Hee. Some narratives depicted her as an innate immortal, invincible since birth, while others portrayed her as a renowned celestial being who significantly contributed to the prosperity of Liyue Harbor. There were even more fantastical tales that cast her as a savior destined to save the world. The people presented these stories before Shun-Hee, inviting her to select her favorite. Ultimately, She chose the tale titled The Goddess Splitting the View, which narrated the adventures of a brave little girl wielding a demon-slaying dagger, vanquishing dark creatures and emerging as a hero. For reasons unknown, the moment Shun-He laid eyes on this story, she felt an inexplicable affinity for it, believing herself to be the very protagonist of the tale. When Shun-He inquired about the origins of the storytellers recounted its background, a monstrous incident that had transpired several years prior. Fortunately, the terrifying creature that had emerged was swiftly vanquished in a cave before it could unleash great calamity. Consequently, countless stories were birthed from this event, and now, some had intertwined these narratives with Shun-He, a disciple of the celestial realm, creating an entirely new tale, The Goddess Splitting the View. Shun-He harbored no disdain for this story, allowing its propagation among the people. Little did she know, before long, this tale spread throughout Liyue. The young girl within the story became a celebrated hero of Liyue Harbor. As for Shinha, when she traversed the mountains and villages, ultimately arriving in the city of Liyue, she was filled with curiosity about her surroundings. She continued along the street until she encountered a notice board reminiscent of task commissions, adorned with various assignments. Much like years prior, the tasks included washing dishes for the Wanmantang, serving tea at the tea house, and assisting the Liyue Qixing in locating Ganyu. These straightforward tasks evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity within Shinha. It was as if, at some point in her past, she had stood in this very place, on tiptoe, striving to peel away the task papers. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, she could not conjure the memory. Resolving to dismiss these thoughts, she focused on the task she had just uncovered, which simply read, "Find the missing Ganyu, her current senior sister." Since her purpose in Liyue was indeed to seek Ganyu, she took the commission and set forth in search of her whereabouts. However, whether at Yuhading, Wanmantang, or Yunjian society, she could not find a trace of her senior sister. At that moment, a leisurely individual carrying a birdcage appeared before Shinha. With an indifferent expression, he remarked, "It seems you are facing some difficulties. May I inquire about them?" Perhaps this idler had too much free time on his hands to initiate a conversation with Shinha. Chapter 75. The one Shinha awaits since the dawn of her memory. Shinha had resided atop the Aozao mountain, thus her disposition remained rather innocent. Upon hearing the bird-walking man's words, she promptly replied, "I am searching for my senior sister, Ganyu. Might you know where I could find her?" As she spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, for she suddenly felt that this scene was eerily reminiscent. Had she not encountered this idler before, perhaps saying similar words? Unperturbed, the idler continued to stroll with his bird, responding in a detached tone, "Try searching atop Tianning Mountain. You may have a chance of finding that child Ganyu. If all else fails, perhaps lying in a haystack for a while could yield unexpected results." With that, the idler paid no further heed to the young girl and ambled away with his birdcage. Behind him, Shinha called out, "May I ask your name, sir? If I truly find my senior sister Ganyu, I shall return to express my gratitude." The idler replied nonchalantly, "No need for such repeated thanks. I only accept it once." With that, he departed. The figure of the leisurely bird-walker vanished into the bustling streets of Liyue. Shinha watched as the individual disappeared, then took out the map of Liyue given to her by her master and set off in the direction of Tianning Mountain. She scoured the cliffs and slopes of Tianheng Mountain, even traversing the territory of the Hilichurls, yet she found no trace of her senior sister Ganyu. At that moment, Shinha recalled the words of the bird-walking idler. "If you truly cannot find her, why not lie down in a pile of hay and rest for a while? You may stumble upon unexpected discoveries." Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of this advice, the simple-minded Shinha decided to heed the suggestion. She slowly climbed into the haystack and lay down. Comforting. The hay in Liyue was exceptionally soft, akin to a natural bed. However, just as Shinha settled down, she felt something beneath her. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a person, more precisely, a half-immortal being adorned with a pair of red horns. The moment she saw those horns, Shinha immediately recognized her. It was Ganyu, as described by her master. At that moment, when Ganyu awoke and gazed at Shinha, her eyes were filled with puzzlement. "This feeling is so familiar. Have we met before?" As she looked at the girl before her, Ganyu felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered this young woman somewhere. Yet, humans matured too swiftly. In just a few years, the little girl had blossomed into a young lady, to the point where even Ganyu failed to recognize her. Shinha pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe this is our first meeting." Despite being a disciple of the same master, Shinha had never crossed paths with her senior sister Ganyu atop the Aozong Mountain. She produced a letter from her master and handed it to Ganyu, saying, "I am Shinha, a disciple of the Liuwa Borrowing Wind True Monarch, and your junior sister." Ganyu was taken aback. She had heard of her junior sister, but had never encountered her until this moment. Just as Shinha attempted to rise from the haystack, Ganyu swiftly grasped her hand, her expression a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Shinha, puzzled, asked, "What is it, senior sister Ganyu?" Ganyu replied, "Please do not tell anyone about what happened in the haystack today." Shinha paused, then a smile graced her lips. "Do not worry. I do not enjoy speaking ill of others behind their backs." Nevertheless, Ganyu did not release her grip. As the most devoted follower of the Geo Archon, Ganyu held firm to her beliefs in contracts. Only upon establishing a contract would she be convinced that Shinha would keep the secret. With utmost seriousness, Ganyu declared, "I hereby commission you for 10,000 mora to safeguard today's secret. The reward is 10,000 mora." The reason for the generous sum. Once, two children found Ganyu in the same manner. The reward for that commission was also 10,000 mora. Reflecting on that past incident, Ganyu gazed at her junior sister, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Yet, at this moment, Shinha had transformed into a young lady, having changed significantly compared to the little Shinha of years ago, to the point where Ganyu barely recognized her. After a moment of hesitation, Shinha declared, "Very well, I shall accept this commission. In this lifetime, I shall keep today's secret." Moreover, Shinha confided in her senior sister Ganyu about her perplexities and the purpose of her descent from the mountain. Ganyu responded earnestly, "Lost memories? Such things, once gone, are exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Perhaps you should wander more around Liuwa Harbor, seeking out familiar sights. You may yet recall something." Having no superior solution, Ganyu offered her advice. Shinha, pondering Ganyu's words, replied, "Thank you, senior sister. I shall go and explore." Consequently, in the ensuing days, Shinha traversed every corner of Liuwa City, visiting the Wanmin Hall, the Yunhan Guild, and the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. After thoroughly exploring all these locales, she returned to the bulletin board where the commission was posted, sitting beside it, as if awaiting someone. However, she herself was uncertain of whom she awaited. Nevertheless, simply sitting there imbued her with a sense of tranquility. This sensation deepened Shinha's confusion, as she felt she ought to be waiting for someone. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no one appeared. Eventually, even Shinha surrendered to the passage of time. "Well, if no one shows today, I shall try again tomorrow. If there is truly someone worth waiting for, they will surely come in due time." As dusk fell, Shinha murmured these words before departing from the bulletin board. From that day forth, she frequently returned to this place. Yet, even now, she has yet to encounter that person. Shinha's tale concluded at the Wangshu Inn. Below the stage, as the audience absorbed these revelations, realizing that Shinha had returned to Liuwa Harbor, taken on the task of searching for Ganyu anew, and rediscovered her in the haystack, tears flowed freely. "You scoundrel of a storyteller, surely this segment cannot be fabricated. Why did Shinha have to forget?" Yes, it was the Adeptus Liuwa's borrowing wind who erased her memories, but what was the purpose of such an act? Even in the absence of memory, one would still hold on to the essence of past endeavors. Alone, Shinha revisited Tianheng Mountain, yet she would find no one waiting. For that individual had already succumbed to the cycle of reincarnation. Once again, it was the ever-watchful Mr. Zhongli who reminded us, leading to the discovery of Ganyu nestled within a haystack on Mount Tianheng. Yet, does Mr. Zhongli not fear the retribution of Lady Ganyu? Chapter 76, The New Endeavor of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. At the Wangshu Inn, on the stage, Li Mo recounted his experiences from his fifth life, narrating the true tale of the divine maiden's splitting of the heavens. After concluding this narrative, he could not resist the urge to slightly lift his gaze, using the brim of his hat to conceal his scrutiny of Shinha, a disciple of the immortals seated below. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Shinha was also observing Li Mo with an unusual expression. In that instant, their eyes met, creating a moment of awkwardness. Li Mo hastily turned his head to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, below the stage, the audience had just listened to the newly interpreted version of the divine maiden's splitting of the heavens, and many could not suppress their sighs. By this time, a significant portion of the audience had come to realize that this storyteller was not merely spinning a tale. He was, in truth, tugging at their heartstrings. Instead of sharing the blissful tales of Liuwa or the invincible stories of the Geo Archon, he chose to recount these piercing narratives. Oh, storyteller, I implore you. In the next life, allow that reincarnated youth to live a life of happiness and fulfillment, will you? Do you not find these sharp tales to be sweet in their own way? Madness. You have lost your sanity. Please contact Dr. Baiju for treatment. Below the stage, the audience continued to discuss the scene frozen above the inn, speculating on where the youth's next reincarnation might take him. Would it be Liyue, Mondstadt, or Inazuma? Regardless of where the next life may lead, the audience anticipated it would surely unfold into a poignant tale. At this very moment, within the inn, in a certain corner, Qiqi of the Jade Chamber, Hu Tao, the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, and the endearing Qiqi all turned their gazes toward Shenhe, eager to offer her words of comfort or encouragement. However, upon witnessing Shenhe's silent tears, they hesitated, fearing to provoke her further distress. But such a trivial dilemma could hardly deter Hu Tao. After all, she was the 77th head of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Thus, Hu Tao glanced at the scene above the inn and then at the weeping Shenhe, and earnestly proposed, "Shenhe, do not cry. Do you not think we ought to take some action at this moment?" Shenhe was taken aback. Qiqi puzzled. Even the usually annoyed Qiqi could not help but inquire, what important matter? They had all listened to the entire story. Why had they not noticed this significant detail? Had Hu Tao uncovered something crucial? As the three individuals cast puzzled glances towards her, Hu Tao cleared her throat and earnestly stated, "In the narrative we just witnessed, I trust you noted the mention of the stone tomb at the foot of Mount Aozong. It is, in fact, the final resting place of the young boy. Xiao Liemo, logically speaking, it should have been interred by the adeptus, Lu Yun, the borrower of wind." Upon hearing this, Qiqi nodded in agreement. "You are correct." "And what follows?" Hu Tao continued, "A tomb constructed of stones, accompanied by an anonymous gravestone. Does this truly reflect one's status? Is it in accordance with the customs of Liyue? Lu Yun, after all, is an adeptus, yet he treats death with such negligence. Therefore, I propose we entrust this funeral to our Yuheng, to grant that young boy a farewell befitting his identity." Hu Tao spoke with utmost sincerity. Her words stemmed from the depths of her heart. The modest tomb at the mountain's base was hardly representative of Liyue's funeral rites. Profit was a trivial concern. What mattered more was the discomfort it provoked. Could such a simplistic grave truly allow the deceased to rest in peace? Qiqi, taken aback, remarked, "That incident occurred over a decade ago. I believe it unnecessary to hold another funeral." Qiqi softly interjected, "Hu Tao, that's wrong. You wish to unearth the deceased brother." Shenhe's expression grew serious. "I cannot permit you to do that." With a resigned sigh, Hu Tao replied, "Very well." At that moment, following Hu Tao's words, Shenhe had ceased her tears, her complexion returning to normal. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tao added, "All right, we shall not hold another funeral. Once the storytelling concludes, shall we venture to the foot of Mount Aozong to see how he is?" Qiqi hesitated briefly before responding, "That is certainly feasible." Shenhe echoed, "Indeed. Thank you for accompanying me." In the past, she had been an ethereal disciple, untouched by the mundane world. Yet now, she felt the warmth of concern from others and embraced it. The adeptus, who had severed ties with the earthly realm, found herself once more amidst it. Subsequently, the group glanced outside the inn. The sun had set, and twilight was descending. The storytelling was drawing to a close. Thus, they rose from their seats, determined to visit Mount Aozong and the figure Shenhe awaited. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Wangshu Inn, Barbados, Raiden Shogun, Raiden Mei, Raiden Makoto, and Zhongli sat quietly in their respective places. After absorbing the tale, while the Raiden sisters felt a twinge of emotion, they did not share the same inclination as Shenhe and the others to visit the solitary grave. In the next moment, Zhongli spoke in a detached tone. "The storytelling concludes for today. I shall take my leave." Having said that, he reached for the birdcage and prepared to depart, only to be halted by Raiden Mei. Raiden Mei coldly remarked, "In the story just recounted, you appeared twice, weaving through the entire narrative. Did you possess all knowledge before the storyteller spoke? This is Liyue Harbor. As the god of Liyue, Morix is privy to an abundance of secrets." Zhongli slowly replied, "What does it matter whether one knows or not? Pondering such trivial matters only accelerates weariness." Raiden Mei, instantly vexed, retorted, "You have wounded me with your words in front of others." Whenever discontent arises, Raiden Mei is always ready to unsheath her blade, dreams and intent, a single strike sufficing to obliterate all. Yet, when confronted with Morix, She repeatedly finds herself at a disadvantage. Observing Raiden Mei's fury, Raiden Makoto hurriedly intervened, saying, "It is all in the past. As long as we have not entered the realm of the dead, we can reincarnate and see our brother once more." Raiden Makoto sheathed dreams and intent and continued softly. Let us listen further. Unless absolutely necessary, Raiden Makoto wished to avoid confrontation with Morix. Witnessing this scene, Zhongli remarked nonchalantly, "Since you choose not to strike me, I shall take my leave." After hearing so many tales, his expression remained devoid of joy or sorrow. Raiden Mei gazed at Zhongli's silhouette, muttering, "Is it possible this individual truly lacks emotion?" Chapter 77. I have returned Wangshu Inn. Several patrons, noticing the encroaching twilight, began to depart one by one. They understood that today's storytelling session was drawing to a close. Yet, some audience members persisted with inquiries. "Storyteller, did the young boy in the tale undergo reincarnation? Where will he be reborn in the next life?" Responding to the audience's questions, Liamo took a sip of water and slowly said, "Indeed, he has entered reincarnation. As for his next incarnation, please await tomorrow's tale." With that, Liamo announced the conclusion of today's storytelling. He then descended from the stage, exchanged a few words with the innkeeper, and ascended the stairs to his room. The moment he stepped into his chamber, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification. The story of the goddess splitting the view resonated with the audience. 99% sighed in lament, 40% shed tears, and 20% wept inconsolably. System reward, 2,000 storytelling points. Ding. System notification. Your story successfully moved the disciple Shinha to tears. System reward, 1 lottery ticket. Previously, while recounting Shinha's tale, Liamo felt profound sadness. However, upon hearing the system's rewards, a faint smile emerged on his face. The rewards had finally arrived. As before, it is merely a lottery ticket. Presently, Liamo possesses 2 shards of wishes, and with the acquisition of just 1 more shard, he could forge a complete wish. Contemplating this prospect, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Liamo's heart. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Would you like to use the lottery ticket immediately? After several previous draws, Liamo had become exceedingly adept at the lottery process. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, "Draw immediately." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal lottery wheel materialized in his mind. Moreover, propelled by the system's formidable power, the immense wheel began to rotate slowly, spinning with increasing velocity. The gigantic pointer swept past each precious prize, gradually decelerating, until it finally came to a gentle stop on a specific item. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a rare item, Wish Fragment 2. Wish Fragment. 3 shards of wishes can be combined to form a genuine wish. You currently possess 43 wish fragments. To his astonishment, he had acquired 2 wish fragments at once. Despite not winning a coveted wish, Liamo felt immense joy. His collection of wish fragments had now reached 4, allowing him to forge a complete wish at any moment. Indeed, in the next instant, as the number of wish fragments exceeded 3, the system's voice resonated in his mind once again. Ding. System notification. The host currently possesses 4 wish fragments. Would you like to combine them into a wish immediately? Liamo did not hesitate and promptly responded, "Combine immediately." In the next moment, 3 wish fragments appeared simultaneously in his mind, and under the system's formidable power, they began to seamlessly assemble together, merging into a true wish. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 3 wish fragments and successfully fused them into a complete wish. Following the successful fusion, Liamo received yet another wish. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had previously revived Thunderbolt Jin, yet this time, he decided to hold on to it for now. After completing the lottery, a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. Liamo gently inquired, "Who is it?" A voice responded from beyond the door, "Sir, your meal is ready. It is a servant from the Wangshu Inn." With a sigh of relief, Liamo replied, "Come in, just place the meal on the table." He had been quite hungry. Upon gazing at the feast laid out before him, his appetite surged. After devouring every morsel, Liamo opened the window, discovering that the moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright. He felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. In that life, he had once awaited Xiao Shinha beneath a similar moonlight. As he reminisced, his yearning for the experiences of that era deepened. The head chef at Wanmin restaurant often prepared an abundance of delectable dishes, inviting the helpers to savor them. Each time he worked at the tea house, he encountered Zhongli strolling with his birds. Perhaps, at this very moment, Ganyu was nestled in a haystack atop Tianing Mountain. At this instant, an inexplicable thought took root in Li Mo's mind. How he longed to relive those tasks once more. Surely, there were no commission tasks at this hour. Even if he could not undertake them again, a mere glance at the bulletin board should pose no issue. With this thought, Li Mo donned a new outfit and stepped out of the inn. Guided by the moonlight, he traversed the streets of Liyue, taking several winding turns until he finally beheld the solitary commission bulletin board. Just like in that life, the board appeared quite dilapidated. As Li Mo approached, he noticed several commission task stickers affixed to the board. Before he could examine the tasks in detail, a familiar, slightly trembling voice called from behind. Li Mo, you have finally returned. At the sound of that voice, Li Mo's heart jolted. He turned slowly, only to find a figure that was both familiar and foreign, an older Shinha. In that fleeting moment, Li Mo's mind raced, contemplating how best to greet her and what explanations to offer. After much deliberation, he could only utter a single phrase. Hello, Miss Shinha. You might have mistaken me for someone else. However, upon hearing his words, tears shimmered in Shinha's crystalline eyes. In the next instant, she dashed forward and embraced Li Mo tightly, weeping in his arms. How could I possibly be mistaken? I have regained my memories. I remember everything. I know you are Li Mo. You have finally returned. Shinha's voice was resolute. Before hearing the tale of the divine maiden's splitting view, she had surmised that the storyteller was the reincarnation of the youth in the story. The events recounted in the tale only solidified her conviction. As he gazed down at Shinha, who clung to him with fervor, Li Mo could only manage a wry smile. There was no concealing the truth any longer. He reached out, gently encircling her soft form. Indeed, I have returned. Chapter 78. Hu Tao fought Liyue Harbor at the foot of Mount Aozong. Under the cover of night, Hu Tao, Qiqi, and Qiqi ventured to the foot of Mt Aozong, as previously agreed upon. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, they sought the gravestone mentioned in the tale they had heard. After a lengthy search, they finally discovered the modest and somewhat dilapidated gravestone that marked the resting place of the young boy from the story. The sight of the solitary and unadorned grave drew frowns from all three. Qiqi remarked with a serious tone, "It is said that the immortals are meticulous in their endeavors. Why then, in the burial of the deceased, do they display such negligence?" Her words clearly expressed her discontent not only towards the Geo Archon, but also towards the ancient immortals of Liyue. Hu Tao, equally earnest, added, "Indeed. With our Wanqing funeral parlor at hand, why was this task not entrusted to us? We are the professionals in this matter." She held a strong opinion regarding the adeptness of Lu Yun's borrowing wind true monarch as well. Then, with a determined expression, Hu Tao suggested, "However, it is not too late to amend this. I propose we hold a proper funeral." Qiqi quietly interjected, "Hu Tao, that's bad." To which Hu Tao raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, "Hey, I could bury you." In haste, Qiqi darted behind Qiqi, exclaiming, "Hu Tao, that's bad. You not only want to bury me, but also to dig up this brother." At that moment, Qiqi was visibly frightened of Hu Tao and took refuge behind Qiqi, fearing that the mischievous Hu Tao might tie her up and bury her in the earth. The thought of being buried and struggling to emerge from the soil was daunting. Qiqi frowned, admonishing them to cease their antics. Rather than digging him up to hold a new funeral, we should restore this grave. With compassionate hearts, the trio began to mend the dilapidated gravestone as they searched the surroundings. In the realm of grave restoration, Hu Tao, as the 77th head of the Wanqing funeral parlor, exhibited remarkable skill and professionalism. Before long, the once dilapidated grave, overrun with weeds, was transformed into a renewed site of respect. Moreover, the original crude mound of stones was ingeniously redesigned by Hu Tao, evolving into a more intricate and spacious memorial, adorned with various decorations in accordance with Liyue customs. Upon completing the restoration, Hu Tao surveyed the revitalized grave and nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that a dignified funeral truly depended on their Wanqing funeral parlor as the most suitable choice. Having accomplished all this, Hu Tao did not forget to promote her services, cheerfully stating, Qiqi, should you ever need funeral arrangements in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. As friends, I shall offer you a 30% discount. Hu Tao had relinquished her desire to forcibly bury Qiqi, even coming to regard her as a friend. Qiqi's expression turned frosty, unnecessary. Qiqi remarked, "Hu Tao, that's bad." Yet Hu Tao seemed unfazed, Qiqi. The group shared a serious glance at the freshly restored grave, suddenly sensing something amiss. The gravestone remained devoid of an inscription, merely a bare slab of stone. This was entirely contrary to the customs of Liyue Harbor. After a brief hesitation, Hu Tao inquired, "What was the name of the boy in that story?" She found it rather lazy of the Geo Archon to neglect even the name on the gravestone. Hu Tao expressed her dissatisfaction with the Geo Archon once more. Meanwhile, Qiqi pondered for a moment and realized her memory was also failing her. She had forgotten long ago. She too could not recall. Qiqi thought for a moment and suggested, "I believe it was Liemo." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao affirmed earnestly, "Indeed, it was Liemo. Since he has passed, how can the gravestone lack a name? Let us inscribe it." With that, Hu Tao picked up a sharp stone and etched 4 uneven characters onto the gravestone. Grave of Liemo. After completing the inscription, she noticed her handwriting was crooked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, she reassured herself that in Liyue Harbor's funeral customs, there was no stipulation against miswritten characters on gravestones. Thus, even if it was Askew, it mattered little. Yes, just like that. Hu Tao repeatedly comforted herself. Qiqi, observing the crooked inscription, expressed her disbelief. "Is this the service provided by your Wangxing funeral parlor?" Qiqi added, "Hu Tao, your writing is unsightly, and the service is poor." Hu Tao chuckled in response. "As the parlor's head, I merely oversee the funeral. The task of writing epitaphs is left to that fellow Zhongli. You must admit, despite his youth, he possesses a remarkable hand." Once all was in order, the trio suddenly realized something significant. They had come to the foot of the mountain at night to pay their respects to the deceased boy because of Shinha. Yet, having restored the boy's grave, they wondered, where was Shinha? Why had she not yet arrived? Hu Tao questioned. Shinha mentioned waiting for someone on the streets of Liyue, urging us to come ahead. But why hasn't she shown up? Qiqi shared the same concern. Now that we have completed everything, we need not wait for her. Qiqi suggested, "Let us return." Although they were uncertain about Shinha's circumstances, her absence suggested she might not come tonight. Consequently, they opted to leave for Liyue. At that moment, under the moonlight shrouded in the night, near the commission task bulletin board, as Hu Tao and the others tended to the grave, Liemo seemed to sense something, unable to resist a sneeze. He then lowered his head, gazing at the stunningly beautiful Shun he in his embrace, inhaling her unique fragrance. His expression bore a hint of awkwardness, mingled with a touch of helplessness. In this lifetime, his mission was to become the storyteller of Liyue. He was to evoke tears in Qiqi, the Raiden Shogun, and Zhongli, and indeed, to bring to tears nearly all the formidable figures of Teyvat. In order to avoid disrupting the storytelling, he had initially planned to complete all the tales before revealing his true identity. However, unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, the astute Shun he discovered his secret. Thus, Liemo had no choice but to acknowledge his identity before her. "Little Shun he. How did you know I would come here?" Liemo felt quite vexed. He had merely ventured out under the cover of night to revisit familiar places where he and Shun he had often accepted tasks together. Little did he anticipate encountering her. At this moment, as a disciple of an immortal, Shun he had completely shed her celestial aloofness, pressing her face against Liemo's chest, holding him tightly, fearing that the person before her might vanish or flee. In Chapter 79, in the 6th life, he became Orobos. Within Liemo's embrace, Shun-He slightly lifted her head and earnestly said, "Ever since I descended the mountain, I have waited here every day, for I know that one day I will meet someone important at this very spot." Liemo realized that Shun-He often waited here, but he never imagined she came every single day. Moreover, it was already dark, and she still chose to come. How careless of him. In his arms, Shun-He gazed at Liemo, whose expression was somewhat peculiar, still struggling to quell her excitement. "I know that your reluctance to reveal yourself must stem from your own reasons. Yet, I truly miss you." During the time of her memory loss, although Shun-He did not know whom she awaited, her yearning had not diminished in the slightest. Liemo could only sigh, saying, "Shun-He, I am sorry. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot reveal my identity just yet. I must continue telling stories to earn the chance to reunite with you. Promise me, do not disclose my identity to anyone, will you? If my identity were to be revealed at this moment, the Raiden Shogun, Raiden Makoto, Raiden Shinzu, and Barbados would immediately converge upon me. At that point, it would not be long before my identity would be entirely exposed, and the whole of Teyvat would be aware of it. It would become all the more challenging to evoke tears in others." Upon hearing this, Shenhe did not express surprise. Or rather, when she had first heard about it, she had already surmised these truths. Shenhe gently lifted her head. Observing Limo's earnest expression, she solemnly nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will not divulge this matter to anyone. But you must promise me never to leave again. Promise me, will you?" Shenhe embraced Limo tightly, fearing that the one she had long awaited might vanish once more. Limo could only nod in agreement. "Do not worry, I shall not leave again." As Limo's warm embrace melted Shenhe's indifferent heart, suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from across the dimly lit street. Upon hearing these sounds, Limo's heart instantly tensed. Revealing his identity before Shenhe would not affect the storytelling, as her tale had already concluded. However, should others discover his identity, or if the entirety of Liyue were to learn of it, he would be unable to narrate any longer. "Someone is coming. I must return to the inn. Remember, we must keep our secret for now. Only after I have accomplished everything can I remain in this world, accompanying you all." After comforting Shenhe, Limo slowly released her from his embrace and quietly vanished into the night. Watching the direction in which he disappeared, Shenhe's eyes brimmed with tenderness. She even felt a fleeting thought. Could everything that transpired today merely be a dream? When the dream fades, would all be lost? In the next moment, from behind Shenhe, she suddenly heard the voices of Hu Tao, Qiqi, and Qiqi. The three of them moved swiftly, having returned from Aozong Mountain. As soon as Hu Tao spotted Shenhe, she eagerly exclaimed, "Shenhe, we have been searching for you for so long. We finally found you. Why are you here? Are you waiting for someone again? It's the dead of night. Even Zhongli wouldn't be out walking his bird. Who would come here at such an hour?" Hu Tao curiously stretched her neck, scanning the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Shenhe hurriedly clarified, "No, I am not waiting for him." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's interest piqued him. "Who is he? Could it be that you truly awaited Limo from the story? Isn't he caught in the cycle of reincarnation again? How strange, how very strange." Shenhe hastily reiterated, "I truly did not wait." Clearly, Shenhe's nature was pure. She was not adept at weaving lies. Fortunately, if she remained silent, the others would not deduce that the storyteller's name was Limo, seeing Shenhe's denial and the faint blush gracing her cheeks. Hu Tao felt quite perplexed. The ethereal Shenhe, untouched by worldly affairs, had turned red, yet she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, the conversation took a turn towards the matter of repairing the grave. We gathered quite a substantial pile of stones to construct a new tomb for that lad. By the way, his name is Limo, isn't it? This time, Limo should finally find peace, Hu Tao said earnestly. Qiqi retorted, "It's not peace. It's reincarnation." Qiqi added, "I nearly got unearthed by Hu Tao just now. If it were before, Shenhe would have been deeply saddened to hear about Limo's grave. However, now that she knows the storyteller is Limo himself, who has returned, her entire mindset has changed." Yet Shenhe still said, "Thank you all." If the reincarnated Limo were aware of this, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude as well, Hu Tao said with pride. "That is for sure. Our Wanxing funeral parlor services are guaranteed to satisfy him." Qiqi replied seriously, "It's quite late already. Let us head home." Qiqi chimed in, "Home." As Hu Tao sought to take credit in front of Shenhe, Limo had already returned to the Wangshu Inn. He felt an inexplicable sensation that someone was speaking about him behind his back, prompting him to sneeze. How peculiar. Could someone be meddling with his past existence? Had the feng shui been disrupted? Never mind. I shall rest and sleep for now. Tomorrow, I will continue the storytelling. A night passed without incident. Soon, as the howls of the tyrant echoed outside the Wangshu Inn, everyone knew dawn had arrived. Limo rose from his bed, had a simple breakfast, and made his way down to the first floor of the inn. Upon reaching the stage, he found it already brimming with eager spectators awaiting his tale. "Storyteller, you truly are lazy. You must have been awakened by the tyrant's cries. May they awaken you every day." The fifth life concluded, and it was time to embark on the story of the sixth life. In the sixth life, I wager he will reincarnate in Liyue. Perhaps he will even find himself in Inazuma. He has already lived 2 lives in Mondstadt and 2 in Liyue, while Inazuma has only seen 1. I bet it will be Inazuma. "Storyteller, could you fulfill my humble request and share a sweet tale this time?" In the audience, as the spectators saw Limo take the stage, they began to murmur amongst themselves. On stage, Limo had just settled in, sipped his tea, and commenced the storytelling. "You were indeed correct. In the sixth life, he once again reincarnated in Inazuma, becoming a formidable being. His name is Arobus. 1 next. Write the story related to Raiden Shogun, Orobas, who was slain by Wuxiang with a single stroke, and his friend Kazuha, also cut down by Wuxiang. 2. Additionally, clarify that, according to the book's premise, reincarnation is not bound by time. The timeline remains consistent. 3. Encountering 520 once more, confessing love to all the delightful readers. Chapter 80. One day, I shall return. Wang Xuan. On stage, Liemo spoke in a calm tone, uttering a name that left everyone astonished. Orobas. Once one of the most formidable archons in Inazuma, he was also among the few who survived the Archon War. However, during a later, peculiar invasion, Orobas met his demise at the hands of the Raiden Shogun. In the hearts of the people, Orobas is an exceedingly complex figure. To the denizens of Inazuma, he is a blatant invader, a malevolent villain. Yet, in the eyes of the people of Seirai Island, Orobas is a heroic savior, the guardian deity of their land. At this moment, in the audience, upon hearing this name, there was a palpable sense of astonishment, even shock. If it was previously said that the reincarnated Durin was ultimately slain by the combined might of Barbatos and Teyvat, with the instigator being Raindot, then the slaying of Orobas by the Raiden Shogun was purely a struggle for power, a consequence of brutal warfare that compelled once close siblings to engage in mutual slaughter for the position of the ruler of Inazuma. Oh, the audacity of the storyteller. Does your heart not ache? The audience below began to murmur among themselves. If memory serves correctly, the one who vanquished Orobas must be none other than Lady Raiden Ei, the second Electro Archon, who personally killed her reincarnated brother. Careful now, storyteller. Lady Raiden is still present. Do not weave tales too outrageous, lest you invite peril. The blade of the Shogun is said to be terrifyingly sharp, and to date, no one has survived the horror of that fateful strike. Should the Raiden Shogun be enraged at this moment, even the Liu Qixing or celestial beings may not be able to guarantee the storyteller's safety. The only glimmer of hope lies in the intervention of Barbatos, one of the 7 gods. However, legends of Barbatos are scarce, and his true strength remains a mystery. In a 1-against-3 scenario, few would wager on Barbatos' ability to confront the 3 Raiden sisters. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, when Raiden Ei heard the name Orobas, her mouth fell agape in shock. How could this be? The serpent Orobas, whom she had once slain with her formidable blade, was also her brother's reincarnation? Raiden Ei was reluctant to accept this revelation. Grasping her other blade, Nagatsuki no Hikari, she resolved to confront the storyteller and clarify the circumstances surrounding Orobas. Not only Raiden Ei, but even the Raiden Shogun and Raiden Makoto, who stood nearby, were taken aback by the name Orobasis. They could scarcely believe it. The demon Orobasis, who invaded Ye Miko Island, was, in fact, their brother. As Raiden Ei gripped the blade of her sword, ready to confront the storyteller with her weapon, Barbatos hastily intervened, urging the furious Raiden Ei, before rushing to conclusions. It would be wise to listen to what transpired in the 6th cycle. Raiden Ei coldly retorted, "Do you truly think you can restrain me?" Clearly, as the Electro Archon, she held no fear of Barbatos. Zhongli calmly interjected, "And what if I were to join him? If you wish to hear the tale, please take a seat. If not, kindly leave. Should you cause chaos in Liyue, you will become an enemy not only to its people, but also to Morix." Zhongli spoke in an unassuming tone, yet his words carried undeniable weight. Upon hearing Zhongli, Raiden Ei remained defiant, glancing towards the Raiden Shogun and Raiden Makoto. The 3 sisters were resolute. They would not cower before Morix, even if he were an aging and retired version of himself. However, when Raiden Ei turned to her 2 sisters, she found the Raiden Shogun and Raiden Makoto showing no intention of standing up. Instead, they calmly urged, "Sister, let us first hear the story of this cycle before making any decisions." Indeed, the only way to uncover the final reincarnation of their brother was through this storyteller, so they could not act against him just yet. After contemplating their words, Raiden Ei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to sit down. "Morix, for the sake of the Shogun and my sister, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Should you obstruct me again, you will face the wrath of my lightning." Although the Raiden Shogun felt a surge of irritation, she too slowly took her seat. Witnessing this scene, Ye Miko could not help but chuckle. Raiden Ei, irked, inquired, "Miko, what are you laughing at?" Ye Miko replied with a smile, "Oh, nothing in particular, just thought of a rather amusing joke." At the same time, on the stage, Liemo held a teacup, casting a sidelong glance at the audience below. In a corner, He spotted the irate yet helpless Raiden alongside Yae Miko, who was quietly giggling and scribbling notes. He wondered what light novel inspiration they had stumbled upon this time. In another corner, he noticed the spirited Hu Tao, energetically promoting her services to those around her, and Shun He, usually indifferent, now gazing at him with a warmth that completely belied her usual ethereal demeanor. Liu Mo could only sigh in resignation, hoping this would not hinder his storytelling task. Shaking his head, he cast aside his earlier worries and began to narrate his sixth cycle, the tale of Orobasis. As Liu Mo's story unfolded, above the inn, the gathering elements of lightning coalesce once more into a series of shifting tableaus. Within these scenes, the conflict of the archons in Inazuma draws near its conclusion. The formidable Raiden Shogun, alongside her sister, exudes an overpowering presence, decisively triumphing in this divine battle and securing the title of God of Eternity. Countless archons have been vanquished, and those who survive are left with a choice: to endure under the rule of the Raiden Shogun, or to forsake their homeland of Inazuma and venture into the desolate realms beyond the Dark Sea. Orobasis, unwilling to concede, boldly issues a challenge to Raiden Shogun, preparing for a final confrontation on the shores of Yae Miko's island. This battle is fiercely fought. In its prime, Orobasis withstands the might of Raiden Shogun for an entire day and night without succumbing. However, the moment a fateful strike is raised, Orobasis senses impending doom. It realizes that even its colossal form may not withstand such a dreadful blow. Thus, before the strike can descend, Orobasis dives headlong into the ocean, proclaiming defiantly, "Raiden Shogun, I have yet to be defeated. One day, I shall return." Chapter 81. I, Orobasis, god of the abyssal palace on the shores of Yae Miko's island, Raiden Shogun. Her gaze icy, observes Orobasis's massive form floundering in the sea, desperately swimming for its life. Its speed is commendable. With her blade, the Naginata of the grass gutter, in hand, a single swing could easily annihilate the fleeing giant. Even if she could not deliver a fatal strike, she could surely inflict grievous harm. Yet, Raiden Shogun refrains from unleashing that blow. She merely watches coldly as Orobasis awkwardly retreats into the depths of the ocean. Considering your voluntary departure and the absence of destruction wrought upon Inazuma, I shall spare you this time. Should you set foot in Inazuma again, I shall undoubtedly slay you. Raiden Shogun sheathes her blade and returns to Narukami Island. At this moment, Orobasis, still fervently swimming away, remains blissfully unaware of how close it came to death, continuously expressing gratitude within. What of the invincible Raiden Shogun? What of the unbeatable strike? I, Orobasis, shall engage and retreat. I fear not a mere girl. I shall return. With that, Orobasis continues its journey towards the desolate Dark Sea. Though it outwardly denies its concern, deep within, Orobasis comprehends the truth. Despite having battled Raiden Shogun for a day and night, it had failed to inflict any damage, while Raiden Shogun, without exerting her full strength, managed to handle the encounter with ease. The disparity between the two was immense. The moment Raiden Shogun unleashed that terrifying strike, there was little hope for survival. It was precisely for this reason that Orobasis chose the coastal expanse of Yaoyan Island as the battleground. Should the opponent employ that dreadful move, he would immediately flee. This was Orobasis's meticulously crafted strategy for invincibility. As it turned out, this tactic proved remarkably successful. Not only did he escape the clutches of Raiden Shogun, but before departing, he issued a bold proclamation. He would indeed return. Yet deep down, Orobasis recognized his defeat. He had been utterly vanquished by the formidable Raiden Shogun. This departure could very well be a final farewell, a departure from Inazuma that he may never revisit. Thus, as Orobasis swam with all his might, he cast a lingering gaze back at the cherished land of Inazuma. Farewell, dear Inazuma. Farewell, beloved citizens of Inazuma. Although Orobasis did not triumph over Raiden Shogun, his love for the land of Inazuma and its people remained unwavering. In the end, the ability to safely entrust the citizens of Inazuma to Raiden Shogun filled him with a sense of fulfillment, even as he departed. Time slipped away, perhaps a day or even longer, and due to the fierce battle with Raiden Shogun, the once adept swimmer Orobasis began to feel fatigued. The waters beneath him churned chaotically, as if influenced by a mysterious force, creating a colossal vortex. Suddenly, he was engulfed by a dizzying whirlpool. Orobasis's immense form was consumed by the sea, slowly sinking until he was entirely submerged. What was happening? The great serpent Ouroboros felt bewildered. As a powerful deity, he had ventured beyond the dark seas numerous times. Yet this was his first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. As his consciousness began to fade, he sensed a potent force dragging him into the depths. With a sudden crash, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, completely losing awareness. Time elapsed in the abyssal depths, in the sunken palace. Though adjacent to Inazuma, this place lay concealed beneath the waves, beyond the dominion of the seven gods. On this particular day, a young boy named Dongshan Wang made a wager with his companions. He vowed to dive beyond the triangular shoal, evading the pursuit of the deep-sea dragon lizard in search of the fabled dragonbone flower. Fortunately, Dongshan Wang's agility allowed him to elude the creature's notice. Unfortunately, he searched high and low, yet the elusive dragonbone flower remained absent from his sight. Could it be that the fabled dragonbone flower truly did not exist? Just as King Dongshan pondered this perplexity, he stumbled upon a pitch-black cavern, a place he had never before explored. After much hesitation, he summoned his courage and slowly ventured into the cave. This cavern was peculiar. From the entrance, it appeared diminutive, shrouded in darkness. However, as he progressed deeper, the space expanded, and light began to filter in, illuminating the surroundings. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity about the unknown, King Dongshan cautiously made his way to the cave's end. Within a vast chamber, he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Before him lay an immense form, part dragon, part serpent, its body adorned with coral branches that emitted a golden radiance. Underneath the coral's glow, this colossal creature exuded not terror, but a divine aura that captivated King Dongshan's attention. In his eyes, the slumbering deity, Ouroboros, was not a monster. Rather, he resembled a formidable god, the very guardian of the abyssal palace. Their deity had finally returned. The youthful King Dongshan, with a stone clutched in his hand, danced with exuberance. The god of the abyssal palace has returned. Salvation for the abyssal palace is at hand. Overthrow the son of the sun and rescue the people of the abyssal palace. In his innocent fervor, he had already envisioned the sleeping Ouroboros as the divine protector of their realm. Amidst the cacophony of excitement, the drowsy Ouroboros gradually opened his eyes, confronted by an unfamiliar sight. Where's this? Beneath the sea? After surveying his surroundings, Ouroboros felt a profound disdain for the barren landscape. Compared to the bountiful Inazuma, this place was woefully impoverished. Just as he prepared to leap away from this desolate realm, voices echoed beneath him. O deity, guardian of the abyssal palace, you have not forgotten your people. You have finally returned. Your subjects have long awaited your arrival. Please, deliver us. It was the youthful King Dongshan. Upon witnessing the awakening of the mighty god, tears of joy brimmed in his eyes. His small form prostrated itself on the ground in reverence, welcoming the return of the guardian of the abyssal palace and offering fervent prayers to Ouroboros. Ouroboros lowered his gaze and beheld the ragged, emaciated figure of King Dongshan, sincerely kneeling before him. He was utterly bewildered. Abyssal palace? What place is this? You call me the god of the abyssal palace? You expect me to vanquish the son of the sun and save you? Ouroboros had originally resolved to depart, continuing his journey beyond the shadows of the sea. However, upon hearing the call of the Eastern Mountain King, he was momentarily taken aback. My people, divine beings. For Ouroboros, who had just lost his subjects and was compelled to leave Inazuma, these words struck a painful chord in his heart. He longed to convey to this child that he was not their deity and that he could not save them. Yet, gazing at the frail, emaciated form of the Eastern Mountain King, clad in tattered garments, and witnessing the child's innocent, joyful smile, he could hardly bear it. Thus, having recently lost his subjects, Ouroboros made a momentous decision. Indeed, I am your god. I have returned.